This young man is Ronaldon, a talented warrior, and the last survivor of a fierce battle against the giants threatening the world's existence. Despite the victory, his joy is tainted with bitterness as his entire imperial army and his brilliant commander have perished. Grand Marshal Edison is almost crippled and has lost an arm. Just when he and the Grand Marshal seem to have succeeded in protecting the world, a colossal force even more powerful suddenly appeared, plunging humanity into despair. Before taking his last breath, Edison used the time-sleep power to send Ronald back to the past, giving him a chance to change his fate and become the strongest swordsman in imperial history. With experience from the future, Ronald is determined to alter destiny, protect the world, and prepare for the final battle against the giants. Let us skip the details. That is it. Let us get into the main content. On a gloomy day, rain fell like a drizzle, and the red sky created an eerie atmosphere. The ground was silent, scattered with bodies, and blood mixed with the rain made the scene even more terrifying. Ronald stood among the corpses. Having gone through a brutal battle, he looked exhausted and worn out. There were almost no survivors except for Ronald. He leaned his head against his sword, sweat pouring down his face, and his clothes were in tatters. The others were either pierced through the chest by swords or shot in the back. Almost everyone was injured, with red blood flowing from their bodies. Ronald raised his head to look around. He was cautious of everything after the battle, with blood dripping from his eyes and mouth. Before him lay an entire legion that had perished, the scene filled with casualties, only their flag still standing tall. He said, "They really died in droves." Ronald was almost out of strength as sweat covered his face, his gaze fixed on one point, clearly showing fatigue. Unable to hold back, he exclaimed, "Damn it." A steady sound echoed, a moment of carelessness. His sharp instincts sensed something off, and he immediately looked down. There lay the belly of a giant, large enough that the rainwater pooled around it. The giant let out a terrifying sound. How could there be such a powerful human? He saw the giant's eyes looking like they were about to explode, teeth clenched tight. "You are still alive." Ronald stood on the belly of the giant Otis, who looked incredibly fearsome with pale white eyes, 4 horns on his head, his body covered in sword wounds, arms spread wide as if exhausted. His white wings also looked extremely tattered. Ronald stood on Os while the giant was flattened. Before this battle, he had looked incredibly powerful and strong. The giant Otis. Previously, he had come to the Empire with his 3 brothers and wreaked havoc. Wherever these giants went, thousands of people met their end. A sea of fire killed everyone. Bodies piled on top of each other. Among the 3, one had 2 horns, one had 3 horns, and the last one had 4 horns. They had caused chaos when they appeared in the Empire 20 days ago. He was the last of the trio of giants. Back in reality, Ronald suddenly stomped hard on Otis's face. The kick sent water splashing everywhere. He placed one foot on the giant's nose. Face to face with him, at this moment, he held the upper hand. He said, "So why are not you dead yet?" His foot pressed firmly against the face of the man who was trying to intimidate him, saying, "Don't worry. It won't be long now. A heft will soon be back by your side." The giant's eyes lit up, but he showed no reaction to this action. He looked at the giant with disdain and said, "Well, your dead friends are waiting for you." Despite the humiliating actions, Os seemed unfazed, but upon hearing Roland's words, he reacted. "Friends?
Yep.
Those 2 came with that guy." Remembering the deaths of those 2 was not pleasant either. One became a fried giant after being ignited by Xeech Long, and the other was permanently sealed by an old man named Lauren. After saying that, Ronald seemed satisfied with his words. His eyes widened as he looked at the giant, a grin of delight on his face. Even though sweat was dripping down his face and his clothes were tattered, his demeanor still captivated people. "Do you understand now, the fool?" A het did not want to hear him speak. He retorted, "Don't hide the truth." The mighty humanity. Ronald was clearly taken aback by his words. The rain continued to pour, each drop falling on his thinning hair. His teeth clenched tightly. Aheti spoke up, "I know those enemies have been buried with them." His low and terrifying voice still echoed. "That means strong beings like you no longer exist." Though he was a giant. When lying on the ground with Ronald stepping on him, Ronald appeared more authoritative than the giant. Hearing Ahet's words were too ridiculous. He scoffed in contempt. "I am still very much alive." "What are you talking about?" His words were sharp, but the giant still saw the opening. The giant's eyes flared up and he began to retort. "Don't speak too soon. I know your time is running out. I am quite pleased." But with his foot pressed firmly against the giant's face, Ahet did not care, continuing to say, "If you had recognized your skills early and focused on training, you would have become a major obstacle to our aspirations." Seemingly struck at his core, Lun gritted his teeth in anger, lowering his head and saying, Since earlier, his smile had vanished, his mouth turned down, his cold gaze directed downward. No longer wanting to hide, he said everything about himself.
"Yep.
Indeed. I know my life is pathetic without you having to say so. So just shut up and die." Upon hearing this, the giant's face remained unchanged as he said, You are a great human. You have the right to be proud. He picked up his sword, as if he did not want to pay attention to the giant's words. But Ronald's strength seemed to have reached its limit. The sounds of heavy breathing were incessant. Said, in the end, your world, the giant continued, will soon be engulfed and disappear under the starlight. Not letting him continue, Ronald struck, slamming A's head down to the ground. He jumped down hard onto the guy's neck, delivering a powerful slash. A massive burst of light erupted from the point of impact. The guy's head flew far away, and the impact sent dirt flying up. A beam of light shot through a hole in the sky. Such a painful death. Perhaps a Het never expected. The head thudded to the ground, and after killing the remaining giant, he turned and walked away. His back showed no lingering attachment to the pile of corpses. Ronald's gaze grew colder. Looking down at a point below, the relentless rain mixed with the blood that had long since soaked into the ground. The scene was utterly desolate. After a long moment, he wondered aloud, what do you want me to do with what happened? Ronald walked on, his thoughts empty, stepping into a puddle of red that swirled around him. Ronald's body felt utterly exhausted. On the brink of collapsing, he struggled to drag each step as despair gradually took over. Suddenly noticing something, Ronald looked up while panting heavily. A past scene unfolded. Back when he was in the army with his comrades, they were all tall and strong, laughing and joking, while Ronald was slightly shorter, seeming reserved and out of place despite their friendliness. He suddenly focused on a friend beside him. The friend turned back and smiled at Ronald. This guy has a long scar over his eye and a hairstyle split in two. Maybe he helped Ronald fit in more with everyone. Then they fought together on the battlefield. Truly comrades sharing life and death, always together on every journey. But in this fierce battle, he lost his life. A sword pierced through the iron armor, stabbing straight into his stomach. Blood sprayed everywhere, shocking him. But it was already too late. His gaze fixed on a single point. Are you all here? Ronald stopped at a place where his comrades' bodies were piled up. They all suffered excruciating deaths from sword wounds. His closest friend lay before him, lifeless and eyes still open. He died without closing his eyes. That scene was more despairing than anything else. He cursed loudly. You stupid bastards. Ronald knelt in pain, both physically and emotionally. Why were you so arrogant to fight to the death? Did you think I was strong? So you all had to be strong too. He gently closed his friend's eyes. This was perhaps the last thing Ronald could do for him. Realizing the situation he should have run from. You fools. Ronald remained kneeling there, blaming himself and his comrades. Why is that? The giants could counter the strongest aura sword of the Empire. Why is it only my sword that can fight against them? He stared at his friend, guilt gnawing at Ronald's soul. Even though he had done nothing wrong, he said, if it were not for that, a support soldier like me would not have to be on the front lines. And you would not have died. Ronald's eyes were filled with despair. He slumped down in a pool of blood after a life or death battle. The only survivor being Ronald, the one left behind bearing the deepest pain. Suddenly, in the pitch-black darkness, a voice emerged. Is anyone there? At that voice, he suddenly lifted his head in shock, his eyes wide open. Someone said, I am injured and can't move. The sound of that voice felt somewhat familiar. It was as if the voice recognized something, surprise evident in his eyes. She was still trying to cry for help. Is anyone there? Ronald immediately plunged his sword into the ground and searched for the owner of the voice. He stood up and shouted, looking for someone. She was still alive. Ronald staggered forward, each step filled with pain that made him grit his teeth, as if he had found who he was looking for. His eyes fixed on a spot. He ran toward a distance where a girl was severely injured. That person was Adiza Nakaluzia. He felt joy seeing her. A smile appeared on his face. She was still alive. He continued. Commander. Akalsa wore a torn outfit below. She sat leaning against a large rock, covered in blood, her face weary and worn. He said, Adizan. Hold on. Ronald gritted his teeth in helplessness. Unsure of what to do, he slowly approached her and asked, what happened to our brilliant leader? Adizan was surprised he was still alive. She said, Ronald, are not you just a private? You are not that strong. She remembered something serious to ask. More importantly, is Ahe dead? Hearing that, Ronald replied, Yep. I killed him. His body is not far from here. Adizan sighed in relief. Really? This surprised Ronald, wondering why she was asking. Suddenly, tears rolled down Adizan's cheeks as she murmured, He did. She cried while silently thanking him. Thank you so much, Private Ronald. He quietly looked at his commander. Who would have thought a cold person like her would one day sit and cry? Ronald gave a thumbs up. Well, if you are that grateful, can you grant me one request? Hearing that, Adizan wondered. A request? He recounted how the bodies of those loyal soldiers were usually handled according to regulations. Their bodies would be burned or discarded, but this time, could you order them to be treated with a bit more respect? She looked at him, thought for a moment, and said, I am not sure about that right now. I am in worse shape than you. So would not it be better for you to take care of them yourself? As soon as she finished speaking, Ronald choked. Oh my commander. How could I dare to? Oh dear. Oh dear. He showed his bloodied hand. See that, I am not in any better shape than you. Ronald looked at the blood pooling from his mouth. I could die at any moment now. He looked regretful. Normally, I just wander around, never having a chance to accomplish anything. And now I am forced to face the grave like this. The heavens are so unfair. Adizen asked him, if you survive, is there anything you want to do? He replied with a smile, of course. A lot. Ronald looked up at the sky. The only thing I can think of right now is what you are wondering. I wonder what it feels like to reach the academy, she wondered. The academy. Right. Ronald recalled the memories from when he fought. Yeah. That damn giant said a few words that kept replaying in my mind. He continued speaking. More importantly, Ronald revealed that it was because my sister's last wish was for me to reach the academy. He sighed. But it is such a shame. Maybe in just a few minutes, I will be reunited with my family. Adan tried to salvage the situation, to reassure him. When the rain stops, will the rescue team start searching? Ronald said calmly. I already told you I am classified as missing. Why do you keep saying that? Ronald fell silent for a moment and then said, such pointless things. Suddenly, the rain began to lighten, and sunlight started to break through. The commander and Ronald were startled. He looked up. What is this? Is the rain stopping? Adizen was also curious. The storm suddenly stopped. At that moment, the ground began to shake. An earthquake occurred. Both were startled. Unsure of what was happening, Ronald was irritated. What is this? He suddenly noticed something. A monstrous creature with 8 wings and blinding light appeared. Ronald shouted loudly. Not only that, hundreds of monsters began to appear as well. Ronald panicked. What the hell is this? Where did they crawl out from? Seeing the scene before her, Adizen felt helpless. No way. 3 giants can be the end. Right. Her voice trembled. In the end, I still can save the world 3 times. Adizen desperately theorized. With only one last chance left, I could not think of anything else. A voice cut through her thoughts. The commander, Ronald shouted loudly. The commander snapped her back to reality. He yelled, what is wrong with you? You need to control your emotions. Hurry up and use your psychic powers, or something to throw me up there. Damn it. I can reach them from down here. She was stunned for a moment. What? He continued yelling. Don't you plan to destroy them? Adizen was shocked. Even in this situation. Are you still planning to fight? Ronald looked at her helplessly. Are you kidding? Are you just going to sit there and wait to die? He was serious. Even if it meant death. Ronald drew his sword and continued. I have to at least take those wings from these monsters. Adizen thought to herself. Even now, he still has not given up. She realized something and exclaimed. That is right. He is that kind of person. If not, how could we have come this far? She thought. If it were him. Adizen was momentarily stunned by his determination. Placing her hand on Sergeant Ronald's shoulder, he turned back and asked. What now? He feigned annoyance. I am really busy. Just keep rambling. Suddenly, she lunged forward, giving him a passionate kiss that left him frozen. What was Ronald thinking? What is this? From Adizen's mouth, a green gem was passed into his. He looked on in confusion. What was she putting in my mouth? She leaned in close and whispered something in his ear. After hearing her, Ronald was shocked. Wait. He was trying hard to catch what she was about to say. Ronald pushed Adizen away. Given the circumstances, what on earth was she rambling about now? Did she just call him Sergeant Ronald? Adizen asked Roland. If we meet again, could you tell me not to do anything foolish, and just settle for being a seamstress? These words left Ronald astounded. Look at all I have done now. She smiled at him. But that is something I have never tried before. Hearing this, Ronald thought for a moment, fixing his gaze on her. The 8-winged monster summoned its power, aiming directly at the 2 people in front of it. In an instant, a horrifying explosion occurred. Adizen's gem glowed and then vanished into nothingness. Ronald opened his eyes, gasping. Commander. He shouted her name. Commander. But the scene in Than Ban before him left him stunned. He was shocked. It can't be? Is this place really? Beneath his hand was lush green grass. Ronald stood up in disbelief, unable to trust his own eyes. His old hometown of Nimbuden. Have I really gone back to the past? At this moment, the system notification board drew special attention to the first day. Leaning against the trunk of a great tree, Ronald curled up, sighing in despair, one hand on his forehead, his gaze vacant from what he just experienced. The commander's words were indeed true. Remembering that fateful moment, Ronald was alarmed by Adizen's actions. Their lips closed together. She passed him a gem. This left Ronald startled, asking, what did you put in my mouth? But she appeared remarkably calm with her plan. She explained, what you just swallowed is a gem that can turn back time. Adizen looked at him with a serious gaze. Enough to make her upcoming words all the more believable. That is why someone who used to be a seamstress like me could rise to the rank of commander. Although this gem allows for time travel 4 times, I have already used it 3 times, so there is only one chance left. Adisen's eyes, which had gradually narrowed, became gentler, filled with hope for him and her helplessness. So I will pass it on to you. The power can kill giants. Knowing that both she and Ronal could not handle the giants as they were, she continued to whisper in his ear, I believe you are the key to preventing the destruction of this world. So you need to hone your skills. I am glad you want to do that too. He never expected that casual remark from before would stick in Adisen's mind. What was he panicking about? I am just talking nonsense. No matter how much you deny it. She advised you to come to the Filian Academy if you want to learn. There are outstanding people there. So I am sure it will be helpful for you. Back to reality. Ronal gritted his teeth. Damn it. The more he thought, the angrier he became. Seriously. If this is a dream, wake up already. Even if I really went back in time, what could I do alone? Suddenly, Ronal's eyes widened in shock as he remembered something. Wait, is this the past? With that thought in mind, he gripped the wooden stick beside him tightly. Then Ronal stood up straight, staring at the giant tree, his feet swiftly stepping across the green grass. Finally, he took the wooden stick and ran fast. Joyfully thinking, I might get to see my sister, under the blazing sun. Ronal dashed through the crowded street with the stick in hand. Thinking about the prospect of reuniting with his sister excited him, and his expression brightened because of it. If I really go back just a little further. Suddenly, Ronal's gaze hit something that surprised him. From a distance, Han's group was up to their old bullying tricks, making him unable to hold back from cursing at them. Looking at the victim's face twisted in pain, Ronal wondered why they were hanging a child upside down like that. He decided to turn a blind eye, not wanting to get involved since he was too familiar with Han's unscrupulous actions. They have not changed at all. But just as he turned away, Ronal noticed something strange. Wait, that child is not hanging by rope but by magic. The presence of someone who could use magic in this remote area confused him. Why would such a valuable person, so rare on the battlefield, appear in this rural area? Remembering something important, he exclaimed in astonishment. Now I remember. Around this time they should be here too. The atmosphere around Al became gloomy. He trembled uncontrollably, his face gradually turning fearful. How long are they planning to do this? If it continues like this, something will happen to that kid. The child hanging upside down kept pleading. Please stop. One leg was wrapped in a stream of magical light. He cried and begged, I really do not have any money. My mom's medicine is very expensive. The poor child's situation did not touch Han's heart. He scoffed. Hey, what do you want me to do? Why should I care about your mother's health? After a moment, Han's face hardened, his hand raised high. Every word he uttered landed like a slap, distorting the child's face. If you were a good son, you should earn more money. Suddenly, Han stopped and turned to look at Ale. He ordered. This kid still does not know his place. Pull him up the tree. Al was extremely panicked upon hearing this. Tran true. I can't do that. If I pull him higher and accidentally slip. Han spoke irritably. What are you? A girl. Aren't you the one hanging him up already? He warned in a harsh tone. Shut up and pull him up quickly. Before you end up hanging with him. His face turned pale with fear. His brows knitted tightly. Feeling confused about how things had turned out this way. Was learning magic a mistake? Looking back at that moment, you joyfully showcased your magic to the crowd, emphasizing that you just wanted to show everyone you could do something well. Your hands trembling while casting magic. You bit your conscience, thinking you had to tell him you could not do it. But Al frowned, tears welling in his eyes. I am so scared. You bit your lower lip, trying to encourage yourself. I still have to speak up, while Han and his gang eagerly awaited. You trembled as you spoke. Please. The moment Ale uttered that, he pleaded for it to stop. At that moment, a wooden staff swung towards you. After hitting you on the head, Ronal reminded you. Stop it. You idiot. Kill it. Now the magic was interrupted, causing the light around the boy's feet to disappear. It fell to the ground. Surprising Han's group, he was furious. What are you doing? And rushed at Al, raising his fist in threat. He shouted. Are you trying to mock me? Do you think I am joking with you? You hunched down. I did not mean to. Suddenly, Ronal stepped in front of you, calmly speaking up. Hey Al. Do not worry about that trash. Talk to me. At that moment, Al finally recognized who had hit him. Ronal. He did not pay attention to him behind him and continued talking. Now I have something to say to you. Han was furious at being ignored. Hey. You jerk? Is that for real? He questioned. Where did you learn that teleportation magic? Al honestly shared. I learned from a spell book I bought at a street stall. Your answer left Ronal both surprised and impressed. You learned from a cheap spell book and are that good? He pondered. That is amazing. I will have to observe more closely. But with this, facing a giant. A long sword was slowly being drawn with a sharp sound. With his skills and battlefield experience, Ronald recognized that sound immediately. Looking at Han's grim face holding the long sword. "You are surprising me." "A sword," he growled. "Do you dare to ignore me?" Han's eyes were fiery, veins bulging on his forehead. "You bring up old stories. It seems since I purposely lost to you. You have gotten arrogant." As he finished speaking, he charged at Ronald with his sword, shouting, "But today I will set you straight." Danger was closing in, but Ronald remained calm. He assessed the blade rushing toward him. This real sword. Where did this guy pull it from? The stance was terrible, but he was strong enough to rule around here. He smoothly leaned back, dodging Han's slash. Feeling proud, knowing this was nothing to him, Han's eyes widened, his expression uneasy as he watched Ronald effortlessly evade the attack. It was that easy to dodge. He was satisfied with his body's reflexes, thinking to himself, even though my body has rejuvenated, some things remain the same. The instincts of a disciplined soldier. To avoid revealing his earlier insecurity, Han sarcastically mused about his luck. He still intended to make sure you would not be able to lift a spoon for the rest of your life. Ronald did not bother to argue. Right. Today is indeed lucky for me. Even though I have been unlucky my whole life, I won't give up on making Ronald submit to me and continue to raise his sword in warning, then get on your knees and beg, and I might spare you. Of course. You will only have one hand left. The words had no psychological impact. He mocked, clearly intimidated, seemingly oblivious to Ronald's indifferent attitude. Han continued, "If I kill you, I promise to treat your sister really well." Hearing him mention his sister, Ronald immediately asked back in a serious tone, "Did you just mention my sister?" "Over here," and replied casually, "Yeah. Every time I see her, I think her backside is really nice." If I had not waited for Han to finish, his face would have darkened, and with a terrifying glare, he swung the stick forward, splattering blood into the air, and stood frozen, unable to comprehend what just happened to him, watching one ear float away into the sky. Stunned, the long sword fell heavily to the ground with a piercing sound. A bone-deep pain shot through him, and Han screamed in horror. He cradled one side of his head, moaning in agony, which frightened his subordinates behind him. A pair of brown shoes approached him, accompanied by a cold voice. Ronan's face darkened. He growled, "You bastard." Ronald glared, enraged to the point of veins bulging. "Do you want to die?" 4 accepted. In the open area, a group of thugs watched Ronald beat up Han. They fearfully exclaimed, "How can this be happening? He cut off that guy's ear." Blood dripped down the wooden stick onto the ground. "With that wooden stick?" he spoke, causing them to panic. "You bastards. Enjoying the show?" Ronald kicked at Han, making him scream in pain. "If you do not want to end up like that bastard, then get the hell out of here." Terrified, clutched his bleeding head wooed, "And of course, remember to leave behind the money you just robbed as compensation for my emotional distress." Yep. Hearing him say that, they quickly agreed. "We will return it." Ronald returned the stolen money to him, leaving him quite bewildered. "Here's your money back." This is what he asked him. "Are you really giving all this back to me? This is more than what I was robbed of." "It is. I just need this." He was so happy he could cry, hugging the bag of money tightly. "Don't worry about them seeking revenge or anything. They do not have the guts to hang around here anymore." "Thank you. You are too kind." Ronald waved his hand. "Consider it a small matter." "No problem. You can head home now." "Aha." Al stood in the middle, nervously clenching his fists. "What is wrong?" "I really apologize." Al bowed his head to apologize to him. "Do you remember how terrified you used to be?" "I know I should not have done that. Even if Han threatened me." "Oh," cried Tears. "But I was so scared that I could not do anything. It is all my fault. I sincerely apologize." He exhaled with a smile. "Are you being all sentimental again? When Han brought you here, I thought you must be in a situation like mine." He placed a comforting hand on Al's shoulder, saying she should not blame herself like that. He smiled brightly. "It is not your fault, but I will still accept your feelings." He bent down to say goodbye, clutching his money bag as he left. Al waved goodbye to him. Ronald gazed thoughtfully down. To him, Al seemed like a kind and lovely girl. Ronald smirked. "Well, she is not that bad after all." He lightly tapped Al on the shoulder, startling her. "Do you remember I said I needed to talk to you?" "Oh right." Ronald turned away, saying, "Good. So we will meet here again in 4 days." "Why in 4 days?" Al turned back to ask Ronald. "What do you mean?" "I have something to do now. See you later." As the moon rose, he drew his sword, looking at Azel with a warning gaze that made him turn pale. "Of course, if you do not come, you know what the consequences will be." "Right." He ran off, leaving Al alone, speechless. "Well then, if you are late, you are done for." Ale was stunned to hear that. Deep in the forest, There was a small house. Ronan stood at the door, sunlight shining on him, casting his shadow on the door. Ronan held a bouquet of fresh roses. Is this too much? I remember she likes flowers, so I pick any flowers I see. He felt shy and wanted to throw the bouquet away. I should have thrown them away. The wooden door opened, and a pair of feet stepped out. She wondered who was outside. Is it Ronan? Ronald glanced back. You are back. During my time in the army, I always thought about what to say when I see her again. Should I apologize for leaving without a word? Or tell her I missed her a lot? I have always thought about today. Yet that was all the soldier Ronald could muster. Who smiled brightly. All I could say was, you came home early today. He was taken aback by her words. Ronald held the bouquet and bowed his head to answer. Yep. The meal was prepared by I. All set on the table. Oh my. I can't believe you are still alive until today. She hugged the bouquet happily. A gift from her aloof little brother. Ronald's sister shouted in joy. I am so happy. It is all I wanted. She wanted to get more food for Ronald, but he refused. Will my lovely little brother be full with this? I will get you some more stew. Thanks. But this is enough. Ronald looked at Aro, puzzled. But I have a question to ask. How old is your sister this year? Oh my. Ronalyn. You are 22. But why are you asking that? He hesitated to answer. I just forgot. How could I forget my own sister's age? I stood up anxiously. Are you hurt? Or are you running a fever? If she is 22, then in 10 years those bastards will come. She leaned closer and placed her hand on Ronalyn's forehead. I do not think you have a fever, just as I thought. This sister is still the same. He stared blankly at Iroh's worried expression, still smiling and kind as ever. Are you sure you are still okay and warm? I wish this moment could last forever. Ronald's hand brushed against Iroh's hand. But just 10 more years to protect this world and her. He held her hand down. Do you have something to tell her? What is it? Ronald informed her. I am planning to join the academy. I looked at him questioningly. Why the academy? Her eyes lit up as she heard him say that. Really? Aro was so happy she could cry. Say that again. You are serious? Right. Oh yes. I am serious. But every time you bring it up, I never pay attention. Ronald was speechless as he watched her actions. Can't he wait any longer? Oh, rummaged through everything in the house. She was searching and talking at the same time. I knew this day would come. You are so smart. I am sure you will excel in whatever you want. Yeah. Thanks. You slammed a pot down, and both of them looked inside the large pot. This is a surprise gift for you. Inside the pot was a pile of gold coins. Money. Why is there so much money? I secretly saved up to surprise you. Ronald gazed at the pile of gold coins in astonishment. If you do not change your mind about the academy, I want to pay your tuition. You are too kind. When did you start doing this? He continued. But even though I am really grateful, I want you to spend this money on yourself. Is this not enough? What do you mean? She placed her hands on her hips. It may look small, but it is a lot. I do not know where you plan to study, but it is at the Royal Academy Filion. She was surprised when he mentioned the name of the school he planned to attend. A shrill scream echoed from the wooden house, resonating through the forest. What? Are you kidding? Filion Imperial Academy, the best pioneering educational institution in the entire empire, with the most renowned professors on the continent, along with a wealth of resources from the empire's great families. This is where students get the best educational opportunities, so prestigious it can be called a factory that produces heroes. The reputation of this place is immense. General Adizan, Master Swordsman Shully, the worst criminal, the Frost Witch. Those from Filion were quite useful during the war. Useful enough that I can understand why the general mentioned it to me. In the dim forest, Ronald walked alone with his backpack. With such high entry standards and a huge fee, it is no wonder it is so famous. He thought of but he could not help but think about her reaction. If it were Ronald, I could do it. Ronald's footsteps paused, his gaze showing determination. All right. I will show her the results. A pair of legs blocked Ronald's path. But I did not know you would be here. Al stepped out from behind a tree. Mal. Not Marcel. It is. He saw Ronald and immediately became flustered. Plus, he said he would not leave me alone if I did not come. So let us forget about that. He took off his backpack. We are going to be really busy tonight. And there are a few things I need to check about you. Ronald threw the backpack down heavily. A test. A test. He raised his hand, leaving Al confused. What are you talking about? Not much. Really? Ronald smiled and pointed at himself. Use your psychic ability on me. Oh. Lift me as high as you can. After hearing that, his face was dripping with sweat. Use mental power. Why out of the blue? Al asked Ronald in confusion. Wait. Why do I have to do something so dangerous? It is not that dangerous. Just do as I say first. You raise your hand in front of you, looking very timid. I won't, so do not be scared. All right. Then a beam of green light emanated from his hands. I will start. Then. Al shouted, raising his hand towards Ronald, an invisible hand. He was surprised to see the beams of light surrounding him. The light swirled around Ronald's feet, lifting him up. Look, it is much better now. Ronald floated in mid-air, grinning with delight. Even more than I thought, although still lacking in height and balance. This feeling was very similar to back then, in the battle with a 2YG. The power of the mind helped me fight evenly against that jerk. The power of the mind is a rare ability, even considered rare among wizards. This means he will become one of the most important assets in the fight against A. Starting like this, Al closed his eyes and trembled, saying to Ronald, "Not bad. Ronald, it is a bit hard for me to control." From above, he drew his sword, looking at Azel. "Can you come down now? Hold on a bit longer. I have one more thing to check." Al frowned, worried about Ronald. "I will come down myself." What do you mean you will come down yourself?" Ronald raised his sword high, slicing through the air. Al's eyes widened at his actions. "What is this?" Ronald jumped down from above without harm. Did Ronald just cut his man a line? You questioned Ronald's recent action. What did you just do? It is nothing. Just a way of tumbling that I have known how to do forever. Well, a punch from him flew straight into Al's head. What do you mean by tumbling? This is the first time I have seen someone cut mana flow. But forget it. I do not really know why either. Ronald pulled his sword back. He thinks figuring out what this skill is a whole homework assignment he has to tackle. The sword reflected the image of the giant at. The reason his sword had an effect on him might be why. Then I can think about this slowly. So now Ronald picks up his backpack again. There is work to be done. After all, you have passed. Al caught a bag he tossed over, took it, and followed me, before the moon completely disappears. There are a few things we need to do, he smirked and said. Late at night like this. What do you mean? Under the moonlight, Ronald's eyes shone. This could become the first page in Ronald's autobiography. The greatest book in the entire empire. There. The moonlight illuminated the dark forest. In the forest, there were only Azul and Ronalyn. The Phi Academy. Right. You walked while panting. Did I hear wrong? Ronald. We are heading to the Phi Academy, where only elite members of the Empire are present. Ronald glanced at Al to answer his question. You and I are right, so do not ask again. So annoying. He looked at Al's hesitant expression and asked again. What is it? You do not want to go. That is not the issue. You replied awkwardly. You have talent in martial arts, so you should be fine. But I do not know anything. Ronald's gaze turned fierce as he looked at Al. Plus, I am both cowardly and sullen. Hey. Oh. Do you want to keep living like this? You flinched at that. Al froze upon hearing Ronald's words about his talent, realizing he was wasting it by being a laughingstock. Is that really the life you want? Ronald crossed his arms and closed his eyes, saying, honestly, you have a really stupid way of thinking. You are cowardly and sullen. Ronald's words struck Azul like a knife to the chest. He became a crying child, weeping for everything, and you are a scared failure. But that is okay, because from now on you can still change. But the time that is past cannot be regained, and one day, you will regret it like I did. The image of Ronald holding a bloodstained sword in the battlefield of my past life. He placed a hand on Azul's shoulder. What do you think? Changed your mind? Ronan, suddenly. Your cheeks turned bright red. Oh my, Ronan. Al covered his mouth with his hand. You looked at him with very emotional eyes. Were you really worried about someone like me all this time? I won't force you because this is your life. So if you want, you can return to that way of living. Al shouted loudly when he saw Ronald turning to leave. Hold on. I am busy now. Ronald, I want to change things up too. Ronald smiled smugly when he heard him say that. I will go to Philium with you. So teach me what I need to do. On the outside, he pretended to be indifferent, but inside he was very happy. All right. This is the first time you are showing your manliness. For your first step into great manliness. Let us get started. Shall we? Ronald's face showed wicked glee as he turned his back. Just as he had predicted, the flames blazed, warming the air around them. Al was on guard when he saw the light in the forest. Ronald and Al whispered to each other while hiding in the bushes. So Ronald, is that really my first step? Of course. Next to the fire was a goblin. That is the best opponent I could find to bring out all your talents. The goblin was leaning against a large rock, resting. It was a moonshadow goblin. There were many other goblins sprawled out on the ground sleeping. It was also the leader of the pack. Ronald laughed like a flower as he slapped Al on the shoulder. Seeing the situation, Al trembled in fear. What do you think? Isn't it great? How are we going to do this? Ronald's eyes sparkled as if he had found his prey. Now, shall we get started? Count to 6. Ronald and Al crept through the grass. Moonshadow Goblin. The goblins often appear in this area. Most people can easily tell them apart from ordinary goblins by their yellow skin and deformed bodies. But the true trait of Moonshadow Goblins is their obsession with gold and all kinds of jewels. They like to ambush merchants and rob them. They gather all the stolen things in one place and throw a festival. The light of the jewels shines brightly in the night sky on a full moon night like tonight. Al trembled in fear upon hearing this. So the real reason we are here is just that. Jonah's face lit up with excitement. We will steal all that gold and jewels. Al observed the situation while speaking. I have never heard of goblins gathering jewels in one place and throwing a festival. He opened the empty backpack. But how did you know about that? Well, I have my ways. I can tell her I saw it in my past life while wandering around. Ronald threw an arm around Al's shoulder, making him very uncomfortable. Anyway, he just needs to use his telekinesis to transfer all the jewels into this bag while they are still drunk. The two of them were close together. Easy. Right. It does not sound easy at all. What if I make a mistake and wake them up? Al imagined the goblin waking up, and that would be a huge problem. He fearfully asked Ronald, making him very annoyed. This is too dangerous. We should think carefully. You are such a coward. Ronald began to explain the theory to Al. Listen, to get into Filian Academy, we need two things. First, there is the money. We need to pay that crazy tuition. Second, there is practical experience. Money is an issue, but experience is even more important. You know, in Finn, everyone is trained as nobility from birth. Do you want to beat those guys? There is only one way. Al threatens Al. It is a reckless move. Those elitists are the perfect opponents. We will get both money and experience. One arrow hits two targets. Al crouches down, crying in frustration. Did I say something wrong? Or do you have a better idea? Let us just stick with that. He gave him a strong pat on the back for encouragement. Alright, the moonlight shone through the leaves in the forest. Golden objects floated in the air, then fell straight into the bag that Ronald had opened. More and more things are falling in. Okay, just a little more. Just a little more. Al bulged his eyes and puffed his cheeks, using all his strength to transfer items into the bag. Alright, just like that, at Ronald's command, the items fell down, dropping in. He smiled with joy as he saw each piece land in the bag. Awesome. Ronald looked inside the bag. This is the last bag. 2 bags are filled with gold and jewels. It is all full now. Ronald was very pleased. He spun Al's head around, making his hair a mess. I told you. Oh. Experience is number 1. Yeah, that is right. We did it. Ronald looked at him, smiling with satisfaction. Actually, I am not that confident about her adapting so quickly. Al smiled contentedly. She is more capable than I thought. We did it. You do not know what is behind you. Ronald smiled a devilish grin. I found a good henchman. He reached into the bag to check and said, all right. The bags are full of gold. Really? Then we are done. Ronald closed the bag, replying to him. Yeah. There is nothing left to do. Let us head back. Before trouble found them, a crow darted forward. The poachers chased after that crow. Damn it. They shouted. You two punks. Ronald and Al, holding the bags, prepared to leave but turned back at the shout. Stop right there. Ronald wondered. Which crazy ones are making noise in the middle of the night? The loud sound woke up the leading elf. What is going on? It looked towards the treasure chamber. Is late. Where is that noise coming from? The elf discovered that all the treasure in the chamber had vanished. What is this? Where has all my sparkling treasure gone? Seeing this, it shouted loudly, waking up all the others. There is a thief. They are starting to gather together. A thief? Where? Where are they? The leading elf quickly realized. They looked towards Ronald and Al leaving. The two were startled to see the elves had discovered them. The elves roared angrily. They rushed quickly towards the two. This is not good. Al was terrified beyond measure. He was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. Ronald, seeing this, immediately got into a fighting stance. Whoosh, there is no way this would go smoothly. He sat on the ground looking up at Ronald, his whole body trembling with fear. Desperately, he asked, what now? Ronald, should we just leave the bags and run? That is not happening. He slowly drew his sword. Without this money, how do you plan to pay for tuition? How do you intend to earn this money? But that does not matter right now. The goblins are charging in, their eyes bloodshot, furious, ready to devour Ronald and Al. He shouted loudly, wanting to cling to Ronald. They are coming. They are coming. Ronald. He looked at his sword, deep in thought. A long sword forged from cheap metal. With this weight and hardness, Ronald's eyes reflected on the blade. I could probably swing it 15 times. There were about 30 of them. Their sharp claws lunged towards him. Al yelled from behind Ronald. Ronald. Ronald's vision darkened. He raised his sword, sensing the situation around him. Be careful. 15 swings. Ronald unsheathed the mighty clear sword. With just one swing, he decapitated the goblins. Blood splattered from their severed heads. Al's eyes widened in shock as he watched the goblins' heads fall. Ronald's sword was drenched in their blood. Ronald's gaze was sharp, a delighted expression like a wolf hunting its prey. 14 more swings to go. 7 left. The crows screeched loudly in the late night. At the same time, the final swing was made. Ronald exhaled. This is the last one. Right, not too hard. After all, Al could not believe what he was witnessing. Thinking, how is this even possible? Reflecting on Ronald's incredible moment just now was astonishing. He had beheaded 3 goblins with a single swing, and there were more goblins charging in from afar. Ronald had vanished and reappeared, in an instant, with just a few sword strokes. He swiftly dealt with the unfortunate goblins. Al could not help but swallow hard. Watching Ronald's impressive figure from afar, Al felt a surge of excitement, never expecting to witness such a scene. Ronald turned back and asked, "Hello, what are you doing?" Planning to keep sitting there like a statue. Al was startled. Stammering, "Sorry, I did not know." Picking up his sword, Ronald replied, "No need to apologize. Just grab your things and let us go." He smiled and said, "Let us head home." The night enveloped the quiet forest as Ronald and the others set off to a new destination. Rubbing his sore shoulder, he exclaimed, "Honestly, I am so I thought we could travel comfortably. But who knew it would be this tough?" Al beside him was not faring much better either, placing his hand on his shoulder. Ronald thought, "I have only fought a few goblins, and my muscles are sore all over. Is it because I am still growing?" He decided he needed to step up his physical training, when a suddenly asked Ronald what that terrifying scream was. Ronald replied, "I do not know." He recalled the scream that came from nowhere, ruining their stealing plan, and grumbled, "It is midnight. Why is there still noise? Those crazy idiot. Just wait. I will make them pay for their actions." The two were unaware that an arrow was aimed at them. Suddenly, a red arrow was shot without warning. It flew swiftly toward Al, just as she sensed something and turned around. The arrow was already about to hit her. Elash. Ronald reacted, catching the arrow before Aisel had a chance to move, exclaiming, "Damn. It is happening already." At that moment, Al grasped the situation, fearfully shouting, "An arrow. Where did this come from all of a sudden?" Ronald cautiously said, "Could it have come from that cursed forest? Why are there so many crazies there?" But suddenly, 2 strangers caught their eye behind them. "Who are you two?" The black-haired guy spoke up. "Just some humans. And a bunch of kids too." The comment quickly irritated Ronald. He smirked and approached their group, saying, "Sorry, kids, we thought we saw something rustling in the distance. So we thought it was a monster." He said this while fixating on Ronald's bag full of jewels. He acted apologetic. "Oh man. We almost killed someone." He signaled to the guy behind him. Acting concerned, he asked if the two were hurt. But Ronald interrupted him. He exposed the nonsense they were hiding. The two could not even conceal their eyes. Seeing they were exposed, the two looked confused. Ronald continued, "Stop your pointless actions and answer me." His eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. He threatened, "Who are you two?" The two felt goosebumps from his gaze and shouted in unison. The black-haired guy still tried to appear harmless, smiling as he approached Ronald, thinking back, "It really was our fault. We forgot to introduce ourselves. Sorry." As he spoke, he stealthily drew his sword and swung it toward Ronald, loudly introducing himself. "Caliboro." Ronald muttered, "Caliboro." Then in a flash, he grabbed the guy's arm tightly, causing him to cry out in pain, and quickly delivered an uppercut, making him roll his eyes and spit blood. Ronald mocked, "Is that the name of a division?" The blonde guy saw his friend quickly go down and charged in, "You little brat." Witnessing this from the side, called out to Ronald while using her magic. She shouted a warning, "It is dangerous." Then she used her invisible hand to control the blonde guy, feeling his body unable to move. He shouted, "What? I can't move." Seeing this, Ronald cheered in delight. "You really did well with that compliment." Then he kicked the knife out of the blonde's hand, swiftly grabbing it, and unleashed a flurry of invisible slashes. The blonde did not even realize what was happening as his body absorbed a series of cuts, just managing to say, "Who the hell are you?" Before he could finish, he collapsed with a pained cry, seeing the body fall before her. Al gasped. She fearfully asked, "Ronan, is he dead?" Ronald calmly replied, "Dead. Why should I leave a way out for someone who wants to kill me? Did you not hear what they said? They are Caliboro." Al responded, confused. "Caliboro? You explained it to her. Poachers. Kidnappers. Human traffickers. That group can commit any crime and is the most ruthless criminal gang in the Empire. You know." While speaking, you dealt the black-haired guy another fatal stab. If it were not for me, your insides would have been taken out, and today would become your secret funeral. Al could not argue back and cried out, not letting her continue. Ronald said, "It would be foolish to know who they are, and still let them live and commit crimes." Suddenly, the bag started to move. Ronald just told Al, "Stop messing around. Get the stuff." When the bag jumped, he froze, seeing the bag moving continuously. Ronald wondered, "What is wrong with this bag? Why is it moving? Ale replied. Those two must have brought it here. Is it an animal that was hunted? As he untied the bag. Ronald speculated. Yeah. Probably. All right. We are opening the bag right now. As the bag opened, a pair of sharp green eyes looked towards him. A dark shadow suddenly flew up with a loud cry through the forest, catching both of them off guard. Staring at the strange bluebird before them, they both stood frozen. Ronald stammered. What is up with this chicken? Blink 8. Its feathers are blue. The chicken did not understand what Ronald was saying. It chirped. Al clapped her hands, looking at it with delight, saying, Ronan, it is the first time I have seen a blue bird. He replied. Me too. But is that cuff a Caliboro cuff? A sturdy cuff made of metal appeared. The hunting cuff of Caliboro. It disturbs mana and restricts the movement of the cuffed person. Ronald thought. I thought they rarely used it, or only used it when capturing mystical beings. So maybe it is the blue bird. Ronald cast some spell on the blue bird. It was flying when it suddenly spoke. Can you answer? Suddenly, the blue bird screamed, seemingly in disbelief at what was happening. It yelled. Finally connected. Al fearfully clung to Ronald, trembling as she asked, did the bird just talk? He uncomfortably pushed her face away. Do you really think it is speaking? It is a communication spell. Ronald thought. It just flew out and connected immediately. He looked at what was on the ground, continuing to speculate. Maybe that bag can block mana. You must be the owner of this bird. Right, and somehow, his voice reached a mysterious figure. He said, Indeed. My name is Varant, currently researching mystical creatures. I am not a guardian of Marpet. No matter how many times I tried to communicate, it just did not work. I was about to report back. How lucky. But sorry. Who are you? Ronald pushed Al aside and answered clearly. We are just passing through. We just fought off some poachers who captured the bird, and it was too bloody to describe. He recalled his battle with them. Unsure of how to explain it, he looked at Marpet and continued. We saved it? Suddenly, he exclaimed. What? Poachers. I thought about it, but I never expected this to actually happen. I owe you a lot. I do not know how to repay you. Al seemed to be getting comfortable. He stepped forward to look at the bird with delight. No need. But how do I return the bird to you? It seems tired from being trapped. Ronald looked at the cuff on the bird's leg and asked, if I take this off, can it? The other person replied, It should be fine. The dream bird remembers home well. So if you let it go. He had not finished his sentence when Ronald drew his sword to comply. Then it is settled. He swung his sword swiftly and cleanly. Much to the startled and frightened gaze of the bird, it only dared to chirp a few times before the metal cuff shattered into pieces. He sheathed his sword and urged it. Go back to your father. Bluebird, don't make your father worry. Ronald noticed that in its eyes. He now looked just like a prince from a romance story, radiating a sparkling aura. It gazed at him, mesmerized, and chirped. Ronald looked at it curiously. It is wiggling its butt at me. What does that mean? Ronald looked at the bird in front of him, wondering why Long was so difficult to deal with. He replied, It wants you to pluck a feather before it flies away. It seems like this little guy wants to see you again. After you pluck a feather, it can guide you like a compass. Have you plucked a feather? If you ever go to the research center, be sure to visit Menet and me. I will repay you. With that, the bird with the golden seal flew away. He watched in wide-eyed admiration. Was fast. All looked at Ronald's hand curiously. What are you holding? Ronald. He followed Al's gaze down to his hand and saw something round. In the empty forest. He looked at it, wondering, what is this? A few days later, in a place resembling a camp or market, people were continuously transporting goods. A merchant held up a string of green sapphire gemstones to his eyes and exclaimed, The value and craftsmanship of this jewelry is truly precious. I will offer you 20 gold coins. The caravan leader, Carabaldun Carabal, spoke up. Everything you brought is valuable. Today I am really lucky to meet a customer like you. Al hid behind Ronald's arm, listening to his cheerful tone. Finally someone understood. The other merchants were all frauds. He had just argued with one of them. This is worth 5 gold coins. Are you blind? Old man. The old man grumbled back. What did you say? Al had to pull Ronald back. Calm down, Ronald. He sighed in frustration. I was really angry, but luckily, I met a sharp-eyed merchant like you. It was worth all the trouble. Carbal happily shook his hand. Thank you. I am glad to hear you say that. All let out a quiet sigh of relief. He continued. Do you want to appraise anything else? Ronald reached into his pocket, pulled out something, and replied, How about this? I am not planning to sell it. I am just curious to know what it is. The item he presented was quite shiny, resembling a banknote, and oval-shaped. The old man adjusted his glasses in surprise as soon as he saw it. Ronald looked at it, recalling that night when the blue bird left this egg behind. At first, he thought it had pooped on him, but that was not the case. He remembered scolding that bird for rewarding him with this mess. And to test it, Ronald yelled as he threw it against a rock. That is impressive. He thought he had thrown it against the rock to see what would happen. Surprisingly, the egg even broke the rock, revealing how tough it was. Both stared in awe at the shattered rock. Ronald was stunned. He watched the old man examining the egg. He was not sure if it was an egg or something else. But it was definitely a product of a very rare mystical creature. It could be a priceless treasure. Carbol examined it for a long time, his face serious as he spoke, the color and texture. Don't tell me. Ronald's bright face looked at him, and then he exclaimed, "Is that horse dung?" Ronald froze with disbelief. He sprayed glue. Ronald denied it. Taking the egg back, "Of course not." He scratched his head and laughed. "Yeah. Right. I do not know what it is either. I think it is a rare object. Why do not you take it to a professional appraiser?" He sighed as he put it back in his pocket. "I should probably do that. Now I am curious. I guess I won't sell it yet." Al pondered nearby. "Is that a hardened piece of dung?" Ronald continued the conversation. "Do you sell books about Phil?" he asked back. "The Philian Academy." He pointed towards us all, explaining, "We were planning to participate in the entrance exam for Philian, but we do not know much about it." He seemed to catch on, excitedly exclaiming, "Entrance exam." Just then, "My daughter is also preparing for the entrance exam. She can help you too. She should be back soon." At that moment, a female voice called out from afar, "What is going on? Who are they?" Carabelle and the others turned back, smiling. "She is back. This is my only daughter, Maria." The girl with long hair blowing in the wind looked over at them. Ronald flinched. Maria. Is that really her?" Carbol called her over. "Maria, greet your friends. These are some big names your dad just dealt with," she asked, surprised. "Really? These little bee kids?" He gasped and shouted, "What is with this kid's way of speaking?" "Sorry about that. She grew up in the trade union, so she talks a bit rough." Al waved his hand. "It is." But Ronald. Right. Before he could finish speaking, he saw him walking over. He approached her and said, "You are Maria." Right. She looked at him and replied, "What is it?" Ronald continued, "Maria has the middle name Sen." Right. She, confused, admitted, "Yeah. But how did you know?" Ronald sweat, puzzled. "This is strange. You really do look just like her. But the person I know. I will ask you one more question. Lean in here." He waved his hand. She leaned in closer. "Wait. What do you want to ask?" Ronald whispered. "So down there. Do you have that bird?" She looked at him like he was an idiot. "What nonsense did I just hear?" Ronald seemed very serious, waiting for an answer. Maria pondered her thoughts. The precious thing. He seemed not to understand her angry expression and added, "No matter how I look at it, it seems you do not have that. Could that old man have another child he does not even know about?" Lost in thought, he suddenly received a slap to the face. Maria yelled angrily, "Shut up, you lunatic." Ronald recognized that slap, feeling it was oddly familiar. "It is that person, Countess Maria Sen." Maria Sen. When I was a soldier at a place called Amlin, was in charge of uniforms, with excellent work ethics and an open personality. She could strike up a conversation with anyone without hesitation. Maria was an admirable person. But when it came to discussing precious things among the guys, Maria would become unusually angry and had a puzzling reaction, slapping her own face. I have always been curious about the reason behind it. If I could meet Maria again, I would want to ask her about it. But that opportunity never came, because Maria passed away before I could ask. But I never expected to find the answer here. "Countess Maria, are you a woman?" She looked at him and shouted, "What are you laughing at? Was that not enough? Then I will give you another hit." Ronald got mad and tapped her head, stopping. "Wait. Are you pushing your luck just because I let you hit me? I let you slap me because I was wrong earlier, but I won." Before he could finish his sentence, Maria butted her head into his chain, yelling, "So what if I hit you a second time? What is it to you, you crazy person? What are you planning to do? You two are just grabbing each other by the hair and yelling. Are you serious? This crazy girl just die." They are throwing punches at each other. The other two watching this are frozen, not knowing what to say. "Stop. Stop fighting." They quickly run out to break up the fight. A moment later, Al stares blankly. What is going on with these two? They just fought like life and death. Maria brushes her hair and asks, "So these are the things left for you to use?" Ronald rests his chin and replies, "We need to check if they are okay." Al watches them think. But now that Ronald is talking to Maria, if it is not okay, I will go buy something else. And Azel looks at the scene in confusion. They are getting along again. Maria pulls out a sword and asks him, 3 swords and a magic wand. Why did they give you 3 swords? Isn't carrying all of them a hassle? He casually says, "Well, just in case. I tend to be a bit aggressive with swords, so how does that work?" Maria comments, "Yeah, they are not bad, but this black iron sword is the best." Black iron is pretty sturdy. So it is a sought-after item by renowned knights. I do not know how aggressive you are with swords, but this sword surely won tea break. She hands the sword to him. Ronald takes it, thinking, so this is the black iron sword. It used to be my favorite weapon in the past. Maria continues, but this wand has a very good magic stone attached. So leaving this for you. Could this girl be a sorceress? Maria smiles at Azel. He nods.
Yep.
That is right. She asks what kind of magic he uses. Al shyly replies, remote control magic. Mary unexpectedly praises. Remote control magic. Impressive, if done well. She might even get a scholarship. Al scratches her head and chuckles. Really? Maria looks at him. So the question now is, what technique will you showcase in the practical exam? Rona looks dumbfounded and asks, technique? She explains in detail. Don't you know? To enter Filion, you need to impress the professors and show them your technique in the practical exam. Of course, the theoretical exam is very difficult, but it can compare to the practical exam. So the main point I want to make is that if you do well in the practical exam, you will pass. In other words, if you can prove your worth, you should forget about entering the academy. Ronald takes a breath and replies, what? A swordsman just needs to be good at swordsmanship. For heaven's sake, so what do people usually showcase? Mary asks, well, most nobles showcase their family's secret techniques. Most fighters and other candidates showcase their own mana combat techniques. Ronald interrupts. Wait a minute, what mana? Can young swordsmen at this age use mana even if they are not mages? Maria looked at him in surprise. What are you talking about? If you are a future student of Filion, using it is a given. You can sense mana too, and with that amount of mana, you can utilize it in real combat. That is the most basic of basics. What kind of expression is that? Ronald asked her. Looking confused as if he was hearing it for the first time, she pointed at him. Trembling. Don't tell me you do not know how to sense mana, Ronald casually asked. Isn't it similar to using aura? Maria was completely shocked. She covered her face and mumbled. Oh my. I am talking to a guy like this, and he is rambling about entering Filion. Aura and mana are similar. How can you say that? Ronald placed his hand on his neck and replied softly. Maybe I already know a bit about it. You are making a big deal out of this. Maria said as she stood up. It is pointless. Just get out. Ronald looked at her, puzzled. What is with her sudden mood? She did not answer him. Continuing. By the way, can I borrow some of those swords? I left my sword at the blacksmith. Ronald watched Maria pick up a sword, saying, what? Wait a minute. Why are you being so sudden? What if you damage my sword? Maria smiled as she walked away. Don't worry. The match will end before that happens. If that happens, I will compensate you double, maybe even triple. Is that okay? He sighed in disbelief. Oh man. Maria looked at him seriously. So stop being ridiculous. Follow me. I will give you special training. Mana is the source of natural power like air. It is a type of natural energy that exists everywhere in the world. However, that does not mean everyone can use it. To use mana, you need to see and feel the mana within you and be able to use that feeling. To reach this stage, you need to train your innate talent. Countless personal reasons can affect this. But usually, it takes about a year of practice to start sensing it, and the future students of Filion have all passed this stage. After practicing their own mana techniques, they apply to Filion. Do you understand now? Don't even talk about sensing it. You can't even distinguish between aura and mana. Yet you want to enter Filion. That is meaningless. Maria held the sword and looked at him. She sighed. Okay, fine. In your view, aura is also a type of mana. But the difference between them is like heaven and earth. Ronald asked. Is there a difference? All the renowned geniuses struggled for at least 10 years of relentless training before they could awaken that innate power known as aura. Mary asked back. Do you understand anything now? Ronald replied foolishly. Well, not exactly. In his memory, he sometimes encountered them on the battlefield. They boasted about being aura users and possessing extraordinary strength. They really are quite troublesome. But in the end, they are not that scary. Because if you get your head chopped off, anyone will die. Mary interrupted his thoughts. All right. Let us put the explanations on hold. Let us get started. I think you will learn faster if you absorb it with your body rather than your head. Ronald quietly observed how she was getting ready. Well, she is just a young girl. Instantly, Mary lunged at Ronald. He widened his eyes in surprise at her incredible speed. The sound of swords clashing rang out loudly. He glanced at her. That is impressive. Facing her fierce expression, Ronald and Maria Sen were in extremely tense duel. 3 swords clashed against each other. Ronald thought to himself, look, our swords are pushing against each other, creating quite a strong force. He suddenly wondered, how could she be this strong at such a young age? Does she even know how to wield a sword? Maria felt a bit anxious, unsure about it. But is this some kind of mana technique? She saw him looking shocked and wondered to herself, what is wrong with this guy? The two continued to fiercely duel. She thought to herself, I still plan to finish him off in one strike. I want to show him the power of mana and make him forfeit the test. It is better than facing humiliation in the testing area. But why am I the one being pushed back? This can be the skill of someone who can use mana. Right, no way. Suddenly he asked her, what are you thinking? In a moment of carelessness, she was pushed back and knocked her sword aside again. His eyes suddenly lit up like a cat's eyes in the night. He raised his sword high and shouted, don't block anymore. Get out of the way. She was taken by surprise as his sword swung down. Luckily, she dodged just in time, leaping and sliding away a distance. The sound of the sword scraping against the ground created a piercing noise. She sighed in relief, saying, if I had been a moment slower, something might have happened. You are not ordinary at all. He smiled faintly in reply. You are not either, as he sheathed his sword. He continued, aside from mana, she also had quite a talent for swordsmanship, but her focus was a bit shaky. Then he turned to leave, adding that if she could fix that, she would be much stronger. She unexpectedly asked back, where are you going? She angrily pointed her sword at him and said, don't tell me you think you have won. He calmly replied, whatever you say. Just remember to keep your promise. You said it, did not you? 3 times. Her eyes widened in surprise as she asked back. She hesitated, saying, whenever you ignore my words and continue, remember to keep the sword's price in mind. She was in a state of surprise, not knowing what to say. When someone lightly touched her back, that person hesitated. It turned out to be Al. He understood her feelings at that moment and smiled, saying, well done. Suddenly, someone called out to him, come on. Hello. I am so. He stammered in response. Yeah. She stood there, wondering who they were. He noticed Al just arrived and asked why she was so late. She could only smile. The sky today was cloudy and very clear. It signaled that today was going to be a beautiful day. Everyone was busy transporting goods. Someone said, I am just here to collect money. He and Al stared in surprise at what was in front of them. He asked, but what is it? Books. In front of them were neatly arranged books in 2 bags. She replied, yeah. These are what you need to study for the theory test of Philon. I compiled them. She said with a serious face. Isn't it unnecessary? The test is just a month away. Al's eyes lit up like stars, and he calmly asked, needed. But why do you have to do this? He intended to pull out the sword in front of her, threateningly saying, if you are up to something. She replied, no worries. I just like you guys. Then she laughed and continued, I am doing this because I want you all to pass. Of course for free. Al's face looked enchanted after hearing that. He breathed a sigh of relief and replied, if it is free. Then, she interrupted him. If possible, I would even like to tutor the 2 of you separately. But now I have to go. She lightly punched his chest, smiling. Study hard. If you still fail after this, I won't let it slide. Got it. He smiled back. You need to work hard too. She climbed onto the carriage, waving goodbye while saying, see you in the capital on test day. Don't forget to read all the books. He looked down at his palm, thinking to himself that he needed to strengthen this weak body. He had to study because he could not rely on luck, but this feeling was not so bad. Ronald's life after returning home was still similar to the past, but there had been some small changes. He ate with Ai so much that it surprised her. He looked like he was enjoying his meals, eating until his stomach was always full after each meal. I cheerfully said, your little brother really eats a lot. Meanwhile, he also started hunting monsters on the outskirts of the village, increasing his endurance and adaptability. He gently sheathed his sword, sighing in relief. The ground was littered with monsters. They had been defeated by him. He told himself, today's hunt was good enough. Right, he hunted so many monsters that there were no more lurking around the village. Besides that, he also studied. Something unbelievable for a disciplined soldier. Frustrated, he said, wait, why do I have to remember the eating rules of the Northerners? Even though he did not know what the outcome would be, he still gave it his all. Before he knew it, a month swiftly passed. Today was a beautiful day, signaling great luck ahead. The capital city of Vallon appeared with its magnificent palaces and grand houses. At the center of the capital was the Empire's top educational institution, the small city of Buckthorpe. Al exclaimed, is this Filion? It is so beautiful. Huge. Ronald said, what are you doing standing in the middle of the road? Stop acting so naive. Let us go. We are going to be late for the test now. Al listened to Ronald scolding him and hesitated, saying, sorry about that. After hearing this, he asked, why are you talking like that? Al replied, it is nothing. I am just surprised. You have grown so much in just a month. Ronald, placing his hands on his hips in frustration, asked, what? Then he playfully tapped Al's head and said, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and go in. Al yelped from the head tap, Turning away, he thought to himself that he just remembered they were in Filion, so he might run into that guy. The person Ronald thought of was the legendary swordsman Sleifin, a descendant of Grania, a famous swordsmanship clan considered the strongest genius in the Empire. He figured that guy was probably around his age, so they might meet during the exam. But it was not that important. While he was thinking, Al asked, "But Ronald, do you have that thing?" He curiously asked back. "What thing are you talking about?" Al continued. "The feather from that bird last time. It can lead us to where its owner is." He replied, "I thought you were talking about something else." He pulled out the bird's feather and said, "I brought it along since I remembered that person lives in the capital. I plan to visit him after the test." The feather pointed upwards, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "The top floor." Sunlight streamed through the window, and a sigh accompanied by someone's voice echoed, "It is really not easy. I am still not used to this professor job. Should I just go back to research?" The bird perched on this man's shoulder chirped joyfully. He gently petted the little bird and said, "Are you cheering me on, Merit?" "Yep. I must keep trying to repay the hero who saved you." The person speaking was the zoology professor of Phil, Reincarnation, who had the traits of a lion. He gently asked the little bird, "All right, I will open the window for some fresh air, and if our hero drops by today, it will be quite troublesome." "Right. What is going on?" Outside the window, Ronald, with a fierce expression, smiled at him and said, "I have not even knocked yet, but it opened by itself. Is it the bluebird from before? So you are the owner?" "A beastman." Varen and the bluebird froze in fear. The frightened cries of the lion and the bird echoed from the palace. Varen Fanasia, terrified, hugged Marpet and said, "Who are you? How did you get in here? This is one of the highest floors." Ronald complained while scratching his ear. "You scared me to death. I thought I was going diff." Al climbed through the window and said, "That is why I told you to take the stairs." He tightly hugged it and asked, "You are with my Merit?" "Right." At that moment, he presented a green feather. Varen Fanasia was taken aback. That feather, he seemed to recognize something and stopped. "Wait, these are the saviors who freed my little one." At this point, all three of them had properly sat down. He said, "Oh my. I was so rude in front of my benefactors. I hope you all forgive me." Ronald said, "It is. Why do you keep bringing it up? If we are being specific, it is his fault. It climbed out the window by itself." Al said, looking at him. "It was Ronald who told me to use the remote control trick, because he found climbing stairs troublesome." He pinched the boy's cheek, making Aesel let out a squeak. Ronald said to be quiet. "The important thing is, I can imagine a rare half-human sphinx being the master of that bird." He continued, still holding Al's cheeks tight as the boy struggled to break free. "And he is even a professor at Filion." Varen Fanasia awkwardly scratched his cheek and replied, "I'm surprised too. I did not expect our hero to be a contestant in this academy." "How embarrassing. If I had known, I would have written a recommendation letter for you. But today is the exam day. I hope that does not happen. But if you fail, why would you say such unlucky things?" "It is. We are just here to ask a question, you know. We do not have much time." Ronald presented a purple object and asked, "What is this?" That blue bird laid it. He adjusted his glasses. Confused. "My pet laid what?" "This is a dream bird egg." Varen Fanasia took the egg and asked again, "You mean pet laid this?" He replied calmly. "So what is surprising about a bird laying eggs?" He stammered. "This is not just any bird. It is a dream bird. But what is even more astonishing is that I do not know what this egg will hatch into." Ronald questioned. "What do you mean? If it is a bird egg, it should hatch into a bird." "Right." Varen Fanasia shook his head in disagreement. "Dream birds are different. Depending on the environment around the egg, the dream bird will absorb unique mana and then lay an egg. For example, if surrounded by lava, the egg will hatch into a fire phoenix. In a monster's nest, the dream bird will take on the appearance of that monster. And there are also those that hatch into things that do not resemble birds at all. Of course, if I can analyze the mana emanating from this egg, predicting the form of the dream bird inside would not be impossible. But this egg," he looked at the egg glowing with vibrant, mixed energies and said, "has a lot of chaotic mana fields. Just like alloying metals, they melt and blend together. But right now, it is very hard to be sure what this egg is." Ronald was surprised. "Oh my. Just one egg and you are putting so much thought into it." He turned to Merit and asked, "You rogue. Where have you been wandering to lay this egg?" It tilted its head and chirped a few times. He was stunned. "I have never seen a bird so brazen." Varen Fanasia said seriously, "Can I ask you to take care of this egg?" Ronald replied, "Well, I do not really have a problem with that." He asked, "What do you think? It is a precious thing." "Right," he replied. "Of course. A dream bird only gives birth once in its lifetime. But if it laid this egg in front of its benefactor, Marpet must have sensed something special. He happily looked over at it, reaching out to scratch Marpet's neck, making it squeak with pleasure. Click. Then Varanfanasia said, I also want to show respect. You have been my friend for a long time, so I will hand this egg over to you. Ronald took the egg, looked at it, and said, No problem. I am curious to see what will hatch from this shell. It is getting late. Everything is settled, so please excuse us. He stood up, ready to leave. Varanfanasia noticed and said, Wait a moment, I kept thinking about what to give you, but I just remembered something really cool. He turned to get it. Varanfanasia handed over a scroll, saying, Here. Take this. It will help you incubate that egg. Both looked puzzled. He asked, This is a little later. In the practical exam hall of the Galleon Guild. The waiting room for the candidates. Everyone is present. Some are praying. Others are checking their weapons. The proctor stepped out to announce that candidate number 111 has completed the test. Now, please welcome candidate number 112. The trembling guy stood up and replied, Yep. Aye. The door opened, and he stepped inside. Ronald thought, 112. It is my turn next. He crossed his legs, resting his chin on his hand, and said, They have made us wait a long time. Don't you think, Maria? The blonde beside him replied, What kind of test takes this long? Ronald looked at her and asked, But why are you wearing that outfit? Aren't you feeling uncomfortable? Maria replied cheerfully, I did that on purpose. Phil is the private academy for all the nobles. They will be VIP guests in the future. So of course, I should not be slacking off. Right, she mischievously winked, giving an okay sign. He helplessly said, You really know how to play. Maria sat down and complained, It would be great to have our little darling here. What a pity. Ronald replied with an uninterested expression. What can I do? The magic examination hall is elsewhere. I am just glad he did not cry. The supervisor continued to announce that candidate number 112 had completed the test. Next, please welcome candidate number 113. The guy from earlier stepped out with a dry expression, mumbling, I am done. Ronald stood up and said, It is my turn now. Maria cheerfully encouraged, Don't worry. Just do your best like I told you. If you fail, I won't let it go. He stepped forward, waving his hand in response. Got it. Thanks for the enthusiastic support. I will be back later. Ronald seriously observed, thinking these people were professors from Philion. In front of him were 5 professors sitting with dignified demeanor. Ronald assessed each one in his mind. They all looked outstanding. But the old man in the middle stood out. He looked towards the old man with a calm expression, sitting in the middle of the 5, the headmaster of Philion Academy, Grand Mage Gravagracia. Ronald looked to the left, thinking that the woman exuded an overwhelming presence. He rarely felt this kind of pressure in his past life. She was the swordsmanship instructor, the great sword Saint Navos. He bowed respectfully, saying, I am The principal replied, Nice to meet you, Ronald. I am the principal of Philion Academy Gravagrator. You will be fighting a magical dummy so you can showcase your skills. Have you decided what technique you will show us? He looked at the dummy as he asked. Well, nothing special. Just a swift sword strike. I think that will be enough. The professors looked at one person in disbelief, saying, A simple slash that does not even require mana. Earlier, there was no candidate like that. Those guys just judged the appearance of the magical puppets and said silly things. He laughed with the person next to him. The old man next to him replied, If it is a contestant from a faraway land, they might not know. Despite appearances, that puppet has defensive capabilities to counter the aura and can recover very quickly. It is indeed a finely crafted product of magic, the old man whispered. Even the sword of that genius Chilifin left no trace. I wonder what this guy plans to show us. The person next to him replied, Who knows? What if he tears it apart? The blonde professor chuckled. You are really funny. The principal nervously looked at the two, thinking, I heard everything. And he is right in front of them. Yet they can still say such offensive things. What if this kid proves them wrong? He widened his eyes in astonishment, puzzled. How does he have that kind of spirit at this age? Ronald stomped his foot, causing the ground to rise slightly. He rushed forward and struck accurately at the puppet's neck. The female professor gasped in shock. Ronald sheathed his sword. He looked at the professors and said, The 2 professors laughed mockingly. Who would have thought it would only take 1 strike? The other added, Grading this performance is a bit vague. Do you think so? Principal. The principal was so astonished he could not speak. Suddenly, Navi Rose slammed her foot on the table, startling him. Professor Navi Rose. She rushed in with a fierce look, aiming straight for Ronald's neck. You want to dodge? Will you? Navio stopped. Rona looked down and said, You are scaring me. She asked, Who are you? Who taught you that sword technique? Navios had a fierce expression. Ronald asked back, Who I learned from. What do you mean? Navo said, Wait. Let me change the question. Did you see my sword path? He replied with an impassive face. I did. Your sword technique is indeed superb. Drawing the sword suddenly like that is very difficult. And yet you swung it 3 times. Navios said.
Yep.
3 times. Just like the arrogant sword you showed us. Ronald looked at her in surprise. Navios continued. You thought I would not notice. That lousy technique of yours was a bluff. You deliberately slowed down the final strike so we would not see clearly. As if you were being very considerate. Sefki DGC. Did you forget where you are? The principal silently looked away. The professors were quite skeptical. What am I watching? Ronald rolled his eyes. Thinking there was a misunderstanding here, I just adjusted my grip because I thought the sword would not handle that final strike. Looking at her expression. Seems she won't believe me. Navios turned away and said, I will remember your face. Are you shocked? That is it. She turned her head and said sharply, I will definitely teach you a lesson myself. Ronald thought in fear. So it is not over yet. Navios angrily plopped down in a chair. The principal looked at her thinking, I will definitely teach you a lesson myself. Sounds like she wants to take him on as her disciple. I guess I need to pay more attention. He looked at Ronald and said, Well done. Ronald, let us end today's test with a question. It is an open answer. So just say what you think makes the most sense. Ronald, what do you want to learn when you come to Phil Academy? Ronald said seriously. I wonder, how should I answer his question? How can I avoid regretting it? That is the first thing I want to learn. The principal widened his eyes at this answer. He was silent for a moment before saying, I understand. You can go outside now. Ronald. The gate closed. Gravagrisha repeated the previous line. How can I avoid regretting it? What a hassle. I wonder how I should teach that kid. The professor next to him spoke up. What is going on? First Professor Navi rose. And now another day of this. What is that kid's principal doing that you both are like this? Is he using some high-level tricks? You said tricks. That is also a good way to explain it. The magical figure suddenly broke apart. The principal continued. Actually, maybe I should call him a genius. The 2 professors gasped in amazement, exclaiming, The magical figure. The head of the figure fell off, rolling wildly on the ground. At this moment, Inan was thinking that even in her past life, she might not have been sure of winning against that weapon. I think my feet have finally met a worthy opponent. But it seems the road ahead is still long. He smiled, encouraging himself inwardly. I think taking the first step to Filion like this is good, if I am here. I am sure I will learn a lot. Now it is just the written test left. I have memorized everything this month, so it should be easy. Later, Rainan, looking pale and weak, said, Is it really that easy? I am doomed. Really doomed. Such is life. He hugged his knees in despair. Maria was stunned, not expecting he could not even finish half of it. How did this happen? I remember telling him to check what was in his bag. Ale replied, That thing. He took out the stuff to take to school, and then put the bag aside. He was so focused that he forgot the bag altogether. He choked up and stammered, It is my fault. If I reminded him, it would not have turned out like this. Maria was so angry she gritted her teeth. Oh my, how can someone so dumb still survive? Has he been like this since the test ended? When will the results come out? She lifted Ronald's 2 hands to encourage him.
Hey.
I know. Do not frown. The practical exam is still more important. It is, with your skills. Suddenly a magic circle appeared. Someone exclaimed, Look, the results are in. All 3 looked over. A long list appeared in the air. Al asked, Is that the list of contestants? Maria looked worried. It is faster than I thought. It said that Azel was 12th in practical magic and 1st in theory. Maria Sen Carable was 9th in practical martial arts and 9th in theory. They looked at each other for a moment. Then Maria suddenly began to cry. She threw her arms around his neck, shouting, We made it. You even got 1st in theory. Maria ruffled his hair. Al asked, Really? She replied, It says so up there. Even if there are 2 people with the same rank as you still got 1st. Well done. Kiddo. Maria rubbed his head enthusiastically. I was excited. I must be lucky. Suddenly remembering something, Maria turned and asked, Hey Ronalyn, what rank did you get? Ronald stood there frozen. His face fell as he weakly said, My name is not on the list. How could someone like me get into the academy? Maria gasped, stammering, Really, Ronald? Al said it could not be true. She moved closer to Ronald, yelling, Don't joke around. Did you check carefully? It can't be true. Ronald replied, I did. I read every name. I told you, I really did poorly. Suddenly, something flew by. It crashed into the school gate. Everyone jumped. Ronald looked up and asked, What was that flash? Maria replied, It is the fireworks marking the end of the entrance exam. Specifically for the top student. A fiery phoenix appeared. With blazing feathers, it flapped its wings, shooting out a fireball. The ball flew straight towards Ronald, catching him off guard. Then a huge explosion occurred. Luckily Ronald was unharmed. In the air, 5 lines of text appeared. Top martial arts student. Ronald first in practical. 5,712th in theory. All three were shocked. Maria and Al hugged him tightly, shouting in celebration. Maria said, "I can't believe you are the top martial arts student," he added. "Great job. Ronald, you are the top student." Ronald groaned uncomfortably. She patted his head and said, "I knew you were a genius." Ronald smiled. "I guess I have a good eye for talent." Suddenly, he realized, wait a minute, if I ranked first, that means he lost to me. Right, with his personality. There is no way he would let this go. This is a bit strange. At that moment, a black-haired person approached behind Ronald, saying, "Is that you, the one who ranked first in the practical exam?" He thought, damn it, we had to run into each other like this. The sword Saint Chilifin, a man with sea blue eyes and a cold tone, was staring intently at Ronald. After the top students' results were revealed, Chilifin Grania approached Ronald from afar. The other students were surprised and murmured as they saw him. "That is Sleep Fen. I can't believe I am meeting the rising star of the empire here." Maria Sen noticed Chili Fen heading toward them and informed Ronald. "Ronald, it seems he wants to talk to you." Al beside him trembled in fear at his aura, his voice shaking. The atmosphere around him was too intimidating. Ronald felt annoyed, grinding his teeth in his mind. This is so annoying. Does he still act like he did before? Unable to tolerate anyone better at swordsmanship than him being revived. He understood his personality very well. His arrogant attitude and sharp gaze seemed to want to devour Ronald, making him even more certain. That fierce attitude. Ronald did not want to bring trouble upon himself, so he tried to avoid Chili Fen as much as possible. I need to avoid conflict. Even though he anticipated his rank, he pretended to be oblivious and said, "I ranked first. I did not know anything about that." He still did not say a word, maintaining that expression while looking at Ronald. At this moment, Chili Fen clenched his fist and asked why Ronald was lying. Ronald sighed helplessly and replied, "What do you mean? I said I do not know. Why do you want proof? Don't he start trouble? Just move along." He tightened his grip on the holy sword at his waist and reiterated his words. "Proof? Alright, let me show you." With that, Chili Fen immediately drew his sword and swung it at Ronald. But he easily parried the blow and dodged the blade. Ronald was also startled by Chili Fen's actions. Maria and Azel behind him, witnessing everything, screamed his name. Ronald. Chili Fen intentionally did this to confirm his suspicions and finally spoke. "Is this enough? If you were not ranked first, you would not have been able to block that attack." The other students were astonished at this scene and exclaimed, "Let us fight. Show me the skill that surpasses me." He seriously demanded Ronald. He was furious at the crazy antics of the Chili Fan and had to shout out, calling him an idiot. Unable to hold back, Ronald complied with his request. "Come here if you want." In the blink of an eye, he swiftly swung his sword towards Chili Fen. Ronald's face had become incredibly intimidating. "Let me show you." He lunged forward, pointing his sword at him. Chili Fen was taken aback, instinctively raising his holy sword to block. Of course, someone skilled in swordsmanship like Chili Fen could counter that attack from Ronald. He acted as if he was forced to attack by Chili Fen, throwing a half-hearted strike to satisfy him. You should not underestimate the beast. Outsiders would think he easily blocked it, but only Chili Fen knew the truth. His hands holding the sword trembled uncontrollably. The Chili Fan could not deny Ronald's swordsmanship talent. "No wonder you scored high. Your technique is impressive. But just as I thought." He was not willing to back down and continued to charge at Ronald. "That is not enough to defeat me." He blocked Chili Fen's sword while shouting to intimidate him. "Wait, you are losing your mind. Calm down." The Chili Fan knew Ronald's abilities were not that easy to handle and urged him not to hide his strength. His expression turned incredibly menacing, staring intently at Ronald. "I can't accept this." After saying that, Chili Fen swung his sword to attack once again. Ronald struggles to defend himself, letting out a cry. In his mind, countless curses swirl around due to his reckless swordsmanship. This idiot. Is he really trying to go all in? This is why I did not want to face him. If this keeps up, he will start using aura. The situation is spiraling out of control as Chili Fan frantically attacks Ronald. This is bad. Creating a whirlwind with just one swing of the sword. The intense aura is known as the Sword Storm. Based on memories from his past life, Ronald understands the danger it poses. With his current strength, it is tough to withstand it. I can fight against it. To make matters worse, while fighting Chili Fan in mid-air, Ronald suddenly turns and runs away. It seems he is plotting something to deal with him. Chili Fan's expression is filled with murderous intent, as if he wants to swallow Ronald whole. Unable to understand his motive, he shouts, "What are you doing?" Turning his back to the opponent in a fight, Ronald suddenly places his sword on Azel's shoulder. Azel, who is watching intently, is baffled by his action. Chili Fan continues to chase after, shouting, "You think I will miss?" Al stammers in fear. "Ronald." "Why me?" Chili Fan, seeing Ronald's action, is furious and scornfully curses him for using a lady as a shield while calling himself a knight, realizing he has misunderstood his gender. Awkwardly explains, "I am a..." Ronald smirks, thinking he has successfully tricked the fan, remarking, "Just as I thought, even facing death, you will still protect a knight's honor." As soon as he finishes speaking, Ronald lunges forward, delivering a solid punch to his face. Asshole, being used as a tool to hit Chili Fan, is left terrified. Eyes wide, Chili Fan is hit hard, groaning in pain. He kneels down, holding his face, even using his holy sword to support himself. Seizing this opportunity, Ronald shouts at Azul and Maria, making him tremble in fear. At that moment, Azul Maria runs away. Ronald's voice echoes loudly, while Chili Fan holds his face in confusion. He shouts for Ronald's group. Wait! By the time Chili Fan comes to his senses and understands what is happening, they have already run far away. The security team approaches from a distance, a bald man charging in fiercely. "What is going on over there? I heard there was a fight." He starts, but is stunned by the scene before him. Chili Fan's face is injured from Ronald's punch, blood streaming from his nose. The bald man panics. "Oh no. Lord Sen," he hurriedly asks. "What happened? Are you okay? Who would dare do this to you? Please describe those people. The Academy security team will pursue them." The old bald man was interrupted by Chili Fan's words before he could finish his sentence. "No need to be polite. I am not the son of a duke anymore. Just a commoner candidate." He spoke up to reassure the security team. "You guys do not need to worry. This is a fair duel. I will handle it myself," Chili Fan continued, regaining his composure as he dusted off his clothes. Suddenly, something unexpected caught his attention. It was the sacred sword, which had a crack in it. This crack is in the sword made from the highest quality mitron. I thought his swordsmanship skills were nothing special. Chili Fan had misjudged Ronald's true skills. It made him rethink the match they just had, leaving him even more astonished. But he never expected that the kid could damage the sword like this. He let out a light laugh. Interesting. Ronald Chili Fan seems to have his own plans. The more he thought about it, the more curious he became about this person. I will remember this name, Chili Fan told himself. The next morning, in the clear sky of the outskirts of the capital, a forest was visible. Ronald walked in slowly, glancing at the map while talking to Al. "It should be around here. If you keep following behind, you will be out of breath." Al wiped sweat from his brow and hesitantly asked him, "Ronald, are we okay doing this?" Ronald did not understand the question and turned around to respond. "Doing what?" Al reminded him of the match between Ronald and Chili Fan yesterday. "I am talking about the guy you fought yesterday. I heard he is the heir of the Grania Duke family. The family is only second to the royal family. And you broke his nose." Al's heart was filled with anxiety, his whole body trembling as he asked, "What if he seeks revenge?" Ronald, calm next to him, looked at the map and reassured him. "Don't worry. He is a good guy, just obsessed with swordsmanship. He always upholds principles and faith, the ideal image of a hero, always protecting the weak or what can be seen as the perfect noble image." Ronald, having lived another life, could easily understand Chili Fan's personality and nature. He accurately guessed what he had said to the security team yesterday, explaining to Al. He probably would be said that the incident yesterday was a fair duel. Otherwise we would be behind bars right now. Ronald's explanations helped Usul gradually calm down and reconsider. Thinking back, it made sense. He set that aside and returned to their current main issue. But more importantly, look over there. I think we have arrived. The mana vein that Professor Varen mentioned appeared before them as a shimmering blue river. Ronald cheered joyfully upon finding the place the professor mentioned, the Fernando Spring. For some reason, mana flowed throughout the world and gathered in places, creating regions of water known as mana veins. With its existence, mana would permeate the surrounding area. An ordinary stone can become a high-grade mana stone, and a blade of grass can turn into a miraculous herb. It is famous for its wondrous uses. Ronald gazed at the flowing water in front of him, constantly in awe. Its value was immeasurable, and most people tried to seize it. That professor was indeed generous. Remembering when Professor Varen gave the map leading to the mana vein and the task he assigned. He brought us here to hatch an egg. What do you think, Asel? Do you notice the difference? Ronald asked him. At that moment, Asel also felt the difference in his own power, looking at the magic in his hands, and replied, "This is the first time I have felt such dense mana gathering in one place. If it is here, I can easily cast stronger spells than usual." Al was captivated, watching the magic swirling in his hands. You also noticed the purple light emanating from the egg bag that Ronaldo mentioned at his side. And the egg inside the bag was just like before, absorbing magical energy at an incredible rate. The purple egg is powerfully absorbing mana. It seems to really like the mana here. I do not know either. Maria would probably love this place too. Ronald also noticed the egg strongly absorbing the energy here. He felt sorry for her since Maria had her own business. If she was not busy with her trading, she could have come with us. What a shame. Al nodded in agreement with Ronald. Exactly. Suddenly, he voiced his doubt. Isn't he, Ronald, being a bit strange? He was kneeling on one knee. Turning to ask what was up, Al continued his thoughts. Professor Varen said that since there is so much mana here, many mythical creatures would come to settle down. Even regular beasts feel it. This place is really good. Al's words seemed to awaken Ronald, making him realize something. But why can't we hear any animal sounds? A gust of wind blew, rustling the leaves, intensifying the tension in the atmosphere. Ronald sighed softly. He too sensed the strangeness of this place. I have been too complacent. He gradually stood up. Ronald cursed under his breath and rubbed his ears in annoyance. Damn it. Everything is getting out of control. Why does trouble follow us everywhere? Ale noticed something was off about him and sensed danger. Cautiously asking, is something wrong? Ronald, alert, looked into the lurking forest, warning him. Get ready. In the distance in the forest were the corpses of animals. Ronald believed he could smell blood from them due to a group of mysterious people who had caught them, leaving a bloody scent for Asal. Al was startled by Ronald's words, his voice trembling. There is a smell of blood. What do you mean? His serious face asked back. What do you think I mean? It means there have been visitors here before us. Ronald smirked slightly. Of course. There are guests here. The atmosphere in the forest was becoming increasingly bizarre. Danger was closing in on the two of them. Not far behind the tree trunks were hints of purple arrows lurking. They were uninvited guests. Their group consisted of 5 people. The leader was a man with purple hair standing in the middle, flanked by 2 people on each side wearing wolf masks. All of them had their bows drawn, aimed at Ronald and the others. With a whoosh, 5 arrows shot out from the forest towards Ronald, who remained calm and focused. As the top student of Filion Academy, it was easy for Ronald to deflect those arrows. His gaze sharpened, drawing his sword from his side. With a swift motion, Ronald sliced them in half. The pieces of the purple arrows fell scattered to the ground. His sharp gaze fixed on the specially designed purple arrow. He was sure he had seen it before, in Ronald's past life memories. He seemed very familiar with that special arrow. Back in the barracks of the disciplinary team, there was a lively conversation in the deep forest at night. Do you guys know how insane this is? A member of the disciplinary team raised that special purple arrow to introduce it. Banrus made a loud noise to grab the team's attention and introduced its use for taking down orcs. This special arrow can blow the heads off those orcs. What do you think? The captain wants one too. Right, he asked Ronald. Ronald smirked, knowing Banrus too well. Here we go again. Ronald grumbled, annoyed at him. You got caught using it for hunting, and you are still bragging. Can you just shut up? Banrus, feeling unfairly blamed, yelled back in anger. I am telling you, these two are good stuff. He frowned, explaining the power of this arrow. The one who used this arrow hundreds of times and successfully poached is a senior member of our organization, the hunting dog from the Calaboro branch. Back to reality. Ronald clearly remembered the origin of this special arrow, based on information from his past life. Is it Carabolo again? Also, their ranks are like the hierarchy of hunting dogs. Ronald could not help but compliment. Very nice. Before heading into the forest to where the arrows were shot, Ronald reminded Azel. You hide somewhere. Just try to make it to the end without turning into a porcupine. It is okay if you still do not understand what is happening, as everything is happening too fast. I will be off for a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, Al stared in shock as Ronald dashed off at an incredible speed. The purple-haired commander hiding behind a tree silently admired Ronald's strength. What the hell is this guy? He just took down all those arrows with a single swing. All this mana. What kind of freak is he? Meanwhile, Ronald's eyes sparkled with intensity as he rushed toward them like the wind. He sensed something was off, cursed, and yelled to warn his subordinates around. Damn it. Everyone scatter. We will surround and attack him. Ronald listened to their conversation from afar, thinking, just as I thought, he is very decisive. Is it because they are different from those little brats in the forest? Not looking good. After the order from the purple-haired guy, they all scattered everywhere. Ronald ran to the spot, urgently shouting for them. Stop. Do not you recognize your teammate? The guy in the tree was confused by his words. Teammate? What the hell is this guy talking about? Ronald chuckled lightly and continued. What? It seems you guys have not heard the news. He confidently rested his sword on his shoulder, proudly deceiving them. I am the youngest hunting dog from the Damazat branch. Hearing this, they jumped down from the trees to confront Ronald. Are you really a hunting dog? He replied to the guy with calmness, making him feel awkward. Of course. Why would not you trust me? The purple-haired guy shouted angrily. How can you trust a kid like you to be a hunter? If you said you came from a low-level faction, I might believe it. Lewin listened to the guy's doubts without losing his composure. If you do not believe me, why not ask your faction's wolf? I am just giving you good advice. Assuming everyone thinks like you is a bad habit. Stray dog. Ronald flashed a provocative smile that made others feel uncomfortable, as if taunted and disdained. Poor Trandoy. His sarcastic remark successfully irritated the purple-haired commander. Twisting his face as he clenched his teeth to suppress his anger, he was not going to let this provocation slide. Stepping forward to grab Ronald's collar and shout, "You brat. How dare you insult me?" he threatened. "Do you want me to chop off your limbs?" Ronald showed no fear. Instead, he seemed even more amused and continued to provoke. "Come on. Your habit of cursing is just as bad. People like you usually do not end well." A team member approached to advise him. "Calm down. Just because he is a kid does not mean you should doubt him," he continued, mentioning the Calaboro hierarchy. "The hierarchy starts with the wolf, followed by the hunters, and the lowest is the stray dog. Only our side knows this well." Ronald still grinned, provoking the guy, even with a knife pressed to his throat. As if he were close to death, he kept reassuring, "Just confirm with the captain first. If I am not lying, there will be discord with the Damas faction later. I told you to shut up and stay alert. Always be ready." The captain mentioned appeared from the bushes, scolding the subordinates. Seeing the team not following orders and Ronald, a stranger, being held by the purple-haired guy, he asked, "What the hell is going on?" They all shouted in unison, "Captain." The captain they mentioned is a muscular bald guy with numerous scars on his body. Even the head of the Wolf faction, the purple-haired guy, seemed to have found a savior and released Ronald, just in time. "Captain." He recounted to Viam everything Ronald said to them. The kid said. The subordinates around kept discussing. Ronald listened to everything and thought, if the wolf is here, does that mean all of them are here? Thinking that, he chuckled. After hearing the whole story, Viam asked Ronald, "Hey kid, are you from the Damas faction?" He calmly continued to showcase his acting skills. "Yep, sir." He continued, "Actually, why are you here? It has been decided that this mountain range belongs to the Night Maya." Ronald remained unfazed, keeping that cheerful smile as he replied, "Is that? I am not really sure. Because I am not or anything." VM was so furious at his words that the veins in his head throbbed. Before he could gather himself, Ronald rushed in, effortlessly swinging his sword, which easily cleaved the masked men in two, blood splattering everywhere. Even the victims Ronald killed did not have time to understand what was happening. He wiped them all out, leaving only the Captain Vim and the purple-haired guy. I just picked a random name I knew. When those two realized the truth, their expressions were priceless. The purple-haired guy's face turned pale with fear. Meanwhile, Vimim was a mix of tension and anger, gripping the sword at his side tightly. Ronald smiled as he charged, swinging the sword at VM, who was indeed the best name to impersonate, like a pathetic poacher. Before he could react or defend, Ronald's sword severed his head. The purple-haired guy was stunned by the scene, his face blank as he held a small blade, watching VM's head fall. What was he supposed to call him? Captain. After dealing with the captain, Ronald casually spoke. "Hey, bro. Did not I tell you? Your ending would be pretty terrible." Suddenly, the fingertip of the hand holding the small blade was severed. He screamed in terror and pain. The purple-haired guy knelt on the ground, clutching his hand. "My hand. My finger." Ronald felt annoyed and a headache coming on from his whimpering, commanding him, "Shut up. If you do not want to get punched here, calm down and take this." He dropped a scroll of paper in front of the purple-haired guy, who was furiously crying, clutching his severed finger that trembled incessantly. Ronald pointed, commanding, "From now on, you will write down the locations of all the factions you know." The guy knelt, stammering, "What do you mean? Is there a problem? You do not want to." He flashed a toothy smile, tapping his sword to intimidate. "Then there is no reason to keep you alive." Ronald became terrifying, causing the purple-haired guy to sweat profusely. He complied, trembling, "Don't. I will do whatever you want. But I do not have anything to draw the map with." Ronald calmly replied, "What are you whining about? I will make you a pen, right over there, on your right." His face was streaming with tears and snot, looking at Ronald, pointing out what he called a pen, which was his bloody hand. After a while, he finished the map. Ronald looked at the blood-drawn map in his hand, unable to stop praising. "Very good. I see you draw beautifully. You have real talent." The purple-haired guy's face turned pale, his cheeks hollow, no longer daring to be rude to him like before. "Thank you. So as promised, you will let me go, right?" Ronald stuffed the map into his bag, replying to him that a blade suddenly struck down from above, leaving the guy unable to comprehend what was happening. And before he knew it, his body was sliced in half by Ronald. With a cold, bloodthirsty expression, he continued to respond. Blood splattering from the guy's body. Of course not. After eliminating the Calaboro members, it was The sound of birds flying in the sky broke the silence of the forest. Al clung to a tree trunk, gasping for breath, his face pale. Ronald stood behind him, reminding him, "Don't overdo it," he complained in annoyance. "I told you to be prepared," Al sadly admitted. He asked. "But that really was a bit much." "Really? All of this?" Al said as he looked at the pile of dead animals. "Is all the work of Caliboro?" Before them lay countless corpses of animals hunted by the Caliboro gang. Ronald replied, "I said before. Letting them live is a crime." Al still felt uneasy, stammering, "But you reassured me and then turned away." "Do not worry. They are all wanted. They need to be killed." Ronald, still deep in thought, suddenly recalled the zoology professor. The lion. If Professor Varen saw this scene, he would surely be very upset. Ronald suggested, "Shall we head back now?" Suddenly, there was movement in the bag containing the professor's egg. He was drawn in by its wobbling and turned to look down. "What is that?" Ronald, puzzled by the egg's behavior, opened the bag and pulled it out. "Why is this suddenly?" Ale seemed to be captivated by something and called out his name. Ronald. He looked as if he had encountered something frightening, pointing with a trembling finger. "There." Al's face was pale, his whole body shaking. Ronald had only been focused on the egg and, not understanding what was happening, asked, "What is it?" He was startled to see the scene Al was pointing at. The blood of the slaughtered animals inexplicably floated into the air. Even Ronald, who had come back to life, had never seen anything like this before. At first, small drops of blood floated up, then gradually formed a larger pool of blood. Eventually, a massive sea of blood appeared. Terrified, turned pale with shock and screamed loudly. Ronald was equally astonished but tried to remain calm. His hand was already on his sword, ready in case something attacked. And he could not stop cursing. "Damn it. What the hell is this?" In a moment of distraction, he accidentally dropped the egg. Ronald was stunned to see the egg suddenly emit a powerful purple light. Moreover, it flew into the midst of that sea of blood, and he gradually realized the egg was absorbing the blood. Frightened for the first time in such a situation, asked Ronalyn, "What is going on?" "You are still calm while I have no idea what to ask." "Idiot. Right. I know one thing." He smiled with delight. "Whatever is inside this egg, it is definitely not ordinary." The purple egg fiercely absorbed all that blood. It did not hesitate to drain every last drop. Al noticed he had stopped stuttering. "Is it over?" Ronald agreed with him. "It seems so. But there does not seem to be much change." The egg showed no signs of change, from its color to its appearance. It suddenly started to crack. The egg cracked open on its own. "It seems like it is about to hatch," Al exclaimed in surprise. "The egg is cracking." Ronald predicted the same. "It looks like it is about to hatch." He cheered in excitement. "It is time to see what it is, and if it is worth it." Suddenly, something shot out of the egg right at Ronald's face, leaving him no time to react. Al beside him screamed in shock. Ronald bit down hard on his teeth in pain, rubbing his injured nose. "What was that?" Ronald looked at the creature that hatched from the egg and exclaimed, "A dream bird." It had a purple color like the egg. 4 wings floated behind it in the air, resembling a hybrid of a bird and a dragon. He stared at the dream bird, but no matter how he looked at it, it did not resemble a bird at all. Azel's mood was similar to Donna's in thinking it looked more like a dragon. He pointed at it and turned to ask Ale, "Do you think so too?" "You have the same thought," and confirmed, "Yep. It is similar to what I saw in the books." Ronald was still confused, thinking, where did absorb mana to hatch into something like this? A dragon. But he still reached out to pet it. The dream bird was very friendly and affectionate, wrapping its wings around Ronald's hand, making him unable to help but praise it. "You look pretty cute." It seemed to understand human speech and let out a sound. But its cuteness did not excuse its reckless behavior that hurt Ronald's nose. He scolded in annoyance. "But your greeting was a bit too much. You crashed right into my nose." The dream bird understood Ronald and began to cast its magic, using magic on him. Suddenly the injury on his nose healed instantly and disappeared without a trace. Ronald exclaimed in surprise, "My injury disappeared." Al admired and replied, "It seems this little one even knows healing magic. You really seem to like the dream bird," praising it non-stop. "So cute. Plus it seems to really like you." Ronald at that moment had the dream bird flying over and nuzzling his cheek, making it hard for him to stay mad. "This little one has more abilities than I thought," Al cheerfully suggested. "Let us name it Ronan. We can't just call it dream bird." Ronald thought for a moment and found this quite reasonable. "That is true. I wonder what other names we could come up with." Suddenly, Dreambird sensed something unusual around it. It started staring intently in a certain direction. Then Dreambird let out a shout and zoomed off. Al was still discussing names for it, unaware of what was happening to make it act like this. "What is going on?" Suddenly, where did it fly off to? Ronald stood there with his arms crossed, casually replying. It seemed he also noticed the presence of that guy. "Dante, you see it." It sensed the presence of that person already, in the distance. There were hurried footsteps in the forest. A stranger wearing a hood was running away quickly, as if something was threatening him. That person was a member of the Night Messenger Division. He ran while silently cursing in his head. What the heck? What the hell is going on? Ban Russ recalled when he returned and found the bodies of the members sprawled everywhere. I just went to deliver a message. How come everyone is dead already? He followed the traces to where Ronal and Al were standing, just in time to stumble upon a pool of blood, feeling panic and horror. And what was that pool of blood? It seemed Ban Russ realized he was in danger and quickly turned to run away. What is happening? Looking closer, it was Dream Bird emerging from the egg, racing toward him, making Ban Russ's eyes widen in fear as he ran away. While running with chaotic thoughts in his head, he lost focus and tripped over a tree root. Ban Russ fell flat on the ground, letting out a sharp cry of pain. He twisted around and saw Dream Bird flying toward him, casting a spell. Ban Russ was in so much pain he started to tear up, shouting for help. My blood. Help me. The footsteps gradually grew clearer. An authoritative voice made Dream Bird stop its actions. Stop. That was Ronal's voice. He and Al approached them and said, that is enough, Sita. At this rate, he will die. Curiously, he asked. Sita is its name. Ronal did not deny it, calmly playing with Sita perched on his hand. Yeah, I already had that name in mind. Ronal ignored Ban Russ' presence and focused on playing with it. What do you think? Do you like that name? Ban Russ sat on the ground, staring at him, mouth agape, thinking, is not this kid the same guy from before? Is he the master of that monster? Who the heck is he? A voice called out, interrupting his thoughts. Hey. Ronal is checking on Ban Russ. Are you okay? Ban Russ. He jumped in surprise and replied, what? Yep. Ban Russ obediently knelt on the ground. Thanks to you, I am still alive. Thank you. But how do you know my name? In an instant, a sword from Ronal was pressed against his neck as a warning. You do not need to know that. Ban Russ was frozen in fear, barely daring to move an inch. He was a member of Ronal's security team in a past life. He remembered the guy clearly and continued, I never expected to see you here. Anyway, nice to meet you. How's the poaching going? Sir Bloodhound Caliboro is quite talkative. As Ronal finished speaking, Ban Russ suddenly blurted out, what? Bloodhound, he awkwardly explained in a low voice. I am just a messenger. Ronal recalled that things were different now, unable to resist the urge to tease. Your rank is still so low. Well, that is fine because I need you to gather information on someone. This is not a favor I am asking from you. Ronal flashed a cunning smile. Chapter 16. By the time they returned to the capital, night had fallen. The bright moonlight spread across the land. Ronal tossed some coins in the air and said, all right, good. He caught the coins and sighed. Better than I thought. Al beside him cheered joyfully. I agree. What a surprise. Ronal raised the water bottle high, grinning so wide it almost hurt, saying, you said spring water could turn to gold. And you were quite flustered when you got it, but holding the water bottle, exclaimed, but Father Maria paid such a high price for it. Al turned to him excitedly and said, thanks to him, we do not have to worry about money anymore. Right? Ronal replied, yeah. We owe Professor Varen a lot. Both of them arrived at Professor Varen's door only to find a sign that said he was away on business. So they came here to thank him and show him something. But he was out on a trip. What a pity. Ronal recalled the moment he was threatening Ban Russ and thought, along with the task he assigned Ban Russ, the map he received from that hunter was more than just a simple gesture. Remembering back then, Ban Russ was so scared he burst into tears begging, I will do anything. Ronal smiled cunningly, thinking he scared him so much that he would not dare to plot anything else. Al then turned and asked, what do you want to do with that money? Ronal, second place gets free tuition and some support money, so you do not have to pay much. He continued asking, do you want to do anything? Ronal stroked his chin, pondering, what do I want to do? After a while, he realized he had forgotten about the upcoming welcoming ceremony. A few days later, at the Valen carriage station, a man opened the door and respectfully said, we have arrived. Madam, the young lady inside replied. Yep. Thank you. It turned out to be Iroh, who stepped outside and looked around, exclaiming, so this is the capital city of Valen. She stood on the street, the wind blowing her hair and dress, unable to help but exclaim, so beautiful. Ronal had been waiting and asked, you must be tired. Right. Seeing his younger brother cheerfully shout, Ronan, I just wanted to check in. Nothing happened while I was gone. Right. You quickly replied, you should be the one asking that. Remembering how out of the blue a magnificent golden carriage appeared with a servant, stepping out respectfully. Her brother had sent the carriage, leaving her wide-eyed in surprise. She scolded Ronalyn. Do you know how shocked I was when this luxurious carriage showed up at our house? How could that be? Do you even have money? Aro stepped forward, grabbing Ronal's face with worry. And why are you so skinny? Are you eating properly? He replied. Don't he worry. I eat a lot. Adizen also reassured him. That is good then. Then she noticed Sito and exclaimed. Who's this? So cute. He happily spread his wings when she complimented him. Ronald explained. This is shit. He started living with me because of some issues. Finishing his words, he quickly pulled Adan's hand and urged. But sis, we have to hurry. There is no time. Are you confused? Hurry up. Where are we going? Before she could finish her question, Ronald interrupted to explain. When I start at the academy, I will be very busy for a while. So I want to take care of these things first. I must do this. They both headed to a clothing store somewhere in the neighborhood. Inside, Adizen shyly stammered Ronald, saying, I know you have been making a lot of money lately. And I know you have a scholarship, so you can be more relaxed. Ronald did not care what she was saying. So just resting his chin and admiring, she can pull off anything. Adizen got a beautiful long yellow dress. Just like a little lady. But she worriedly said, but is not this a bit too expensive? Over there, Raquel was busy asking the shop staff. You can deliver all of these to me. Right, the staff happily replied. Of course. Adizen turned to look at the pile of clothing boxes he had bought and questioned. So much, Ronald casually said as he stretched his legs. It is not that much. Really, you have been through a lot, have not you? Then he said seriously. It is time for you to take care of me. Hearing my little brother say that, Adizen instinctively covered her mouth in disbelief, her eyes welling up as she thought. When did my little brother grow up so much? Adizen rushed out, raising her arms to the sky and proudly exclaimed. Everyone. Look, my brother is so well behaved. He even can't keep up with Ronald. Really? The shop staff smiled at that. They get along so well. The old man next to them also replied, that is right. Ronald shouted, once we are done. Adizen replied cheerfully, okay. She ran after him excitedly asking, where are we going now? Ronald calmly replied, let us check out the store. A few days ago, my stuff got ruined because of a guy. As soon as the door opened, Chili fans were already waiting outside. Is it finally done? He glanced over and said, Ronald, where did that name come from? Ronald and Kaneda jumped in surprise and yelled loudly. He shrank back and questioned, why did you come out from there? Are you following me? Chili fan calmly replied, I am here to pick up my new sword. The one you broke is useless now, he said coldly. I just happened to see you, so I was waiting. Don't accuse me like that, Ronald retorted sharply. So you are stalking me? You scoundrel, is it broken? He pulled out his shiny sword, frustrated, and said, look at my sword. Do you still dare to say that? Who is really at fault here? Ronald, filled with anger, leaned in threateningly towards Chili fan. Do you want me to show you what broken looks like? He also drew his sword, not holding back. It won't end well. Oh rushed out to intervene between the two aggressive figures. You can't do that. Ronalyn, I told you not to use full language. Ronald flustered. Wait. You misunderstood. It is because of that jerk. Ooh interrupted, raising her voice sternly. Are you arguing with me? Child fan thought to himself. She raised her hand to her face and earnestly said, I am very sorry. Even though my little brother speaks like that, he is really well behaved. Chili Fen, the heir of the prestigious Grania clan and a rising talent in the empire, viewed the situation this way. You touched her beautifully blushing face and gently said, you were really shocked, were not you? Chili stared at her, his face turning bright red with embarrassment. He saw a goddess. Aro clasped his hands and bowed his head sincerely. It is because I did not teach him properly. Please forgive my little brother. He awkwardly replied upon hearing that. The usually bold Chili was now shy and timid in front of a beautiful lady. He placed a hand on her shoulder, showing regret, and said softly, it is all my fault, not hers. Then, Chili continued in a noble manner, everything is my responsibility, so please do not worry. I clasped my hands together joyfully. Oh my. Really? You are so kind. She then held his hands tightly and said appreciatively, I am so glad Ronald has a friend like you. Ronald watched from a distance as the two kept talking back and forth. I happily asked, please take care of my younger brother. Chili replied bashfully, of course. Ronald was a bit surprised by this. Chili nervously clutched his chest and tried to calmly continue. Well, I will compensate for his sword. I do not have any gold with me right now. Then he pulled out a large gold coin the size of his hand and said, please accept this. It proves my family's identity. Seeing Yo take the coin with great enthusiasm, Chili continued, it can be used anywhere in the empire. Ronald was stunned and yelled out. Then he shouted, do you know what giving that to her means? The handsome Chili calmly said, if you want to buy a sword, go to the forge on the west side of the street. It is a place with a 500-year history, so it is hard for commoners to enter. But with that, you can. Then he shyly walked away, not forgetting to add, I hope you get a good sword. Ronald thought to himself, does that crazy guy even know what he is doing? He saw his sister admiring the round object. Thinking it could buy an entire village, he looked at the trembling figure of Chili Fan, pretending to hurry away, and pondered. Is that really the holy sword Chili Fan I know? Time flew. And the next day arrived. The sky was incredibly clear. At the front of the schoolyard, a ceremony was taking place to welcome the Filian Academy. Grava stood on the podium before everyone and spoke. It is a pleasure to meet the students of the 787th class. He confidently introduced himself. I am the principal of Filian Academy. Grava creator. Below, Ronalyn, Maria, and Azel were also present. Grava continued. As you all know, you have passed the exam with excellent skills and have proven your potential when your limitless talents harmonize with the advanced education of Phil. He cheerfully continued. I believe you will be recorded in the history of the Empire. Jova quickly wrapped up the last sentence. Congratulations to all of you. Class 787. Ronald stood below, yawning in boredom. So sleepy, looking over at Orang, who was wiping away tears with a handkerchief. He sighed. Well, it is not too bad if she is happy. Grava spoke up again. Now. He snapped his fingers, creating a sound. Suddenly, a swirling rainbow light appeared around everyone, surprising them all. Al exclaimed, Ronald. On the other side, the others also panicked, pointing at the light and saying, Ah. Over there, looking up at the center stage, there appeared an invisible glass wall that was shattered at one point. Someone shouted, The sky has broken. From the crack, a strange purple light flickered. Suddenly, everyone from the school was transported to an arena. An excited voice came from above. Nice to meet you. Freshman. Ronald looked up at the figure above in awe. What is this? He moved an entire arena with just a snap of his fingers. Grava calmly spoke up now. All right. Now it is the highlight of the welcome ceremony for Filian. Let us start the gathering between the classes. Finally, the day of the senior-junior meeting has arrived. This event is a gathering held between freshmen and second-year students. At the place where they first met, the process has been quite tense. It is a special event at Filian. The battle is described as the two top-performing students from the entrance exam, representing the freshmen, paired with the four best from the second year. The second-year students have their own fighting styles. They will fight one-on-one in turn. Principal Krava stood at the podium, excitedly sharing. The significance of this event is closely related to the teachers at Filian. In the middle of the stage, he continued to explain that it enhances relationships between upperclassmen and freshmen, so they can learn about each other's strengths. I believe this will enrich your knowledge. And this battle can be seen as the beginning of real learning. These battles are educational, and through them, representatives from each year will showcase their first steps in the academy. He added, Of course, freshmen will have the right to choose their opponents. And of course, second years can't back down once chosen. This is just a battle for learning, so do not feel pressured. Freshman representatives, feel free to go ahead. Seeing the principal ramble on, Ronald irritably said, He is going in circles again. What he says only confuses the freshmen more. Among the second-year group was a blonde boy, a martial arts major, a top-tier student, Nast, and a boy with tan skin and a scar on his face, a martial arts major, second-year student ranked second, Brahm. He looked at Ronald and Chili and said loudly, Are they the two most famous ones this year? There are also two second-year students. The guy with purple hair, a martial arts major, is a fourth-year student. Karan, the girl with the short orange hair, looks very stylish, a martial arts major, a second-year student. Third rank, Arena. Next came an introduction about the first-year group. The top talent of the Chilif Empire Fen and the shooting star who defeated him in the practical test. Karen immediately urged Ronald, unable to hold back his annoyance. I just want to fight them quickly. Hearing that, Ronald was taken aback and shook. Senior, you look tough too. Looking up at his sister. Adizan is praying for him. Ronald is truly determined. Things seem to be going off track. So I can show my sister that I won go down easily. He then closed his eyes, focusing on his calculations. If I can show her my incredible combination with that guy, it would be great. A voice interrupted Ronald's train of thought. All right. First-year students can now comfortably choose their opponents. Then he raised his hand to get the principal's attention. Excuse me. If possible, could I make a suggestion? Did he ask for a suggestion? He then boldly voiced his thoughts. Since we are free to choose our opponents, I want all the seniors to teach me a lesson. Krava was shocked at this. Seeing the seniors filled with fierce energy, Ronald cheerfully said it nonchalantly. Of course. All the seniors will join in at the same time. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire stands fell silent. The school council gathered to discuss something. Grava turned to ask Navios. Navios, what do you think of his proposal? She replied seriously. You should proceed with his idea. Isn't the principle of the Phil Academy that if you have talent, you can do whatever you want? No matter who wins this match, it will carry significant meaning and provide valuable lessons for other students. If things go bad and out of control, I will intervene right away. Grava listened for a while and nodded, agreeing, I understand. Then we will proceed accordingly. The second year group was also filled with killing intent. Hearing Ronald's proposal, Karen gripped his weapon tightly. Extremely angry. This is ridiculous. How much does that guy look down on us? Irina chimed in, full of resentment. Is he doing this just because he is ranked first? Nazda was calmer and encouraged everyone. We should take this opportunity to teach them a lesson. Everyone, calm down and prepare for battle. He looked at Chili Fan and instructed everyone. Chili Fan is arrogant but very skilled. He is an opponent we can't underestimate. Nazdo gripped his sword, ready, and instructed everyone. We will all charge in from the start and launch a full attack on them. Understand? The other 3 members also got into fighting stances. Sitting below, watched anxiously exclaiming, oh my. The atmosphere is too chaotic. She sat below and shouted up to Ronan. Ronan, be careful. If you sense danger, retreat immediately. Got it. He raised his hand to signal he understood. You also stop shouting, Grava began to announce. All right, from now on, the first battle between the second and first years officially begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Nazdo charged at Ronald like a wild beast. He swung his sword straight at him, but Ronald dodged. Seeing Nazdo's strength, he could not help but feel amazed. They were truly very sharp. Remembering the fight with Maria, Ronald thought they were several levels above her back then. This meant the 4 strongest in the second year were on a different level. After Nazdo, Irina also rushed, swinging her sword at him. The swords clashed with such force that they sparkled brightly. Irina's eyes were fiercely determined to fight. Every strike she made, Ronald easily deflected. Karan also charged in and told Irina to lower her head. He swung his sword straight toward Ronald right above Irina's shoulder. Ronald calmly watched the sharp blade right in front of him. Then he used his sword to block Karen's attack while thinking team fighting skills were good too. But this strike was so powerful that it pushed Ronald back a bit. Suddenly, he glanced to notice something. It turned out to be Brahm. He was standing right behind Ronald, raising a massive sword high. Then Brahm coldly said, Ronald, kid, you seem to underestimate us. He brought that sword down on Ronald with a shout. I want a more intense fight with you. But it seemed Ronald could easily dodge this. However, he also thought of a quick and strong counterattack. And right after that, a flurry of attacks came from other opponents. They were all at a very high skill level. At this moment, enemies surrounded Ronald from all sides. Suddenly, he vanished right before everyone's eyes. Brahm angrily slammed his sword into the ground, shattering it. The other 3 quickly chased after his swift shadow. Irina could not help but exclaim, how is he so fast? Just after saying that, all 3 were struck by Rawl in a flash, as fast as the wind. He thought to himself, the Phi Academy is truly impressive. A sword shattered into pieces. Behind Ronald, a white light flared up as someone was about to appear. He glanced back to see it was Brahm. His eyes were glowing red and terrifying. Ronald also felt admiration. Senior, you are strong. Seeing him holding a sword ready to attack, Ronald calmly said, your fighting spirit should have been shattered by now. He also raised his sword in a defensive stance and continued, you have fought your best. So I will politely fight you until the last moment. Then the 2 of them lunged at each other with their swords. Seeing Ronald in such a stance, Brahm wondered how it could be possible. Ronald coldly swung his sword once. Watching his fighting style reminded Brahm of someone very familiar. Coronavirus. Suddenly, Ronald shut his eyes tightly and quickly dashed past Brahm, delivering a swift slash. Brahm's sword shattered into tiny pieces. Ronald lowered his sword and humbly said, I learned a lot from this match. He smiled and gently added, Senpai. A sharp piece of debris fell, and the entire arena fell silent as if time had stopped in that moment. Iro watched in awe, his mouth agape. All the spectators shared the same expression. After a brief silence of astonishment, everyone erupted into cheers. Who is that newcomer? He is amazing. He seemed to be at a disadvantage at the start, but in an instant, he took them all down. Looking at Naz's team struggling on the floor, everyone could not help but admire Ronald. Is that guy really a freshman? Nazdo looked a bit uncomfortable, forcing a smile as he said, I can't compare to you, so I have nothing to complain about. Looking at Ronald, he wondered, where did he come from? That weird guy. Ronald stood there calmly, his sharp eyes seeming lost in thought. Aero, teary-eyed with joy, grabbed the collar of the person next to him and proudly said, did you see that? That is my little brother. Seeing his sister like this, Ronald felt at ease. That means she does not have to worry about getting beaten anymore. Now, he stood staring intensely at Team 52 and said, you all have worked hard. Ronald placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head, and humbly said, today I learned so much. I was too excited to join Filiant, so I acted recklessly. The strength of the seniors truly exceeded my expectations. Thank you all for accepting this challenge from a novice. Suddenly, seeing Ronald's rapid change in attitude, Maria was surprised. What is wrong with him? Al wondered aloud. Did he eat something weird this morning? In front of the astonished eyes of the group of 5, Ronald deeply bowed and sincerely said, "Please forgive me. I hope to learn more in the future." They exchanged awkward glances. Unsure of how to respond, Brum rushed over, threw his arms around his 2 friends, and joyfully exclaimed, "I thought you were a bad guy. Not only are you strong, but you are also a polite junior." Then he grabbed Ronald's wrist and said, "But do not be so humble. I truly admire this victory. Be confident." Brum raised his arm high in a show of triumph and shouted, "That is what a Filian student should be." He turned and winked at him playfully, saying it was awesome. Ronald. He looked genuinely happy and replied, "He fought valiantly, just like his skills." Ronald thought to himself, "I have blended in this much. My sister has nothing to worry about anymore." A dozen below, witnessing this, took out a handkerchief, wiping away tears. Feeling moved, "Ronan, you have really grown up." A mysterious girl with purple hair had been quietly observing the match. She then raised her hand to her mouth, smiling knowingly. "You really are interesting, Ronald." Time passed quickly, and soon it was dark outside. Inside the school, the lights shone brightly, and the dining table was beautifully arranged with delicious food. The students were happily chatting and eating. Ronald looked around, genuinely curious. They said there would be an opening ceremony party, and he was still wondering what it would be. Seeing the luxurious dining hall, he thought to himself, "So this is how it is." Understanding Ronald's thoughts, Maria picked up a drumstick and smiled. "I heard this is the most prestigious academy in the royal city. Shouldn't it at least be like this?" Ronald nodded in agreement. "Right. Nothing surprising about that." While Maria was engrossed in her food, Asil turned to Ronald and asked, "Isn't Sister O coming?" Ronald. He looked a bit confused. "Yeah." Remembering the farewell with his sister, Yu held his hand and said, "Make sure to eat well. Don't forget to write to me. And do not get into fights." "Okay." Ronald recalled that she was always worried, so it took him a while to reassure her. Looking at Seda, who was acting cool, he continued, "I brought Seda along to ease her worries about the journey. After all, it is a dragon." Al heard this and asked, "You care about your sister?" Ronald sighed and replied, "Of course." After chatting for a while, he was ready to grab the drumstick and eat. "Now let us taste the food from Philly. Shall we?" Ronald said excitedly, opening his mouth to eat. "Thanks, man." A voice from behind him, Chili Fan, chimed in. "Are you really going to eat that?" Ronald turned around sleepily, still with his eyes half closed. He shouted louder, "Ronald!" Startled, Ronald jumped up, accidentally breaking his plate, and shouted loudly, "Don't mess with my food." "What?" he asked irritably. "Why are you here? What trouble are you planning this time?" Chili Fan calmly crossed his arms and said, "I am not here to cause trouble. I just came to gather some important information." Ronald questioned, "What important information?" He replied indifferently, "Yeah." Then he took out a notebook and seriously asked, "Where does Miss O live? Does it lead to the royal city?" Ronald felt like he was going to freeze. Chili Fan asked while carefully taking notes. "How's the traffic there? Is the security good? Are there any bandits around?" Ronald was ready to give up on this guy. "Wait a minute." Chili Fan continued to ask with focus. "You must have arranged an escort team for the lady, right? I am sure you at least thought about hiring mercenaries for that." He continued to question. "If not, you would be worse than a prisoner in Rotalin." Ronald, hearing this, got angry and responded, "I have. You idiot. I even sent someone more reliable. Unless a wall or something shows up, there is nothing to worry about." Hearing this, Chili Fan's face turned dark as he asked, "What do you mean? Are you saying if a wa shows up, the lady will be attacked?" Ronald shouted in frustration, "Enough already. You lunatic." He pointed angrily at Chili Fan. "First, why are you making a big deal about my sister? Who do you think you are? What do you have to do with my sister?" With Ronald pointing directly at him, Chili Fan stammered nervously. Then he regained his composure and tried to justify himself. "I was just worried something might happen to the charming lady on our way back. It is only natural for a knight." While Chili Fan was busy talking, a figure with purple hair glided past everyone, unnoticed. She chuckled and said, "This scene is quite amusing." She approached the two who had been arguing and said, "Is Grania being so talkative again?" Then she asked seriously, "What do you want? What do you want?" Aluzia. It turned out this mysterious purple-haired girl was Ibeta Kaluzia, a freshman, top of her magic class. She smiled brightly and said, "Don't get me wrong, Grania." Then she turned serious. "I am only interested in you, Ronald." Chili Fan turned to Ronald in surprise. Curious, Ronald pointed at his own face. Confused about what was happening, he then continued to ask, "Why me?" Chili Fan glanced over. Ready to say something, he sighed. "I guess someone's plotting something." After saying something cryptic, worried about complications, Chili Fan decided to leave, saying, "I am done here. Do what you want." He hesitated for a moment, then suddenly turned to Ronald and said something silly. "I think I should at least have my family guards follow along." Ronald's face flushed with anger, and he coldly said, "Get lost." A hand tugged at his shirt timidly, saying, "Ronald." It was Zul, who nervously reminded Ronald that she was the one from the recent confrontation. Ronald replied indifferently, "You do not need to explain. She is impressive." He recalled the powerful, ghostly image of Ib in battle, when she fought fiercely, taking down every enemy. She truly was someone capable. Ibet interrupted Ronald's thoughts. "That seems a bit much," she smirked and said. "Don't you think you should teach those arrogant guys a lesson?" Then she asked, "You understand what I mean, right?" Ronald, he crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, "I do not understand anything. But why are you here?" Ibet slowly stepped forward and said, "The talent you showed this time is quite impressive." She reached into her pocket to take something out and said dangerously, "So I came to make an offer." He wondered what the offer was. Zbet pulled out a large round pendant with a purple gem on it and said, "Something a scummy criminal could never dream of. A very special offer." Ronald stared at the gem, entranced. He thought to himself, "Is this an invitation from Akalia?" The stone represented the Relucius clan. The Relucius clan was special. Unlike most nobles who valued bloodlines, they valued talent above all else. By attracting talented individuals to their side, they trained many gifted people and maintained their position as one of the two pillars of the empire. They offered opportunities to those who showed potential, hoping that the one who received the current chance would be Ronald, becoming a part of this family. The symbol of that opportunity is this invitation from the Rugius family. The glowing gem in his hand serves as an enticing call. Ronald curiously asked a naive question. "Are you allowed to give this to outsiders?" But without answering his question, she implied that if he was asking, he must already understand its significance. Ronald pondered and replied, "I only hear people say that, and those people are your commander Adis and Akalia." He stared at the gem for a long time, recalling what happened that night. That night, the two sat beside the campfire, and she had given him the same thing. Since the Grand Commander was also a member of the Rugius clan, she held it out in front of him and said, "So this is the invitation you calmly asked for? And as long as I have it, even a commoner like me can become part of that powerful family, just like you." "Commander," she replied firmly. Yep. She added, "Of course, you must pass the chief's test. But those who are truly talented will succeed. Remember this. Private Ronalyn, when you redeem yourself in battle, you may eventually receive an invitation." He contemplated silently for a moment. Adison suddenly spoke up, "Because I think you have some talent." She was the first to acknowledge Ronald's talent, giving him confidence in himself. Back in the present, he once again saw this. He silently gazed at the gem without saying a word. Zbet tried to persuade him. "If you already know, I guess I do not need to explain further. I hope you make a wise choice." She walked away, leaving advice for Ronalyn. "Even if you were born a monster, if you blend in with the sheep for too long," Eve turned back, arrogantly warning, "You will become one of them." She quickly left with her followers behind. Once she was out of sight, Al finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Stuttering, "She's gone." Meanwhile, Ronald questioned himself, do geniuses always do as they please? He quickly calculated in his mind that having a way to communicate was good. He clenched the purple gem in his hand, believing that the Relucius clan would help him. Speaking of the Filian Academy program, this is a top-tier training institute for students' abilities. Depending on their scores, the environment can vary greatly. A prime example is the dormitory system. It is divided into 3 completely different levels, which can be clearly observed. The Nisha building. This is where average students are placed. A mid-range area but quite spacious and clean. Each person will have a clean room, a high anicap, and many other amenities. Students laugh and chat happily, pairing off to discuss their studies. A beautiful dormitory with full facilities. In contrast, students in the bottom 30% are placed in the Krya building. The first day in the Krya usually starts with the loud shouts of students, like this green-haired student, who angrily shouted, "What kind of hellhole is this?" He could not bear being in a dump worse than his family's horse shrine. So he voiced his complaints. "Do we really have to stay in a place like this? We are nobles. At least we should have a few servants." The orange-haired staff member did not care to respond. "Sorry, but there are no service staff in the Sia building," the staff member calmly stated. "Each room has 4 people. The showers and bathrooms are shared." As he finished speaking, a wave of students around him reacted with shivers. What the hell?" The staff member then continued, eyes closed, in a tone of disdain. This is the Academy's rule, not mine. So you young masters better study hard, or you will be stuck here next semester. Thus began the first shock for the dim-witted nobles. Ultimately, the top 10% of students, including Ronald, found themselves in the Nabador building, a grand and magnificent structure. I can only describe my impression of this building in one word. Ronald stood in front of the building, speechless with amazement. This place is incredible. He stepped inside, and in front of him was luxurious decor, all sparkling with a golden hue. Looking at the blooming vase on the table, he continued to marvel. Is all of this for students? Truly a prestigious academy. He walked closer to the pile of documents on the table that caught his attention. He bent down to see clearly that this was the class registration form they mentioned earlier. Picking up the paper, Ronald wondered. So I just write the classes I want on the schedule. Right, as an overthinker. He pondered for a moment. In the first year, adapting is crucial, and he heard it is best not to choose too many classes. After reading the paper carefully, he shouted out in frustration. But these classes all look so interesting. A small note here is that this is a perspective usually seen in first-year students who have never experienced hell. Ronald was determined. After some deliberation, Ronald completed his schedule. He crossed his arms, excited and satisfied. On the paper filled with his markings, Ronald chose 24 subjects out of a total of 40. He hesitated. It might be a bit much. But since he was at Felaman, Ronald happily held the paper high, choosing all the classes he wanted. The next day, the sky was clear, sunny, and a calm voice rang out. Was Wover? Ronald was in the basic royal swordsmanship class. The main instructor, a 3, had a grim expression and said, "You do not need to take this class anymore." Apparently, he had been kicked out by the instructor. Ronald was stunned, turning to look at him in confusion.
Yep.
He quickly approached a 3 to retort. "What do you mean?
Sir,
We just started." Upon hearing him say that, the instructor chuckled heartily. "My friend, that is what I mean." A 3's tone carried a hint of reproach. "We just started. But you have already mastered all the basic royal sword techniques perfectly." So he was not removed from the class because he was too dumb. Rather, he had already completed it. He trembled, ready to retort. But before he could finish, the instructor cut him off. The Academy's rule allows students to leave class only after completing the entire curriculum. If we keep you here, it will only demotivate the other students. The other students around looked at him with faces filled with admiration, envy, and fear. I gave him a thumbs up. "Keep it up. But do not get complacent. Keep pushing yourself." That late afternoon, Ronald sat despondently by the riverbank. He trembled with disappointment and spoke up. "What the hell? Not only the royal swordsmanship but also the whole class on spell casting and monster hunting today. He executed everything perfectly." All the instructors were left speechless. "Give you a thumbs up." Ronald held his head in frustration and shouted angrily. "They all kicked me out of class. It is nothing like I imagined." As he went crazy, pulling at his hair, a voice called out from behind him. "You look familiar. Aren't you supposed to be in class?" He turned around in surprise to look back. "It is Professor Navos." She was wandering around with a sword. Seeing Ronald sitting there, she smiled as if she knew what had happened to him. "I see. Have you completed all those classes already?" He stood up, resting on his sword, and replied flatly,
Yep.
"All the classes are like this." He expressed his disappointment to Navos. "I thought Phi would be much better." Hearing this, she was taken aback, thinking to herself, "I know they are just first-year classes, but to finish right on the first day is impressive." Navi Rose recalled the previous scene. Realizing he could mimic the technique after just one glance, she took the sword off her shoulder, excitedly saying, "Then it is Professor Phil. I can't overlook this." Navi Rose extended her hand towards Ronald, commanding, "Hand over your sword." He instinctively replied in confusion.
Yep.
Before Ronald could finish speaking, Navi swiftly snatched the sword from his hand, confidently saying, "I am going to teach you a very important lesson." Ronald widened his eyes in reproach. "Why did you take my sword?" Before he could even finish, an explosion behind him silenced him instantly. Even from afar, Navi Rose could make the water ripple, leaving him astonished. He was speechless, only able to stammer 2 words. "What is this?" After the recent shock, Navi Rose was still not satisfied, exclaiming, "I think this hunk of metal can only do that much." Why did the recent shock cause Ronald's newly repaired sword to malfunction even more? He stared in confusion at his sword, stuck in the ground. Navi Rose's voice continued steadily. "Something like this can't be called a weapon. It only diminishes the user's strength. Take a close look." After saying this, she focused intently and drew her sword. All senses seemed to pause. Navi Rose's draw was so quick that it left only an afterimage behind. The sword was out of its sheath by about 2 centimeters. At this moment, Ronald's eyes widened in surprise at Navios' decisive slash. The fierce red eyes of Navios unleashed a jade-green sword aura straight towards the riverbank. The shockwave blew Ronald's hair back, but what was even more terrifying was the water splitting in 2 with a single sword strike. Suddenly, a A column of water shot up into the sky. Moments later, everything returned to calm as before. Heavy raindrops fell onto his jet black hair. Navios remained in his sword-drawing stance, while Ronald stood frozen in place. The two were immersed in the rain. Her voice suddenly broke the silence. Do you understand now? Ronald Navi Rose sheathed his sword. Ronald stood there, pale and drained of blood. With a smug look, Navi Rose smiled at Ronald. Do you see what you lack? Until now, Ronald's definition of a weapon was very simple. It was just a solid, sharp piece of iron used to fight enemies. It was best if it did not break when picked up, because if it did, one would have to find a new usable one. He was surprised to think that this was his own mindset. Until he saw this, he remembered the scene of the water being completely divided. Ronald's thoughts were completely negated after witnessing Navi Rose's display. He pondered. It was strange. The image of Navi Rose appeared in Ronald's mind. He did not understand why. Only the sword was different. Yet the swinging motion was exactly the same as his. But was the gap so wide? Navios explained. It was just the breath or the force that changed. On the battlefield, small differences could mean life or death. Wasting energy could cost one their life right there. She slung her sword over her shoulder and continued. And if you use mana, finding a weapon that suits you is necessary. Of course. You do not understand. After a brief pause, Navi Rose added. You still do not know how to use your mana. Hearing her say this, his hand suddenly trembled. He still could not believe someone had seen through his secret, and asked back. Did you see that? She nodded in response. Yep. Even though I think your skills are decent, there is no mana in them. He was absorbed in listening to Navi Rose as she continued. One day you will have to use mana to fight, at least to control your power. You need to have your own weapon. She placed her hands on her hips, smiling lightly as she saw Ronald no longer smug as before. Not wanting to lose his way, Navi Rose enthusiastically recruited him. You seem a bit too deep in thought. Do not join my class. Ronald, after hearing what Navi Rose just said, he was still in shock from what had just happened, and was about to shake things up again. Ronald stammered, asking, Is that okay? Navi Rose turned away, speaking as she walked. Of course. Only a few second-year students and above are allowed to join, but I am allowing you. She added with a reminder before leaving. Just make sure to bring a decent weapon to class instead of that hunk of metal. Alright. It is a requirement to enter the class. So the next morning, on a beautiful day and also Ronald's first day off, he dragged his two best friends to the forge, after he shared what happened yesterday with his friends. Al exclaimed, I get it now. So that is what Professor Navi Rose meant. He rubbed his hands together, looking worried. So you came here on your first day off, at the forge that Sullivan recommended. Hearing him say that, Ronald instinctively tightened his grip on his immunity badge. He continued, Was that when he gave you this badge? The three of them stood in front of the forge, hesitating to step inside. It was a rickety wooden house. Feeling like it would collapse with just a strong gust of wind, Asio chose his words carefully. But how should I put this? This place feels a bit. Without waiting for him to finish, Maria decisively voiced his thoughts. It is really a dump, is not? It feels like just touching it will make it collapse. She questioned Ronald. Is this really the forge he recommended to you in Grangia? He was speechless at the desolate scene before him, hesitating to respond. It could be? Ronald thought to prove he was not being tricked, deciding he would find out once they went inside. Then they carefully opened the door, and a huge cobweb on the ceiling startled them all. What is this? The scene inside was even more desolate and shabby than outside. Maria exclaimed, Why is it even messier in here? He was shocked, unable to believe he had been deceived. Muttering, Has he ever lied? Suddenly, the wooden door from the opposite side swung open, and a gray hand with sharp claws reached out, accompanied by a hoarse voice. Too noisy. I was having a good sleep. A large foot stomped down in front of the three of them. He voiced his annoyance. Who are you? His voice was filled with anger at someone daring to disturb his sleep. What is with all this noise in the morning? Can't you see the lights are off? The appearance of what just emerged made Al pale with fear as he stammered. Ronald and Maria were equally shocked, unable to speak. Meanwhile, Ronald was composed and amazed. It was indeed an interesting sight. He even exclaimed in surprise, A werewolf in the forge. In front of three people stood a towering werewolf about 3 meters tall. Its cold, disdainful gaze looked down at them, not receiving any answer. He frowned impatiently and pressed. Hey. You little punk, are you deaf? I am asking why you are here. Are you going to answer or not? As soon as he finished speaking, Ronald calmly presented his token of immunity, responding, What else would I do at the forge? Of course. I came to buy weapons. He stood tall, his gaze unwavering, and continued, Sullivan recommended this place to me. He said the weapons here are top-notch. The werewolf pondered for a moment and recognized the Ranger family's emblem on the token. He assessed the three people before him. The two beside him radiated a strong mana, while Ronald showed none. After evaluating, the werewolf did not immediately agree and explained. What do you want me to do? Having a token does not mean you belong to the Ranja family. Hearing this, Ronald asked in surprise. What do you mean? He yawned lazily, waving his hand dismissively. I do not know where you got your information. But scram. I do not deal with little nobodies. Looking at his contemptuous attitude, Ronald felt annoyed but also anxious. Quickly saying, what I mean is, before he could finish, the werewolf interrupted. It is not that there is no way. He smirked, his werewolf face gradually losing its humanity. He pointed at Ola, who was trembling at the side, saying, Speak. If you let me tear a limb off this skinny kid, I might consider it. His expression was ferocious, and he yelled, revealing his sharp teeth. Coincidentally, I am feeling hungry, so I am being generous here. You can imagine how scared Al was after hearing this. I am just a weakling. I am not worth it. He stared at the werewolf's drooling sharp teeth, his hand hovering over his sword, signaling loudly, hey, you damn werewolf. His face was now full of rage. A warning, you have crossed the line. Immediately, he drew his sword and stabbed straight into the werewolf's stomach, sending him flying back. The face twisted in pain. The events unfolded so quickly that he had not even realized what was happening when he let out a grunt. He clutched his stomach, groaning in pain as he stumbled back. But Ronald noticed something, his voice firm. No wonder there was a strange etching sensation. He looked at him and voiced his curiosity. Where did that come from, that armor? I sensed something about it. It turned out to be emanating from the cloaked armor on him. At this moment, he was still crouching, clutching his stomach and coughing, not fully recovered, while Ronald continued to raise his sword, saying, But it does not matter much. I will just destroy everything in my way. He was furious, his eyes glowing a deadly red, making the werewolf fearful, waving his hands in front of him to stop. Wait. Hold on. He immediately explained everything. It was just a test. A test. Ronald, not believing, frowned and asked again. What? A test. He trembled as he explained. Yep. In our fort, the first step of the process is to test the skills of first-time guests. Seeing Ronald's disbelief, he hurriedly added, By the way, I wanted to test this new transparent armor I just crafted, so I intentionally provoked you. He said this almost in tears when he saw Ronald still holding his sword. I have no intention of harming you. Ronald exclaimed, That is quite an unusual excuse. He countered back at him, So you do not trust me. But he replied, This is the forge trusted by the Grand Clan, so this testing process is not strange at all. To reinforce his credibility, he assured that if you still do not feel at ease, you can go ask Sullivan about it. Hearing this, Ronald clicked his tongue in annoyance. Realizing he had no choice but to trust him, he sheathed his sword and told the werewolf. This process almost caused a fatal accident. He chuckled awkwardly. That is not the case. I just got carried away this time. He continued to fake a laugh. But anyway, I am sorry if I scared you. Please forgive me. Then he turned to Oo. I do not eat meat. Do not worry. EO hid behind Maria, his face pale and trembling, replying, I know. Thank goodness. I am just introducing myself now. My name is Diddy Khan. I am just an apprentice at this forge, but I also sometimes act as a gatekeeper. By the way, what is your name? He asked, determined to get a response. Seeing Ronald like that, he did not want to say much and went straight to the point. Ronald, are you here to buy weapons? After asking for names, he gestured for everyone to follow him inside. I will lead you in. Just follow me. This is just our entrance, he urged. Come on. Gun walked while introducing the real items inside. They entered a tightly enclosed space next to the wall. He did not forget to remind them. Is everyone in position yet? Get ready. After saying that, he pressed a switch on the wall, and the gears slowly began to move. You will witness some amazing things. Just as he finished speaking, the ground they stood on began to sink, astonishing everyone as it was their first time in an elevator. As the gears moved, the engine roared to life, and everyone looked up in panic as they saw the ceiling gradually moving away. He wondered aloud. Is this? Khan looked up proudly and replied. It is an elevator made from magical stone and vertical rods. This is the fastest way to the main hall of the forge, Didin said. Ronald gradually started to listen seriously. It is the best and largest forge in the Grand Cappadocia Empire. They had arrived at a magnificent place hidden deep underground. Ronald was amazed by the scene before him, not expecting such a place to be underground. I do not know what to say anymore. Come on. Khan laughed heartily. He gestured to look ahead. Ronald, you have passed my test. I will take responsibility and guide you. At that moment, his face remained calm. But inside, he was churning with emotions. Khan continued enthusiastically towards the best of Grand Cappadocia. What I mean is, let us go meet the best artisan in this kingdom. With each word he spoke, it felt like a hammer striking metal, producing the familiar clang of a forge. The deafening sound of metal clashing and the intense heat radiating from the forge, along with the bustling activity around, left the three in disbelief. They never expected such a large forge to exist beneath the city. He instinctively exclaimed in disbelief. Right. After all, the forge only sells items to the royal family and nobles. But he says there is no distinction here, as long as you are a skilled master. You are considered an artisan of this forge. However, you can see yourself as the best among them. Kain led everyone to a building, saying that it was the old dwarf who lived here. And of course, he had been practicing metallurgy for 400 years. He spoke while walking. This old man is quite stubborn, but his skills are unmatched. So I have great respect for him. So he kicked the door open and rushed inside. Looking at the pile of weapons scattered on the ground, Kain curiously asked, "What is the old man doing?" "I brought guests to visit." He approached, and an old man with a scruffy beard was focused on hammering a blade on the table. The dwarf grumbled loudly. "Is that you, Kain? I told you to keep quiet while I am working." This idiot won't listen to anything. Kain defended himself. "What could I do? The entrance is blocked with weapons, so I could not open it. Had to clean up first." Hearing that, old Doran stopped what he was doing and interrupted Gan. "You are young and yet you are complaining a lot. But you brought guests here. I guess they are not ordinary people." Upon hearing him, he proudly replied, "Of course. I have tested him. His swordsmanship is quite impressive. You will definitely be amazed when you see him." He said this while pointing at Donal, who was standing behind. The old man calmly responded, "Really? I did not expect that." Doran assessed him from head to toe, looking at his appearance, which seemed like that of a kid, not wanting to judge based on looks. He suggested, "How about you show me your swordsmanship? My eyes can trust what I see." He was surprised by Doran's suggestion. "Sure. Let me give it a try." You accepted the proposal, drew your sword, and pulled out your battered iron piece for him to see. Did he cough round? "Ha. Oh my." He lightly tapped it, and the sword that Ronal was so proud of shattered, not forgetting to throw in a critique. "Trash. You have always used this weapon." In the stunned eyes of the three, his sword shattered into pieces, falling to the ground. Ronal got furious as Doran destroyed his pride and questioned him. "Wait, what are you doing?" Old man, without waiting for him to finish, he immediately pointed to one side and said, "Over there. Take any sword you want. I can't accurately assess your skills with this trash. In front of you is a pile of weapons scattered around. Moreover, he also promised you that he would gift you a sword of your choice. So do not worry about being at a disadvantage, because any sword you choose is 100 times better than that worthless lump of iron." Doran proudly boasted, seeing him so generous. Ronal asked back to be sure. "Really?" He glanced at the werewolf for confirmation, who smiled and nodded at him. The crackling fire accompanied Doran's assured voice. "Yeah, if you want. Feel free to pick any sword," he thought, feeling the difference. Ronal tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. But could it really be that different? Before striking, Ronal asked Doran again for confirmation. "Am I really allowed to do this? If I accidentally break something, it is not my fault." "Okay," he quickly replied, thinking the kid like him was not that strong. "Well, I do not care. So just give it your all. Imagine putting all your strength into that swing," he said, gazing at his reflection in the shiny sword, lost in thought. Ronal, imagining the sword move he saw Navarro execute by the river, smoothly pulled the sword back, taking a stance to prepare, his body moving. Each small movement echoed Navarro's image behind him. Watching his initial moves, Doran was stunned. "Wait, could it be?" Ronal decisively made a slash. A loud explosion occurred, startling the other blacksmiths. What was that? They wondered, looking at the blast. "That is Doran's place. What is going on?" An explosion in the forge at noon. Dust and debris slowly began to clear. 5 faint figures appeared. The one behind the recent technique was Ronal, standing ready, pointing forward. Doran, standing next to him, could not believe this kid actually wrecked his place. A long trail from the explosion appeared. What just happened? Ronal wondered. While he was the one who created the long scar on the ground, he quickly clarified. "I did not mean to." Doran remembered that technique belonged to Navi Rose. He looked at him, guessing. "Could you be her apprentice?" he asked in surprise. "You know Professor Navos," he firmly replied. "Of course I do. I am the one who forged that sword for her." Ronal was stunned. "The professor's sword. You remember Navi Rose wielding that stupid long sword?" Doran responded. "Exactly." He continued. "It is called the Secret Sword Urusa. One of my life's masterpieces. What you are holding can compare to it. But what do you think of it?" Doran asked him. He replied, confused. "Is great," he added. "Honestly, I do not think it is anything special." As soon as he finished, Doran said, "I should be the one saying that. I thought you were just a newbie who did not recognize your own talent." He excitedly patted Ronal on the back, causing both of them to choke on their spit. "But it has been a long time since I have met a talent like you." He expressed his thoughts hesitantly. "But the problem is, You are too talented. It will be hard to forge a sword that suits you. You can see that sword can barely handle your strength. Hearing this, he clenched his fist. Feeling lost, he asked, "What should I do?" Doran continued, "Regular materials can't withstand your power. We need to use high-grade metal, melted down with special fuel. At the very least, we should use one's byproducts. Not sure which ones are best." Hearing that, he asked, "Byproducts? Then what about this? I'm not sure. So I brought it along." He pulled something out of his pocket as he spoke. Doran leaned in. "Curious, what is it?" He replied, "It is an eggshell." In the palm of his hand was the cracked eggshell of cedar, in a building with a hole in it. The sound of a hammer striking echoed throughout Doran's forge. After a while of struggling, the old man exclaimed, incredulously, "This hammer can't break it." Looking at the eggshell still intact after being hammered repeatedly, he shouted, "Not even a dent. Does such material really exist?" Living for hundreds of years, he has never encountered anything as precious as this. Doran's eyes lit up. "I really get to use that precious thing." He was speechless. "Sure, it is useless to me. So it is enough for me to get a sword. Right." He was excited about being able to use it freely. Just that piece alone is enough to craft a magnificent sword. "Of course. Come back in 2 weeks. I will prepare the best sword in the kingdom for you." He crossed his arms, satisfied at the thought of new stock coming in. "I can't wait." Sita on his shoulder yawned, while Maria and Ale also benefited from the excitement. He remembered the two who came with him and suddenly spoke up. "Well, since the ladies are here, why not go meet the other craftsmen?" Maria's eyes lit up. "All of it," he replied. "I can't let the friends of a noble leave empty-handed. Can I? If you tell them I sent you, they will take good care of you." As he hammered, he added, "I want to take care of you too as well, but right now, I can only focus on this." He spoke, his eyes glowing red. Though he wanted to cater to the two, his mind was solely on this eggshell. Doran laughed with delight. It sounded so good. His joyful laughter as he struck the eggshell made the three think, "This old man has gone mad." Somewhere deep underground, a torch flickered to life, and a person gritted their teeth in frustration, wondering about the noise above. "Annoying. I want to burn them all." He gritted his teeth, and another person in front of him spoke up. "Calm down. It is not time to reveal ourselves yet." She looked up and continued, "Not long now. From those foolish blacksmiths." Her words flashed over the giant stone statues. "Everything in this kingdom. The day everything disappears and is buried in light is coming soon." It turns out they were standing in a long cave surrounded by giant statues, with the leader sealed in the middle, its eyes glowing red beneath the golden rock. A few days later, the morning sunlight beautifully enveloped the campus, and Ronal was leisurely strolling around the courtyard nearby. But in his mind, he was secretly thinking that the old man claimed to be the best blacksmith in the empire, saying he would forge his own sword. Al and Mary also had other blacksmiths in this area, and it seemed like it would cost quite a bit. Holding the gold coin reflecting the sunlight, he thought to himself that it was not his problem. He raised the coin high, and the smile on his face gradually twisted as his thoughts flowed. "After all, it is not my money. I will use this to pay." Somewhere, a chilly fan felt a chill run down their spine. Thinking about the sword, knowing it would take half a month to finish if there were any issues, his hands still positioned behind his head, he sighed in frustration. What should he do to kill time? And Maria must be in class by now. Suddenly thinking of something, he quickly dropped his hands from behind his head and wondered. Slowly lowering his hands, he looked around. Now he remembers where this is, the training area reserved for the upper class. Looking up at the large building he just identified, Ronal could not help but sigh. The Galian Hall slowly lowered its hands to his hips as he mused. That must be where Professor Navios teaches. I did not want to come here before, because I was told to bring real weapons. But now I have this to use temporarily. He wondered to himself whether he should go in or not. Suddenly, he got goosebumps as he sensed a killing intent right beside him. Slowly turning his head, he tried to muster a forced smile, and stammered, "Professor." Suddenly, a hand quickly shot out and yanked his ear hard. He cried out in pain from the sudden attack. Navi rose, filled with killing intent, said, "Long time no see." Ronal, her eyes widened as she looked at him. "I told you to come to class as soon as you had a weapon. Why are you just showing up now?" She pulled harder, asking, "Did you skip class?" Ronal retorted, "Skip class? No way." He tried to explain, "I was tied up with things." "Okay." She ignored him and dragged him along. "Forget it. Follow me." Navi Rose shouted, "I will listen to your excuses on the way." He let out a pained cry before responding. Let me go first." He screamed desperately. "That hurts." The brown-haired girl inside the building had noticed, holding a stack of documents in her hand. She turned to the window to look down and wondered, "What is that noise?" By the time she turned back, she accidentally bumped into someone else. Why is there a scream? Do not block the way anymore. Move aside. She bent down to pick up the documents that had fallen during the collision and stammered, sorry. Gan. I was a bit distracted. Kai judged. What kind of teaching assistant is so slow? He continued in a condescending tone. If you are distracted, go prepare the lesson plan. The girl bent down to fix her documents, awkwardly smiling as she replied. Okay, after saying that, she calmly walked straight down the hallway, not forgetting to say goodbye. I am heading out. In the combat area, the early morning sun surrounded them. Navi Rose was standing straight, announcing. During the sparring match at the opening ceremony, he was pretty loud, so some of the kids recognized him. She continued, but I will reintroduce him. She crossed her arms and introduced him. This is Ronald. From today, he will be in this class with you all. Finishing his sentence, Ronald politely bowed and introduced himself. I am a freshman in the martial arts department, hoping for your guidance. Everyone was quietly whispering, looking at him. The second-ranked freshman, that is why he jumped to this class. There were also some unkind words. He is really that good, but he looks pretty average. Witnessing everyone blatantly judging him, Lewin could not help but feel angry. He thought to himself, I can hear everything. These people. Looking around, he calmed himself down, but he did spot a few people he wanted to see. But when his gaze landed on Chili Fan, he thought about someone he did not want to see. That would definitely be fun. Lost in his thoughts, the door behind him creaked open, and a girl with long brown hair walked in. I am sorry for being late. She rushed in and said, I have something urgent to finish. Ronald, being drawn to the voice, turned to look. The brown-haired girl was catching her breath, trying to say, have you been waiting long? Navi Rose replied, no problem. Just take your time. She pointed at him. I am just introducing the new student. The cheerful girl is the famous bus girl you mentioned. Right. She is also introduced. Say hi. This is my teaching assistant. Yep. The brown-haired girl approached him with a friendly greeting. Nice to meet you. Ronald, she continued. I am a second-year martial arts student and the assistant for this class. Then, she politely smiled and extended her hand for a handshake. My name is Adazen. Let us study well together. She held out her hand, waiting for him to shake it, while he paused. Confused, Ronald's head quickly sank into thought. Adazen Akaluzia was an exceptional leader. She had become the first female commander, leading the battlefield with clarity and financial acumen. The Iron Lady. Those under her command had said this. What flows in Adazen's veins is molten iron, not blood. He stood in a corner practicing his swordplay, but still could not escape his thoughts. Who would have thought that while the commander was lost in her own thoughts, he did not forget to notice a figure. Watching Adazen gently and attentively teach students during practice, he silently marveled at such a face. Ronald's sharp gaze focused on her. He could see she did not have a hint of memory. But is that really her true face? Then, what about that favor she asked back then? Recalling that moment, she had said to him, just tell me to go make clothes. Do not waste time anymore. Okay. Then he wondered what he should do. He thought this was a big issue. But beside him, a student was wildly waving a sword. Calling her, Adazen, come here and check my stance. She shyly replied, okay. I will be right there. Another student complained. The assistant smells weird. Is there another handkerchief? She replied, let me get another one. Next, she hurriedly rushed from place to place, delivering items and teaching. Encouraging others to stop fighting made him sigh. Why is she so busy? He thought she was still doing chores for the servants. Is that what being a teaching assistant is like? Someone quietly approached to inquire. Hey. First year. You look bored. Ka cheerfully said, if you want. Do you want to fight me? Ronald turned around and asked. He wondered why he suddenly wanted to fight her. Who are you? He then scratched his head and laughed, saying, you are so sudden. Sorry about that. He smiled and introduced himself. I am Kane Ogun 53. I have heard a lot about you from the duel at the opening. He continued, if the rumors are true. I also want to learn from you in this match. Ronald calmly replied. But right now I have something to think about. He said we can fight later. Suddenly, he interrupted. Right. I forgot. Why did not I bring a weapon to fight you? He shouted rudely, ordering Adan. Hey. Idiot. Bring my training spear over here. She stammered upon hearing that. Okay, Ka said. I will bring it right now. But witnessing the scene made Ronald freeze in shock. He questioned the term he just heard him use to call her an idiot. Then he turned to glare at Ka with a murderous look. How dare this jerk call her that? Adan handed the weapon back to A, who asked, what is this? He suddenly got angry and yelled, why is this idiot bringing a long spear? Didn't I switch to a short spear a long time ago? She was startled and quickly apologized. Is that sorry? I thought you used a long spear back then. He interrupted her, his face twisted in sarcasm. Look at that. Interesting. Right. Then Ka slammed the spear on Adan's head, shouting, "How dare you argue with me? What kind of teaching assistant does not know anything?" The hit made her cry out in pain. After that, he kept hitting her. She never deserved to be in this class from the start. Getting in because she begged the professor does not mean she should know her place. He continued to insult her. "Don't you know what shame is?" She only knew to apologize. "Sorry," she replied. "I will be more careful." Suddenly, a hand tightly gripped the spear, stopping it. Ronald stood in the middle with a dark expression, one hand blocking the spear to prevent Kane from hitting Adan. Ka frowned, showing his annoyance at the situation. "What is going on? Ronald, why are you interrupting?" He interjected. "Just doing my job." "Right," he said about what he just said. He continued, "If not, I do not know what I will do right now." Didn't he understand what he was saying? "What nonsense are you talking about?" he asked back. "Don't you understand what I am saying?" With a deadly gaze and a dark face, trying to hold back his anger, he looked straight into his eyes and said, "Let us fight." "You jerk." With Viquan gripping the weapon tightly, Ka could not help but feel a bit embarrassed. He smiled and said, "Do I have bad hearing or what? Why suddenly do not you like it anymore?" Looking into Roland's fierce, murderous eyes, Kai slowly began to guess his intentions. Glancing over at Adizan, he showed signs of suspicion. "Are you acting like this because you are close to him?" He licked his lips, continuing to throw out taunts like some filthy coward. "What have you two done that you did not tell me about?" Ronald shoved his stick away and shouted. He gripped his sword behind him and coldly said, "Shut your mouth and focus on defending yourself." Ronald began swinging his wooden sword, his eyes flashing with anger as he spoke ominously. "Unless you want to die, keep talking." Saying that, he thrust the tip of his sword into Kai's stick. At the point of contact, it glowed with magical energy, causing Kai to grimace as he braced himself. He frowned and thought, "What the hell? Why is it still so strong without mana?" Ronald's strength was so overwhelming that he knocked Ka back, causing him to grunt. Looking at the broken wooden blade surrounded by smoke from the force, he pointed the sword at Ka and coldly said, "You have been whining about not wanting to use a spear all day, so I switched it for you." Ka quickly glanced down at his mirror that had broken in half. Feeling furious, Ronald continued to provoke him. "Do you like it?" At this point, he was really furious, gripping his sword tightly, exuding a terrifying aura, his eyes flashing with rage, veins popping on his face and neck as he shouted, "How dare this bastard!" Akaden immediately took a stance aimed at Ronald, cursing him for being so ungrateful. He yelled as he charged at him, "You think you can walk out of here in one piece?" Kai thrust the tip of his sword in front of Ronald, and suddenly the sword broke in two. Not just in two, but it shattered into 3 or 4 pieces. Caden looked up in surprise, while Ronald calmly said, "Yeah, I do not think I will be fine." At this moment, Kane was panicking to the point of being dazed. Ronald's voice turned serious. "So you better worry about yourself first." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward and struck Ka, sending him reeling backward. He was hit in the face, looking utterly pathetic, then a blow to the waist that looked pitiful. Ronald used momentum to lift the wooden sword, and with one powerful swing, he struck Ka right under the chin. Ka's face twisted in pain, letting out groans of agony. After being beaten up badly, he fell to the ground, unconscious. Ronald shot him a cold, icy glare and said, "You should count yourself lucky this is an academy. If I met you outside." Seeing Ka now in a pitiful state, it was unclear if he even heard what he said. Ronald delivered one final threat. "Now you have lost your life." "Got it." The students outside watched in fear, trembling and whispering among themselves. Kai lost. He is ranked 53 among the students. Ronald turned to the 3 gossips and said, "Now it is your turn." He pointed his sword directly at the one in the middle, issuing a challenge. The spoiled brats made her bring a handkerchief. "Come out here." The guy stammered in fear. Ronald immediately questioned him. "If it smelled, go wash it yourself. Why bother others? You think you are the boss." I mean, Ronald was radiating lethal energy, so angry that a terrifying aura of red magic surrounded him. He slowly approached that guy, then asked if his assistant was his servant. That spoiled brat was nearly crying in fear. Ronald's face darkened as he continued, "Come here. I will wipe out all you snot-nosed brats." Edison quickly intervened to defuse the situation. "Hold on. Stop, Ronald." She stood between the 2 sides, raising her hands and speaking loudly. "I do not know why you are doing this, but I am really fine." So Ronald was truly frustrated at this moment, cutting off her speech as he said, "Assistant, step aside. I can let anyone go, except for those fools who dared treat you this way." Ronald looked at the commander. He always respected being treated with disdain by the school bullies, resolute to take action. "I can just stand by and watch you be bullied, at least in this kingdom. You should not be treated like that." He pushed Edison aside and said, "Step back. I am not stopping until I give them a thorough beating." At that moment, Navi Rose appeared, calling for a stop. She emerged from a mystical blue mist with a familiar snake, ready to mediate the impending fight. Stop it. Ronald. I won't hold you responsible for the previous fight, because accidents like that happen all the time. However, if you cause something bigger, I can't just let it slide. Put down the sword and step back. Ronald stood within Navi Rose's powerful aura, thinking silently. The pressure was overwhelming, making it hard for him to move. He turned his head to see. Is that a snake? Behind him was a gigantic snake, bearing its enormous, terrifying mouth. It flicked its tongue close to Ronald's face, and he thought, could this be the aura of Professor Navi Rose, the unparalleled sword saint? Navi Rose then spoke up. Ronald, what you are doing cannot be considered a duel. As the one in charge of this class, I won't allow any more violations. Ronald boldly questioned her, recalling that she could not possibly be unaware of how her assistant was being treated unfairly. His hands trembled with anger as he continued. Even so, you still stand by and let this happen? Navi Rose coldly replied. That is a matter between me and the assistant, not your concern. Her gaze hardened as she delivered her final warning. So this is your last warning. Stop now. Ronald gripped his sword tightly, stubbornly saying, whether you are the unparalleled holy sword or not. He held the sword out, indicating his disapproval, and coldly stated, my answer remains the same. Ronald's anger flared, and he shouted, get lost. Seeing she could not convince him, Nav gave up, saying there was no other way. She summoned the giant snake and issued a command. Vinenti. It opened its mouth wide towards Ronald. Faced with such a terrifying beast, he suddenly flashed a wicked grin. Not knowing what was happening, Ronald suddenly recalled his old memories. Back then, he stood behind Adizen and seriously asked, Commander, I asked you before, why did you volunteer for the command position that I also rejected? And the commander? Adizen turned her back to him and replied calmly, one day you will understand. There are things you can't force others to do. It is destiny. He slumped down, feeling sad and confused. She answered like that. What was she thinking at that time? What burden was she carrying on her shoulders? A memory flashed back. Adizen, with blood on her face, suddenly said, Ronalyn, I am truly sorry. You have to bear this burden. Do not forgive me. Back to the present. Ronald sat up in bed as if he had just experienced a nightmare and screamed. He sat up, panting heavily. Suddenly, a voice called out, making Ronald pay attention. Ronald, what is wrong? It turned out Adizen had come to visit him, and she asked with concern, did you have a nightmare? Ronaldo was lost in thought. Commander, Aden curiously asked. Commander, what do you mean? Hearing her response, he looked blank and scratched his head while chuckling. It is nothing. Looking around the place he was in, Ronald finally spoke up. Moreover, this is a clinic. Adizen replied. That is right. The professor told me to bring you here. Recalling Navi Rose looking very angry and threatening. I will correct your behavior in today's supplementary class. Adizen cheerfully stated nonchalantly. That is what she said. Ronald's face darkened in despair. The film is over. While he was in a daze thinking whether to faint again, Adizen hurriedly spoke up. But by the way, Ronalyn, were you angry before because they treated me like that? Hearing her question, he froze awkwardly. Then he turned his head away, shyly looking for an excuse. It is just that I care too much about manners, and I am also a straightforward gentleman. Adizen understood and laughed in response. You must be embarrassed to talk about that. Then suddenly she lowered her voice seriously. It is not Jiska. Please do not hate the others anymore. Then she smiled knowingly and said, because I also understand their feelings when they treat me like that. Hearing that, Ronald flinched and pulled back. What? Then he angrily raised his voice. What do you mean by that? If you already knew, how could you work hard as a teaching assistant like that? He continued speaking with frustration. Before, I wondered why you did that. And now I understand even less why you behave like this. Adessa looked at him in surprise. Ronald immediately tried to explain to her. Isn't it strange? She is a professor who knows how everyone treats her like this. It is all visible in the classes. Therefore, it can't be said that she does not know. I can't understand why the professor is turning a blind eye to what is happening. This is something I truly do not understand. Is it true that the academy is covering for those nobles? You are not angry about how they treat you. Adizen smiled brightly and replied gently. If that is what you mean, then I hope you do not misunderstand why the professor did that. Ronald glanced at Adizen's hands as she continued. Because I told her to do it. Too focused on her hands resting on each other. He did not catch it and ask. Sorry. What did you say? Then she answered in a long string. It is because I enjoy having privileges I do not deserve. Initially, you had to reach the level of a swordsmanship expert to even take that class. But even after studying for a year, I can only manage basic mana control. Hearing this, Ronald was surprised and wondered. What? No way. The commander who could use that massive aura also went through a time like this. Edison smiled calmly and continued. So I asked the professor privately to turn a blind eye to how the students treat me, she honestly said. Because I do not want to be a burden to her now that she has taken me as her assistant. Remembering her time working at the school. Edison added, while enjoying that privilege. Of course. I had to pay the price by enduring this. Then she clenched her hands tightly, raising them with determination and said strongly, I can still handle this. But I still thank you for what you did today. She recalled being bullied at school and said, I thought I was getting used to the mundane. Then Edison placed her hand on her forehead, feeling emotional as she said, but today I was a bit touched by what you did. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room became awkwardly silent. Ronald then spoke up, by the way, is the reason you endure so much because you want to become the commander of the Legion? Edison gasped in surprise and covered her mouth. How did you know? Did it show too much? Then she honestly shared, that is right. But I am not entirely sure. So I can say for sure, under the sunlight shining on them. Edison's bright smile stood out along with her honest words. But my dream is to become the commander of this empire. Ronald was awkwardly at a loss for words when Edison waved her hand to break the tension. Of course. I know this sounds a bit much coming from someone who has not even reached the expert level. She looked at her palm and declared confidently. But still, I have no intention of giving up. You might not believe it, but I am quite confident in my knowledge of military technology and tactics. To achieve that dream, I am working hard every day. Edison raised her palm. The hand of a beautiful girl, yet filled with calluses from countless hours of training to achieve her dream. She suddenly changed the subject. It is time for class, is not? Then she stood up, ready to leave. Reminding him, Ronalyn, you need to rest before coming back. Got it, he replied. Yep. I understand. Then Ronald smiled and said, thanks for looking out for me, Senpai. She turned her head back and smiled. No problem. See you in class later. As Edison walked away, Ronald noticed the chair she had been sitting in. A flood of memories about her came rushing back. Corporal Ronalyn, if we meet again, could you just tell me instead of wasting time suing? I have done everything but that. Ronald lowered his head, frowning as he recalled her whispered curses. Damn it. What do you want me to do now? The scene shifted to a few days later, the weekend at the Grand Cappadocia Forge. At that time, Ronalyn, Maria, and Azel were already there. He spoke up. What? He called us here. The three looked at the empty, desolate room, which made Ronald frustrated. But why is no one here? Remembering earlier, a pigeon flew in with a letter. He wondered what was going on that would need a pigeon at midnight, even though he said it was a masterpiece he created. I thought it would take longer to finish. Not that quickly. Ronan's shoe hit the iron helmet as he muttered about no one being around, unable to contain his frustration. He vented it by shouting at the helmet. Why is there so much stuff blocking the way? Don't you clean up anything? Is this really how you entertain guests? Seeing Ronald suddenly like that, Maria whispered to Al, why has he been so sensitive these days? Al replied, confused, I wonder if something happened in class that made him mad at me. Ronald, standing right at the door, turned to tell them, standing here is tiring. Let us go inside. The two were a bit surprised to hear this. Maria quickly spoke up to stop him. Wait. Can you really just do what you want? Ronald coldly replied. He was the one who told us to come first. So why be afraid? You two stop talking and follow me. The shadows of all three were cast on the wall. He spoke up. Let us see what he is doing in there. Then Ronald pressed a brick on the wall and said, he must have pressed this before. Seeing movement in the room, he exclaimed. Right. Al is panicking. I hope everything's okay. Maria, feeling helpless in the face of his arrogance, chimed in. Who can stop this crazy guy? Ronald rubbed his neck and said, an old man who does not even know basic customer service. What could he possibly do down there? When he met him, his gaze suddenly froze as if seeing something shocking. Before Ronald was a mysterious city lying underground. But right now it looked very desolate. It was in ruins as if a fierce battle had just taken place here. The room they stood in was a secret elevator to move down here. Ronald blurted out. What is happening here? Looking at a pile of dead bodies sprawled on the ground, he could not help but shout. What happened to this place? O immediately pointed to the other side and shouted. Ronald, look over there. A huge stone hand slammed into the ground. A gigantic stone monster was chasing the remaining survivors. Al shouted. It is a stone giant. The blacksmiths are being chased by the stone giant. Not understanding what that was, Ronald turned to ask, a stone giant. Why are those things here? Al replied. Trembling, it seems like they will catch those blacksmiths soon. What should we do? Ronald, we can let those blacksmiths get hurt. Ronald clutched his stomach and quickly said. What else is there to ask? Leave it to me. Then he put his arm around Al to prepare to jump down and be a hero. Al's face darkened. Probably thinking it was ridiculous to pull him down like this, Ronald pulled Al back and instructed Maria. Maria. You will support from the back. Go find someone to help. I will go down first, she replied. Okay. Moments later, Ronald had taken Al and jumped down. He said, All right. Let us go down. He commanded, using magic to suspend gravity and cast invisibility as they jumped down. Al raised both palms, releasing a stream of magical energy. And an invisible hand caused someone to crash down to the ground. On this side, 2 old men were in danger. Before the 2 elders was the stone giant ready to kill them. The long-bearded elder trembled helplessly. Is it all over? Ronald appeared like a god, striking down with a fiery slash into the stone giant. It growled, confused about what was happening. He stood before the 2 of them and said, just in time. I've had quite a bit of trouble these past few days. So I am a little frustrated. He turned his head, looking fearsome, and said to the stone giants, You all chose the wrong day to mess with me. Stupid rocks. Ronald turned back, coldly and disdainfully saying, You picked the wrong day. Dumb stones. The giant stone figure roared in anger and swung a massive fist at him. Its colossal punch was just inches away from his neck, but Ronald remained calm, his face showing no emotion. As each second ticked by, the punch drew closer, yet he made no move. Suddenly, a flash of red light appeared where he stood, and Ronald vanished. He leaped out of the way of its punch. He then sliced cleanly through the giant stone figure's head and soared into the air. The head lay on the ground, its eyes still glowing red and letting out a monstrous growl. Then, an enormous explosion erupted from the battle. The old Baldy watched this magnificent scene and wondered, Is that kid the guest Doron invited the other day? The long-bearded man beside him could not help but exclaim, surprised that such a young person could defeat a giant stone figure so easily. Ronald stepped onto the stone and called out, Hey, old man. He stood tall on top of the giant stone figure, asking casually, What the hell is going on here? Explain it to me. After the battle, all 4 of them gathered to recount everything to Ronald. After hearing the whole story, he was taken aback and said, Really? The giant stone figures suddenly attacked the crowd here. The long-bearded man hurriedly replied, Yep. We do not know why either. He recalled when the stone figures first appeared and described the scene. They emerged from the ground and destroyed everything in their sight. All they did was hunt blacksmiths. And they even captured Doron. Then, they returned to where they came from. The old man nervously continued. Deacon tried to capture them, but he is not skilled in combat, so he was helpless. If this continues, Ronald interjected, They will end up as their dinner. Then he stood up and asked, All right. There are not any more left here. Right. The long-bearded man replied. The one you just defeated was the last one. Ronald turned to Al and said, You and Maria check to see if anyone else is injured until the reinforcements arrive. If you find anyone, treat them. Sita can handle first aid. Al worriedly asked, What about you? Ronald replied, What do you think? I have to go save the captives, because I have something to retrieve from Doron. Doron was kneeling, tightly holding onto a piece of wood, expressing deep gratitude. I am so glad you came to save me. But you should not have come here. In front of you is Deacon. Deacon faced the 2 giant stone figures and shouted for them to run away. Doron could not help but feel anxious. With an invisible armor, Deacon shouted loudly, cutting off Doron's words. Shut up. Old man. I am tired of dealing with these guys. Stop standing there talking nonsense. Then he turned to scold him. If you still have the strength to babble, pick up that sword or do something. Is it just for show? Doron immediately refused. He clutched the sword tightly and insisted. This kid is my masterpiece, the grand beginning of my legacy. Doron raised his sword with pride, firmly stating, I can't stain this sword of mine. Get lost. If you see this guy acting blindly, just shout at him, that crazy old man. No matter how mad he gets over the weapon. This is not the time for those tricks. The stone giant is starting to wreak havoc again. It roars, raising its arm to slam down on the 2 of them. Then it brings down a powerful strike. Dust and smoke billow up from where it strikes. Doron seems unharmed, still standing there. It turns out Deacon braced himself to absorb that massive punch, causing him to spit blood from his mouth. He grimaces under the weight, feeling extremely uneasy. Even the protective charm on his armor has been destroyed. The stone giant also lifts its hand off Deacon. He thinks to himself, Damn it. If I had known it would end like this, I would have created everything I could. Regret fills him. Just when he thought he was done for, Ronald suddenly appears like a lifeline. He dives down, slashing wildly at the stone giant. The creature splits in 2 and falls apart. Ronald lands and calmly says, Good job. Deacon, take a breather. In front of him, 2 more stone giants are growling, waiting to attack. Deacon shouts out to Ronald. Then he asks, "How did you get here? You must have encountered plenty of giants on the way here." "Right." He turns back and replies nonchalantly. "Those bastards. I took care of them while rescuing the other blacksmiths." The others watch in shock at the wreckage left by the stone giant. At this point, Diddy Khan kneels in admiration before Ronald and asks in disbelief, "You did that?" Ronald wants to brush off the conversation. "Let us not talk anymore." He raises his hand toward Doran and says, "Hand me that, old man. Because I can't use this sword anymore." The man widened his eyes in surprise. Then Ronald continued, "What you call a masterpiece? Is not that my sword? You thought I could not hear anything outside?" "Ah." Doran awkwardly replied, "Oh right. Right." He reluctantly gritted his teeth and handed the sword to its true owner. "Here. Take it. The sheath is not finished yet, so you can use it right away." Ronald replied with satisfaction. "Thanks." Then he drew the shiny sword and said, "Let us test it out." The two stone giants growled menacingly, waiting for Ronald to attack. One of them shouted and lunged at him with outstretched hands. In Ronald's mind, he was only thinking about how good the sword was. He swung the sword fiercely in its direction. The two giants froze in surprise. A single slash from Ronald had split the ground before him in half. His hair stood on end from the strong wind, and he could not help but admire himself. Diddy Khan and Doran looked on with wide, admiring eyes. Suddenly, Ronald exclaimed in confusion, "What the hell is this?" Doran, excited, wanted to widen his nostrils and eagerly approached him to ask, "How do you feel? Do you like La Mancha?" he asked. Puzzled. "La Mancha is the name of the sword," he immediately replied. "That is the name I took from observing my beloved stars." Doran looked at his reflection in the blade, filled with pride. "It is amazing. It is so light you can't feel its weight. But it is harder than Mitron, able to withstand any sword technique. Above all, I did not add any enhancements to it. But because it has blood absorption properties, it possesses a very unique self-regenerative ability." Ronald held that shining sword in his hand and thought, "This was made from cedar." He raised the sword to the sky and turned to compliment Doran. "You are much better than I thought," he replied. "I am glad you like it. Is it time to chat?" Then Doran urged, "Let us hurry up and get out of here. There is no one else around." Ronald calmly replied, "Is that just in time?" He walked on, instructing the two of them, "Take that old man out first. I have something to check." "Go on," Gunn asked, puzzled. "Check what?" Then Ronald coldly said, "Well, it is not much, but I suspect there are some rats hiding around here. And there is a big one among them." The three stood frozen. Ronald bluntly addressed the filthy rats. "Go on," Gunn asked in confusion. "What do you mean?" he replied. "They are the creatures blocking my way. I am quite familiar with the behavior of stone giants. They do not travel in packs and will remain silent unless provoked." He placed his hand on the surface of the rock and continued, "Well, I have never seen this either." Suddenly, the rock shook, and Doran and Diddy Khan both turned to look at it in surprise. Strange drawings appeared on the rock. Ronald raised his sword to his shoulder and said, "But with suspicious drawings like this behind them." Someone shouted loudly, "A magical circle." Ronald asked, "Doran, do you know what kind of magic this is?" He hesitated and replied, "I am not sure. I am not very skilled in this area, so I can't say much." Then he touched the bizarre drawing and said, "But there is still too much mana lingering here. It is a tricky type of magic. The giant stones must have become aggressive because of this." He then wondered, "Who could have done this?" He replied, "I have no idea." But suddenly, his gaze turned colder, his eyes scrutinizing as if he was realizing something. He spoke, suggesting that we might find out who was behind this if we go deeper. Inside the cave was a dark, deep area, with a gentle breeze blowing in, creating an eerie feeling. He held his sword and ran at almost full speed. He thought to himself. At first, he had hesitated about this. But the more he followed the giant stone footprints deeper into the cave, the more human footprints he found. Moreover, the mana sensor was showing signs of alertness. Someone was ahead. He suddenly stopped because something caught his attention, and he turned his eyes toward it. A voice came from behind Ung, and a beam of light emitted from there. He thought to himself, "There is a voice coming from around that corner." He quickly dashed behind a large rock and thought, "Let us see who you people are." His expression suddenly changed. What he saw made him question in his mind, "What the heck is this?" In front of him was a giant stone man, but he was adorned with many jewels. And below him were two people in white clothes hiding mysteriously. He thought again, "Those people must be the culprits. But what is that?" At this sight, the giant stones from earlier looked like children. It seemed to be sealed. But once that thing moved, while lost in thought, one of them spoke up, asking, "Is there an intruder here? Are you sure?" The other replied, "For sure. Based on the signs of brainwashing on each giant stone that was cut, it could only be done by a third party." The guy who asked earlier said, How could these bastards get here so fast? What do we do now? She said there were no more stones. So how are we supposed to awaken this thing? Then the guy just mentioned. Iduan suddenly smiled with delight. He continued. Should I kill them all? The woman beside him was Scylla. She replied. Forget about that, Iduan. Since most of the facilities have been destroyed, the Empire's weapon crafting technology has deteriorated significantly. In other words, if our identities are exposed, that person won't let it go, so we should retreat. The guy still smiled in response. Are you always this serious? Cirilla. Fine. I will go with your wishes. At least let me handle that thing. Right. She replied. Do whatever you want. He responded. All right then. He spoke up in a different tone. This sulfur smell. Ronal was hiding in a corner. Sensing danger approaching, he laughed while casting a spell and continued. My nose has been itching this whole time. He shouted. Rat! And attacked in Ronal's direction. Ronal reacted just in time. He drew his sword and blocked the fire flame attack. He strained to push the magic away. A deafening explosion rang out where the magic struck. Iduan laughed mockingly. What an uninvited guest. As the smoke cleared, he gradually appeared. He asked him, Who the hell are you? Then he answered his own question. Well, if you dodged that fire flame, you might be stronger than I thought. He cast another spell. He said, Let me bind your legs first. He was surprised to be discovered, thinking to himself, with magic being cast so quickly, they must not be ordinary. He then continued questioning. Now let me ask you again, how did you get in here? It is not that easy to enter this place. He struggled to stab his sword into the ground and slowly stood up. He replied, I should be the one saying that. Who are you? No matter who you are, you must know the outcome of stepping in here. Right. He continued casting spells while laughing. That is right. It should be like that. An attitude like that deserves to be killed. He turned to the girl beside him and asked, Do you think so, sir? She replied, Don't waste any more time. Iduan. He still grinned as if playing with his prey. He said, Enjoy yourself while you can. Cirilla does not have much time left. Then he grinned even wider, saying, The day this kingdom is buried beneath the stars. Suddenly, Ronal looked terrifying, as a horrific scene seemed to manifest before the corpses lying on the ground. He asked again, What did you just say? Do you even know what those words mean? You filthy rats. The veins on his face began to show, transforming him into a different person, exuding a dangerous aura. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, What is this? Suddenly, his aura. He gripped his sword tightly and said, Both of you will have to come with me, as it seems I will need to interrogate you a lot. He still laughed, speaking with contempt. Is this brat out of his mind? You think you can capture us? He cast magic with his hands and said, Hey, brat, do you have that ability? He replied, I do. Right after that, as quick as lightning, he dashed past him, one of his arms, casting magic, was suddenly cut off. He was still processing what had just happened when he continued. You would better stay quiet and lie still. He fell to the ground, his earlier smile long gone. He was now trying to reach for the hand that had just been severed with his remaining hand. She stood frozen, fear racing through her mind. Iduan barely had time to think before a hand shot towards her quickly. He grabbed her by the throat, and she let out a series of pained gasps. Her face now looked like a fish stranded on dry land. He spoke in a calm tone. Listen, miss, from this moment on, you would better answer me nicely. With a cold face, he leaned in closer and added, Unless you want to end up like that guy. Cirilla began to resist, a strange light emanating from her body, as if she were trying to say something. Cirilla raised her hand and cast a magic shield. A barrier shot out from her hand, pushing Ronal back. The power of Cirilla made his hands tremble. Ronal said, I see. So you do not want to give up that easily. Looking at the shield that could push him away, he thought a magic shield. It is quite solid. Ronal's hands were shaking as he thought, but even so, he was ready to act. He continuously slashed at Cirilla's shield until it shattered. She looked very surprised. In that moment, Cirilla wondered how he could break through her defensive magic shield. Ronal charged forward, his sword aimed straight at her. Ronal's foot pressed down on her, forcing Scylla to cry out in pain. As he watched her struggle through her agony, his cold gaze shone with intensity as he said, Look at you. You are a half-demon. Right. Cirilla could no longer resist. She was terrified. Ronal continued, A half-demon hanging out with that shameless sorcerer. Who are you? Suddenly, Iduan appeared with flames in his hands. He shouted angrily. A wave of fire surged toward him from behind. Ronal turned with his sword and sliced through the flame, then lunged at him with 2 strikes. The surroundings were filled with thick smoke and debris falling everywhere. Ronal said, That is strange. He looked at Iduan's odd appearance and added, I thought I had cut off one of your hands. So what the hell happened? Ronald stared at Iduan, whose body seemed less than human. He questioned, is that grotesque form of yours real? Iduan looked terrifying. His face was marred with veins. Iduan shouted, stay away from her. You sick, depraved bastard. He was trying to protect Cirilla from Ronald. Immediately, Ronald stabbed Cirilla in the leg and said, looks like you still do not understand the situation. Iduan hesitated, unsure of what to do. Ronald, furious, continued to stab her, making her scream in agony, ignoring Cirilla's pain. Ronald said, you have all made me too angry. And now all of you are done for. No mercy for her. He twisted the wound on Cirilla and said, decide now. Will you shut up and follow me? Seeing Ronald's actions, Iduan gritted his teeth in anger. Ronan is just playing around. Or should we perform another act of dismemberment with this half-demon girl? I am quite curious if she can grow her limbs back like you. The guy echoed his words, but had his own plans in mind. Iduan secretly ignited a flame in his hand and pretended to say, all right, I will follow you, Ronald said. Good choice. He withdrew the sword from Scylla and added, I do not want to see any more bloodshed. She cried out in pain as the sword was pulled from her body. Ronald looked down at Cirilla and said, if you die, it will be quite troublesome. Suddenly, Ronald seemed to realize something. He wondered, wait, what is wrong with her? She showed no signs of fear. Instead, she grinned mischievously. Ronald looked around, puzzled, thinking, how can she be smiling in a situation like this? He was surprised, thinking, when did I drop my guard? Ronald was attacked unexpectedly. The two clashed, and he had to leap away to avoid the attack. A massive explosion sent the ground flying. Everything around was obscured by dust and debris. Iduan stepped towards Cirilla. The guy cautiously asked, Cirilla, are you alright? She struggled to sit up and replied, I am still fine. Iduan, this time I owe you my life. Remembering earlier, Cirilla said, if you had not pretended to attack to distract him, I would not have had time to cast my spell to cloud his awareness. The giant is shielding her in Iduan, Cirilla said, and also activating this giant. She tried to stand despite her severe arm injury. Cirilla continued, I have only just activated the giant's arm a little, but that guy must be seriously injured. Worried about her, Iduan said, Cirilla, you should get to the church first and report this situation. Saying that, he decided to deal with Ronald. Iduan said, I will finish that bastard off right here to avoid any trouble. Cirilla worriedly cautioned, be careful, she warned Iduan. That guy is a monster in the form of a child. The guy was prepared and said, I won't let my guard down anymore. That lesson was more than enough. Iduan was furious, wanting to burn everything. He thought to himself, he is not just an inexperienced child. Looking toward the thick smoke, he thought, if I do not kill him right now, he will definitely become a significant threat. From within the smoke, Ronald was holding his ground when suddenly a massive explosion obscured everything. Iduan thought he could not lose sight of him. Instantly, all his limbs were severed. Perhaps Iduan was caught completely off guard. Ronald appeared and sliced him into pieces. Iduan screamed in pain. Now he was just a heap of mangled flesh. Ronald stepped towards Cirilla. He gripped his sword tightly and said, where do you think you are going? Ronald was covered in blood. He gritted his teeth in anger and said, I told you before. Cirilla fearfully stepped back. Ronald shouted angrily, I have many questions for you. She panicked. Cirilla was surprised and created a barrier, hesitating as she said, how can you survive with such serious injuries? Gripping his sword tightly, Ronald trembled as he looked at Sela and said, I will never. Ronald continued, you won't get away. After saying that, a wave of pain hit him, causing him to feel dizzy. Ronald crouched down, his body shaking. He tightly held onto his sword, struggling to keep himself upright, thinking that in all his past lives, he had control over his body. Watching Ronald desperately trying to get back up, Cirilla thought to herself that there was no chance of resistance. How did things get this bad? She felt terrible, bleeding too much. But if she had no chance of winning this battle, her priority was to report this to her superiors. Cirilla created a portal, stepping through while saying, get ready, she angrily declared. I will find everything about you and take it all away forever. Cirilla furiously said, your family, your lover, and your friends. Taunting Ronald, Cirilla shouted, their lives are all at stake. After hearing those words, Ronald grew even angrier, wanting to strike her down immediately. He thought, he finally found a clue. He could not let her escape like this. Remembering the painful past that haunted him, Ronald knew everything would end up like it did back then. He had no strength left to speak. Ronald stood still, pleading, stop, stop, just stop. He reached out, trying to say, I told you to stop. A voice appeared, saying, that is right. The one holding the sword is clearer now. Stop right there. Cirilla stood frozen in place. Navi Rose continued. I have many questions for you too. Ronald turned in surprise, looking at a giant snake with its tongue out, standing behind her. Trembling, his face pale, Navios continued. First, let me confirm this. The snake bared its fangs, ready to strike at Syria. Navios asked. Is it the one? She was extremely angry and said, How dare you provoke my disciple? The cave exuded a chilling aura. Navi Rose stepped forward and said, I have heard all the details. Something big really happened. Ronald looked at his master, smiled, and said, You came at just the right time. I am really glad someone is here to help. Ronald added, Professor Navi Rose, it is a pleasure to meet you. I did not expect to see you here. Navi Rose proudly said, Still so talkative. You must be doing well. Looking at Cirilla, the cold gaze of Navios emanated a dominating presence. She said, Now, you can't move. Navios remarked, Let us deal with that first. Though unable to move, Scylla was still trembling. She thought to herself that her whole body felt paralyzed under the gaze of the predatory snake. Don't tell me it is her. Why is she here? Nav's hand appeared from behind. Cirilla realized and thought, I have to run away. Suddenly, that hand clamped tightly over Cirilla's mouth, causing her to gasp in fear. Navios coldly said, You have caused so many things that should never have happened. But what angers me the most, Navios was extremely furious, is that you dared to touch my student. Cirilla was terrified. Navi Rose continued, What can you even hope for? The serpent opened its jaws wide. Navios said, And the future ahead is wide open before us. Navios held Cirilla tightly, looking at the aggressive serpent as if it were about to swallow its prey. Cirilla was terrified, her face pale as a ghost. All you do is scream. You are scared, Cirilla thought. Before she could finish, she glanced at Cirilla, while Ronald stood silent, not knowing what to say. Navi Rose said, You have worked hard, Ronald. She sheathed her sword, scanning Ronald's body and added, After treating your wounds, we will discuss this matter privately. Suddenly, Ronald interjected. Professor, about the future you mentioned earlier, were you referring to Roddle in prison? Navi Rose replied nonchalantly. Yep. That is it. So you know about that place. But why ask? Ronald speculated, thinking he was right, remembering it as a terrible place. The Gothat Roddle fortress, a prison in the middle of the sea, where criminals against the Empire are held, infamous for its brutal interrogation methods, ready to use any means to make prisoners confess. Ronald had his own plans. He thought if that is the case, Ronald should voice his thoughts. Then he said to the professor, Please allow me to participate in her interrogation. Navi Rose asked in surprise, What are you talking about? She said that is not a place for you. Ronald grasped Navi Rose's wrist and said, Just this once. Please, Professor. Ronald's eyes were earnest as he said, This is very important to me. Looking at Ronan, Navi Rose did not know what more to say. Meanwhile, a collapse was occurring in another place. Someone was severely injured in the abdomen. Dianora shouted, The reinforcements are treating the wounds. Maria Sen sighed in relief. She wiped her sweat and said, It seems everything has been resolved. She asked, What about Ale? Assel, exhausted, replied, Yeah, it is You have Shida who is also running out of energy. Al worriedly said, Ronan should have returned by now. What happened? Just as he finished speaking, Ronald appeared and said, Did you call me? He walked over, addressing Maria and Ale. Seeing Ronan, both were surprised. They said in unison, Ronan. He waved cheerfully, saying, I was coming up when I heard my name. You three did well. Ronald was informed about what had happened. He said, I heard that when Maria led the reinforcements, many people were injured. Ronald continued, Aesel and Sita rescued more than half of the trapped blacksmiths. He worriedly asked, Is anyone hurt? Mary angrily said, We should be asking you. Why do you look so worn out? All looked at Ronald and said, You are injured all over. Al and Sita looked like they were about to cry. Al said, Quick, go bandage it up. Ronald reassured them. No need. I handled my wounds already. You rest first. Ronald turned to Edwin and Cirilla, saying, Besides, they have all passed out, covered in wounds. Ronald coldly said, I have things to take care of, in another location. The moon rose high. A few hours later, the meeting point brought the prisoners to Roddelen. Everyone gathered at a cliff in the Gruno forest. Everyone was sweating with worry. Navi Rose spoke up, They are here. A pair of wings was rushing towards them. A large bird was carrying a person on its back along with a cage escorted from Roddelen. The large bird landed, and the door opened. They stepped down and said, Hello. Coronavirus. The escort team from Roddelen said, We received a summons from the Empire to escort the prisoners. He looked at Iduan and Scylla, who was unconscious on the ground, and asked, "Is it them?" Navios replied, "That is right." She continued, "This man has a very unusual healing ability. Remember that during the interrogation." He stared and said, "Really? Our interrogator will be thrilled." He chuckled and said, "It has been a while since we have had such an interesting specimen." They took the prisoners away and turned to say, "We will take our leave now, and we will contact you when the interrogation is over." He looked and said, "Hope you all keep trying." They left, saying, "For the peace of the Empire." Navi Rose and Ronal watched them slowly leave. Navi Rose said, "It usually takes about a week for Rodolin to break them." She looked up at the sky and said, "When they contact me, I will let you know so you can prepare to leave when the time comes. No need for anything else." "Right." Ronal nodded and said, "Yep. Professor." "Thank you." At this time, Ronal stayed behind. He watched the escort team from Rodolin move and gradually disappear from sight. Everything returned to normal. The time that followed passed quickly, and the renovation of Cappadocia went smoothly with the support of the Empire. Ronal trained under Navus's guidance. I returned to school and spent time on the professor's supplementary courses. The sea was rippling. Just like that, a few days later, a fortress stood in the middle of the sea. The fortress screamed Rodolin. The shrill screams echoed everywhere. Torture instruments were prepared everywhere. The interrogator spoke. He squeezed the bloodied face that was crying out. "Damn it. I got too into it and almost forgot." Remembering something, the interrogator said, "Isn't it time for our guests to arrive?" Chapter 29 At the Screaming Fortress Rodolin. The sea at night crashed violently. Ronal and Navi Rosen stood in front of the fortress gate. Karaka welcomed them. "Hello. You must have had a tough journey. I am the interrogator in charge of this prisoner, and I will accompany you both." He smiled and introduced himself. "My name is Karana. Are you too late to meet the prisoner?" Navi Rosen replied, "Yep. I will listen to the interrogation on the way." He turned to walk away. "Then please follow me." Ronal silently observed. Then he wondered. Strange. I did not expect the Rodolin interrogator to be such a handsome gentleman. She agreed. Honestly, I did not believe it either. Everyone said that the first time they met him. But do not judge a book by its cover. You will find out soon enough. The reason that old man is called a terrifying nightmare. In the fortress, the stone path was lit by torches. Karaka led the two and said, "The cell is right in front. So I will get to the point. First, I must say that just as I thought, they come from that place, the Claire Nebula. They are indeed members of that organization." Navi Rosen chimed in. "This is the first time I have heard that name. Is it a crime organization like Caraballo?" He replied, "That is right. But I think they are much more dangerous because their identities are extremely mysterious. From the fire that swept through the Nalanda grain depot to the explosion at the Etherman Technology Research Headquarters. The one behind the serious unexplained explosions that occurred last year. I have confirmed it is them." Ronal wondered to himself. How evil. I have never heard of this organization in my past life. He continued, "I will provide details in the report." You hesitated, interrupting the examiner. Did they mention anything about the starlight or about the appearance of the constellation? But he did not know. This is the first time I have heard those words. You scratched your cheek. Explaining, "Well, I overheard it while tracking those bastards." He suddenly fell silent, then reached for the beak mask and said, "It seems related to their purpose." You looked at him, meaning he knows. You suddenly went quiet when you saw the murderous look in Karaka's eyes. A chill running down your spine. Ronal did not understand what was happening. Why did he suddenly exude such killing intent? He put the mask on his head. "See now." Then he used his hand to unlock the door. "My apologies." Through the beak mask, his eyes gleamed a bloodthirsty red. "It is the first time meeting, and you have to see this scene. It seems my heart has not reached our friends yet." At the same time, you witnessed the scene behind the door. Unexpectedly speechless, he continued speaking as if nothing happened. "So I had to show a little more sincerity." You recalled Iduan's arrogant expression and Cyrilla's anger. There were those guys, but now one was chained like a cocoon. Blood everywhere, while the other was bound to a chair, eyes gouged out, blood soaking through the fabric and white shirt. You were astonished. "I met them just the other day." Karaka stepped closer, saying, "Iduan is indeed interesting. He constantly regenerated his body using the unique power of dark magic. Do you know how to deal with someone like this? It is simpler than you think. Just poke until he can't regenerate anymore." He jabbed a heated sharp iron rod straight into the guy. The guy screamed in agony. He continued to say terrifying things, methodically cutting away pieces of his flesh with utmost devotion. Then he spread his arms, presenting the result. "We have become close now." The two looked at the heated sharp metal pointing at them. Karaka said, "I thought so. But I did not expect he was still hiding something. You disappoint me too much, Iduan." Then he grabbed the guy's hair, forcing him to look directly at the beak mask he was wearing. "Didn't we open our hearts to each other? The guy was so scared he started to cry. I have already confessed everything. He is interrogating me. Really? Then why is it only now that your friend is telling us about the star's appearance? He stammered. That thing. Then he glanced at Cyrilla and said, I wish I only had to talk to you. Cyrilla here does not have your regenerative powers. So there is nothing to worry about. You have been together for a long time. So you must know if this continues, she will lose her life. She trembled, pleading, please, just kill me. Ronald silently felt scared for her. This is brutal. I have never seen anything like this during my time as a soldier. He thought about why they were hiding the information. But at this point, what was the point of hiding anything? His gaze was drawn to the sharp, hot blade hovering close to his face. Trembling in fear, he could not keep wondering why he was doing this when his identity was already exposed. Could it be? He muttered. It is not that he does not want to talk. He can't. Karaka suddenly stopped. Naven leaned in and asked him again. Can't talk. He affirmed. This sometimes happens to soldiers who hold secrets on the battlefield to keep the enemy from discovering the secrets. They place a sealing curse on these soldiers. I do not know if these bastards are in that situation. He was silent for a moment, then let his hair down. Edie apologized to him. Oh man. So embarrassing. The guilt of betrayal overwhelmed me, making me forget that ability. He turned away. You two wait a moment. I need to grab a few things. Moments later, Ronald looked at the round object in his hand and asked, does he need this? The round green object had only one big eye. He was surprised. This ugly thing. He introduced it. This is a cursed eye. It can consume curses. He even joked with the cursed eyes while interrogating the silent prisoners due to the curse. This precious item is really useful. Now, Iduan, you try it first. He brought a cursed eye close to him, his voice trembling. Wait. This thing, the roots of the cursed eye began to burrow deep into his brain. He roared, and he encouraged the cursed eye. I will free you soon, so go ahead. Just enjoy yourself. After it dug deep into his brain, it started to break the curse, and he could not stand it. Screaming, the pupil of the cursed eye glowed yellow, then returned to a blue light. Karaka questioned again. It is. So let me ask you again. He exhaled heavily. Just heard him ask what the star's appearance was about. Only now could he answer. Because the star is an eternal being. The only blessing that saves the weak in this land. We have always awaited your appearance. Star. The star transcends this space-time. Our lifelong mission is to eliminate everything that obstructs the way. Suddenly, Cyrilla interjected. Shut up. Iduan, doesn't he notice? Focus on the point. He is too long-winded for a simpleton like me. In short, something is about to fall from the sky. Right. What is it? The man opened his bloodied eyes, the pupils shimmering with a green hue like the gem on his forehead. A shadow of the demon loomed over the torture chamber as he revealed the children of the star. Ronald stood still, listening. From behind, you could not tell how his face looked, but from the front, his expression twisted in anger as he recalled the name. Veins bulging, a hat. Ronan slowly approached Eduan. Wait a moment. Karaka questioned. Roland shot the man a sharp glance and spoke up. The children of the star. Eduan stammered in response. You mean Osto? The man struggled to say, Ace. Then he growled. How dare you bring that up? Suddenly, Eduan's face swelled up as if he had been beaten, trembling as he said, that name. Ronald watched in shock. What is going on? Karaka placed a hand on his shoulder and said, please. Step back. He conjured a magical barrier in front of the two. A surge of light erupted from Eduan's mouth, causing Xianla to writhe in pain, then exploded like a bomb. Fortunately, Ronald was protected by the magic shield Karaka had created earlier. Seeing the blood splattering everywhere from Eduan made Ronald exclaim, oh my. Karaka placed a hand on his shoulder. Also surprised, I did not see this coming. Even after the curse was absorbed by the gem, he still ended up like this. He looked at the mess left by Eduan's body from the explosion. Ronald was stunned, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Damn. Is this really what the Thunder Seal is like? Karaka replied quite calmly. We see this kind of scene often, but such a serious case is rare. Then he said seriously. It seems they are strictly forbidden from doing two things. One is to not disclose anything about the star to non-members of the organization. Then Karaka looked at Cyrilla, who was tightly bound and could only moan weakly, looking at the mess on the ground. He continued, mentioning that any word related to that person would lead to an explosion. So this must be the second taboo. Karaka placed a hand on Ronald's shoulder and said, now it is my turn to ask you. Ronald. He leaned his face closer, his eyes gleaming with malice as he said. Then Karaka continued, if my hypothesis is correct, this seems to be classified information within the Clea Nebula. So how do you know such sensitive information? He clenched his fist. exuding a murderous aura, and said, "As the investigator of this case." Karaka stared into Ronald's eyes with a piercing gaze and spoke in a frightening tone. "I need to clarify this. Can you please answer me?" Ronald. He felt a bit hesitant and scared at his attitude. Ronald regained his composure and replied, "Well, I do not know much. I just happened to overhear it." Karaka, not believing him, asked again. "Overheard?" Ronald recalled the chaos when the giant stone beings appeared and said, "Yeah, I am sure you know. I am the first one to discover what happened at Grand Cappadocia." Then he turned to try to convince Karaka. "At that moment, I overheard some words they said from afar. That is all." Ronald continued, "At first, I thought it was not important, so I stayed put. But now that I am here, I have a feeling it is a crucial clue." He just lifted Karaka's hand off his shoulder. "So I think I accidentally got too worked up earlier. I apologize for interrupting like that. I have said too much already." Ronald turned to him and asked if he was satisfied with this explanation. Karaka looked a bit dazed, not having a chance to respond. He stared wide-eyed, still skeptical of him, thinking, the kid happened to have some information. I am sure he is hiding something within this truth. But is that why I feel like this sword is not aimed at the Empire? Karaka looked up at Ronald, his bright eyes filled with unwavering certainty, showing no hesitation. Is it because of those eyes? He thought to himself. What is boiling in that kid's eyes? Willpower? Guilt? Determination? Or anger towards those bastards? Suddenly, someone was about to draw their sword, and then several slashes released a powerful magical light. It turned out Navios appeared like a goddess, swinging her sword across Karaka's shoulder and coldly saying, "You can stop now." Karaka, she frowned, looking quite irritated, and said in a low voice, "Don't tell me you are interrogating my disciple right in front of me." Karaka quickly raised both hands, flustered, to deny it. "Of course not, former Holy Sword Master. I just wanted to confirm." Seeing Navi Rosa's sword close to his neck, he hurriedly tried to explain, "Better safe than sorry." Then Karaka turned to Ronald, bowing his head in an apologetic manner. "I have been too rude. You are a good actor." Ronald, seeing him perform like this, he scratched his head and replied to brush it off. "It is. Luckily we cleared up the misunderstanding." Inside, Ronald was quite shaken. "This is dangerous. If I say the wrong thing, this old man might torture me." Karaka looked down at the strange eye lying on the ground, expressing regret. "It is unfortunate to have lost the great eye. This kid is harder to catch than most phantasms." Ronald pointed at the other great eye on his shoulder and asked, "Phantasm? Is this strange eye that powerful?" He replied, "Of course. If you look closely, it is quite cute." Karaka glanced at it and hinted, "Do you want to touch it?" Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he saw something shocking. Looking at the strange eye, Karaka thought, the great eye. That eye crawled on his arm, opening wide. He felt something different and thought, "It has changed." Karaka, feeling confused, asked himself, "What is going on? Has it absorbed the curse? But from whom? It has not even approached Cyril." Then he glanced at Ronald as if he realized something. Could it be? Remember when Karaka was focused on creating the shield? Was that when I briefly placed it on his shoulder to channel the mana? Just for that short moment. Then Karaka touched the eye on his shoulder and called out to Ronald, asking, "What is wrong?" He replied, "Excuse me for a moment." Then Karaka placed that creepy eye on Ronald's hand, shocking him into shouting. Looking at that eye gripping his hand, he panicked and asked, "Wait, what are you doing?" Suddenly, that creepy eye lit up intensely. Before long, it exploded right on Ronald's hand. Its dark purple blood splattered all over him, making him cover his face in horror. What is happening? Why did it explode on its own? Karaka calmly looked at the mess on Ronald's hand and wondered, is it too much for the eye to handle? How is that possible? Then he spoke to reassure him. "Don't be surprised. Listen to me. It seems you have a curse on you." Ronald was confused to hear this. "What?" Then he asked Karaka. "Why are you saying that?" Karaka inquired back. "Have you ever felt restricted when trying to perform certain actions?" Then Karaka continued with a long explanation. "Like not being able to jump high or lift objects made of iron. Something that others can do, but you can't." Ronald stood frozen in shock. Seeing his reaction, Navi Rose behind him spoke up. "Looks like it is true." Karaka interjected. "If you want to keep it hidden, I won't pry further. But I can't break it either." He raised a finger seriously and said, "Be careful. But you should know this, based on the power of the curse. I may not know who cast it, but their malice towards you is very strong." Time passed by, and outside, it was getting dark, while the white light shone through the clouds. In the moving vehicle, someone spoke up. "You two have worked hard into the night." It turned out they had moved to another location. Karaka respectfully said, "We will pay attention to the seal. We just started investigating, and since it has always been a strong curse, it will take quite some time. Navi Rose crossed her arms and replied, "All right. Let me know what you find." Karaka looked at Ronal as if he wanted to say something, and then he spoke up, as if Ronal was thinking about many things. "Ronal, you suddenly made a sound." Then he scratched his neck, slightly embarrassed to respond.
Yep.
"There is something. I just discovered that there is a curse on my body that has been with me since birth." Karaka replied, "I understand, but do not worry too much." Then he asked, "Aren't you a student at Philly?" Ronal looked up, confused. What do you mean?" Karaka continued, "As far as I know, she has been there for a while." Then he mentioned a sorceress considered the best at curses on the continent. She was a mysterious girl with green hair who seemed very powerful. Professor Maya Crit, Chapter 31. The two of them got in the car and started their journey again. Ronal kept rubbing his eyes and asked, "What the hell is going on?" He kept rubbing his eyes, wondering what was wrong. Navi Rose, sitting next to him, glanced over and said, "Can't you sit still? Is it that itchy?" Ronal rubbed his eyes and replied, "Yeah. It has been bothering me for a while now." He recalled when he picked up the eyeball monster and said, "Ever since that eyeball monster touched me, my eyes have been so itchy." Ronal worriedly asked, "It can't be anything serious." "Right," Navi Rose quickly explained. "That is a sign. The curse is weakening, so do not worry. You still do not know who cursed you." Ronal replied while still rubbing his eyes, "I can't figure it out." He recalled in the past the times he had put his enemies in dire situations while casually speaking as if it were real. "The one who means harm to me. I thought I had lived so decently that no one would want to hurt me. But now." Navi Rose next to me seemed speechless. Then Ronal suddenly asked, "Oh right. Thank you for stopping that old man and Rodolin for me." He remembered when he was pressured by old Karaka during interrogation and how Navi came to his rescue, saying, "The look in that man's eyes was incredibly cruel. If you had not intervened, I felt like he was about to make me confess to something I did not even do." Hearing that, she sighed and humbly replied, "I was just doing my duty as a professor, so you do not need to thank me." Ronal glanced at Navi Rose with admiration. Not only is she talented, but she is a good person too. Indeed, the more he looked at her, the more he believed she was a good person. His gaze suddenly froze. But oddly, the thoughts echoing in the car were Ronal's secret musings. Why had not I met her in my past life? Even on the battlefield, he associated Navi Rose and Kane's mysterious appearances and came up with a hypothesis. Could it be related to the Gagier Nebula, or the vehicle taking them soaring high? Thus ended one long day, transitioning to the next. A beautiful morning at Philian Academy, in a rather gloomy forest. A separate practice space for the Forest Magic Department series. At the entrance of the Thatradra Park, Adison cheerfully exclaimed, "Welcome, Ronalyn. It has been a while." She clasped her hands together, smiling brightly. "If it were not for the professor's request, I would not have gotten to see you. Are you doing well?" In response to Adison's sparkling enthusiasm, Ronal only replied indifferently, "Yeah." Then he suddenly remembered the issue with the commander. Ronal turned around, rubbing his head in concern. "What should I do? I still have not organized my thoughts about this." Adison was still happily behind him, not understanding what was going on. Then he turned back, forcing a somewhat bright smile and thought, "Whatever. Smile first and then deal with it." Then he said, "Yeah. It has been a while since I last saw you." Ronal asked, "Are you doing well?" Adison also replied appreciatively, "Yeah." After that day, the scaredy cats stopped avoiding Ka and became friends with me, so everything got a lot simpler. Remembering the time she faced Ka, she added, "I noticed that every time Ka saw me, he looked terrified." Adison frowned but still smiled nonchalantly, saying, "Even though it sounds bad, it is not that terrible. Right?" Ronal was left speechless. Adison turned to him, asking, "I heard the professor say you have to break some curse. Right?" Ronal decided to tell her the truth.
Yep.
"Somehow I got cursed. That is just how things turned out now." Then his eyes glanced over to the other side as he continued, "That is why I came here to meet the professor named Secret." Looking at a bunch of concrete pillars inside the courtyard, Ronal thought to himself, "But I did not expect to have to pass through this creepy place. Her interests are really strange." Adison agreed. "True." Then she continued, "The design office is incredibly unique. Unless you are a magic student, you will have a hard time finding your way around. So I asked a senior studying magic who was hanging out with me to guide us." Suddenly, a flash of purple light appeared. Adison turned her head back, wondering, but she must not have arrived yet. At that moment, someone suddenly appeared behind her. Two hands reached out towards Azan, and a pink head hugged her tightly. It turned out to be Bet. She hugged Adison tightly and exclaimed, "I missed you so much, Adison." Adison was surprised and responded, "It has been a while since I last saw you. How have you been?" She replied, "I'm doing fine. How about you? Ronald watched the two of them being so close and felt a bit confused. Remembering the first time he met her, he thought to himself that this girl must be the one who boasted about the night beasts and sheep. It was Akalusia back then. Now Abet was holding Adison's hand. Beaming with joy, Adison politely said, "Sorry for calling you out of the blue." She replied quickly because there was something urgent. "It is no problem. Whenever you call, I am always ready to fly over." Then she paused and asked, "But what is the reason you are looking for Professor Secret?" Ibet looked at Ronald as if she wanted to say something. He was trying to maintain his composure, while feeling like he wanted to shout. Seeing Ronald, Zeb stared blankly. Ronald quickly spoke up. "I asked her for help." "Hello. Zebet. It should be Re." Zebet covered her face and screamed, "Why are you here?" Moments later, on the way to Professor Seat's office, Ronald was walking behind Ibet and exclaimed, "This is really the professor's office." In front of him and Ibet was a small, simple house, standing alone and cold in the woods. Feeling something was off, Ronald turned and shot Ibet a suspicious glance. It seemed a bit fishy. "Is she planning to bury me here?" Then he continued, "Paying the price for seeing something I should not." Seeing he was about to say something inappropriate, Zeb snapped and shouted, "Don't call me that. And who would want to kill you anyway?" She angrily stomped ahead, saying, "Just keep in line and follow me." Ronald calmly replied with his hands behind his head, "Just look at your attitude." Seeing Zebet like that, he thought to himself, who would have guessed this girl was so close to the commander? After all, she is Akalusia. Do they have some connection? Zebet turned the doorknob. She and Ronald stood in front of the room, where an old woman was waiting. He involuntarily exclaimed, "It is," looking at the gentle old woman sitting peacefully in the chair. Ronald wondered, "Is it really Professor Kress?" But he seriously added, "Don't get too excited. We still have one more hurdle to cross." At that moment, Eve stood before the old woman, with Ronald beside her. She raised her palm towards Secret. It radiated a magical light as she said, "Let me warn you. No matter what happens here, you must stand still and not interfere." "Got it." Ronald nodded in agreement. She began to chant the Cassi Lunazir Delpharum spell. As she reached the final incantation, Maria's power radiated from her palm. Growing stronger, she read aloud. The atmosphere around the three seemed to be changing. Ronald glanced down at the old woman. Secret, a bit worried. But she remained still. He thought to himself, is something about to happen? Suddenly, the old woman opened her mouth wide, her face becoming enormous. She let out a strange roar. Ronald was startled. "What is that?" In contrast, Ibet remained calm. "No need to worry. This is the professor's real office." The room they stood in suddenly changed with the sound of the Sephirothio spell being chanted. Everything fell silent again, and Ronald asked, "This is the office? Then what about the door?" He continued, "I mean, it is strange." At that moment, behind them, a cloud had appeared from who knows where. It turned out to be the student Kaber Rose sent over. "Just as I thought." Ronald suddenly glanced at her, as she used her hand to open his eyelids. The old woman had transformed into a young girl, who flew over to pull his eyelids down and examined him. I sensed something very sinister. It was the most skilled curse caster in the Mayseat continent. Special attribute. She is 83 years old. Meha excitedly said. "What an interesting kid." Chapter 32. Just 5 minutes into the room, the boy Ronald had already been transformed by the 83-year-old old woman into a girl. As she opened his eyes wide, he stared blankly at the child in front of him. What could this kid be? Professor Crit? Secret, in the form of a young girl, smiled at him and gently reassured him. No need to be so amazed. That is, looking like this but already over 80. Hearing that, he was taken aback. 80, not 8 years old. Looking younger than your age has its downsides. Why the professor? She waved her hand dismissively. Let us talk about that later. Now she gently snapped her fingers. Suddenly, a series of strange characters surrounded his body. Ronald was left speechless in astonishment. She explained further, saying breaking the curse was more important for you. The symbols are appearing more frequently now. What is this? You look as lost as a deer watching everything unfold. She could not explain everything clearly, just stroking her chin as she looked at the pile of characters in front of her. Who would have thought your body was riddled with so many curses? And the curse from the old wizard is almost intact too. That is dangerous. With your current skills, you could not even touch it. Hearing this, you already feel a bit drained. So it can be broken, but she told you not to worry about that. There are indeed more curses to break than I expected. A magic circle appeared beneath your feet. But of course, I had prepared for this. The symbols wrapped around you are getting denser. Before breaking the curse, she also gave you a few words of advice. Listen, Ronald, from now on, I will turn the curse into an object in your mind's imaginary world. All you need to do is find the root of the curse that is controlling you and break it. You feel a little lost hearing this. The professor wants me to break the root of the curse. But how am I supposed to even do that? You hold the massive wires surrounding you. Speechless. Yet she insists that you will know what to do when you see it. She pointed a finger directly at you. A small flash of light sparked when she touched your forehead and struck Bao Trong too. The light grew brighter and brighter. In an instant, you feel like you are falling into a bottomless door, with Chris standing on the other side. You did not expect it to be so sudden. After a moment, the scenery becomes clearer, and you glance around. Is this the imaginary world drawn from your curse? A place with blue skies, golden sunlight, and cool breezes. Your feet touch the ground, safe and sound. You turn to the side and suddenly notice something. This is my home. A strangely familiar wooden house appears before you. Could the origin of the curse be my home or something? What is going on? Before you can process it, a head full of hair rushes past you. The child exclaims, "Aya." You recognize this familiar voice. It belongs to your sister. A child who looks about 8 or 9 is rushing into the house. The interior is arranged just as you remember. The little one peeks through, not bothering to take off her shoes, while grinning from ear to ear. So cute. But why is Ronald always sleeping? Are you sick? She turns to ask her mother with her innocent face. A voice calls out from behind. A little one needs to sleep a lot to grow up, just like you. If your little brother gets sick later, your big sister has to take good care of him. Okay. The little one raises her hands towards her mother. Yep. I will protect Ronald forever because he is my little brother. The grown-up version of Ronald stands at the door, watching the scene unfold. No matter how you look at it, this is a scene at home. When I was just born, there was my mother and my sister. It was then that I realized the baby was lying in the cradle. Is that me? Little Ronald is sleeping soundly in the cradle. No way. Was I really a baby once? I thought I was just born as I am now. What book published this ridiculous idea? I looked around in confusion, touching the objects. So I am seeing the past, but I do not remember anything. What should I do? While I was struggling with what to do, the scenery around me began to change colors. The door suddenly swung open, accompanied by a sound that was getting closer. A man with a dull aura entered the house through the door. For some reason, I could not see his face, yet this person gave me a strange feeling. I glanced to the side. What? My hand kept shaking, but my body was not moving. Who the hell is this guy? I watched the shadow glide past me effortlessly. Regardless, little I was happily running out to greet him. My mother was also overjoyed. You are home early today. He did not return Ira's hug, but asked my mother instead. He spoke in a language I could not understand, but my mother could respond. The boy is in the cradle. You must be curious to see Ronald's face. Right. Come take a look. The boy looks just like you. Before she could finish, he interrupted her. Then he spread his hand in front of her face. She widened her eyes as she heard something dangerous. What do you mean? Suddenly, a dark aura surrounded her, and in an instant, she lost focus and finally fainted at his feet. Little did not understand what was happening. Staring blankly at her mother, Ronald let out a loud scream. The black smoke gradually approached Little Or. The girl, frightened, stepped back, suddenly stopping her mother. The giant hand of that person easily enveloped her small head, and the outcome was the same as her mother. The girl gradually lost focus and finally fainted on the floor. In the midst of Mess' astonished confusion, I had reached my limit, my eyes bloodshot. You bastard. What do you think you are doing? That person approached the cradle where little Ronald was sleeping. I stared wide-eyed, utterly astonished. How could I not be surprised when he had the exact same expression as me, which came out of me when he approached me with a hand full of curses. A blinding light emitted from the cradle, making me shut my eyes. Ronald clenched his teeth so hard he was trembling. Still, I knew you were the root of the curse that I needed to break. It seemed he had cast that curse when I was very young. Back to the present. One thing Sit did not expect. She was still trying to maintain her strength despite being well prepared. My mana was still touching the depths of that strange curse. I do not know when I got here. Her face showed deep worry for her little brother. She asked Crit, if even the professor says that, how many curses could there be? But even she does not know that. I'm not sure. Besides the curse of power, the number is probably around 10. Iro was startled. Good lord. The professor had no other way out if she wanted to nullify the curses at once. She suddenly interrupted her. I was surprised because the truth is not that. The curse I am dealing with is just one. Embrace 33. Back in the depths of the mind. The light emanating from the cradle had weakened. The curse on his hand also vanished. A dark aura spreading around, surrounding the pot. That person whispered something to little Ronald. Then he turned to look at little Ear, and the mother lying scattered on the floor. He stepped over them casually, then brushed past him. Before closing the door and leaving, his hand clenched tight. Suddenly a red aura emanated from his right hand. Was the suppression removed? Damn it. I do not have time to care about this and rushed towards them. I shook Ai and Mom, and the sister of Mom, but contrary to his worries, both of them were just temporarily asleep. Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they just dozed off. At this moment, he felt relieved, cradling his face and exhaling a long breath. He reminded himself to stay calm. He could only do one thing in this imaginary world. He struggled to stand up, as if realizing something. He gripped the sword at his side, ready to tear apart and kill that bastard. Suddenly, a series of sword strikes marked the entrance. Ronald slashed the door open and charged out at lightning speed, but not even 3 pages in, he came to a halt. A plume of red smoke covered a corner of the sky. What? Were you waiting for me? That man was the source of the smoke surrounding him. He straightened his face defiantly. All right. Do you have a problem with me, you bastard? He stared at him, but said nothing to him. This drove him crazy. He gripped the sword at his face level. How dare you touch my family right in front of me? I will never forgive you. He lunged forward so fast that dirt and rocks flew everywhere. He stood there condensing a plume of smoke, focusing on his palm, preparing to intercept his attack. Just as he was about to approach, he reached out to grab the sword from within the black smoke. The 2 swords clashed. But strangely, he did not hold the sword. It seemed to fly aside on its own, dodging his strike. This left him utterly astonished. What the hell is this? The sword kept striking him, and Ronald struggled to fend it off. His face was clearly bewildered. Was the curse controlling the sword? He gripped the sword tighter. On top of that, he was at a disadvantage. That guy is holding his sword to fight you. A cut on your wrist makes you bleed, then another cut right under your left eye. The guy charges at you with his sword. Mad with fury, he glides past, leaving a slash right across Ronald's chest. A lethal blow that makes you bleed profusely. You slump down, needing your sword to prop yourself up. Damn it. This can't be happening. You keep spitting blood. But what is more infuriating is that you can't fight back against this guy. You look at the man in front of you, and your sword can't even touch him. Is he leaving because he thinks he can't do anything to you? This can't end like this. Stop messing around. Get up, you have so many questions for that bastard. It is hard to get the words out. The man pauses. Ronald uses his sword to stand up. This is not over yet. Why did you do that? They showed no affection or actions towards anyone. I felt that loving gaze just like when you looked at me. Thinking it over, it must be you. Right, but why did you do that? He has not said a word this whole time. A menacing aura swirls around you. It is a fiery red aura. Don't know what to say. After doing that to your sister and mother, you cursed me too. You do not want to explain or clarify anything. Ronald angrily lunges forward, fueled by hatred and extreme speed. A swift slash grazes the guy's neck. His head flies high into the air, blood splattering everywhere. And his head crashes down with such force that it leaves an indentation in the ground. Then it rolls right under your feet. Ronald shows no mercy and stabs again. The dark aura spreads more and more around you. You bend down and whisper, "Fine. If you do not want to talk, I will figure it out myself, so get away from me. You bastard." The head disappears without a trace, and even his body is slowly disintegrating on the other side. Back at the secret bookshelf, Ronald suddenly awakens with a dazed expression never seen before. He rubs his head and sits up. Is this Safarichi? Cirrus appears behind him and asks. Finally awake, how do you feel? Ronald, but unexpectedly. Ronald's eyes widen in shock as he looks at the person in front of him. Who is that? Chapter 34. Ronald watches the person behind him come closer. Who is it? But then he suddenly realizes. No way. Right, Professor Secret. She strokes her chin. I can't believe you recognized me. Just as I guessed. Your senses are sharp, but Ronald is still surprised. I mean, why has the professor's time passed so quickly? Is it because of me? Baffa laughed. It has nothing to do with you, so do not worry. First of all, do you notice anything different? Ronald is relieved. I thought you were in charge. He calmly replied to her. Oh yes. Actually, I have felt that the professor is quite extraordinary since the first time we met. But looking back now, the professor is even more amazing than I thought. He sensed a powerful aura surrounding her. It put him under pressure. But she just smiled and glanced at him. So it really did have an effect. A steaming cup of delicious tea. They both sat down together to chat and drink tea. It is hard to believe such a thing happened. I never expected the curse within you to stem from a memory you did not even know about. Moreover, did you cast the curse on him looking like your father? She was taking notes while asking for information. Yep. Perhaps that is the case. Seki wondered why you thought that way. You said you could not recognize that person's appearance because I could hear my mother and sister talking to him. And to be honest, when that bastard came after my family, I felt a chill, a foreignness so intense that I could not even regard it as my own emotion, a strange pain. He clutched his chest tightly. He recalled what had happened. I think that is why I could not hold back and became even angrier. Thinking back, I wonder if that was the man's emotion. Seki was taken aback. You mean you have no memory of your family at all? He confirmed once again. Yep. And above all, my sister and I never thought about why that was. It is as if those memories were completely erased from my mind. She sipped her tea while pondering. So that means not only is his ability to sense mana sealed, but even his awareness of his own existence. It seems your father cast a curse on you and also disrupted your memories. In the process, some memories of the sorcerer were transferred to you. Spells related to memory can sometimes have such side effects. Based on that, I believe the imagined world formed also includes his memories. The fact that you can use mana even before you cut through that curse. It is likely because you can feel mana for a brief period. That is a reaction to restoring disrupted awareness. Ronald looked at Bolin's hand with curiosity. So these sparkling threads are radiating in all directions. They are called mana. Right. The lights enveloping your hand. She looked at them and smiled. That is right. For now, you can only see them. But like the other students, you will be able to control them easily. That is, if you break 2 more curses. Out of the 9 curses you are affected by. Of course, it will take quite a bit of time. All the curses on you are of unknown origin and very powerful. When you are ready, I will send them to you. But for today you can go home. It seems that day is approaching. Ronald was a bit startled to hear that. What? Seki placed his chin on his hand again. She smiled at him. And now he realized the professor looked young again. He asked about this issue as well. Has the professor's appearance changed throughout the day? This body is somewhat like yours, but the circumstances are a bit complicated. The professor must be feeling quite exhausted. Right. Sek quickly shifted the topic. Ronalyn, after learning this painful truth, you might feel quite sad, but remember to keep your spirits up. The future days ahead are precious. Do not let the past hold you back. He stood up, intending to leave. Yep. I will be counting on you. Professor. He bowed respectfully to her. At the same time, on the other side, a hand adorned with shimmering gold, below Grand Cappadocia, a giant rock and as if it were gilded. A man with a beard and a hat was in awe of what he was witnessing. It was larger than he had expected from his reports. Is it true that a student blocked this without Professor Navi rose? While he was pondering, a young man walked in. Are you here? The man jumped and turned around. You finally made it, Lai Lun, a young man with a serious face. He turned to ask him how the restoration mission was going, still proceeding without any obstacles. They said it would return to normal after a week. Moreover, we also investigated that wretched situation as you requested. But we could not find any more information here. Really? He continued. Instead, through Filion, we found the location of the student, active here at that time. Do you want to meet him yourself? Your Grace, the head of the Duke Grania family, Joseph Sinovan Grania. He frowned and glanced elsewhere in thought. Indeed, it seems that way. Then he said something unclear. Immediately, the eyes of the statue behind him suddenly lit up like a signal light. It even moved its limbs. Wei Lun was left stunned by the recent display. Duke. Excuse me. But the monster's hand swung up and was about to punch down. He quickly said, could you step aside for a moment? I will team up with the knights, so that as soon as he puts his hand on the sword's sheath, I can stop him. No need. The monster quickly attacked where he stood. However, he still stood frozen there. He placed his hand on the sword at his hip. Then he glared at the monster with a fierce gaze. Weren't they supposed to be very busy on their way here? A clean strike fell, effortlessly taking off one of its hands. The monster cried out, confused about what was happening, followed by dozens of continuous slashes aimed at various parts of its body. The monster shattered into hundreds of pieces. Wei Lun stood calmly amidst the dust, his face emotionless as he gazed at the scene before him. Joseph collected his things and ordered Lai Lun. With every step, he left behind the wreckage of the monster, looking as cool as a gourd. Then he grinned maliciously and said, let us go meet the young hero of Filion. Chapter 35. The next morning in the Nav dormitory. Ronald was dead to the world in bed when he was jolted awake. What kind of bastard knocks on someone's door at this early hour? He rubbed his eyes and went to open the door. Lai Lun, a guy towering over him by a head, stood imposingly at the door. Hey dude, who are you? Street vendors are not allowed in here. He looked all fancy, and yet he still calls himself a street vendor. He frowned, making a face. What a rude little brat. You know exactly who you are being rude to. Do not you? You are quite the character. Of course not. You do look like a doorman for some noble families. Though, but I have to admit, the mana I sense from you is incredibly dark. There is something mixed in with this guy's mana. Is that mana too? I do not know why, but it feels a bit familiar. A hand rested on him. That is enough. Lai Lun. We also have to apologize for barging in without notice. De Lun spoke politely, but when he heard the title Duke, he jolted awake. What? If this is the Duke of this empire, then do not tell me his polite voice is addressing me. Excuse me, Ronald. I want to speak on behalf of my knight. I apologize once again. If my request is not too much of an imposition, could you spare a moment for me? He greeted him with a warm smile, like a kind mother. It was then that Ronald recognized Duke Ranger. The three of them then entered a room and chatted over tea. Ronald listened to his story. According to you, this treasure chest opened before you is the newly completed sword sheath for my La Mancha. But why did you bring it here yourself? The blacksmith of Grand Cap Depia requested that I do so. Blacksmith Doran even specifically asked me. Of course. Ronald could easily imagine that scene. He continued speaking. Additionally, I want to express my gratitude to you. The Granger family and Grand Cappadocia have been allies for quite some time. My favorite sword, Lord, was also made by blacksmith Doran. It is only proper to treat the hero and benefactor of Grand Cappadocia with such kindness. Don't you think so? Of course. Aside from greetings, I have also prepared a special gift. Ronald jumped at this. It was a large object resembling a gold coin, the emblem of Granger. It even bore the seal of the head of the family. You intend to give me something so valuable? With this, I could buy 3 villages, at the very least. We should treat our savior like this. Only then can Granger's honor endure. Now, it is time for the gifts from the blacksmith, and the proof of our agreement. They must have reached the 2 students who participated. I hope they will like it. He leisurely sipped his tea, leaving you with a whirlwind of thoughts. I have already heard them praising you, esteemed Duke. He set his teacup down. Well then, I can now. Let us move on to another topic. Ronald, can you tell me what you know about the person behind this incident? I am extremely interested in the shameless ones who caused this. The sudden change in atmosphere made you break out in a cold sweat. You could only chuckle at this power. It is tough being indebted to others. Is this the person leading the Granger clan? The aura radiating from behind him left you speechless. Yet, you calmly replied to him. I do not know how much you have found out, but you know those scoundrels are crazier than we think. Right. Suddenly, Elunan's face became tense. He gradually unleashed his power towards you. But you were still unaware and continued speaking. They acted so quickly that I did my best to catch them, but even so, they just talked. Right. By the time you reacted, the power had surrounded you. Ronald recognized whose it was with a glance. Look at that bodyguard. He has not moved an inch. But he reacted when you mentioned those scoundrels. Thinking back, this feeling is definitely reminiscent of the filth I sensed when facing those guys. Don't tell me this guy is one of them. Joseph felt you were not quite right and asked, what is wrong? Ronald, why did you suddenly stop talking? You looked at him in surprise. And he was equally surprised. What kind of reaction is this? Is that mana emanating from your subordinate? He pretended to ask, where are you feeling discomfort? This caught you off guard. Duke Ranger, renowned for his strength in this continent. Can he feel that change? And I the only one who can sense the mana radiating from that bodyguard. Duke, do you know anything about the appearance of the Star Children? Should I throw out a bait? Just as you thought. Wei Lunan immediately stiffened. Joseph certainly knew that name. Ten Van Clare, an organization supporting the Star Children. I never expected something like that to exist on this continent. Is it true that you obtained this information yourself? Ronald admitted, that is right. Before the professor arrived to assist, I had gently cut off one of their arms or legs. But they revealed information immediately. Seeing those guys crying and begging for mercy was pretty funny to me. He wore a wicked smile like those villains in dramas. Even suggested I explain in more detail, but he refused. All right. I will confirm the rest with the official documents in Rodelin. If I hear more, I won't be able to eat anything. Ronald pretended to raise his hand in disappointment. Well, if that is what you want. But in his heart, he already had the answer. Indeed, no need to say more. Since earlier, he has not been able to control his own aura. He felt he was done with his work, so he also asked to take his leave. I am leaving. But he remained lost in his thoughts. Moreover, he did not expect that they were infiltrating Grangia. Not in other places where I needed an urgent solution. Oh right. There is something you should know about those bastards. He stood up and said to him. Is that something I should know? Ronald scratched his head and chuckled. But I think keeping someone as busy as you here is not a good idea, as it might take quite a bit of time. From now until tonight, I will rearrange things and write you a letter. You will find it quite interesting, especially the topic related to a H. Who said you would get away with it? When V. Lun hears you say that with that expression, he will be furious. That night in the academy dormitory, Ronald was deep in sleep, drooling and snoring. Suddenly, a bright light approached him. Lun appeared, radiating killing intent with his sword pointed straight at Ronald's neck. Then, a huge explosion lit up the entire room. He was momentarily stunned by the light. He was not there. What appeared under his sword was just a shadow. A voice came from behind him. Right. I knew you would come today. Nice to meet you. The cowardly little rat number 3. I did not know you were hiding on the ceiling all along. Your appearance startled him. How did you? I landed safely. But wait, why do not you look over there first? He is the special guest I invited for you. That is the person who left him in shock. Someone suddenly appeared in the chair, young Master Chili Fen. And of course, he looked furious, veins bulging on his face. Explain to me. How should I understand this situation? A few hours earlier, at the Ronald mansion, Ronald and Chili Fen met on the top floor of the Navig Hall. Ronald stood with his arms crossed, glancing at him as he spoke. You suddenly showed up here, so I was wondering what is going on. Chili Fen's serious face looked at Ronald as he asked, But Ronald, are you planning to ambush Sir Alain tonight? He asked, tightening the sword at his side. Continuing, it is quite funny. Hearing his ridiculous remark, Ronald immediately asked, Do you have any proof to say that? Upon hearing this, Chili Fen thought of Elan and explained, Even in Granja, he is one of the strongest and most loyal knights, chosen to be my father's guard after just 4 years of serving in the night squad. But why did you suddenly? Before he could finish his question, Ronald interjected, You said 4 years. It seems Grania has been infiltrated in many places then. Right. While he was bewildered and asking what he meant, Ronald turned and waved his hand, saying, Forget it for now, just come here. No matter what side that guy is on, you have nothing to lose. Right. Then he suddenly paused and turned back, saying, If what I am saying is true, a wretched rat is hiding in your family. Back to the present, Chili Fen raised his sharp sword and asked, Did you not hear me? His face was cold, and his voice filled with anger as he pointed the sword at his opponent, saying, I told you to explain what is going on. Lai Lun, answer me. A Lun stood still, looking at the sword aimed directly at him. Slightly frowning, at this moment, Ronald looked at Chili Fen and mocked. If he has to answer just because you asked, would not he become a traitor? You are too naive. How could you survive in this harsh world? As he finished speaking, Lai Lun suddenly lifted one leg and stomped down hard on the floor. As he stomped down, a wave of power radiated around him. Chili Fen, pointing his sword at him, widened his eyes in shock. Meanwhile, Ronald gritted his teeth, looking at him. Then Ronald looked down at his hand, where a surge of electricity wrapped around, spreading throughout his body, making him feel heavier. Looking at his hand that could not move, he wondered if this was the aura of that wretch. Just as he was lost in thought, something suddenly made him look up in surprise. Immediately, Lun swung his sword at Ronald, who staggered back in defense. Crying out, a moment later, he was pushed back by Zalun, crying out in pain. Chili Fen, standing aside, had veins popping on his forehead, angrily shouted, Lai Lun, what is going on? As soon as he finished speaking, Lun immediately charged at Chili Fen while he was still wrapped in his aura. He showed no mercy, swinging a powerful strike at him, and Chili Fen struggled to defend himself. Lai Lun, with a face full of murderous intent, growled, Lucky for you. You still lack experience controlling your aura range, young master. You cannot use that violent technique in a place like this, as others will get caught up in your wrath. Hearing him, Chili Fen's blood boiled as he gritted his teeth, glaring at him. As the Lun tightened his grip on the sword hilt, he continued, But still, I apologize, young master. After saying that, he immediately swung down at Chili Fen. But fortunately, he managed to block it. Despite being restrained, Chilevin was still able to defend against Lumrin's attack, and he calmly replied, I do not want our relationship to end like this, but that brat over there has ruined everything. While defending, Chili Fen shot back, Your abilities are different from what I once knew. Have you been hiding your true power all this time? Zalun was also feeling very irritated, frowning as he said, Betrayal. It is not like that. As he spoke, his sword was slightly pushed back. He continued, From the very beginning, I could not finish my sentence before Chili Fen swung his sword and pushed me back. Zalun was now completely furious, coldly stating, I was never a knight. With that, he charged at Chili Fen once again. Chili Fen's expression darkened as he looked at Vilun, coldly asking, Is that? His tone suddenly calmed down as he continued, I have confirmed it. Do whatever you want. Hearing his response, Ronald suddenly appeared in front of Vilun with a sword, grinning with delight as he blocked Wilun's strike, leaving him astonished. Wilun froze in disbelief, stuttering without forming words. How can you be here? Ronald glanced at Chili Fen's unfazed face and said, Your calmness is really annoying, causing trouble for others just to hear those words. Feeling relieved now, Chili Fen closed his eyes, slightly bowing his head to reply, This is very serious for me, so I hope you understand. Then he pushed Ronald aside as he spoke, warning that after today in Grania, a storm of blood and chaos would occur. With that, he swung his sword fiercely at Lun, leaving Ronald beside him a bit dazed. Lun felt slightly confused, gritting his teeth as he stepped back, thinking, What is happening? Looking at Chili Fen's body, he continued to ponder how he was being suppressed by his own aura while swinging that heavy sword. Was it just relying on mana? Just as he finished thinking, Chili Fen slashed down, sending Wei Lun flying back like he had done to Ronald. Wei Lun struggled to stay upright, gritting his teeth as he thought, does he also hide his strength like me? He has no reason to do that. Looking at an enraged Chili Fen in front of him, he panicked, thinking could it be that he has become stronger in such a short time? He tried not to believe what was happening before his eyes. No way. Even if he is a once-in-a-century genius, he can't be this kind of monster. While Wei Lun was still lost in thought, Ronald suddenly appeared before him, sneering. Hey, Uncle, you seem pretty relaxed. Scaring him, continued with a mocking tone. What a disappointment. His face was now filled with extreme confusion as he looked down at Donald. Then he launched a series of relentless attacks, shouting loudly, what are you doing? Focus on the life or death fight. Making it hard for Alon to block, he let out a soft cry. The rapid attacks left him standing still, gritting his teeth, thinking how can this be? Watching Ronald frantically attack, he wondered if another monster was about to appear. Just as Ronan delivered a powerful strike downwards, Wei Lun regained his senses and jumped to dodge. He was slightly surprised, saying, you actually dodged that, and did not notice you are being ambushed. Immediately, he was kicked back, shouting loudly. Damn it. Wei Lun was now covered in injuries, gritting his teeth as he looked around, thinking, damn it, they have made a huge commotion. If this continues, the professors will come here. While contemplating, he looked towards the door, feeling like he had found a way, thinking to himself, I have to retreat. Then a flash of light appeared, and he pushed all his strength down to his feet and dashed forward like lightning. While fleeing, he thought, damn it, who would have guessed things would get so complicated just because I wanted to catch that punk? It was a mistake to think that luck alone could defeat those two. I need to hide and wait for a chance to take him down later. Just as he was running, he suddenly slowed down. Chili Fan swooped down from above, sword drawn, saying, you are right. Dulan hesitated as if he knew his fate. Dulan turned to glance back at the person behind him. Chili Fan continued, unlike my father, I still lack experience, so I can't fully utilize the Gale sword, but knowing that to still run this way is truly foolish. As he spoke, a gust of wind swirled around the sword in his hand. A fierce whirlwind suddenly erupted. Chili Fan calmly continued, no one here will be swept up in my sword technique. Right. His face was resolute, gripping the sword firmly as he said, except for the traitor I need to punish, there is no one else. The technique he was using was the secret sword skill of the Granja clan. The Gale sword technique struck straight down towards Dulan. Dulan struggled to defend himself, saying, damn it. Then he shouted, and trying to prepare his blocking move. But before he could finish, he stared blankly at the wind ahead. Just before being completely engulfed by the whirlwind, he silently cried out, thinking, dear fate. And after a moment, Chili Fen sheathed his sword. Looking at Dulan's trembling body on the ground, he said, from today, no one in the clan will remember you. But that does not matter. Chili Fan left angrily, coldly adding, because you were never a member of the Granja clan. Ronald spoke to Chili Fan. You really handled that guy in a flashy way. He looked at Chili Fan with a disdainful glance. If it keeps going like this, you might run into trouble later. Given the situation, Ronald looked toward Dulan and told Chili Fen, he is already injured like this. I do not know how we can bring him to the prison in El Lakalan, he reassured. Don't worry, I just cut a tendon. He won't die. He paused for a moment and then spoke softly. Theoretically, that is true. Ronald could not keep up with Chili Fan's words. He said, since you are here, everything will be fine. I need to report this to the clan as soon as I can. Chili Fan looked serious and dangerous as he said to Ronald, we need to deal with all the traitors. With that, he ran off, leaving Ronald behind. So I will leave things here to you. Ronald did not expect him to do that. Feeling bewildered, how could you leave me here? He angrily scolded Chili Fen. You are the one who messed everything up and caused this mess. And now you just leave it to me. Even though he had run far away, Ronald could not stop shouting, where's your conscience? Where's your humanity? A person appeared behind him and asked, what is going on? Ronald. The person asked further, what just happened here? Were you ambushed by someone? He turned around. Did everyone arrive? Grava and Navi Rose stepped out from the teleport gate. Ronald called out, Principal and Professor, not knowing if he was referring to the snake on Navi Rose's outfit or something else. He said, Tyr, you pointed out the male snake. Ronald gave a thumbs up, praising, I like your outfit. She does not care. Just answer my question first. Grava added, that is right, Ronald. The professor's fashion style is not the issue here, although I am a bit surprised. You should feel lucky. It is a relief that you are not hurt. But can you explain right away? Ronald replied. Of course. To explain that, you changed the subject. But principal, can you let me say this first? Grava paid attention to Ronald's words. What do you mean by let me talk first? Suddenly, he spoke sharply. That damn brat. He looked at Ronald with confusion. Meanwhile, Navi Rose muttered the same. Grava said, what is that damn brat? Someone in the principal's office spoke up. Grava rested his chin on his hand and said, so there are rats hiding in the Grania family. The situation is more serious than I thought. My favorite student. This time, you did very well, thanks to you, Ronald. We were able to prevent things from getting more complicated. He politely said, you do not need to praise me that much. Ronald thought of a dimly lit scene holding a secret he could sense. He remembered the feeling of that peculiar mana from those brats. Two men faced Ronald. He could only guess vaguely. Not 100% sure because of that, but if the information gets leaked. Ronald thought of a bloody scene in the future. Not just him, but everyone around him would be in danger. Grava reassured Ronald. This will be investigated soon. On a large scale with Grancia at the center of the investigation. So do not worry. He looked at him sincerely. After all, our empire owes you once again since the incident in the blacksmith village and now this. Grava, feeling quite pleased, suggested, I want to reward you in the name of the principal. Is there anything you want? Hearing that, Ronald was very happy. Really, that is great, he excitedly said. There is something I want to do at school. Can you allow it? He asked back. Something you want me to allow? Grava continued. I am curious to know what it is. The next day at the main square in Phi, Ronald stood in front of the announcement board clearly. All right. Everyone please listen up. The crowd below kept murmuring. He said loudly. The club activities always have to be on campus. Are you all tired of that? Ronald slapped a sheet of paper on the board. He was excited about his idea. That is why I created this for everyone. It is called a member recruitment information sheet. Ronald announced the Special Adventure Club. Someone spoke up. What is a special adventure? He pointed at the guy. Good question. Ronald repeated his words. What is a special adventure club? He cheerfully explained. It is a club created with extracurricular activities focusing on real combat experience to train us into talented individuals serving the Empire. Ronald removed his hand from the other person's face, looked up at the sky, confidently said, with the principal's permission, this is the only club. We are allowed to go outside. Someone in the crowd whispered, we can go outside. Another person also doubted his words. Really? Ronald continued to explain the application rules. For those who want to join the club, please come to the first arena of the Galian building during the interview period. From a distance, a figure wrapped in a hood, dressed conservatively, was watching him. Ronald said his final words. Thank you all for your attention. The mysterious person mumbled. No way. The other person looked at him puzzled. That person is a few days later at the Galian building. Ronald furrowed his brow gloomily asking why. He sat down on the ground with his sword, saying, I announced in the square, trying to recruit some new talents. But why? Mary and Azel watched him lament. Isn't there anyone besides you guys who can take on the challenge on the last day? Maria scoffed and asked. You really do not know. Based on what you called an interview, a few days ago. She recalled the scene of Ronald making those applicants leave the village to the point where some had to beg, save me, she said, under the guise of testing everyone's abilities. You read everyone out loud when they came here for that test, thinking about the scene where he made people sign some paper. Maria understood why those people could not stand Ronald. She told him and those who had been tested. He said strange things like he was ready to give his life for the club's missions. Al hesitated. I have heard rumors around the academy that to join the club, you need at least 10 lives to survive there. Ronald scoffed. This is how real combat works. They do not have any determination. He thought it did not matter anyway. Ronald glanced at something behind, thinking of what he needed. A guy was resting his sword on the ground, breathing heavily. He thought to himself that this guy had potential. Ronald walked over to ask, are you feeling better? I told you I did not need to test your skills anymore. But you still want to fight. The guy wiped his sweat. Ronald said, anyway, it is clear that I am here to share the good news with you. You passed Brom. Brom replied, thanks. Ronald, I need to inform Brom about a few things regarding our club activities. It can be tiring. Are you really okay? Brom smiled. That is exactly what I need. As long as I get stronger. Ronald nodded in satisfaction. Good. Then you all can head out. You need to rest before we move on to the main activities. All looked at him curiously. What about you? Ronald said vaguely. There is still some time for recruitment, so I will be here. Who knows if anyone else will show up? What if a talented person appears? One bright night, Ronald laid sprawled on the table, feeling dejected, wiping his face against the wind, looking at the empty scene of the school. He felt that no one was coming to apply. Someone next to him spoke up. All right. Ronald looked at Adizen next to him. Thank you, Senior. You have been busy with your work and still came to help me. She smiled. It is nothing. Then stood up to put away the chair, talking to him as she walked. It is a bit of a pity though. If it were not for the teaching assistant job, I would want to try joining your club. Ronald listened to her but said nothing, just watching her silently. He frowned, thinking to himself, he could not tell her what she had messaged before. Even if she tried, he would not accept her risking that in this life. Looking at Adizen in front of him, she needed to decide for herself whether to give up her dream of becoming a commander or live as an ordinary person. Ronald pondered. That is quite an important issue. He worried for her, thinking she needed to seriously reflect on it. The mysterious person from the morning appeared and spoke. Good. You are still here. Ronald looked to see who it was and asked, when did you get here? Then his expression changed to one of joy, enthusiastically asking, are you here to interview? Do you want to join our club? The mysterious person muttered something about the club. The person asked Ronald, can I? He looked at the other person in confusion. What did you say? It was too soft. I could not hear. The mysterious person slowly pulled the hood further down and asked, if I join the club, can I touch it? Ophelia's eyes gleamed red. She added slowly, that is yours. Ronald did not understand and kept touching it. He hugged his chest, feigning embarrassment, and said to Ophelia, people are embarrassed to death. How can you say such things? She denied it was not her. Ophelia reaffirmed what she wanted. One on his shoulder. Sheeta, sitting on Ronald's shoulder, was just as confused as her owner called out. He felt a bit awkward for misunderstanding her. Hugh hummed. Ronald scratched Sheeta's chin and asked, you mean Sita? You should have said that from the start. I misunderstood. He added a few more lines to entice Ophelia to join the club. It always goes with me, so if you join the club, you can definitely touch it. She looked at Sheeta, clearly fond of it, asking back, really? Ronald looked at Ophelia judgmentally, thinking what a strange person. He silently thought about what had just happened. Hard to believe she got so close that he could feel her presence. Feeling that the person in front of him was very unusual. She was definitely not an ordinary student. He could sense this. Ronald firmly assessed this person. She truly had talent. Ophelia, who had been quiet for a while, finally spoke. If I want to interview, what should I do? He pointed to the puppet in the distance and told her, first, show your skills on that magical puppet over there. Before letting Ophelia conduct the interview, Ronald asked for a bit more information. Please tell me your name and year. She briefly replied, 3rd year in the magic system. Finally, she introduced herself as Ophelia Denite. Ophelia began to use magic to say that. A constant purple light surrounded her, and her eyes glowed without pupils, announcing to those standing there, I am starting now. Adan was surprised. This is what she told Ronald about dark magic. She looked at Ophelia with admiration, exclaiming, that is amazing. Something as difficult as dark mana that she can control perfectly. He stood behind, also feeling surprised by this person. Ronald could not take his eyes off Ophelia, thinking there was something even more astonishing. Watching how Ophelia controlled the magic, he quietly noted it was very subtle. But he could see the deep red energy like blood emanating from her. Her hands were surrounded by dark red smoke. Ronald concluded the center of mana, seeing Sita stand up on his shoulder. He thought this must be Ophelia reciting her spell. Dark claws. The dark power appeared, rushing towards the puppet. The puppet was attacked by the magic so strongly that it flew backward. From that position, an explosion occurred. Ronald exclaimed in astonishment. He saw that distant wall had cracked, telling Ophelia, there is no need to fight with you at all. Looking at the puppet, it was completely destroyed. Unlike the applicants before, he told her she had passed. Ronald approached her, hurriedly asking, but Ophelia, have you? Suddenly he heard a voice in his head that startled him. The voice told him, so you can see it now. Ronald realized it was sound magic. Ophelia put her hood back on, glancing at him, knowing it was enough for just him to know for now. If others found out, it would be a hassle. The three were silent. No one spoke. But Ronald could still hear Ophelia whispering a spell, suggesting they go somewhere else because she had something to ask him. Night had fallen as Ronald and Ophelia left the arena. She was still holding Sit and said, I see. She poked it with her finger, making it giggle. It turned out this creature was a dream bird. Sheeta was making sounds, and Ophelia was quite fascinated, not letting go of it, telling Ronald, a bird born from mana compressed from around. How interesting. Sita continued to chirp. Hearing her say that, he half joked, I find you quite interesting too. Ronald looked at Ophelia and told her honestly, I heard all of you left the Empire a long time ago. He looked at her under the moon, both their eyes glowing red, adding about that dragon magic. Ophelia firmly confirmed Ronald's words. Not all of us have left. Although there are very few, some still exist throughout the Empire. She turned away and continued. But we wanted to avoid trouble, so we have lived in seclusion. Ronald voiced his curiosity. Despite that, he wondered why she came to this popular club. Do you think Ophelia's desire is because of Sita's mana? She replied. That is right. She recalled when she saw it in the square. The first time she saw it there, she sensed it immediately. What Ophelia noticed at that moment was not Ronald or the club, but the energy of blood magic, the innate magic of our race. He agreed with her words. I was wondering the same thing. So that is how it is. The ability Sita used was indeed that of a vampire. Well, the first thing you said after being born was to drink blood. So it would be stranger if it was not related to vampires. Ophelia asked in surprise. What? She found it hard to believe Ronald's words. Is that really true? Right when it was born, it used vampire magic. He did not understand and asked her. Is there something wrong? Ophelia held Shida and quickly asked Ronald. How long has it been since it was born? 3 years. At least 5 years. Right. He did not expect her to ask that and awkwardly said. No way. At most, it has only been about 2 months. It seems so. Ophelia could not believe it. Only 2 months, but it has. She looked at Sito in her hands, glowing red, saying, it is emitting such dense blood man already. Suddenly, Ophelia felt happy. If that is true, then it might actually work. She held Sita out in front of her and said, can I ask you and Shida for this? Ronald found her truly strange. Such a sudden request. Ophelia looked at Ronald, her eyes sparkling earnestly. Actually, I plan to stop after watching Shida for a while. But if you fulfill my request, I will work really hard. She added, not giving Ronald a chance to speak, saying, of course. I need to start my research right away. It might be a bit tough during this time, but I promise you, once we ask again, the area will have been researched. I wonder what Ophelia really wants. Ronald pressed. What research? The next day, at the Filion Clubroom, there it was, the Special Adventure Club. Ronald looked at the building in front of him and cheerfully said, I can't believe they dedicated an entire building for the student club. You have to admit, they are really generous. He turned to the people standing behind him. Let us put that aside. You two have changed. Maria had a new sword strapped to her back, Ronald said. And is that a weapon from Grand Cappadocia? Asil is wearing a sparkling bracelet. Ronald asked the two girls. Did Grania send those to you? Maria replied. That is right. Ronald assessed her sword. You switched from a double-edged sword to a greatsword now. Maria proudly talked about her new toy. The commander made a sword that fits my strength, so I plan to give it a try. Al was also involved in the conversation. I received a magical bracelet. It was made based on the method from the magic city of Delbium. You look very happy about the gift from Grantia. Telling Ronald. And because its mana control is much better. I think my speed and strength have doubled. He saw the two girls happily and said, the weapons and the two of you received are amazing. Maria then asked, but why did you say we should bring weapons here? Ronald calmly said, let us go inside first. Then I will tell you. He seemed ready to discuss something very special. This is quite an important conversation. Inside, Ronald started to lay out the work. You must be curious why I set up a club like this. The four sat at the meeting table. He said, we have only one goal. Ronald was very serious, stating the club's main purpose is to develop each of our potential abilities as quickly as possible through practical experience. He looked serious, preparing for the day that was approaching. Ronald pointed to a spot on the map, declaring, this will be the first place we go. One of the mountain ranges that the Empire has not explored, he said. The Vadian mountain range. As soon as he finished his sentence, Maria and Azul panicked about the mountains, while Brahm seemed intrigued. Ronald affirmed, as you all know, this place is quite unusual, so it will be a valuable experience for us. He stood up with the sword in hand. I have my own matters there, but right now, it is not important. Ronald looked at the two girls and told them, first, there is an issue between you two that needs to be resolved. Maria wondered. What issue? Not rushing to answer her question, he said. Forget it. All of you can step outside for now. Looking at Ronan's sly face, he suggested having a little fight. The light from the window streamed into the hallway, washing the entire corridor in a warm golden hue. Mary and Aisel followed behind Ronalyn. What do you mean, Roman? You looked at him and said, the issue you mentioned that needs resolving. Ronald turned back to the two. It is about finishing the course ahead of schedule. Why are you so surprised? It is obvious. It will take us a week to get there. But we will have classes. Senior Brum also tends to finish his lessons early, so it is fun. Balancing club activities while handling those issues at the same time is really tough. Plus, the principal won't agree to that. That is true. Ronald raised his index finger. So what is the solution? He smirked and said. Of course. Finish early like me. And we will check ourselves. It is the club room on the second floor of the training building. In a large room, Ronald stood facing Mary and Azel. Before we practice individually, the first thing to do is test everyone's skills. He pointed a thin finger. Looking challenging, come here. Relax. I want to draw my sword, so do not be afraid. Ronald abruptly changed his attitude. But if it is too easy for you, it won't be fun. So pay attention to that. All right, we are good. She turned back, smiling at and said, by the way, why do not you try that? You hesitated and replied, let him see how much we have improved. That, Mary and Al. Get ready for battle. Yep. I will give it my all. Got it. Maria raised her sword. She shouted loudly. Attack. The slash aimed straight at where Ronald stood, shattering everything around. He rested his sword on his shoulder. Admiring her. That is strong. Ronald's eyes widened in surprise as small stones flew high. Could it be the blue light emanating from Al's hand? A blue light radiated from his body too. Asel waved his hand, sending the small stones soaring. I am trying it now. Says Maria. He sent the stones flying straight toward where Ronald was standing. He dodged gracefully. Has he really mastered that skill in such a short time? Ronald brandished his sword. He indeed sliced through the falling stones. Impressive, he suddenly realized. Maria stood behind Ronald, her eyes shining brightly as if she had spotted her prey. Maria leaped high. Don't try to block it. Just dodge. She gripped the blade tightly, delivering a powerful strike at Ronald. But he managed to evade it. Ronald broke into a sweat as he watched Maria's strike hit the ground. If he had not dodged in time, he would have been done for. Maria's gaze was fierce as she swung at Ronald's neck once more. The ground beneath her suddenly sank. Maria looked at the sword right before her eyes. Ronald attacked her. Maria clenched her teeth. She put all her strength into blocking the attack. Ronald looked at the two of them with satisfaction. These two had somehow, Al soared high above, exceeding his expectations. He shouted loudly, letting Sis Maria go right now. Ronald dodged Asel's strike. He laughed loudly and joined the fight. He also shouted loudly, charging toward Ronald. A large rock controlled by Asel hovered above Ronald's head. He drew his sword and struck multiple times, shattering the rock. Ronald smiled in satisfaction. Small pieces of stone fell to the ground with a thud, dust flying everywhere. Ronald received compliments from Maria and Azel. You guys have gotten much stronger. Turns out, without me, you did not slack off at all, especially you. You have completely transformed into a different person. I am truly amazed. Thanks. Ronald smiled contentedly after the fight. Is the test over now? Yeah. That is enough for today. So it won't take long. A month? 2 weeks will be enough. Ronald shook his arm. He wore a devilish grin that made Maria and Al very scared. Let us start special training right away. We just finished practicing. Ronald chased after the two of them with his sword. Let us keep fighting. Move it. You guys. His face looked demonic, causing the two to run away in fear. Help me. Help me. The screams of Maria and Al shook the entire tower. What is going on? From that day on, Maria devoted all her energy to training, even sacrificing sleep. Half a month later, a hand placed on a paper full of writing. Incredible. Grava sat in the principal's office, surprised, saying, You mean to say you have completed the course ahead of schedule? Ronald smiled brightly as he answered the question. All the club members. Yep. That is right. He continued, although not all subjects. With this result, can you let us go outside? Right. Oh my. You always surprise me. Grava said, hands on the table, smiling happily. All right. As promised, I will let you go outside. Take care, and I wish you a lucky adventure. The next day, the first activity of the Special Adventure Club. Vadian Mountain. 4 people wearing backpacks headed towards the mountain. Green light surrounding their outstretched hands. Is this man? Maria exclaimed, astonished by the strange phenomena. Ram burst out laughing. We just got here, and the mana is already this pure. Just sensing the man around here is a kind of training. Right, he cheerfully asked Ronalyn. What are we doing here? Ronald. Slow down. We are still far from the center. Once we get there, I will tell you what we need to do. At the same time, I also need to find something. His hands moved slightly upon hearing a sound. Sarantis' expression darkened, standing still and motionless. Surprisingly, we have guests in this treacherous land, he said with a dangerous aura. It has been a while since I have had visitors. The view from above was a maze of layered mountains. The 4 stood on a large rock looking down. Ronald smiled and said, Found it. Below, in the forest, monsters were gathering. These damn orcs really are gathering together, forming a horde. Brum looked at them curiously. Had they built a village? No kidding. That is right. In such border areas with few border guards, Sometimes you can see scenes like this. Now it is just a village. But they are breeding fast. So soon the number of orcs will be enough to stretch across this mountain range. Then they will start raiding and pillaging the nearby villagers. So before that happens, we need to cull them. He turned to Maria and Aesel behind him. That is our first battle. Maria became serious upon hearing this, while Aesel started to tremble, both his voice and body shaking. What do you think? It is pretty simple. Right, you said you were looking for orcs. So I thought it was just one. But who knew? Ronal encouraged you a lot. Is it okay? Don't be scared. It makes perfect sense for you to fight orcs. He looked down, seriously contemplating. But there was one thing. The dominant species of this mountain range, the ogres, would be too difficult for his friends to catch. Especially that leader. Oh man. He is so strong that even I could not beat him back then. But he won't show up until later. So it is not an issue now. Alright then. Let us take it slow. I know you mean well. A voice interrupted Ronalyn. But I advise against that. From behind, Sarant approached, catching him off guard. Now is not the right time. The reckless youth. Ronal turned to look into his eyes, cautiously eyeing the man. What? I did not even notice when he showed up. Sarant closed his eyes and smiled gently. Who is that elf anyway? No need to be so cautious. He explained. I am just a monk living in this mountain. Sarant introduced himself to Ronal's group. A monk? Yep. I serve an ancient spirit known as Sinan. Ronal stayed alert, his hand ready on the sword. What do you think about moving somewhere else to talk properly? Sarant began but had to pause. This place is not very safe. He drew his sword, pointing it directly at the man as a warning. Maria noticed the tension and spoke up. Hey. You are sorry. But Ronal's eyes lit up. He carefully watched Sarantis' every move. There have been a lot of crazy folks lately. The man seemed flustered. So listen and repeat exactly what I say. Repeat. Repeat what? Ronal shouted angrily. You bastard. Sarani could only stand there, silent. He asked in confusion. What? The vibrant green canopy against the blue sky made the entire forest look like a landscape painting. Having been persuaded, Ronal's group agreed to follow Saranti. As a servant of a god, I felt embarrassed to speak such crude words. He shyly covered his face as he recalled what had just happened. I guess that was the most embarrassing moment of my last 200 years. Don't he worry. It is quite similar to Channing. As they walked, Ronal chatted with him. But 200 years. Exactly how old are you? It has been a long time since I counted my age, so I am not sure. But everyone was surprised to hear Sarantis say that. I am probably over 1,000 years old. Over 1,000. Ronal looked at the man happily picking a flower branch from the tree and thought. That means he has been alive since before the Empire was founded. Even if elves live that long, it does not really matter. Ronal wondered aloud. But what you said earlier, what does it mean? Isn't it not the right time? Sarant replied seriously. Recently, the monsters have been acting strangely. Orcs are not nocturnal creatures, yet they wander around the mountains every night. And ogres typically do not leave their territory. But they have been spotted outside the mountains. There have been many unusual occurrences lately, because we still have not figured out the cause. He raised his hand into the air. So you all should be careful. A barrier appeared before Sarantis' fingertips. So why do not you all take a little break? A barrier of air surrounded Ronal's group. The barrier separated them from the outside world. Suddenly, a gate appeared right in front of everyone at the Siani temple. Brahm spoke up. Surprised to see a temple materialize like this. It is a hidden protective magic. Right. That is amazing. A hidden protective magic of this scale means his power must be on par with, even stronger than the priests at our academy. All asked Ronalyn. Ronan, did you know there was a temple here? Didn't you see my shocked expression? Sarantis smiled gently. Alright, let us go inside. He definitely is not an ordinary person like the others. The magnificent castle sparkled under the sunlight. The four stood before a large rock. So that is the spirit sen that you serve here. Light shone on part of the rock. The large stone was placed on a pedestal as a decorative piece. This ugly rock. Saranta looked up and said, Yep. It is not just any rock. It has significance. But if you all hear the story, you will find it boring. Now, go store your luggage and rest comfortably. This temple has many empty rooms. If you need anything, just let me know. Maria glanced over. She nudged Ronal's shoulder. Perfect timing. Ronalyn, you said you were looking for something else. Right, ask him. Is that the residence of that eye guy? He seemed surprised to hear the question. Why are you looking for that weird guy? Are you staring at Sar because of the curse on you? His eyes were deep in thought, while Ronal was taken aback by what he just said. How did you know that? Looks like I was right. I had a vague guess about it, thanks to the strange and dangerous echoes around you. Sarant looked straight at Ronal. Ronal, can you spare a moment for me? I want to talk to you. The gentle breeze lifted the leaves floating in the air. In the outdoor tea area, only Sarant and Ronal were present. From the first time I met you, I sensed it. He lifted the teapot to pour tea. Saying that you are not just an ordinary student, he spoke nonchalantly, but was deep in thought. Is that? I am getting drawn into his story without realizing it. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Am I being too sensitive? Is this man really not connected to those bastards? I can't sense their aura from him. And he did not react even when I mentioned a hut. If that is the case. He handed the teacup to Ronalyn, as it seemed like he had a lot on his mind. Ronalyn, drink some tea. It will help clear your mind. Ronald's image reflected in the teacup. He did not put any enchantment in this. Right, the tea had a very strange aroma. What is this smell? His gaze fell. Having never smelled it before, Ronald's eyes widened in realization. His face puzzled as he looked at the strange flow behind Serenity. What the hell? Is the magical flow really that clear before my eyes? Serenity saw Ronald sitting still and asked, how do you like the tea? He rested his chin on his hand and said softly, do you like it? Ronald looked up, surprised by the flow in the air. Do I like it? It is like I have a new pair of eyes. He picked up the teacup, unable to believe what he was seeing. What was that just now? How could you? This tea is made from an extremely rare herb from Lei. It has the ability to heal and enhance the senses by radiating a rich source of energy. Normally, you would not be able to see all the benefits of this tea at once. But perhaps because the energy sealed by your curse has been partially released, you can feel its magic like this. I will give you the recipe, so just get used to this new experience. So please do not use a cursed eye to stop and break a curse within you. What? Serenty's mood sank as he realized breaking the curse, while stripping away another source of life at the same time. Once or twice is fine. But if you abuse it too much, your life will be at risk. Dante, tell me you know that but still use that method. Ronald gasped in fear. He stammered. I did not know that. I just want to break the curse inside me as quickly as possible. I understand your situation, but for now, let us avoid that. If anything goes wrong, the consequences could be dire. Ronald listened intently to every word he said. He looked down. The bottom of the teacup seemed bottomless, impossible to see through, just like Ronald's mood at that moment. Thinking back, Professor Secret had said something similar. Even he could not break his own curse, so he prepared many things for me to break the curse, but was helpless because the curses within him were too strong. Even knowing many people were trying to help me, had I lost my patience since facing that entity. If I am careless, I will die before I can catch those bastards, and my regression goal will fail. But who is this old man? Anyway, seems I never met him in my past life. Yet somehow he looks very familiar. Ronald grasped the handle of the teacup. I have been careless. So many things have happened that are beyond my control lately. He raised the teacup and answered Serenty's question. What is happening to you? Those fanatics are crazy. They keep babbling about the return of the stars. Serenty's brow furrowed tightly. Those fanatics are chasing after the stars. Are they back? The night fell over the castle. He stood before the large rock, contemplating Ronald's words from the morning. If they were the fanatics Ronald mentioned, if they had a plot like before, then a disaster claiming thousands of lives would occur. Should he just stand by and watch that happen? If that is true, and a pair of feet is walking towards Serenty, then that child is the answer I have been searching for. Right. What should I do? A voice called out, catching his attention. Is he still awake? Serenty. Ronan leaned on one arm, watching Serenty. Ronan scratched his head when asked by him. What are you doing here at this hour? Isn't your bed comfortable? Oh no. I was just about to get a drink. He looked up at the rock, but looking back, it really is quite interesting. Is not a rock like that, yet revered like a deity, does it hold some hidden meaning? Serenty replied, of course. Every millennium, our church relocates the stones to a sacred place. The family moves far from the royal territory. That is where the storms always rage. Most stones can withstand 200 years before being blown away or shattered, but even under such conditions, with stones standing strong for thousands of years, embodying an indomitable will against time, noble souls are brought into such stones and become the sacred statues of Shounen. He raised his hand to his nose, recalling the day he relocated this stone with his brothers. Sounds powerful, does not it? Ronald asked. I heard there are still many monks around. So why are you here all alone? Everyone has their own personal circumstances. It is complicated and can't be fully explained. Devoting a lifetime to God but never receiving an answer. No matter how long you wait, I have lost faith many times, often wanting to turn my back and walk away freely, but each time, there is a feeling that makes me stay. A sense that the will of Shounen still exists here within this stone, and one day it will become a catalyst to save our beautiful world. Ronald's eyes widened in realization. He saw the silhouette of Dyson through Sar, a feeling that seemed like destiny. It was always compelling. I strive to preserve this place until the day I can complete that mission. I placed my hand on Ronald's shoulder, feeling that moment is drawing near. The next day, leaving Serenty's words behind, We prepared ourselves early. That marvelous tea seemed quite effective for everyone, with the energy of Lillet flowing in every cell. It sharpened everyone's senses. I followed Saranta to search for more herbs, traversing mountain ranges I had never set foot on, showing kindness to those I met for the first time, along with delicate gestures in every action. The more I observed, the more I realized he was a truly strange elf. And just like that, 2 peaceful weeks passed, but as always, calm before the storm. Leaving behind a hand stained with blood on the ground, Saranti, covered in blood, sat motionless against a rock, the pain evident for everyone. Eventually, the inevitable would come on the day of purging the orc village. Saranta stood in front of Ronald's group. Finally it was departure day. "Would you all be alright?" he worriedly said. "We still do not know the cause of those monsters' strange behavior. Why did not you all prepare for a little more time?" Ronald and the 3 others looked at Sar with determined smiles. "I told you, we will be fine." Saranti, "Did not you say they were just acting strange and not getting stronger?" Brahm and Maria both laughed loudly. Only Isel remained timid and scared. "We can handle them. Right, guys, of course. We can." He raised a hand to scratch his head, looking at Sarah's helplessness. "Besides, our time outside is almost up, so we need to act to get back to the academy soon. If so, we won't hold you any longer." A small light emitted from his hand. Then the light from Saranta's hand soared high, making the 4 of them look up, chanting a spell to help you all enter here easily. "With this, you can come and go freely," he seriously advised me. "So if anything happens, do not hesitate to run here. And never let your guard down." The words can be powerful, but that forest is treacherous and dangerous. The remains of monsters are scattered across the ground. It is all bloodied. A footstep's closer. The sharp sword still glistens with fresh blood. This is truly a mess. With an expressionless face, approaches. Who would have thought he would be this hard to find? Her eyes glowed under the dark night sky. And it is clear that these stupid monsters want to drive him out. If that is the case, Bry said, "From now on," with a wicked grin like a demon, "I will personally find you." Saranti, perched silently on the high cliff, watched the group moving their loot. That person assessed the situation, noting that only humans wear clothes and jewelry like this, and you clumsy ones still dare to wear them. It seems the owner of the voice added, "They have plundered the surrounding villages." During that time, after taking stock, he asked his teammates, "Are you ready?" Ronald stood majestically on the cliff, declaring, his face darkened, eyes shining golden. He said, "Show them what respect means." Below the cliff, 2 orcs were chatting animatedly in their language about the spoils. "That shiny thing you are holding looks beautiful. Isn't it? It belongs to that little human kid living in that village." Still in their species language, the orc grinned wickedly, saying, "That brat is about to die," crying and flailing like a baby. Before he could finish, a surge of blue energy shot down from the cliff. Al was concentrating, using his energy, causing his eyes to glow with the same blue hue. His power helped his teammates land gently, safely down near those orcs. The 2 orcs looked at them in confusion, one wondering, humans. In front of that bewildered orc, Maria and Brahm were already ready for battle. 2 slashes of green and gold were unleashed, cutting straight through the 2 orcs from before. Following that were continuous strikes with high accuracy that took down several more orcs. Maria and Brahm worked seamlessly together, combining their attacks with precision. The remaining orcs froze momentarily, witnessing the slaughter of their kind. After assessing the unfolding situation, they roared loudly, brandishing their weapons in a furious display of anger. They yelled and quickly rushed in to surround them for a counterattack. Suddenly, a small rock fell directly onto the face of one of the charging orcs. The orc in front turned back upon hearing the loud crash behind him. He looked down in confusion at his fallen comrade lying motionless on the ground, still not understanding what happened, and soon after, he too was struck in the face by another rock, fast enough that he could only let out a cry before fading away. Those 2 orcs were completely taken down by the unseen hands controlling the floating rocks. Ronald smiled with delight and applauded. A perfect hit every time. He was floating in midair, cheerfully asking Al, "You have finally mastered it, right?" He stuttered in response. Yeah. Just waiting to hear the answer, he slowly said. Then the blue light enveloping the vast space controls it, causing the boulders to float as if they were weightless. Ronald gave an inhuman smile, leaned close to Al, and shouted, "Wipe them out." Upon hearing this, Al could only moan and worry. He let out a loud scream as a signal, then quickly lowered the 2 stone controls. The orcs below looked up, still too dumbfounded to understand the scene. It was only when the stones and gravel came crashing down at high speed that they began to panic and scatter. Al let out an even louder scream, and the blue light of his power enveloped the entire space. As the glow of his power faded, it left behind a cloud of dust from the battle that had just taken place. touching down to the ground for inspection. He wondered, "What should we do now?" Ronald, his eyes filled with tears. He said, "If I lower it any further, I will definitely see the massacre scene of the orcs I caused. And you will see. That will have serious consequences." Ronald reassured him, putting his arm around him. "Why worry? Good fortune is shared, and misfortune is too." Turning his head back, he asked with a smile. "Right. My comrades," Brum cheerfully replied. "That is right. I will take the punishment with you, so do not worry." He raised his hand in a gesture of encouragement. "Aye. But you will still take the heaviest punishment." Upon hearing his second statement, could only cover his mouth and sob. Maria, helplessly witnessing this, stepped forward to question Brum. "Is that helping your friend out?" he asked. Confused. What is wrong?" Ronald looked around at everyone and thought to himself, everyone demonstrated their skills in combat, truly deserving of the effort put into the long journey to this mountain range. "I think we can probably increase the difficulty for the next level a bit," he curiously asked before Saita's impact. What is going on?" Sita let out a signal. He followed her gaze, puzzled. "Is there something over there? What is it?" Suddenly, he froze when his eyes followed her direction and caught sight of a girl being bound to a nearby tree. Ronald and Azel exclaimed together, "What is going on?" The two looked at the girl in tattered clothes, tightly bound, and simultaneously sighed. Without hesitation, they ran over. Al suggested letting the orcs use her as food in an emergency. Ronald replied, "Let us save her first." He skillfully untied the ropes binding the elf girl. Sita's healing magic activated. A magic circle quickly appeared, becoming larger and clearer at his command. Bri struggled to open her eyes, and as she did, the scene before her was slightly blurry and dizzying. "Looks like she is coming to." "Ronald, can you talk?" She quickly regained consciousness and asked how. The scenery before her gradually became clearer. Just when she was about to say something, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ronald, standing beside her, was left in shock. Is Sita's healing magic ineffective? He wondered silently, questioning why. The elf looked up at him and said, "The mana surrounding you. Could it be that you come from that temple?" he asked. "What flag?" He wondered how she knew. Suddenly, Bria grabbed his shoulder tightly, saying loudly, "If that is the case, please hold on to my shoulder." Her face was desperate as she pleaded, "Please take me to that person." She continued, "Those people, they are coming here, and if we are any later." As she spoke, her eyes began to fade. Saranta's life was in danger. She suddenly collapsed, unconscious. Meanwhile, at the temple, Sarant was busily cleaning around. A foot stepped through the teleportation gate. Ronald was carrying the unconscious elf, running and shouting for Sant, startling him into turning around. "Ronald," he calmly asked why Ronald was back so soon. "Did something happen?" he replied, relieved. "First, please take a look at this elf," he said. "She is a prisoner we rescued from the orc tribe. She said she needs to see you." He was curious. "Elf? What do you mean by that?" He was startled as he looked closely at the elf's face. Holy heavens! Looking at the unconscious elf on Ronald's shoulder, he could not help but wonder about Bri. He frowned, his expression serious, reaching out closer. "What exactly happened back at the orc village earlier?" Maria turned to Brom and said, "We searched around as instructed by Ronald, but there is no one else here." He replied, "It is the same over here too. Thank goodness. It seems that the elf is the only prisoner here." She turned back to Al and suggested, "We should head back to the shrine then." "Yeah." Maria walked over to Al and asked, "What are you staring at? Is something wrong?" He replied, "The condition of this orc looks a bit strange." He looked back at the orc and asked, "It did not look like this earlier, did it?" Maria agreed. "You are right. What is this?" she asked. "You do not know anything either," Al slowly replied. "Yeah. This is the first time I have seen something like it. It seems like it is hidden with dual magic." He gazed at the bodies of all the orcs and continued, "But what exactly are those magical circles on their heads?" Saranti, sitting next to Bria's bed, sighed in relief. He felt the situation was looking better and said to Ronalyn, "The first aid is done. You can go rest now." He worriedly asked, "Are you really okay?" Ronald stood with his arms crossed, looking concerned. The healing magic was not even effective. What if he was poisoned by something strange? Saranti cheerfully reassured him. "You gave me the antidote, so it is fine." He lowered his voice and said slowly, "I owe you a favor. I almost lost my sister." Ronald was surprised. His sister? A thought flashed through his mind, and Ronald carefully asked, "Could it be that the senior did not let you finish, Sar?" She was one of the few remaining followers of Sinan in this world, and once was a devoted believer. Pausing for a moment, he looked at Bria sleeping on the bed and continued, holding a deeper faith than anyone, with gratitude. Sarent turned to Ronalyn. I do not know how to repay you. You saved her life. He scratched his head in confusion. It is nothing special. Suddenly remembering something important, his expression turned serious. But first, tell me. Sarenti. Bria's terrified expression back then made him curious about who those people were that worried the senior so much, even warning him. Ronal speculated they threatened everyone's lives. Right. His question caused Sarenti to bow his head in silence, unable to answer. Before him now was a large stone with a rough surface and prominent edges. Both stood in contemplation before the stone erected on the pedestal. Sarenta broke the silence. Actually, I do not understand what they say. I just know that they are a cult that worships a mysterious being like a god and commits many evil acts that are hard to comprehend. And they operate while concealing their identities. He hesitated for a moment before revealing the shocking secret. But they operate at the church. Sarenta's words left Ronal utterly astonished. He turned to look at him and exclaimed, Nebula. The name made Ronal so surprised that he lost his composure. Nebula. They are the ones targeting him. Unlike him, Sarent replied calmly. Indeed. He had heard of them before. They have also had a few visitors to see me. He continued cheerfully. For hundreds of years without any movement. I thought they had given up. But it seems they are active again. Ronal got angry at Sarenta's attitude. This is no joke. He advised him to seek refuge with the organization. Sarenti shook his head in refusal. Can he abandon a place where so many souls reside? Thinking of his current situation. Sorrenti continued. Moreover, wherever I go, the people there will suffer too. I do not want that. He gently placed a hand on Ronal's shoulder. This time it was his turn to remind him to leave with his teammates quickly. Saren looked at him warmly and said sincerely, I hope you won't get caught up in this danger. He hesitated for a moment, hoping Ronal would understand his meaning. The words carried a deep implication that Ronal silently grasped, in contrast to the gloomy atmosphere between them. Outside the sky was clear and golden rays of sunlight peacefully illuminated the temple. Before leaving, Ronal still offered to help him. Sarenti, wait for me. I will bring the strongest elder I know to help you, he eagerly advised. So Sarent had to stay hidden until then, and not do anything reckless. Do you understand? Sarent only smiled and covered his mouth in response. Yeah, I will hide really well. Suddenly, he took Ronal's hand. Take this. It is my token of gratitude for saving Bria. Ronal was taken aback by this. In the palm of his hand, the item that Sarent had just handed him emitted a green glow. He vaguely asked if it was a ring. He slowly explained. Yep. It is considered the entrance ticket to the Magic Tower. If you go to the Dawn Magic Tower, give it to the librarian there. They will definitely help you find clues about your curse. Sarenti gently enveloped his hands around Ronal's. So may you have a safe journey. Ronal seemed to foresee his own fate, expressing heartfelt words to him. The days spent together truly felt like a gift to me. In response to Sarenta's confessions, Ronal felt a bit shy. It is not like we won't see each other again. Why are you saying such cheesy things? As soon as he finished, he dashed off, his voice echoing from afar. I will be back soon to find someone to help you. Take care. After Ronal left, Sarenta closed the door with difficulty. His face darkened, and he sighed as if relieved of a burden. His gaze turned cold as he glanced behind, his voice flat. Should I say it has been a while? His sister turned fully around to look directly at the person in front, a bit hesitant. Oh no. The assassin from the Bright Church. Hearing that, I smiled strangely, my tone sarcastic. Come on. Why are you suddenly bringing that up? Bria's face suddenly turned sinister. Is she joking? Have you been living too comfortably lately? Sarenta showed no signs of worry, calmly speaking up. They just had to choose you as the assassin and send you here. How cunning, Bria retorted. Are you really saying that after giving your patient a paralyzing poison? I am still using a tone that is not joking. You are looking for an antidote. Don't make me laugh anymore. Sarenta's face turned back. He replied sternly. I could not do anything in this situation compared to your clumsy act. He scoffed. The bodyguard of Lemihim captured by an orc. Bria explained nonchalantly. I am out of options too. Meeting you is really hard. You know. I started to recall the ways I have tried to get your attention all this time. I tried to attract your attention with those monsters. But all of it was in vain. However, I happened to see them. Those kids give off a vibe connected to you. Of course. I thought it would be better to lure you those by slaughtering kids and tossing their bodies around, rather than pretending to be captured by the orcs. Bria kept her mocking tone. She seemed proud. But I held back out of respect for our shared path. What do you think? Touching is not. In response to Bria's self-deception, Sarenti gently replied. If that is the case, his brows furrowed tightly, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through the opponent. I won't let you do that. I am unfazed and even feel smug. Scary. I am too scared to joke around anymore. Feeling the conversation was no longer interesting, Bri jumped straight to the point, saying, I have said enough. I will relay the church's orders to you. Her face gradually turned serious. Then she spoke slowly. Convinced Saren to limb Mason, one of Bria's hands slowly grasped the hilt of a sword radiating dark energy. She continued if he refuses. On this side, Saren quickly reacted by casting magic, creating a ball of golden energy in his palm. She shouted while swinging her sword at him, striking without mercy. While Saren did not hesitate to counter that attack, the clash of the two energy sources created a massive shockwave that shook the entire forest. Ronald's feet, which were stepping forward, also halted abruptly. He turned his head toward the sound. Wondering, what was that? Ronald stood frozen, gazing far ahead, feeling a bit uneasy. This strange feeling, from behind, a trio consisting of Maria, Brahm, and Al was rushing over. Maria called out loudly. "Ronan, here you are," he replied in surprise. "Is that you guys?" Seeing his teammates, Ronald hurriedly asked. "We met just in time. Have you scouted around the village yet?" "No one has been captured." "Right," she answered immediately. Additionally, she provided some important information. "Well, we checked everywhere, but there were no issues. However, we did find something suspicious. The magic on the heads of the orcs. You still do not understand what is going on, so you asked again. What is it?" Al gasped, replying, "Just before you left, I discovered the bodies of the O's. And there was something very strange." You added, "This is also the first time I have seen a magic circle like that." Ronald was stunned. What? The magic circle in his head pieced the whole thing together. He doubted the meaning of her words when a loud explosion echoed from behind, leaving him speechless. Brahm shouted in horror. What was that explosion? Ale was just as confused about the noise coming from the temple. Ronald, upon hearing it, froze, his eyes wide with shock. Hesitating, from within the forest, a hairy foot silently emerged. Accompanied by tremors in the ground that startled Ronald's group, a bad feeling crept in, fear immediately showing on Ronald's face. He stood alone, looking toward the forest, nervously saying, "Could it be?" Suddenly, a huge foot stomped down, breaking a large branch. The giant monster with two horns on its head, red eyes, and sharp fangs was approaching Ronald's group. Its roar left everyone stunned. The monster let out a fierce scream, revealing its terrifying jagged teeth. Just as he feared, he shouted loudly, an ogre with two heads. One beautiful day at a temple. A crack suddenly appeared on the wall. From the rubble, Greya rushed toward Sarenti, who was preparing two magical circles to combat her. Sarenta frowned, showing a serious expression, and he shouted loudly, "Ventus, summon the green mana to attack her." They formed a powerful whirlwind around Sarenti, but Breya remained unfazed, walking straight toward the vortex. Seeing this, she madly expressed her delight. Exactly. Sarenti. This is what I have been wanting. She used her sword to cut off her right arm. The sword suddenly connected directly to her arm, emitting dark mana. Breya pointed the sword straight ahead. She gathered mana and shot it straight at the raging whirlwind. A thunderous sound erupted as their powers collided. The immense mana from both resulted in an explosion. The scene fell silent for a few seconds. Everything around was flattened, leaving only dust swirling around the two. They stood there silently, staring at each other. Sarent quickly gathered mana in both hands when suddenly Breya disappeared from sight, appearing with several slashes from thin air. She struck down at Sar. His eyes suddenly lit up, creating a magical shield to protect himself. Blocking Breya's strike, a scratch appeared on Breya's face. But she continued to smirk at Sar. Instantly, a terrifying explosion occurred, sending them flying far away. The two landed lightly, with dust swirling. The battle was not over yet. Breya wiped the blood from her cheek. "Oh my, you really are a sly old fox. Just as I suspected." She laughed loudly. "Killing you would be a waste. How about you join me?" Sarenta looked displeased, replying seriously, "If it were you, you could definitely hold a high position like I do." "I refuse. I am a devout person and cannot worship a cult." He laughed sarcastically. "By the way, you are looking weaker. I did not expect Ram's shadow to be this slow. Those teachings of the cult do not suit you." She laughed and said, "Of course not. I am just a bit bored." She could not help but wonder. It was just that he was too busy buying time for those kids to escape, so he had not paid any attention to her. Sarenta felt like he hit a nerve. Pausing for a few seconds, "Breya reveals that you put on that pitiful act to keep that kid out of this mess. Did not you?" "I will keep talking so he can feel safe leaving here." Breya expresses her thoughts. "That is why I am curious why someone with no interest in this world like you is protecting him so much." Hearing this, Sarenta coldly replies, "They are just guests I happen to encounter. Don't think about getting involved with them. It is pointless." He threatened me with a glare. "If you cross the line, I won't be able to show mercy and let you go." Bree found his words amusing. She smirked. "How scary." I licked my lips. "But what can I do now? I have already gotten involved with them." Just then, a massive tremor shook the mountain, startling Sar. He turned in a panic towards the commotion. realizing that direction was where it was happening. Sarant exclaimed, "Ronalyn." Before he could gather his thoughts, Bray suddenly appeared behind him. At that moment, Sarant realized she was right behind him. She looked at him with a wicked smile. "Gotcha. You let your guard down." Bray quickly severed one of Sar's arms. On the other side, where the Ronin were, the two-headed monster revealed itself. They growled and screamed towards them, drool dripping from their mouths onto the ground. The three of them stared at the monster, drenched in sweat, frozen in place. "What on earth is that?" Ronal shouted from behind. "Everyone, snap out of it and step back behind me. You are no match for it." The Og monster seemed pleased, growling a few times hungrily. Then it swung a massive hand towards Brahm. He fearfully turned to look at the hand, cursing silently, his body refusing to move. Brahm was struck by the enormous hand, screaming in terror. Brahm's body was knocked back several meters, crashing into something. Mariasen and Allah, standing nearby, were also terrified to the point of going pale. Both screamed, "Brahm!" At that moment, Brahm was slumped against a tree, unconscious and covered in wounds. The monster stared intently at the two of them. It raised its powerful arm, and they stood frozen in place. Thinking they needed to run, it swung a blow down towards Maria and Acela when suddenly something zipped past them, blocking the monster's attack with a sword. Both were stunned, not knowing where he had come from, shouting for Ronalyn, who was fighting the two-headed monster alone. The Og monster let out some strange sounds. Ronal's voice echoed from below. "Assel Maria. Take care of Brahm and get him out of here." He gripped the sword tightly. His eyes shone with a daring light. "They are my guests." Ronal shouted, "Hurry up." Azel and Mariasen hesitated, surprised by his command. "All right." Ronal stood confidently before the giant. He looked deeply into its eyes and felt certain. The magical circle in its eyes resembled what had controlled the giant back then in the cave. They must be from the Nebula clan. The giant roared and slammed its massive hand towards him. He quickly dodged. He jumped up, drawing his sword towards the giant, struck the giant with a slash that made it scream in terror. Seeing it still unharmed, he grew frustrated. The two-headed giant let out feral growls. He told himself, "Their endurance is the same." The giant charged at him like a storm. The brute swung a fist at him. He blocked the punch with his sword. The giant hurled him away with tremendous force. He was thrown back hard. He drove his sword into the ground to stop himself from being thrown further by the giant. The sword hit the ground, creating a blinding light and an ear-splitting sound. His hand trembled as he said, "Just like this explosive power mixed with ignorance in battle." The giant picked up a large wooden trunk, swinging it back to throw it at him. The giant used all its strength to hurl it his way. He stood still and said, "At first, I was quite happy to meet you, because we still had an unfinished battle from before. But you have done something you absolutely should not have. How dare you touch my teammates, right before my eyes?" He thought of his injured comrades sitting by the tree. He wiped the blood from his mouth, his face growing cold, and growled, "You bastard." He stood tall, gripping his sword tightly, driving it down into the ground. His eyes seeming to radiate killing intent. He leaped forward, and as his feet touched the ground, he charged like a storm, looking like a wolf on the hunt. In front of him stood the giant. The giant looked up to the sky and let out a terrifying roar as he jumped down towards the giant. He thought about why he could not take down this monster in his past life when he first encountered it. He could not pierce through its thick skin to land a fatal blow that would make it falter. But now, it is different. With this sword and the sword techniques I have learned, I can cut through it. He had diligently practiced the Navi Rose fighting style. Suddenly, he charged at it and performed a spinning slash. As if nothing had happened, he leaped over the giant, his feet gently landing on the ground, sheathing his sword. The giant looked around in confusion, and he calmly said, "Don't squirm anymore. Just die." Suddenly, the giant was chopped into pieces by his sword. Smoke filled the air. He sheathed his sword and said, "I still have a long way to go. It took me quite a while to take down such a weakling." He called out to his teammate, "Oh Maria." He ran towards them and asked, "Brahm, how is he?" Maria replied, "Don't worry. Thanks to Sita, the first aid is done. But we need to find a professional healer. Right now, there is nothing major. He is stable." He sighed in relief and said, "All good now." Then he added, "You all go back to the academy first." Al saw this and asked, "What about you?" Ronal, with a determined look, said, "I'm going to see Meh." Sarand. In front of him was a pile of wreckage. He stared in shock and exclaimed, "What the hell? What on earth happened here?" He continued, "I have not been gone long, but this place," someone was behind him, and he carefully turned around. He suddenly shouted, "Saranti." Saranta stood before him, clothes in tatters, face bruised. He gently said, "You're okay?" I am so relieved to see you like this, he continued. I tried to rush to save you. But with this body, you see me like this and you run over. Shouting. With this condition, who else can I save? He approached him. Serenity placed both hands on his shoulders and asked repeatedly. What happened? Who did this? Serenity calmly replied. It is. Stay calm. You need to get out of here quickly. Somehow, we have made it through this situation. But we do not know when they will strike again. Before he could finish, something pierced through him. Blood gushing out like rain. He coughed up blood. Looking like he had reached his limit, he stood there in shock, still not understanding what was happening. Hesitatingly saying, Serenity. Ronald watched Serenity gasping for breath, slumped on the ground. Looking gravely injured, Ronald reached out, trembling as he called out his name. Serenity. But before Ronald could touch him, Serenity began coughing violently. Ronald anxiously called out Serenti's name. He observed with a serious expression, not understanding what had happened. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the sky. Bri descended from above, landing with great flair. She sighed, saying, If I had stayed any longer, I would have died. Ronald was startled. Bria smirked and asked, How could you do that to your old friend? Bria recounted the battle from earlier. You used such a dangerous skill. So Indeed. Serent had been a bit reckless back then, but now Bria spoke about the fight with Serent with pride, as if describing an arm being blown away. She faced Serent directly. I could have died because of that. You know. Serent remained silent, not saying a word, only painfully clutching his broken body. Bria flicked her beautiful hair back lightly. She smirked. That is me without the blessing from the stars. Her eyes glinted with danger. Anyway, I did not expect to see you again in a situation like this. I did not think you would survive after encountering Orge too. Quite impressive. Good. Ronald felt frustrated. He spoke up to question her. Who are you? Bria laughed delightedly. Oh right, I forgot. You have never seen me with this face, right? Okay, let us greet each other again. Ronald seems to recognize something. Bri runs her fingers through her hair. Thanks for saving me. You are a reckless daredevil. Ronald seems a bit hesitant. She recalls the image of a weak girl from the past. Ronald seems unable to believe his eyes. Is that you? Bria. He questions her. Don't tell me the reason you ambushed the orc village was Bri. Before he can finish, she cuts him off. I am really grateful to you. Thanks to you, I was able to cross the temple's border. A sinister gleam flashes in her eyes. In return, I will send you down to the golden stream. It is true that saving someone can lead to revenge. Finishing her sentence, Bri begins to attack. Ronald watches her attack. Stunned. Damn it. He quickly steps in to block the attack. After that last hit, it felt like the world was about to crack open. Bria, weapon in hand, smirks with delight. She looks at the deep hole left by her attack and smirks. This is interesting. Bria watches Ronald running towards Ser. He managed to dodge it. You are not an ordinary kid. Ronald remains silent, not saying a word. He lowers his head. Then Ronald reminds, Sita. Heal Serenta. You must save him. Sita lets out a cry of acknowledgement. Sita closes her eyes to cast a spell, creating a magic circle, and then begins to heal Serent. Ronald grits his teeth. You bastard. His hands tighten. Not only destroying someone else's forge, but you also have someone spying on the Duke. Ronald points his sword at Bria's face and asks, and you still have the nerve to come here. Ronald emphasizes each word of her name. Nebula Gear. Bria bursts into laughter. How interesting. Let me ask again. You must have met my children. Right. I heard somewhere that there is a pervert wandering around killing my followers on duty. I might be rambling. Could it be? But Ronald quickly darts past Bria. He thrusts his sword close to her neck, but Bria shows no fear and asks, Is it? Ronald falters and says nothing. Bria continues to taunt. Being so skilled at this age, it is no wonder my kids got killed. Shortly after, Bria disappears. She reappears in front of Ronald with surprising speed. Bria takes the initiative. You have piqued my curiosity. Let me ask you. Ronalyn. What are you hiding? Ronald struggles to fend off each attack. Even he has to admit she is too strong. She reads all his movements. He needs to. Ronald stares directly at the frenzied Bria. Ronald must finish her off in one blow while she is still off guard. Thinking of that, Ronald faces Bria directly. The two engage in a fierce duel. Ronald fights back with all his might. When they clash, Bria laughs maniacally. I really like you. She is trying hard to seduce. It is a pity. If I have to kill you, would you like to join us? Bria's voice sounds very sincere. I will treat you really well. What do you think? Do you like it? Ronald determined. What nonsense are you talking about? Bria confidently asserts that you have no other choice. Shortly after, she strikes at Ser. He cries out in pain, seeing Serent in agony. Bria smugly says, If you refuse, I will kill him first. She emphasizes every word as a threat to Ronalyn. I will kill him in the most painful way possible. Sarente comforts. Ronan. Just run. Ronal grips his sword even tighter. Bria says, that elf's life depends entirely on you. Ronal's voice drops, his throat making a sound. My choice is... Ronal growls, tear you apart into pieces. Ronal quickly advances to counterattack. You filthy little brat. Bria easily dodges all of it. She sighs dramatically. Oh dear. If you keep this up, I will reveal my true self and desire you even more. Ronal grits his teeth, landing a punch straight into Bria's face. Then they clash head-on. The battle is extremely fierce. Sarente watches, unable to relax for Ronal. He opens his mouth, trying to call Ronal's name. Ronal stops. That Bria is still very much enjoying herself. How long has it been since I fought someone this strong? Ronal swings his blade down hard. Bria suddenly grabs his fist. She thinks it is such a waste to have to kill this kid. She steadies herself. Bria continues to manipulate his mind. If you move, I will have to kill you. Then Ronal is struck by Bria's palm. He falls in pain. Bria holds the dagger. She smiles wickedly, saying, when you open your eyes, radiance will welcome you. In a split second as Bria's dagger is about to pierce Ronalyn, Ronal is determined to move. Suddenly, Sarente brings Kenman to redirect the dagger's path. Bria seems extremely annoyed. You again. Sarente. Now Ronal is completely shielded and protected. Sarente sits in a shadowy corner, saying, I have told you already. Sarente uses a cold gaze to glare at her. If you touch him, I won't let it go. Ronal feels anxious seeing Sarente protecting him. Sarente. You have done enough. Pushing yourself too hard is dangerous. I will handle the woman. But before he can finish, Sarente interjects. You have done very well. Ronal. You have bought time for me to prepare. So please leave the rest to me. Sarente uses his power to encase Ronal. Ronal's eyes widen in surprise. He points behind and tells Ronal, and step back. Ronal is pulled away by Sarente's magical energy. Bria has found this scene incredibly disturbing. Challenge me. You think I will just stand by and watch? The girl clenched her sword tightly. But suddenly Bria froze, unable to move. She looked up at the formation being set, as if she could not believe her eyes. The formation was nearing completion. Bria spoke hesitantly, after all the injuries she sustained. How could this be possible? Sarente did not want to waste words, launching an attack directly. Our connection ends here. His gaze icy. Goodbye. Bria's face went blank. She had been struck by a massive bolt of lightning. Sarente's voice, although heart-wrenching, was resolute. Goodbye to the one who was once my sister. Bria writhed in pain, screaming in despair. The battle seemed to be reaching its conclusion. Ronal was stunned, his voice trembling as he called out to Sarente. Sarente was still determined to end this cursed bond. He bit his lip until it bled, but Sarente was resolved to end this at any cost, even if it meant burning himself up. Sarente endured the pain, determined to eliminate Bria, even if it meant sacrificing all his mana and life force. Ronal cried out in agony. Sarente questioned a fool who believed in ancient spirits. She glared. How dare you? Then she emphasized again. How dare you? Her power was overwhelming, sending Sara flying, her hair falling down. Bria had always been confident that we were the chosen disciples of the stars. She asserted that as long as the blessing from the star was with us, we would prevail. Bria proclaimed that no one would dare. Her face had lost its humanity. No one could stop us. She was also ready to take down her own sister. Sarente. In other words, I would not have to show mercy to someone like you anymore. She glared. So you can die now. Sita suddenly appeared, standing in front of Sarente. Sarente, in despair, wondered if this was the end. At this moment, she just wanted to say a few words. Can you hear me? Ronal turned to respond. Sarente. Seems she can nullify my attacks with a skill called the Blessing of the Stars. Ronal realized that nullifying meant it was from his past life. Sarente reminded him that Bria's movements were limited because she was severely injured, so he should stay away and prepare for future battles. Let the old man deal with this mess. Sarente closed her eyes, accepting her fate. Ronal's voice echoed. Who said you two could say goodbye? Suddenly, Ronal launched a surprise attack. The blow caught Bria off guard, making her scream in frustration. You bastard. Sarente did not expect Ronal to come back here. His voice was hesitant. Ronal insisted he would not think about giving up. Everything is not over yet. Ronal was determined. And there is something she does not know. From a long time ago, until now, I have never run away. Convince Sarente to trust me just this once. Bria showed her displeasure at Ronal's appearance here. I intentionally let that kid go. She angrily initiated the attack. He keeps dragging himself back here. As Bria's blow approached, Ronal braced himself. A surge of power came to support him. It was Levi. Bria was somewhat surprised. She was displeased that Sarente was helping Ronal. Both that kid and you make me feel this way. Then she quickly rushed towards Sarente to finish her earlier sentence. This is infuriating. Bria stood in front of Sarente. questioning him. What do you think you will gain from this? She was very satisfied with her power. Well, I have the blessing of the 2 stars. Bria's blade was ready to send Sar off. You fools can't even touch it. But at that moment, Ronald came to knock away the sword that was about to take Sar away. Ronald replied calmly, "That is right. I hope you think that way too." Sarinda felt very proud witnessing this scene. Bria could not believe it and asked again, "How could you break the blessing of the stars?" Ronald replied nonchalantly, "I do not know." "Are you curious?" she screamed in panic. "This can be happening." But just as she cried out, Ronald used his godly speed to deliver a finishing blow. His speed was so fast that she had not even finished her sentence before collapsing. At the moment of death, Bria still could not believe she would die like this. No way. Bria had collapsed. Her eyes still wide open. Ronald coldly said, "Then go ask him yourself. The great star of that origin." Bria. From her fall. She still could not believe it. So is this the end? I was just a bit away from having the answer. Bria's limbless body fell. She still could not close her eyes. Clearly, I had waited for centuries. Just before she completely faded away, the image of Sarant appeared in her mind asking, "Have you found it?" The answer. As for Ronald, after ending her life, he leaned on his sword. Panting, Ronald looked at her one last time, feeling lucky himself. Luckily she had let her guard down due to the blessing or whatever. Otherwise, I would have been done for. Ronald recalled that in his past life, no one but him could lay a finger on those giants, capable of neutralizing their attacks. Ronald gritted his teeth. Those careless murderers can use that power in the form of a blessing. While lost in thought, he heard someone calling his name. Sarant had asked, "Are you okay?" Ronald also called out to him, "Saranti." He looked at the pool of blood and exclaimed, "Damn it. Are you okay?" Then Ronald commanded Sita. "Sita. What are you doing? Use healing magic quickly." Sita let out a cry. Ronald tried to calm down. "It is all over now. Saranti. If you can hold on just a little longer." Saranta suddenly grabbed Ronald's hand tightly. Ronald was taken aback. Saranta smiled. But I need to ask one last favor from you." "Sorry." The surrounding space suddenly became eerily still. After the battle, all that remained was rubble. Saranta sat silently for a moment, then coughed weakly. Ronald looked worried. Saranta coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He sighed. "Oh dear," voice weakly said. "To show this side of myself at the end of life is truly embarrassing. I am really sorry." Ronald fell into a state of extreme panic, blaming himself. If it were not for me, this would not have happened. Saranti dismissed it. "Don't say that. It is just a matter of time. It is nobody's fault." His gaze held so much emotion. Ronald Sart reminded himself. This would be a long and arduous battle. You will be hurt countless times and lose so much. Though it feels a bit shameful to say. Please. Saranti. Muster the strength to say your final words and carry on. Saranta smiled. If it were you, I believe you could do it. He held Ronald's hand. A glow surrounded Sarant. It was so bright that Ronald had to shield his eyes. Sarant was gradually fading away. Ronald called out his name. Saranti. Ronald panicked, his body trembling. Sarant just reached out to stroke Ronald's cheek. Then he smiled brightly. He said, "Thank you, Ronald, for not becoming the answer for us." Ronald stood there in shock. Parts of Saranta's body were gradually disappearing. But he reminded Sinan, "I promise. I will accompany you until the very end." Then slowly fade away. Ronald watched in astonishment as Saranta's body slowly vanished and condensed into a green orb. Ronald fell to his knees, his mouth moving in disbelief. Finally, Ronald could only wish Saranti to rest in peace. The sky was brightening, and Ronald knew it was time to leave. After the farewell, Ronald left the mountain and returned to the academy. Back at the academy, our first expedition had come to an end. Along with many things left behind by Saranti, the principal was still flipping through the records. After reviewing Ronald's report, he said, "Compared to your first expedition, you must have a lot more to do now." "Right. Do you think so, Ronald?" Ronald scratched his head and neck, brushing his hair back. He felt the pressure of that. He tried to explain. "This time we ran into a crazy monster. I promise it won't happen again next time." Ronald worked hard to butter up the principal, hoping he would not delay the current club activities. The principal observed him for a moment and said, "I am not just doing this because of your wounds. Even if you just met Gok briefly." His expression grew serious. "But the death of someone dear to you is never a small matter." The principal asked again, "Are you really okay, Ronald?" Ronald calmly replied, "To say that I am okay would be a lie. But if I just sit here and blame myself, I think he would be very sad." Ronald reassured, "So do not worry. Thank you for your concern." Seeing Ronald's reaction, the principal felt a bit more at ease. He blinked. "Is that? I understand. I will let it go this time. From destroying the orc village to taking down criminals, we can't punish students who have contributed so much," he affirmed. But the principal needed some assurance and asked again, If we encounter that organization next time, do you promise not to act rashly, no matter what? For those responsible for the students. I can't just sit back and let my students get hurt. Ronald was excited. Of course. I will keep this in mind. Ronald quickly ran off. Well, I will be going now. Principal. I will drop by before our next expedition. I am sorry for causing trouble. The principal looked a bit surprised. Ronald ran out and slammed the principal's office door. He thought to himself, did she finish all her classes already? She probably has not heard the news that it will start soon. A moment later, at the Special Adventure Club building, gasps of surprise were heard. Ronald said, I came to check on my friend is training. He could not believe his eyes. But how did you get here? I mean, when did you come to the academy before this? Chili Fan turned back and replied, you finally made it. Ronald. Chili Fan's voice was very sincere. I need a bit of your time. We need to discuss the Claire Nebula seriously. Ronald asked back for clarification. So what is it? He asked Chili Fan. We need to talk about the Claire Nebula. Ronald checked in with Chili Fan. Have you dealt with the cowardly rats in your family yet? Chili Fan nodded.
Yep.
I conducted a large-scale inspection in my family 15 days ago. Chili Fan tightened his grip. And so 19 traitors have been identified. Among them, I personally dealt with 5. Chili Fan mentioned the fate of the others. The remaining ones will be sent to Rotterdam prison, where they will be investigated further. But Chilevin felt something was off. A problem has arisen. He speculated that the lie detection ban might not be effective against them. Ronald was quite shocked to hear this. What do you mean? The lie detection ban does not work on them. Chili Fan nodded. Preliminary investigations with all 19 of them. Like lie. No bans were effective, so no information could be extracted. He sighed. If that is the case, Ronald said next. You mean someone is deliberately trying to find a way to counter our ban? Chili Fan nodded. That is right. Ronald sighed in frustration. Damn. This is a huge mess. Ronald started to feel a headache. So there is no other way. Even checking outside using my magic and their guards with their brutal interrogation methods. Chili Fan concluded. That is all the information I have. As for the future, if there is anything new, I will let you know later. Then, he also stood up first. I am really looking forward to it. The next part of the statement made Ronald turn pale. We will meet again in the upcoming midterm exam. Ronald looked pale and stuttered. What the hell are you talking about? Midzam. 2 days passed until the practical combat exam. The midterm evaluation. The exam took place on the deserted island of Philion. The students of the academy had gathered here in full force. Navios appeared quite satisfied. Seeming like no one was late, her face was serious. Now I will announce the rules and how this exam will operate. Navios continued. As you know, my class requires high-level practical combat activities. If I had the choice, I would take you all to test various terrains and battlefields with many different challenges. Her voice had a hint of disappointment. But unfortunately, according to the Academy's rules, that was against regulations. That statement made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, the Academy has that rule. Otherwise, this exam would be exhausting. The students whispered to each other, feeling relieved but a bit shaky. She continued to explain the rules. Instead, you will land on this island to participate in a survival battle without rules. Ronald was shocked. No rules. Navios also assured that there was no need to worry about being injured or dying. I have prepared safety equipment. They are rings. As soon as the wearer puts on these rings, they will lose their combat abilities. The most important thing is that the teleportation magic inside will be activated, sending you back to Philion. Furthermore, professional healers and priests are waiting there. No matter how serious the injury is, it won't be a problem. Navios smiled wickedly. Meaning everyone in this battle must give it their all. Any method or scheme is acceptable. She emphasized killing and being killed. Keep that in mind. At least for today. The students turned pale. While Navi Rose looked overly excited, Navi Rose began the deployment. Now step out of line and come to receive your rings when I call your name. You will be sent to a specific coordinate right after wearing it. She began calling the first name, Adizan. Adizan responded.
Yep.
Ronald was not surprised. As expected, the commander is participating too. The students buzzed with excitement again. Isn't Adizan the teaching assistant? They talked without shame, even receiving privileges as a repeating student. She still wanted to earn credits. But some felt lucky about this. At least we do not have to be at the bottom of the list. Don't you think? What can a weak student like her possibly do? Ronald heard all the chatter. A surprisingly impressive display. But all of that is the most objective assessment of the commander's strength at this moment. There is nothing I am expecting from the commander here. It seems that Ronald was not too eager either. Navi Rose encouraged Adizan, wishing her good luck. Adizan politely thanked her in return. Ronald thought to himself, if she joins the battle with her current skills, the only thing awaiting the commander is death. Ronald was quite curious about what the commander's choice would be now. Adizan put the ring on her hand, and soon after, Magic transported her to the appropriate location. The other students also put on rings and were transported. Ronald did the same. He looked around. Ronald was quite surprised. He was the only one who arrived at this place alone. But suddenly a voice rang out. I wanted to believe that I was very lucky. But there is no other way. That voice still echoes. Stop hiding and come out. Senior. Ronald smiled brightly. But he seemed a bit annoyed. Karan could not believe his eyes. Damn. How the hell did I end up here with this monster? He jumped out quickly, planning to attack Ronald from behind. Just a moment more and he would be on Ronald. Karan struck down hard. Buchan's face froze. Ronald just smirked, saying, You are rushing things. This is what a senior can do. Ronald pointed the sword back at Karan's throat. Is this what a senior can do to a weak junior like me? Ronald still said that if this time a junior was weak, I would be very disappointed in that action of yours. The group hiding in the bushes looked for an opportunity to attack Ronald. It seemed like Ronald sensed it too. He calmly said, Looks like the senior has formed a temporary alliance with those who fell here. Right. They seem a bit uneasy. Ronald remained calm as expected since this is a forest full of traps. Ambushing here was a pretty good plan. Behind him, Ronald had someone climbing a tree to prepare to shoot arrows. But before he could do anything, Ronald threw a stone right at him. The guy was injured and fell back. Ronald warned them. But that is not a good way to deal with me. The guy who was just knocked down quickly collapsed and was magically returned to the academy. Karan ordered. Damn it. The ambush failed. Everyone prepared to attack. No matter how strong he is alone now. The group gathered confidently, feeling they had the advantage in numbers. Karan ordered to attack him immediately. All the academy students rushed to tear Ronald apart. Ronald calmly glanced at them with one eye. After a moment, he sheathed his sword. He sighed because it took him a while to deal with these annoying second-year students. They lay sprawled all over the ground. Soon after, the group was brought back to the academy. Ronald suddenly remembered Adazan, wondering if her commander was alright. She had been pushed to her limits. The crowd surrounding her looked quite surprised. Honestly, I am a bit surprised. I did not think she could hold out this long. Their eyes gleamed with danger. But I guess it is time for everything to end. They asked again. Why does not she give up? Adazan gripped her sword tightly, fighting until the very last moment. Although she was exhausted, her eyes still shone with an undeniable determination. She looked up at them, thinking she had pushed herself too far. But that made the two of them let down their guard. Adazan stared directly at An, the top student. They surely believed they could never lose to her. Adazan narrowed her eyes. With their carelessness, Adazan aimed straight for their necks. This was the opening. Adazan's grip tightened even more. She only had one chance. She glanced at them, and at that moment, Adazan leapt up. Determined to end this, Adazan charged in with her sword like a whirlwind. Everyone was taken aback by her counterattack speed. They could not believe their eyes. What the hell is this? Adazan refused to back down, throwing the crowd into chaos. What is happening? Adazan swung her sword directly. Those two arrogant ones let their guard down and were easily taken down by her. Adazan was determined not to stop. She was filled with a surge of resolve against this group. I have to take down An. Right now, she gritted her teeth. But suddenly, Adazan had to halt. An easily grabbed her weapon and struck straight into Adazan's chest. Adazan was gravely injured, coughing up blood, and she painfully fell back. At that moment, Adazan was gasping for breath on the ground. An said, I was curious about what you were planning, but it turns out to be just some pathetic tricks. His voice dripped with mockery. An continued to attack. Adazan, you are smart. You should have realized that. He was very confident, knowing she could not resist him no matter how much she fought back. He smirked in delight, enjoying the sight of her struggling. He intended to end it here, but from a distance, a familiar figure appeared. It was Ronald. Ronald's face showed little surprise. Everything was unfolding just as he had predicted. He thought, overall, she had put in a good effort in the last battle. It turned out he had been observing the fight closely. He assessed her ability to disturb the enemy using the advantageous terrain and their complacency. Ronald praised her for seizing the opportunity to take down those two. Her progress, built on a solid foundation, was commendable. Ronald still noticed weaknesses. There was a gap in skills that she had not been able to overcome yet. He remained focused on the fight. He leaned against a branch, contemplating that once this test was over, she would need to learn more. Ronald stood up, preparing to go down. But suddenly the next scene shocked him. Just as An's blade was about to strike Adazan, she stood up to block the attack. An was quite surprised and a bit angry. What the hell is she doing? He started to feel tense, wondering why she would put herself in such a difficult position. Adazan calmly replied, Of course. At this moment, Adazan was still pushing herself. The test was not over, and I am still quick on my feet. She crouched to dodge the blow. She remained persistent, Refusing to give up, Edison struck hard at On. But the blow lacked enough force. Edison realizes this and exclaims, "Damn it." The blade only grazes On's face. He glances at the Naizing. The cut is too shallow. Not enough reach. I'm furious. She is really good at getting under people's skin. Edison is hit and cries out in pain. She collapses. And Un wipes the blood off her face. My reputation is seriously affected by fighting with a Lazi student like you. He presses his weapon against Edan's head. Questioning him, by the way. Let me ask you something. Why do you try so hard? Never understands. I am always curious. Not only do you lack the foundation and skills, you do not even have the talent like other new students. So why do you keep struggling and refusing to give up? Edison's hands grip the ground tightly. On continues. Everyone says you are hopeless and can't progress. And honestly, you know that better than anyone. Right, in the end. Un just wants to know why Edison has come this far. Edison's eyes are vacant because I have to. She remembers that day. Her father held Edison tightly. Tears streaming down his face. Back then, Edison did not understand anything. She just opened her innocent eyes wide. Edison states her goal. To become a commander. Un does not want to believe her. Her tone dripping with disdain. What, a commander? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Edison simply states. The issue is not whether to give up or not. It is because I believe Ronald is watching. Edison always believed nothing could stop her from achieving her dream. Edison's voice is steady. My fate is for me to determine. An finds it incomprehensible. She really is not someone I can understand. An raises her sword, preparing to send Edison off. It is so frustrating. Keep dreaming your foolish dreams. He utters cruel words. All wishful thinking. You won't be able to achieve that. Edison braces herself for the outcome. But suddenly a voice rings out. Stop it. Ronald appears. Knocking On's weapon away, Ronald says. Sorry to interrupt, but it should end here. Senior. You have worked hard to come this far. An is taken aback. What? Ronald launches an attack. An is struck so quickly she can't react since An is injured. The magic activates and sends him back to the academy. Edison is stunned. Ronald. She can't believe the truth before her. It is really Ronald. Ronald sheaths his sword and asks. Senior. Are you okay? Edison Akalusia responds. Startled. Yeah. Thanks for saving me. Ronald. But why are you here this time? Ronald looks at her. Replying. Forget the trivial matters. First, I need a moment. He extends his hand and continues. I need to hear you out. The two stand by the cliff. Edison is astonished. What you want to hear is why I want to become a commander. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Ronald replied seriously. It is really important to me. That is why I asked. She fell silent and looked down. Asking. Could it be that you have heard about Kanai's night? He was taken aback and asked back. Are you talking about the Beastman invasion that happened 10 years ago? Edison nodded and said. Yep. That is right. It was the first battle between the Empire. They wanted to expand their territory to the north and the Beastman coalition. They wanted to stop that from happening, and that night, she was filled with sorrow. I lost my family. Edison recalled the past. When she was little, she said, we need to have dinner right now. But where did everyone suddenly go? Edison looked toward the door, where her mother and two men were standing. Her mother bit her lip, approached, and lifted Edison's face, saying, what should we do now? Something unexpected has happened. So your mother and the men have to leave. She clenched her fists and asked, what is going on? Can I go with you? Her mother looked at Edison with a complex expression, not answering her question but saying, Edison. She stood up and spoke to her father behind her. Please take care of her. And that was the last conversation with my family. Edison watched their backs as they left. She continued. Then I heard that on that day, the knights of the village were summoned for a mission to prevent the castle walls from being destroyed. The mission still sounded good, because doing so was no different from leading them to their death. We failed against the power of the Beastmen. Images of knights being torn apart by the Beastmen flashed in her mind. Some even had their heads ripped off. It was nothing short of a tragedy. Edison continued. Perhaps you also know that not long ago, negotiations between the Empire and the Beastmen coalition took place. In exchange for territorial integrity, the Beastmen had to merge into the Empire's army. In the process, the sacrifices of our village only earned us useless memorial stones in the cemetery. Edison remembered standing in front of her mother's grave when a knight next to her cursed. Damn it. She felt tears welling up. He clutched his lost arm, sobbing painfully. If it was going to end in negotiations anyway, why did they kill their comrades? Edison said. Some people say that day was a great sacrifice, but I disagree. Because they could still be alive. They could have negotiated peacefully. Even if they fought, there were many ways to gain the upper hand. Their deaths that day were not noble. They were just useless sacrifices due to the incompetence of the leaders. Edison clenched her fists. She said, I simply cannot bear that truth. Ronald remained silent for a moment. Then spoke. Senior. Adizen clenched her fists, determined to speak. I will become a commander. I will become a perfect commander. One who will never cause such wasteful sacrifices. Her gaze was steadfast, filled with unwavering determination. Adizen said. Because no one needs a tombstone to remember those who should have lived. Both stood there in silence for a moment. Adizen clenched her fists, hesitating. Sorry, did I ramble too much? Ronald replied. That story was not cheerful either. But still, I understood one thing. She wondered. What do you mean by that? Ronald stayed silent. He thought just as he believed. Making her give up was impossible. Still, I can just turn a blind eye and let her die in vain. Ronald was silent because he did not want to, experiencing that discomfort once again. Just then, a surge of power rushed in, turning into a whirlwind that amazed Adizen. She weakly said, could this mana source be his calmness? It seems like he is finally here. So impatient. We do not have time, so I will be quick. Adizen looked at him in shock. Ronald continued. Senpai, do you know about the black mana? She wondered. What is that? He went on. The awakening conditions are very difficult. But if you can use it, you will be much stronger. Someone I once knew became famous because of it. And that person looks just like you. So you can definitely do it. Let us look ahead. Adizen hesitated and stepped back. I do not know what you are talking about. I do not understand anything. He placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. Don't worry. Just know that I want to help you. Ronald smiled, revealing a grin as he continued. I will help you. So let us do everything we can. Commander. Adizen was stunned. Ronalyn. You are serious? Before she could finish her sentence, he pushed her off the cliff. Adizen screamed in fear, calling for Ronalyn. He cheerfully said, that is it for today. Third place is not bad. Right. See you again. She felt helpless. Terrified to the point of tears welling up, Ronald crossed his arms and sighed. Well, it is. Now he turned around. A pair of legs appeared. Ronald looked at the newcomer and said, so it is just us? Fleen, the one named, looked fierce, exuding a murderous aura. Ronald smiled and said, the way you signaled me on the way here suggests you have defeated everyone before arriving. Fleen replied coldly. Yeah. Now it is just the two of us on this island. I do not need to explain what that means. Right. He tightened his grip on the sword. Ronald unsheathed his sword, not forgetting to joke. What is it? I know better than anyone. You want to settle this? Right. Let us see who is the craziest. He drew his sword from its sheath. The two charged at each other, their swords clashing, shaking everything around them. One had a cold expression. The other was very excited, neither giving way. Ronald continued the unfinished conversation from earlier at the academy. After lying still on the academy floor for a moment, Adizen suddenly opened her eyes wide awake. She jolted up from the ground and wondered where she was. Bewildered, she looked up at the battle being displayed on the screen, wondering about Philin. She hesitantly tried to piece together what had just happened. Her body had been healed, so I was eliminated and brought back to the academy. Memories flashed through her mind, recalling that Ronald had said she came in third. After thinking it over, she slowly looked up. The last person standing in this test was watching this fiery battle unfold. She continues to observe the two of them. On the other side of the fight, a fierce whirlwind of blue power rages on. The blue power darts through the leaves at high speed, leaving only an afterimage. Then it zips from one branch to another with precision and agility. The master of that blue power, Chilivin, is rushing to catch up with Ronald. He charges forward, gathering strength into the weapon he holds. His face darkens as he feels he has amassed enough power to launch an attack. A small whirlwind attack is unleashed without hesitation, rapidly closing in on Ronald. Ronald glances back, cursing under his breath. This insane bastard dares to split the storm blade to attack me. He quickly jumps to a nearby branch, exclaiming, this is indeed dangerous. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto that swirling power, but it has now become dispersed. He leaps off the branch, diving straight into the whirlwind. His gaze sharpens dangerously as he unleashes a slash right at the center of the vortex. He then swiftly strikes again, mentally calling out the name of his technique. Shadow Dance. The technique decisively disrupts the swirling vortex. As the technique weakens and disappears, it leaves a cloud of dust and cracks in the surroundings. Ronald halts, gasping for breath, finally managing to block it. He wipes the sweat from his brow, continuing to lament that if that was all of his power, he would have been finished. He wonders, what just happened? Everything has exceeded his expectations. He recalls that compared to the last time he faced the cowardly rat Dailun, Chilivin's control over the storm blade has advanced tremendously. Stealing a glance at Chilifan not far away, he notes that the speed that once fell short of his is now on par What is going on, he thinks. Could it be that this guy is even stronger now than in his past life? Chili Fan over here is also panning. Truly a genius, he muses. Even if he is holding back the power of the Storm Blade, does he intend to use that to compensate for his lack of strength? Can he really absorb mana to enhance his power? He looks down at the cuts on his body, realizing that he also used the sword techniques of the instructor. Perfectly executed. He always believed he was superior in sword skills. But that gap has now narrowed, he ponders. Accelerating with magic has reached its limit. Now it is time to take a risk, Ronald observes and contemplates. If he allows him to adapt further to his movements, he won't have any chance of winning. He can't hesitate any longer. His hand grips the sword firmly as he resolves to end this in one strike. On the other side, Chili Fen also grips his sword, seemingly having made up his mind. Suddenly, he turns around as if sensing the target, not just him, but Ronald also quickly launches forward, leaving only afterimages behind. Then, two powerful slashes of red and blue collide violently with each other. After the impact, both are knocked back. Ready to continue the fight, Ronald did not hesitate any longer and charged ahead. He jumped and sprinted straight toward his opponent. Seeing this, Chili Fan quickly shifted into a defensive stance. Ready to counter, he concentrated his strength and swung a swirling blade. The swirling blast of power from his strong slash shot straight at Ronald. Ronald smiled lightly as he prepared to take the hit. The weakened slash left a thick cloud of dust and fallen leaves. After delivering his strike, Chili Fan slightly buckled at the knees. Sighing, indeed, he said. It seemed that the last sword strike was unavoidable. His body was covered in injuries. He continued. But in that moment, I unleashed a powerful attack. Suddenly, like a flash of lightning, Ronald dashed in and appeared behind him. He wore a delighted smile as he looked at him. How much more do you want to astonish me? Ronald asked with a laugh. You can still smile after being hit. Once again, the two charged into battle. Two beams of blue and red light crossed each other. Flashing, both Ronald and Chili Fan fought evenly, continuously injuring one another. It seemed that due to their exhaustion and numerous injuries, both were coughing up blood at the same time. Both of their feet pressed down to create friction against the ground to hold their bodies steady. They then lunged at each other, swinging their swords with all their might for the final blow to take down their opponent. The clash of power shook the ground slightly. At this close distance, they looked straight into each other's eyes, grinning provocatively. The dramatic battle was being broadcast live, leaving everyone in awe. A boy exclaimed, "Goodness! Is this really a battle between first-year students?" Others discussed honestly. Shouldn't these guys take a separate test? Even if a war broke out, the terrain could not change this much. Adizen watched the fight intently, his heart racing with worry. Ronald Navi Rose watched, laughing. Not bad. Both have grown a lot since they first enrolled, she thought. However, that whether he liked it or not, based on the smile displayed on screen, she was certain this match would come to an end. On the battlefield, Ronald and Chili Fan stood firm in their fighting stances, both bearing many wounds. He said, "Meeting an opponent like you is just as I expected. When I came to Filion, this was my best choice before. Your body has its fair share of wounds too," he asked. "But you see it too, right? It is time to end this match." Ronald agreed. "Exactly. Keep attacking." At this level, the powerful clash of their swords unleashed a great force. Both stepped back for a moment. Chili Fan said, "I feel like I will become close friends with you after this." His whole being radiated a buildup of power, making his eyes shine blue. "I won't regret anything in this battle. You should not either." With the explosive energy surrounding his body, I said, "Show me everything you have got," raising his sword. Ronald added, "You always point your sword at me with that crazy bloodthirsty look." His eyes gleamed red as he thought, just as expected, "I need to bring you to my side in this fight." Naturally, alongside that thought, his feet pressed firmly against the ground, slightly bending down to gain momentum, his eyes burning red with determination. "I need to establish a hierarchy between the two of them first." The two faced each other, filled with fighting spirit, and without waiting for the next second, Ronald charged forward, aiming to attack Chili Fan while he was off guard. Fortunately, Chili Fan quickly moved his hand to block the attack in time. He turned back in disbelief. How could he move so fast? Suddenly, red beams of light flashed in an instant. He was shocked to find himself caught in Ronald's encirclement with such wounds. He admitted he could not keep up with that speed of attack. However, looking at the attacks, he thought the price for such speed would be greater than he imagined. Ronald's super speed allowed him to keep unleashing attacks continuously. Chili Fan wondered, did he not think about the consequences after this battle? With both hands on the sword's hilt directed downwards, he felt admiration. "I have learned something from you again." Ronald planted his sword into the ground. Chili Fen smiled and shouted provocatively, "Bring it on." The sword firmly planted in the ground unleashed a tremendous power. Soon enough, that power unleashed a strike right at Ronald's face. He moved just in time to cut through the blade of the previous attack. Gritting his teeth, he cursed that crazy bastard, thinking, does he really think he can't keep up with my speed? Looking at the unfolding situation, he pondered, is he really releasing magic in front of himself for defense? He thought the wounds he had would make controlling his magic impossible, and would not it also injure him to use that magic? Watching him grit his teeth, muscles tensed in doubt, he thought, do you really want to win that badly? Determined, he thought Ronald firmly held his sword. But I am not going to give up. Without dodging, he charged straight at his opponent. He jumped quickly, hands continuously swinging strikes. We are both reaching our limits. We should not waste time ending in a mediocre draw. Pushing all my abilities to the limit, Ronald could not help but grit his teeth and keep swinging his sword, determined to pour all his strength into this strike. With focused intent, I will slice down, ending this match. The blade came down, aimed straight at Chili Fen standing there. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed, I believe you will rush and close. Ronald's attack was halted, surrounded by Chili Fen's techniques. Unable to move, your actions certainly do not disappoint me. Chili Fen looked at him and declared clearly, I will unleash all my strength and magic in this move. The energy of his power gradually transformed. It slowly became stronger as he focused on the ultimate technique, called Chili Fen Aura. Blade Storm, a large blue energy sphere enveloped the entire area, and everything inside erupted, causing the ground to shake violently and crack. The power created a massive explosion that swept away everything within. Dust and smoke filled the air as the strength of the technique waned. Chili Fen leaned slightly but struggled to maintain his original position while Ronald was pushed back a considerable distance. Chili Fen's face darkened as he gripped the sword hilt tightly, despite his wounds starting to bleed more. Nearby, Ronald also grimaced, slowly rising while clutching the hilt of his sword. Despite his serious injuries, he jumped high off the ground, observing Sleep Fen with a calculating gaze. You damn bastard. If you want to die, die alone. Unleashing the blade storm with such power, even consuming yourself in the process, is reckless. He silently cursed. Indeed, he was a madman. At least in swordsmanship. Then he had to admit, but that is just how you are. Chili Fen, with a renewed, delighted smile. He recognized that this was indeed the best choice he had made. Red energy shimmered and floated in the air. Today, one of us must fall. Ronald shouted, determined to be defeated here. The blade gleamed as he raised it before swinging down. He landed safely, his body touching the ground. He gathered momentum to charge at him. Everyone watched, holding their breath in anticipation of their clash. Aden, with a worried expression, clenched his fists and looked up in prayer. Navio smiled, resting her hands and observing. Finally adding, the battle has ended. Ronald and Chili Fen poured all their strength into a loud clash. For a moment, time and space around them seemed to freeze with the impact of their swords. The next moment, the powerful collision created a brilliant flash of light. Dust swirled around the battlefield. Both stood frozen before the devastation they had caused. Drops of blood trickled down the wounds on their bodies. No way. Ronald stood still while Chili Fen lost his balance and leaned slightly. He continued, there is an even better fight. And then I fell completely. Ronald smiled smugly. You are something else, he replied, as his body began to fall, almost touching the ground. But both fell to the ground at the same time. Both Ronald and Chili Fen lay unconscious, their bodies marked with wounds. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Everyone watched in silence, witnessing the scene on screen. A female student suddenly gasped, and then as if that was a signal, the entire hall erupted in excited cheers after the match. The midterm competition to enhance swordsmanship in real combat had concluded. The corridor was incredibly luxurious, with lights casting a wide glow everywhere. Ronald slowly opened his eyes, a blurry ceiling appearing that left him a bit confused. Then he suddenly opened his eyes wide and asked in shock. The recovery room, Adizen, sitting beside him, looked extremely worried and exclaimed, you are awake? Ronald. He still felt a bit confused about the situation in front of Adizen and the professor. Then Ronald slowly sat up in his hospital bed, stammering, being with you too means. But before he could finish, Navi Rose decisively interrupted. That is right. The examination is over, although the results are hard to decide, since both of you are injured quite badly. She glanced at the other hospital bed, paused for a moment, then continued. But it was a great match that made it very worth watching, especially for the students from the academy over there. Chili Fen is still deep in sleep, breathing steadily on the hospital bed. But considering you woke up first, you are better than him in terms of stamina. Her vague words gave him a sense of victory. That means, he joyfully laughed out loud like a fool. I defeated that jerk. However, Navi Rose quickly cut through that joy with a very straightforward statement. It does not matter who won. She explained that both were determined to be unconscious at the same time. So it was a draw. Both of you are tied for first. What she said surprised Ronald, leaving him stunned. Then he lowered his head in resignation. I see. So that is why Navi Rose seemed a bit incredulous. You are accepting the result faster than I expected. She added, I thought you would scream, saying you could not accept such a ridiculous outcome. Unacceptable. Adesin also raised a hand to cover his mouth, joining in, feigning surprise. I am a bit surprised too, which made Ronald feel a bit annoyed. What do you two think of me? He raised his hand and scratched his head, casually explaining his agreement. I just think that based on the match, that result makes sense. Looking over at the bed where he was lying, Ronald continued to explain. That guy. He is really strong. Stronger than I thought. His palms are full of various wounds. So it is obvious that the result is reasonable. Right. Suddenly, Ronald became more serious and lowered his head, saying, I will train harder and more diligently, so I will win next time. Navi Rose looked at him in surprise, noticing he had suddenly become so serious. Then she smiled, somewhat satisfied, thinking, this kid is not only improving his skills, but also maturing in thought. Ronald sat on the bed, deep in thought, scratching his head. Then Navi Rose placed her hands on her hips and continued to praise him. That is right. There is no need to be angry at all, and it is definitely a good experience for both of you, especially for you, Ronald, because you can use magic powers, which is what you have wanted for so long. Her words startled Ronald, making him ask in surprise. What? He suddenly became very excited and shouted loudly. Wait, what did you say? I used magic powers. Navi Rose looked a bit confused by his reaction and asked back. Didn't you use it in the finals? The sword energy is indeed used through magic power. Each word she spoke struck his heart, making him unable to help but clutch his chest in stunned silence for a long while. Then Ronald seemed to realize something and looked down at his palm, hesitantly saying, I just thought of it now. That moment flashed back in his mind once again. I felt something different in my body at that moment. It turned out Navi Rose nodded in agreement and explained further for him to understand. That is right. That was the sword energy that you could use when you gained control over your magic power. Based on the inner strength you have accumulated so far, your sword energy seems to be quite strong. You will need to practice a lot to master it. However, based on your reaction, you still have not reached the keen sensitivity to fully utilize the magic power as you wish. Ronald became more determined and clenched his fist. Adesin looked at her in confusion. Then Navi Rose sighed and shook her head, a bit troubled. We need to take action. Unlike the other students, we do not know when your body will unlock a new restriction. Her gaze while saying those words was extremely cold. She continued to instruct. Adesin, take Ronald to meet that useless fool tomorrow afternoon. She seemed a bit confused and asked, that useless fool? Then suddenly remembering something, Adesin exclaimed, Are you talking about Professor Girodin? The next day, warm sunshine gently covered the entire campus of the academy. Ronald rested his hands on his head, following Adesin's footsteps lightly. She hesitated a bit and shared, It has been a while since I have seen Professor Girodin. He leisurely responded, If the professor is strict, and Navi Rose wants to introduce him, he must be really good. Right. Under Ronald's curiosity, Adesin turned back to him, smiling gently. He is considered the best at optimizing magic power. That is why the other professors often ask him for help. She began recounting some of the things he had done. Sometimes, during magic application classes, a student's magic power would get blocked, and their core would harden. When that happens, they need Professor Girodin's help. She continued walking slowly, talking as he easily resolved the issues. He seems really impressive. He laughed and joined in, continuing his curiosity. Then why does not Professor Navios like someone like him? Hearing his very obvious question, Adesin turned back and smiled. I do not really know their circumstances, but I think it is because they just do not get along. Then she continued, You will understand when you meet him, but the professor is a bit special. And he pondered over her words. Suddenly, Ronald broke into a smile, feeling quite pleased. Well, it does not matter much. What matters is that I can use magic. Watching her back, he had some thoughts in his mind. If that professor was that impressive, he must know about the commander's dark magic. Then suddenly Ronald stopped. Dark magic was something unknown in his past life, so he did not understand much about it. If we both go together, learning about it would be beneficial. Adesin turned around to him, curiously asking, I heard you met Chili Fan before you came. How did that go? Did he agree to the deal from yesterday? Upon hearing her ask that, Ronald immediately put his hand on his chin and confidently replied, Of course. That is a deal that guy would not refuse. Inside the academy, he recounted what had just happened. At that moment, Chili Fan stood before him, clearly stating, Come see me after you get discharged. I think we are on the same wavelength. Ronalyn. Me too. His gaze turned cold as he drew his sword from his side. Dissatisfied with a draw, let us head to the training room and wrap this up. Ronal understood Chili Fan's feelings and casually said, "Stop glaring at me. I do not like that outcome either. But I called you here for another reason." He quickly regained his composure, looking up at him in confusion. "Another reason?" Ronal jumped up quickly, thrusting a fist close to his face, startling him. Eyes wide, still holding something in his hand. Shouting, "Chili!" Ronal was extremely excited, holding out the club invitation in front of him. "Join my club," which left him utterly dumbfounded. "What?" He began to laugh, explaining why he should join his club. "You can leave the academy and gain real combat experience. You won't be bored joining my club." However, Chili Fan was not very pleased as he replied, "I am curious about what you plan to say. Become friends with the enemy I will defeat in the future." He then turned away with an angry expression. "You think I have that much free time?" Chili Fan immediately turned and left in a fit of rage. "If you are just going to babble like that, then I am leaving." Ronal suddenly wore a very frightening smile, calling out after him, "What a pity. The club members are planning a celebration party on your island." He quickly struck a psychological blow to Chili Fan, making him unable to move. "That is when she will come to that party. There. That is my sister-o." Chili Fan clenched his fists, trembling slightly. "What did you say?" Then suddenly he turned back to look at him, extremely excited, shouting, "Iro is coming to that island with you guys." Chili quickly rushed to Ronal, urging him, "Give me more details. Where exactly? Is it safe around? Have you prepared guards for the day she moves?" But Ronal made a grimace, pulling back, acting all high and mighty. "Why should I explain myself to someone who is not even part of the club?" His face became utterly ridiculous, grinning widely as he said, "Who knows if you will join me?" But before he could finish, something brushed past him. Chili Fan grabbed a pen and started writing. Ink splattered everywhere due to his haste. After signing his name, Chili Fan looked down and asked him, "Am I qualified now?" His face turned serious, staring sharply at Ronal. Back to the present, Ronal followed Adizen but felt restless, thinking about how that jerk would become the Lord of Grantia in the future. "I am so worried." Then she stopped, lifting her head up cheerfully. "We are here." Looking at the building in front, Adizen started to introduce it. "This is where Professor Girodin lives." The two stood under a massive, magnificent tower, Tower 41. Ronal stared up at the building, a bit stunned by what he saw. Why does this place look so intimidating? Professor Chris was bad enough, but this one seems even worse. While the two were still confused, unsure of what to do, someone approached and asked, "What do you two want?" "Are you students?" she referred here. Immediately, the two turned to greet him, their tone somewhat doubtful. "Professor Girodin. He is carrying a lot of stuff." Adizen awkwardly explained why they were there. "Hello, Professor." Ronal struggled to control his magic. "So we were advised by the professor to seek your guidance." His eyes suddenly sparkled with a hint of suspicion. "She helped you come here just for magic control. You must be quite a promising student." Girodin quickly stepped closer to him and asked, "Ronal, how prepared are you?" As he greeted, "Yep. Nice to meet you." Girodin interrupted. Brushing off the greeting, Girodin continued to probe. "How much have you prepared?" Ronal froze, confused, and asked back, "What do you mean?" He held out his palm in front of him, casually saying, "I do not do charity. There is a fee because I am working overtime." Girodin lowered his voice, leaning closer. "I assume you have prepared quite a bit, right? Money?" Ronal could not believe his ears and asked back, "Sir, are you really asking for money?" Ronal looked at him without a hint of embarrassment. "You catch on quickly." He added, "By the way, it is at least 10 gold coins an hour." "Of course. That is the rate per person." Both were utterly baffled. Screaming internally, "Is he joking?" They quickly dismissed that thought when they saw Girodin's determined eyes and outstretched hands. "He is serious. He is trying to squeeze money out of his students." He tried to calm himself, scratching his head with a nervous smile. "I do not have any money right now. Is there any other way?" However, he brushed past Lowen, clicking his tongue with a hint of regret. "There is, just go home." As he passed by, a wave of energy emanated from him. When heading back, it is best to take 10 gold coins from those Navos scumbags. But something caught Girodin off guard, making him stop in his tracks. He stood there trembling slightly, leaving Ronal confused. "Seems like there is a way." Girodin suddenly turned around and called out to him, "Follow me." Something about him radiated a very special aura. "I have a proposal. It is a ring deep in my coat pocket, inside a room on the 41st floor. A window looking outside." Ronal unconsciously stepped inside, Still feeling very bewildered, while answering questions about the Serenda ring, I came here immediately. The two sat down at a table, and he kept looking around in a panic. Where is this place? It is not only clean but also deserted. Not like a prison at all. The entire spacious room had only 3 people together. Ronald glanced at the door wrapped in chains behind him, feeling a bit anxious. Since entering, I have not heard anything from outside anymore. Did he cast a spell to block the entire tower? He was also puzzled to find something strange about the locks on the doors. All the locks were reinforced with magic. What is so important here that he guards it so strictly? After getting the item, Jirodin moved to the table and sat down, asking, "Before we officially start talking, may I see it?" Hearing him, he bowed his head and took it out of his pocket.
Yep.
The ring. Right. As he handed the ring to him, Ronald nervously cautioned, "It is precious, so please be careful." Jirodin gently reached out to take the ring. "Don't he worry. I will handle it carefully," he exclaimed in surprise as he examined the ring closely. Seeing it up close made it feel real. The power emanating from the ring was immense, causing him to gasp repeatedly. Such pure mana means the dragon must have spent at least 2,000 years collecting nearly all elemental magic. Or it could be a love affair. Ronald was a bit surprised by Jirodin's words and asked back, "You know?" He returned the ring to him, saying gently, "If I want to be a professor in Philly, I should at least know that." Ronald felt a little bewildered as he continued, "Anyway, my condition is very simple. Let me extract a bit of magic from the ring." He did not quite understand the reason why and asked about the magic. He did not hesitate to explain.
"Yep.
I conducted an experiment a long time ago. I need mana from creatures that have lived and used magic for a long time." Jirodin frowned, pondering deeply. Of course, there are high-level fairies in Philian, but they can't compare to this. I guess you and the owner of this ring definitely have a strong relationship. Beautiful memories with Sarit quickly flooded back to Runan. He tightly gripped the ring in his hand in agreement. "All right." Zorodi quickly reached an agreement with him. "If you let me do this, I promise to support you wholeheartedly." Right away, he looked up, somewhat satisfied. Not bad. Then he quickly pointed to the person next to him to negotiate. As long as the teacher helps Senior Adon too. She did not expect him to say that, so she became flustered. As soon as he heard Ronald say that, Jirodin looked a bit displeased, his face darkening.
"Wait.
I only need a little magic, and you are already making demands." "That is right." Without waiting for him to finish, he quickly slammed the table and stood up. "If the teacher does not want to, then I am leaving." Zorodin hurried to follow him. "I did not mean that. I want to reduce it by half." He interrupted the man again. "Senior Adizan." Jirodin quickly changed his mind. "I think so. But whatever." He stood up, slightly headache, grimacing and sighing. "I will accept your request." Then he turned to glare at him with a hint of mockery. "Your negotiation skills are quite good." Ronald did not hesitate to joke. "Too much praise." Jirodin quickly stood up and said, "Then let us consider your issue first. If she went to the extent of sending you to me, it must be urgent." He pointed to a glowing circle and said to him, "Step into that magic circle." Ronald cautiously stepped into the magic circle. Jirodin stood behind him, closed his eyes, and placed both hands on his back to check. He examined while commenting, "It has been a long time since your senses were opened, has not it? There is also no trace of mana usage in your body, meaning you have never used mana before." He heard him ask and turned his head, frowning in surprise.
"Yep.
"I can only see it. I have never used it. Did some bastard curse me?" Jirodin opened his eyes to look at him, his voice serious. "This is not just an ordinary curse. The flow of mana being opened is trying to close gradually." Then he continued to place his hands on him. "Wait. I will transfer my mana to you and try to open it. Along with that, you will have to feel the pain like a knife cutting into your spine, but you can handle it. Right?" Ronald, still not fully understanding everything he was saying, asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" "Just when you mentioned that, a bone-deep pain was transmitted into me." Jirodin had transferred his own mana into him, causing him to jolt up in intense pain. He screamed in panic. "What the hell is this?" Adizan standing beside also lost his composure. "Ronald." Jirodin closed his eyes, focusing intensely to channel his power into Ronald. As he stepped inside, he began to sense the surrounding resistance, which was less than he would expected, making the unsealing easier. His eyes were filled with determination and confidence. If this continued, he thought it would be quite simple. Suddenly, from outside, his brows furrowed. What was that? Something was happening. The space around Jirodin within Ronald's body suddenly darkened. It was enveloped in dark energy, leaving him stunned. Jirodin's eyes widened in surprise. There was a massive eye above him, staring down. What was this? A skull suddenly appeared, along with an overwhelming aura being ripped apart inside a child's body. The dark energy was gradually radiating outward, infiltrating Jirodin's hands. He struggled to suppress it but screamed out in pain. Suddenly, Jirodin was blasted away, leaving both Ronal and Adizan stunned. He coughed up fresh blood, looking extremely pained. More and more blood gushed from his throat. Jirodin tiredly clutched his neck. He sank to the ground, cursing, "Damn it." Yuanshi quickly rushed to his side, extremely worried. "Is he a professor? What happened?" Jirodin clenched his teeth and raised his hand to cast a spell. Kra Lunagir. Delphirim activated. It seemed he was trying to heal himself. Ronal could only watch in wide-eyed astonishment. This spell must be the one he mentioned before. Sapraxio's Jirodin painfully clutched his body. His teeth were clenched tight in resignation. In another space, where many types of books and medicines were neatly arranged, a person holding a book noticed something strange. Maya Chris was floating in the air, surprised with her books. Jirodin suddenly opened the door. Wondering what was going on, she saw Jirodin looking extremely pained, coughing blood. What kind of situation is this? Ronal and Adizan were also bewildered at the sight of her. Professor Sitmay immediately rushed to support him and ordered the two, "Step back quickly. We need to treat him first." While she was treating him, Jirodin suddenly began to cough even harder, leaving her stunned. Maya turned to him, tense, asking, "Ronan, did Jirodin transfer mana into your body?" Although he did not understand, he replied honestly, "Yep." He said he would expand the flow of mana in your body. Everything seemed to be becoming clear. Maya continued to turn back to treat him. "Got it, so that is it. I think part of the curse inside you has suppressed the mana and transferred it to Jirodin." Hearing this, he was momentarily stunned. Looking down at the bright red blood spreading on the ground from him, he continued to listen to her. And that is something no one can easily stop. A curse from the great evil demon. Maya was dead serious, treating him while anxiously watching him. If this continues, Jirodin will die. Ronal could not believe it, utterly shocked as he looked down at Maya and Jirodin. Because, is the professor going to die? She was incredibly tense, holding him tightly to keep him balanced. If he is not treated in time, that could really happen. Then Maya placed her hand on Jirodin's forehead to heal him. Luckily, the curse has not taken root yet. We can still remove it. She was intensely focused on her healing process. Jirodin was in excruciating pain, gritting his teeth and moaning, until suddenly a grotesque head with many eyes crawled out of his mouth. It opened its mouth wide, grinning horrifically. Maya turned to him, shouting, "Now!" Just then, Ronal attacked. His gaze instantly became sharp and menacing. Ronal quickly sliced through the monster with a flurry of sharp sword strikes. It shattered into pieces, eyes and flesh flying everywhere. One of the eyes even tried to let out a moan. Jirodin on the ground began to clutch his throat, coughing up blood. He wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "Thank you, Professor Seat. It is thanks to you that I am still alive." She looked at him gently, saying it was thanks to his quick reaction. If the curse had gone deeper, we would have been in trouble. I told you before, did not? Recently, I have seen the most horrifying curse ever on a student. Jirodin quickly realized who she was talking about. Could it be him? But before May could clarify, Roman rushed over with a sword. Looking worried, "Professor Jirodin, are you okay?" He was helped up by Adizan and staggered to respond. "Yeah, thanks to you. I have had quite the experience." He began to feel frightened remembering what he had seen inside him. It is hard to believe such a horrifying curse exists in this world. Looks like your life is going to be full of surprises. Then Jirodin glanced at him and continued, "Anyway, I kept my promise." He responded a bit confusedly, as he was used to doing. Yep. He turned to May and requested, "Professor Secret, could you check on his condition?" This left her a bit bewildered. As soon as Maya looked at Ronlin, she immediately became frantic. What is going on? Ronal's body has a flow of magical energy. He was just as confused, not understanding what she was talking about. Suddenly, May lost her composure, standing up and rushing towards him. It is unbelievable. Despite being weak, there is clearly a magical bloodline. The pathway to use magic has been opened. Ronalyn, have you had any encounters with the bloodline curse lately? Like falling into a pit full of cursed eyes? For example, Ronal, though confused, responded very politely, "I have not experienced anything like that." She looked at him a bit hesitantly, surprised, not understanding why the curse sealing his bloodline magic had weakened. At that moment, a mysterious energy was eroding that curse, like a storm eroding a rock. Of course, the curse was still trying to seal the bloodline, and it was quite difficult to deal with. But thanks to that mysterious energy, along with Jirodin expanding the bloodline magic, this flow of magic would not be easily sealed again. Two forces were canceling each other out and controlling one another deep inside his body. She said a lot, but the only thing that stuck with him was, "So I can use magic now." In Ronalin's immense joy, she crossed her arms and nodded. In theory, That is correct. Then Meha hesitated a bit and looked up at Ronald. But since the curse would continuously attack the bloodline, it would take more time to use magic freely. But if you train hard every day for about 20 more years, you will be fine. That number felt like an invisible pain weighing heavily on his head. He could not believe it and repeated it again. 20. He became extremely angry and shouted. What are you talking about? 20 years. How can I wait that long? Maya calmly shook her head and looked at him. The fact that you can use magic is already a miracle. There is no need to risk your life to break the curse. Just train hard, and you can use magic. Suddenly, Jirodin approached the two and said, there is still a way to shorten the time. Hearing him, the two who were arguing stopped and looked over in surprise. Jirodin, though still in pain, made an effort to explain that depending on his effort, the time could be significantly shortened. His face became very serious if he used the magic training method that I created, back in the space filled with neatly arranged books and potion vials where Maya was earlier. Jirodin placed his slightly bloodied hand on his back. Listen carefully. Ronald sat up straight. Serious. To let him help him. The amount of magic you can control right now is just a tiny bit. The bloodline magic has just been opened, and it is much narrower compared to other students. He felt a bit puzzled at this and turned to look at him. Then Jirodin continued to insist that he could help him with his method. However, if you learn this method and persist in training to expand your bloodline, the amount of magic you can control will increase, depending on your talent. But perhaps after 5 more years, you will be able to control an amount of magic comparable to others. He felt a bit downcast and bowed his head. 5 years. A stream of magic created by him was placed on Ronald's back. Now I will transfer magic into you to guide the flow of the bloodline, though it slightly drained my energy. It can only be done when the curse is weakening like this. He closed his eyes, focusing intensely, and Ronald felt a bit happier. Thank you, Professor. A huge surge of magic is being created. Then let us get started. Immediately, Ronald continued to endure immense pain as he screamed from the strange magic invading his body. He was still channeling magic into him, explaining with his eyes closed. The difference with this method compared to others is that you must control the speed and direction of the magic to the extreme at each point it passes through. Ronald gritted his teeth in intense pain. Feeling everything the magic Jirodin created was gradually penetrating deep inside Ronald's body. He must not rush, guiding the magic carefully at every moment. 2 streams of magic gradually blended together. Use your magic to compensate for the damaged paths that have been repressed for a long time. He closed his eyes to feel more clearly, focusing intensely on Jirodin's instructions. Follow that flow of magic slowly, gradually. The time will come. The magic will become your strength. His face had become much calmer than before. Do you understand? After receiving the amount of magic he transmitted, he felt a bit tired and exhaled. The magic was gradually enveloping Ronald. His eyes became a bit more determined. Yep. I understand now. I will try. Saying this, the two continued with Jirodin's method. He was a little surprised, unable to believe what was happening. What the hell? What is this? Just one instruction and he found the method. And moreover, it is operating perfectly. The flow of magic within Ronald was becoming stable. Jirodin chuckled loudly while looking at his back, praising him. Indeed, I did not mistake that fool. He closed his eyes, focusing deeply to feel the magic flowing inside him. He let his arms drop, bowed his head and said to him, thanks to this, I won't have to face that curse again. From now on, take the time to practice every day. He raised his hand, a bit surprised by the amount of magic emanating from it. This is my magic. He clenched his fist with a strong will. It is changing. I am becoming more different from my past self. He recalled the immense suffering he had gone through. Ronald smiled with great satisfaction looking at the magic present in his palm. Magic, something he had never thought of, was all he needed. He happily turned to look at Jirodin. Thank you very much, Professor. Why did you ask for such harsh conditions? As he was speaking, he suddenly collapsed. Ronald was extremely panicked at this situation. He shouted loudly upon seeing Jirodin lying on the ground. Professor. He raised his bloody hands a bit shakily to call out to Ronan. Then Jirodin grasped his sleeve tightly to steady himself, slowly saying, I have resolved your issue. So you keep your promise. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately collapsed, causing Ronald to panic. Yep. But first you should take care of your own body. Yet, despite the pain, he gritted his teeth and responded, my body is not important. There are things much more important than that. Inside those jars are many terrifying parts. From eyes to hearts, on the bed lies a blood-soaked body, covered in wounds. Even if it costs my life, I must save her. Inside a glass cage is a silhouette of an incredibly beautiful girl. A woman with long hair who is on the brink of death. So please, he grips Ronald tightly with both hands. Right now, hand me the ring. As he says this, his face is extremely agitated. Losing control, Ronal looks panicked. Wide-eyed. What the hell? Zerodin clings desperately. He pleads for the ring. The ring. Looking at his face filled with aggression, Ronal feels fear. The man's eyes are completely vacant now. Zerodin can only keep repeating, "Hand me the ring." Just then, May approaches from behind and speaks, making him turn around immediately. Sensing something is off, definitely due to a temporary emotional disturbance, she looks a bit sad, lowering her head. It seems that ring is essential for his research. Her gaze can't hide the pity she feels for him. Zerodin. My friend, how long are you going to bury yourself in the past? Zerodin still looks terrified, staring down at the ground. Saying nothing, a blinding light flashes in the room of Tower 41. Adizan and Ronal are carrying him on their backs and standing in the middle of a magic circle. She hurriedly looks back at him, urging, "Hurry up, Ronal. Take him to the nearest medical room in the Legend building." Running at full speed takes about 5 minutes. And the door wrapped in iron chains appears before him. The lock is surrounded by magic. As everyone approaches, the magic immediately glows brightly, revealing a massive lock that makes everyone panic. Adizan can't help but step closer and comment that the protective barrier of this door is stronger than before. Zerodin, on his back, says nothing but extends his hand to use magic. He mumbles something under his breath, and his expression gradually darkens. "I am leaving now. Back to you." His arm raises high, leaving Ronal confused about what he is doing. "By your side." Immediately, the door behind everyone opens. He quickly turns to Zerodin, urging him, "Professor, it is not this way. Right now. We need to open that protected door over there." He does not listen to him but whispers in Ronal's ear, "We need to go down. For you." His words leave Ronal feeling extremely confused, yet he still carries him toward where he wants to go before the rose withers. Along the dark path, torches are lit. Each step down the stairs is taken with great caution. The three begin to move deeper below, passing through another door. What they found inside left Adizan in disbelief, covering his mouth and exclaiming, "Ronan, what is this?" Of course, sees those things too but responds more calmly, "I do not know either." 3 people are standing in front of Zerodin's lab. On the bed lies a body with multiple cuts. While it is unclear what happened here, it seems we have seen something we should not have. Inside the research tube, Sunia has her eyes tightly shut, her hands clasped together. She is as beautiful as a statue but cannot say a word, only able to remain silent inside. Ronal carries him closer to the tube. It is definitely because of this woman that Professor Zerodin acted this way. Adizan agrees with his viewpoint. Given the situation, it is highly likely that is the case. He leans him against the side of the tube and asks her to take care of the professor. Then he stands up and walks around, looking to see if there is anything he can help with. Adizan quickly moves in to help him sit closer. "Alright, that is fine." As Ronal walks around the room, he observes everything. He looks up at the shelf containing eyes and hearts along with other organs, beginning to suspect these are dubious materials. The monster that was haphazardly operated on the bed also catches his eye, along with the traces of experiments on its body. His footsteps stop before something, and just a glance reveals these are not ordinary experiments. He did not expect he would go this far. He stands frozen, looking down at what is in front of him. It is a notebook recording his research. He stares at it, feeling contemplative. "Professor Zerodin, what the hell are you doing?" Zerodin leans against the tube, his eyes still tightly shut, but his mouth mumbles, "Almost done. Just wait a bit longer. Just a little more." The first page of that notebook reads Year XX. Month 20. Day 20. Luckily, I managed to preserve her body before the decomposition process began. The body is the vessel for the soul, so as long as I keep the body intact. At that moment, Zerodin stood by the glass cage, heartbroken, looking at Sunia lying inside. He reached out to touch her cheek. "I believe I can bring Sunia back. My wife." Everyone says that no one has ever succeeded with resurrection magic. But I do not care because I will never give up. This is my record of research to save her. He kneels beside Sunia's body. The 54th resurrection attempt. The heart of the orge bought from the black market in the north is useless. The schedule for working at the magic tower to conduct experiments is nearing its limit. His face grows increasingly haggard, his body covered in blood. The 76th resurrection attempt. Finally, the magic tower has stripped me of my position due to issues related to irregular working hours. Without a salary, I can't continue the experiments. I need to find a way to earn money. Zerodin turns to leave, feeling very dejected. Thanks to the help of Principal Kracia, they offered me a position as a professor. I have transferred Sonia to the magic basement of Filion. From today, I will be a professor here. He stands in contemplation before her body for a long time. Although he despises teaching those foolish students, this is the only way to earn money for her. Zerodin's gaze was filled with sadness. The 81st resurrection. The 96th resurrection. The 101st resurrection. The 115th resurrection. The 120th resurrection. The 127th Resurrection. The 134th Resurrection. There has not been any new progress. As he read this, he felt utterly helpless. Ronald furrowed his brow, realizing this was why he was so desperate for money. All the vials contained many different ingredients. He continued to observe and confirmed his thoughts. Certainly, the ingredients here were not easy to obtain. There was no way to get them. In short, is everything happening because of love? Ronald was baffled as he looked at Jirodin leaning against the test tube holding his wife's body. He found it hard to understand. In his past life, he had also witnessed those who lost everything for love. Now that he thought about it, there seemed to be someone like that around him. The foolish sword saint. He also recalled the panicked expression on Chili Fan's face. Ronald gently placed the diary on the table. The problem was that the outcomes for those people were usually not good, especially when someone takes advantage of their weakness to approach them. As one of the pages in that diary contained something, it even mentioned illicit research. Perhaps I have no choice but to accept a deal with them. The last sentence on it was deeply ingrained in Ronald's subconscious about trading with them. He picked up the colored paper that was tucked inside, lost in thought. So this suspicious letter was also sent by them. No way. His back felt incredibly lonely now. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Jirodin approached and called out, startling him. What are you doing? He sounded very annoyed, his voice low and harsh. You are touching my stuff. Are not you? That murderous gaze made Ronald break out in a cold sweat. He quickly closed the diary on the table and denied it. There is no way that is true. Ronald forced a smile, trying to appear as calm as possible. I was just checking to see if there is anything that could help the professor recover faster. He swiftly hid the red letter inside his shirt. Besides, I still can't control my magic. So how could I know anything about this? That letter contained a strange magical energy. Under the dark night, on the tree, a bird with bright eyes sang out a mysterious voice. Everything is going according to plan. I have made contact with him. A mysterious figure bowed his head and spoke, though hesitantly. It was only a matter of time before he complied. On the table were numerous people tied up, their hands and feet bound, their heads covered by a bag, trembling in fear. Only their master could grant him what he needed, for he desperately sought the essence of blood. Opposite the figure was a person with sharp eyes. He reached for the glass containing dark red liquid on the table. It was quite ridiculous. Even the extremely mystical Zerodin wore a sinister smile, ultimately brought down by a woman. Humanity is truly foolish. The man's expression was filled with delight at the impending events. Back in the previous room, everything remained neat and tidy as if nothing had happened. Jirodin placed the ring back on Ronald's hand. Sorry for keeping you waiting. The extraction is complete. He held the ring in his hand, observing it with a puzzled look. It seems just like before. What did you do? He replied nonchalantly. I told you I only extracted a small amount. Moreover, the amount of magical power contained in this ring was already quite significant, thanks to you. One of the challenges for the next experiment has been easily resolved. I must thank you for that. Ronald smiled and tucked it into his jacket pocket. It is nothing. Really, if it were not for the professor, I would probably still be running around trying to find someone to break that curse. Suddenly, Jirodin shifted the topic. By the way, I assume you have caught on to some of what you saw in my lab. Right. He bowed his head a bit helplessly, pleading, I am sorry to ask this of you, but please keep it a secret. He quickly scratched his head, reassuring him. All right. I do not want to get involved in other people's business anyway. Jirodin bowed his head to him. Thank you. Then he turned to Edison and said, and about Navi Rose's assistant. We will look into her situation when we have time. His face was somewhat serious, while not as complicated as Ronald's case. It was clear that she also carried an unsettling aura. She was very confused by his words. The sky was incredibly clear, with warm rays of sunlight enveloping the vast area. At the fork in the road, Edison waved goodbye, saying, I am off to prepare the professor's lecture. He watched her go, smiling. All right. Go ahead. You have worked hard today. The two parted ways. Ronald reached into his jacket pocket, searching for that letter. Although he had secretly taken it, he pulled it out and held it up to his eyes. But if there is evidence here showing they are connected to the cult, and that the professor is in cahoots with them, then I only have one choice. He quietly opened it and began to read. However, there were no words inside. Only a small spot of blood in the middle, leaving him utterly bewildered. What is this? Looking closer, a special magical energy enveloped the blood spot. There were no words at all, just the blood. Could it be a magical cipher? If so, this is a bit troublesome. Maybe I should show it to someone. Suddenly, small droplets of blood from the paper began to splatter upward. He stared at the puddle of blood hanging in the air. Utterly astonished, it gathered increasingly before his eyes. Ronald watched the unfolding events, confused and not understanding what was happening. What is this? Suddenly, A voice came from behind him, startling him. This is a letter written with vampire magic. Ophelia approached, teasing the magical beast on her shoulder as she said, I came because I sensed the aura of blood magic, but I did not expect to find you here. Seeing her approach, Ronal immediately greeted Ophelia. She smiled in response. Long time no see. Ronal. The Special Adventure Guild. Inside that building. He whined. You gave me a scare. Ronal sat across from Ophelia at a long table. A few days ago. You took Seda with you because you needed her help with something. Right. Then you just disappeared. I thought you were really busy. How's your research going? She teased him, giggling as she replied. Yeah, thanks to you and Saida. My research has made a lot of progress. Shida was incredibly happy as she poked her fingers at his belly. As a thank you for teaching Shida some blood magic, her talent truly exceeded expectations. Next time we meet, I am sure you will be surprised. Then, as if remembering something, Ophelia looked up at Ronal, nervously asking, by the way, how did you get that blood letter? He replied, slightly confused. Blood letter? You mean this letter? A blood letter is one of the basic blood magics, capable of compressing a large amount of information into a drop of blood, often used by dragon mages for sending secret messages. Just channel the magic power into it, she said while channeling her magic into the letter. The hidden information would then be revealed. Immediately, a line of dark red text appeared before their eyes. If you want to obtain the bloodline essence, come to this location to meet us. Blood Claw. If you want to obtain the bloodline essence, come to this location to meet us. Blood Claw. As he read those lines, Lonan's mind kept racing. Bloodline essence. Is not that the essential material for the next experiment listed in the professor's journal? He stared blankly at the letter. Could it be that they are not nebula? If so, that is lucky. But what the heck is Blood Claw? Ophelia, after finishing the letter, looked a bit surprised and said, Blood Claw. Did they send this letter? Hearing her mention the group he was curious about, Ronal immediately asked, do you know them? She quickly recounted the story to him. Blood Claw was founded by vampires under 200 years old as a young organization. They caused all sorts of trouble with the aim of restoring the golden age of vampires. They are just a bunch of reckless kids. Ophelia bowed her head in deep thought. But something seemed off. How did they have access to such a rare bloodline essence? It is hard to find, even in the vampire world. Immediately, she stood up and looked at him, asking, can you tell me who the recipient of this letter is? Ronal felt a bit awkward, hesitating as he looked at her. Well, Sita was curious and approached the letter. She continued, if that person rashly agrees to this offer, they might lose something more precious than their life. Those words seemed to strike a chord with him. He looked worried and scared, lowering his head to say, actually, I found this letter in Professor Girauden's lab. Those words left Ophelia utterly stunned. I thought something was off, she interrupted him, asking again, you mean Girauden's stone, the former tower mage of the Moon Shadow Tower? But he stood there, confused, not knowing what was going on. The tower mage. Ronaldo became increasingly curious and asked Ophelia, is the professor really that talented? She quickly approached to respond. Of course, his magic is famous even among vampires, and his rank is among the highest on the continent. Hearing this, Ronald felt more at ease. So the professor would not be in any danger. Right, he can just go there, deal with them, and take the stuff back. However, Ophelia's expression remained very serious. Of course, with his power, he could easily wipe those kids out with just a few moves. Her eyes reflected a hint of worry and contemplation. But if what he wanted was the essence of bloodlines, that is a different story. It is a special kind of magical power of vampires formed in the bodies of those who have used blood magic for a long time, containing a massive energy source that can unleash extraordinary power depending on how it is used. But without the cooperation of the vampire who possesses it to unleash its power through blood magic, it is just a useless red stone. She explained to him very seriously. In other words, without their cooperation, it would be impossible to obtain a complete essence of bloodlines. Hearing this, Ronald clenched his fist on the table, feeling even more anxious. He hurriedly asked her about what would happen next. So you mean the professor has no choice but to accept their proposal? Ophelia sighed helplessly and nodded. That is right. The fact that they are targeting Girardin is enough for us to guess their proposal. Her gaze became sharp. Surely what Blood Claw wanted was under the dark night, with the bright moon shining everywhere. An entrance was being guarded very carefully by 4 people dressed exactly the same. 2 cold subordinates looked forward and said, "You are here." In front of them was a shadowy figure, the candidate for the new subordinate that their master had mentioned, the tower mage Girauden Stone. The person opposite was wearing a fully covered outfit, making it hard to see their identity. They started to let their guard down and converse with each other. Is this guy really a powerful mage? I do not sense any special magical energy. The guy next to him quickly calmed down, saying, "Although he appears that way, do not let your guard down. After all, he was someone who faced the sword Saint Navios at his peak." One person stepped forward and respectfully asked, "Hello, are you Zerodin Stone?"
Yep.
"But I do not see your master anywhere." He quickly replied, "The master is waiting for you inside. But first, could you please remove your hood? Just in case, we need to verify your identity." The person inside the cloak suddenly darkened his face and said nothing. Zerodin pulled down his hood, revealing his face, mocking whatever Bloodclaw was sounding grand. But it turned out to be just a bunch of cowards. He sounded a bit displeased. "Is that enough?" He quickly softened his tone.
"Yep.
"Thank you for your cooperation,
Sir."
Zerodin." Then he gestured for him to follow. "Then please. This way." His eyes were focused on something else. He hesitated when he saw the sword protruding from his body. "What is going on?" Zerodin Stone Song is a wizard. Right. The sword was strikingly visible. "Why is he carrying a sword?" Zerodin leaned in close to intimidate him. "You see it now. Your hand is still reaching for your sword." He bowed his head, pretending to be unaware, sweat pouring down. "See what?" But in an instant, his head was severed by him, blood splattering everywhere. Continuous slashes followed. The remaining companions could only stand there in shock. Within moments, 3 heads rolled away, blood flowing in streams, leaving just one. His eyes widened in fear at the man in front of him. Ronald, in Zerodin's form, smiled with delight. "Isn't it obvious? You all are about to meet death." A few days earlier, the scene returned to when Ronald and Ophelia met. She held out a green vial towards him. "All right. I have finished the shape-shifting potion you requested. With this, you will transform into Professor Zerodin for at least 30 minutes. Her face was completely calm, as if nothing special was happening. Then Ophelia placed it in his hand, advising, "This won't last long, but it should be enough to fool their eyes." Ronald looked at the vial in her hand with satisfaction, smiling. "Creating this must have been quite difficult." "Thank you." Ophelia looked a bit worried for him. "Are you sure you can go alone? They may not be fully grown, but they are vampires that have lived for at least 100 years. I know how good you are, but I think I should go with you." Before she could finish, he confidently interrupted her. "No need. If this causes you to conflict with your own kind, it would be really awkward for you." "Right." Ronald casually tucked the vial into his jacket pocket and reassured her. "Don't worry. Nothing will happen." Suddenly, his gaze turned icy. Of course, it might not be the same for them. Ronald quickly dispatched a series of obstacles in his way. A head quickly fell, continuing to roll in front of him. It landed before him, still alive, causing him to tremble in fear. "No way. You can't," he shouted loudly. "Not Zerodin." But his hand reached forward. Ronald gripped the man's mouth with a murderous glare. His strength caused the man to cry out in pain. The more he screamed, the more Ronald silenced him with force. The blade was placed inside his mouth as he continued to threaten. "From now on, you will only answer the questions I ask." Ronald was terrifying in Zerodin's form, smiling. "Unless you want to become a piece of grilled meat inside a dark cave, you can only rely on the torchlight to find your way." Ronald is strolling along. He is a bit confused walking on the cave's path. It turns out there really are no traps. That gatekeeper was more honest than he looked. If I had known this beforehand, I would have let him go. It is all his fault anyway. The sight of him is terrifying, covered in blood from head to toe. He stops thinking about that guy and looks around, feeling uneasy. This temple is quite strange, is not? There are so many different gates around, probably because of the wall patterns and the overall atmosphere. Why do I keep feeling like I have seen this before? It is as if I have seen them already. A strange scent wafts through his nose. Ronald suddenly becomes tense upon realizing this. But it seems there is something even more important. He is standing in front of a massive door with a horrific mix of smells. The stench of fresh blood continuously wafting from behind it. The door gradually opens, revealing the things he has been quietly pondering. What are they doing that he can smell the blood from behind this thick door? His eyes widen after seeing what is inside. A white-haired man is lifting a bloody arm to his mouth, savoring it while the blood still flows. One person is sitting quietly, sipping from a glass of water in hand. Another is draining blood from the neck artery of a different person, who sits at a long table amidst the chaos, smiling and greeting. "You have arrived. I see. You must have had quite a journey. Welcome." Zerodin Stone. He is utterly stunned, speechless by what he is witnessing. The guy shakes the glass of liquid in his hand, confidently introducing himself. "I am the head of the von Anstafen blood trap." After saying that, he places the glass down on the table. "Sorry for making you see this chaotic scene. You arrived later than I expected, so we already had a meal. If you have not eaten, would you like to join us?" Ronald stands there frozen, silently reassuring himself to calm down. It seems there is no one alive anymore. It is too late to save them now. I should focus on the original goal. Then he walks over to where the guy is sitting. Thank you, but I am not eating. I am feeling a bit nauseous. He starts glancing around, wondering why so many people are gathered for just one pact. They are still thoroughly enjoying the sensation of fresh blood filling their mouths. Zwei continues. No need to feel shy to welcome such a great talent like you. What are these little things? It has been a long time since the Blood Trap Society gathered. This shows we are very serious. Hearing this, Ronald feels a bit more tense. The whole group. Then he quickly regains his composure and clicks his tongue. As long as I get fresh blood essence, I do not care. What is the condition? The guy smiles at him. It is simple. You probably already guessed. All it takes is a blood pact involving your life. You will have to become one of us. That is all. Ronald heard this and calmly looked at the guy. Just as I thought. You are asking for something ridiculous. You want me to be your slave? Wei shook his head vigorously, denying what he just said. Oh man. What a pity. Why do you think that? This is worth much more than a lowly proposal like that. The guy quickly approached from behind him, speaking in a very eerie tone. Instead, this is an opportunity to shed the lowly human flesh and achieve honors beyond your imagination. He then spun around, raising his hands. You will bring a new life to our society. To do that, we must peacefully eliminate the old generation. Wei gently smiled, leaned back, and shouted, I am offering you the chance to be a pioneer in that historic moment. The guy's face was filled with excitement. A proud warrior of the crusade for the resurrection of the species. His eyes glowed red with ambition as he repeated, What do you think? Isn't this an unimaginable honor for a human? Ronald felt disgusted, glancing at the honor. I do not even know what that is, but I really think you are crazy. Du ignored his attitude, continuing to smile and say, I understand. As a he, grasping my deep intentions is very difficult. Then he extended his hand, doing something mysterious. Now a blood orb continued to form in his hand. Or smiled and continued speaking. This is your only chance to acquire fresh blood essence. Yeah, sure. If this deal falls through, there will be no other way to obtain the essence, because even for us, this is something very rare. His face reflected a worried expression as he looked at the thing in the guy's hand. Then Ronald spoke up. Looking around, it seems you won't let me go if I refuse. Zay turned around and laughed. Truly, Ziraden is different. Just like the previous sorcerers. His intuition is quite sharp. The guy suddenly gestured. You are right. A flash of light flickered in the room, and another one followed. Countless things were moving rapidly around him. Ronald hesitated, observing everything. Just as he was surrounded, Zwei spoke up threateningly again. Can you make a decision now? The guy casually sat back down at the long table, looking down that way. Don't even think about refusing. You must have noticed that the magic pulse is not normal. Right. The magical tools set up here are the best, no matter how skilled you are. As long as you remain human, using magic will be very difficult for you. The stone on the wall emitted a strange purple light. This also appeared in many other places in the room. Even if you force yourself to use it, your magical spirit will soon shatter, and then you will never be able to use Manhwa again. We'll continue to tap on the cup from earlier. Since things have come to this, let us think positively. You would not want that. The beloved wife becomes a delicious blood bag. Countless lifeless bodies, drained of blood, lay scattered on the ground. He laughed provocatively. Terrifyingly. Where are those bodies over there? Ronald's gaze gradually darkened as he accepted the pact. A clawed hand rested on his shoulder. Ronald was held in place by two of his subordinates. And that was it. Suddenly, Ronald smiled, pulling his hood down. You bastards. You prepared so thoroughly. He looked unfazed and said, I have no choice but to fall into your trap. The man realized he had been deceived. Appearing a bit dazed, his face gradually replaced that of the man's. Good thing I came here instead of Professor Girardin. Du's eyes widened as he looked down where Ronald stood. You are not Girardin. Who are you? How could a human get in here? Ronald, caught by the two men, quickly drew his sword from his side. He swiftly eliminated the nearest foes with just a few strokes. Instantly, their heads flew off, blood splattering everywhere. Wu was utterly shocked by the scene, unable to move. Blood splattered on the spot where he sat. He asked again, How could I get in? Does that matter? Ronald, with Shido on his shoulder, was extremely confident in his abilities. Shut your mouth and sit still. You bloodsuckers. He discarded his cumbersome outfit to blend in, arrogantly gazing at them. Today is the day you all die. Wu shook the glass filled with red liquid in his hand, shouting angrily at Ronalyn. Who are you? How dare you not know your place? You lowly human. Yet he remained completely unfazed, discarding the cumbersome clothes in response to the man's noisy words. In an instant, he vanished from Zwei's sight. It was not until he was right in front of Zwei that the latter's mouth dropped open in panic. Zwei could not believe it, staring wide-eyed at him. Why could not he see his sword's path? Ronald's gaze, filled with killing intent, also locked onto him. Zwei quickly reacted, wanting to use magic, gathering power in his hand and shouting, "Blood!" But before he could finish, Ronald decisively sliced through his arm. Zwei's arm quickly separated from his body, blood splattering everywhere neatly. Ronald continued to slash a few more times. Every slash of his was incredibly sharp, inflicting wounds on Zwei. Both his arms and legs were swiftly severed by Ronald, causing him to scream in agony, as if going insane. He roared into the air as Ronald swiftly swung his sword again amidst Zwei's screams. "How dare you? You bastard! Do you think you can stay whole after causing trouble?" Before he could finish cursing, the hilt of Ronald's sword struck hard against Zwei's nose, causing him immense pain. Ronald casually retracted his sword, while Zwei was sent flying far away by the force. The man screamed in agony, his voice echoing in the air. He coldly looked at the man. "Just stay there and wait. I promise I will make you wish you were dead." The surviving henchmen around him were filled with fear. No way. No matter how careless he was, they never expected he would not be able to fight back at all. Exhausted from having his limbs severed, he groaned as blood continuously spilled from his mouth. The curly-haired guy immediately reassured the others, shouting, "The bastard is not a normal human. Everyone get ready to fight." They continued to surround him in a circle. Ronald glanced around, starting to assess the situation. Senior Ophelia said that these mosquitoes use blood as a weapon to attack. Looking at it now, they are drawing on magical power to create blood. They charged at him all at once. The angriest curly-haired guy led the charge. Teeth clenched, as blood nearly swallowed his feet below, he shouted, "Blood parasite." Ronald looked down at his feet in shock. What are these annoying puddles of blood? Just as he was panicking, a voice rang out, "I have trapped his foot. Let us attack together." They charged at Ronald like madmen. However, just standing still, he was able to use his sword to deflect their attacks. One by one, they fell to his blade, fresh blood spraying out in a gruesome manner. Another was pierced through by Ronald's swordplay. He continuously used offensive moves as defense, taking down all the crazies rushing at him. More were charging from an opposite direction. Ronald quickly turned and swung his sword at them. Each wave was followed by another, and they had become so frantic they only knew to keep attacking him. Ronald gently leaned back to dodge an attack, silently thinking, just like those filthy mosquitoes. Yet they were fast. After losing a limb, they used blood and magic to regenerate. That disgusting regenerative ability made it even harder to deal with them. A figure far away was trying to conjure something with their magic. He quickly made a shooting motion towards Ronald, eyes filled with hostility. Blood bullets. Although the attack flew out quickly, Ronald managed to bend his body just in time to avoid any injury, but immediately, more continued to attack. He dodged while feeling a bit fatigued by these people. They even had the magical ability of intermediate sorcerers. So this is the full strength of the Blood Trap Guild. From afar, many people joined forces and continued to advance and attack. His gaze locked onto the fastest one rushing toward him. If so, that guy charged at him with his incredibly sharp claws. He opened his mouth wide, furious, shouting toward Ronald, but in an instant, his head flew off, eyes wide open in disbelief. Ronald spun around, swinging his sword to eliminate all those trying to advance. One by one, they fell, blood splattering everywhere. A large pool of blood began to form at his feet. Ronald remained unscathed, his cold gaze fixed on the others. But it did not matter. They were just prey to him. He continuously cut down anyone who dared to attack, standing his ground. One of them began to panic at his strength. What is happening? The guy's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell am I witnessing? In a place where human magic is controlled, and his legs are bound by my spell. How can he do this? Is he really human? Bit by bit, the others fell. Although Ronald was still bound, he stood firm and alive. He faced the guy who bound his legs and coldly asked, "What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to fight me?" The guy could only stand there like a statue. "Now it is just you left." Ronald plunged his sword into the pool of blood at his feet, taunting, "I pretended to fall into your trap, just to let you get a bit complacent. I feel terrible being here, but now I can do what I have wanted." It began to draw in the magical energy. Ronald continued, his voice low, "You see, my sword is quite special." The guy's legs started to tremble, unable to hold steady. He shouted, I have to run." As he thought this, he quickly turned to flee, but Ronald was fast on his heels, chasing after him. A vertical slash came down on him. In sheer panic and fear, he was cleaved in two. Immediately, he fell to the ground, leaving only Ronald standing firm in the room. Ronald turned to look at him, his sword stained with blood. He raised his hand to brush off some dirt and sneered, "Running away is not the answer. You bastard." The remains of the guy were a pitiful sight, split evenly in two. He turned to leave. You abandoned your friends, and now you can join them. Ronald began to look over at the one huddled in the corner. Having dealt with the nuisances, he wore a savage smile as he slowly said, "Let us get back to our conversation." Wei was exhausted, biting his teeth, eyes closed, accepting his fate, slowly opening his eyes to the blurry scene before him. It hurt so much. Completely drained, with blood still smeared on his lips, he wondered what was happening. His eyes narrowed, vaguely feeling like being pricked by needles. Ronald suddenly appeared, stabbing his thigh with the sword. Awake now. He pressed his face close, a grim smile on his lips. "I was worried about you. Thought you were done for." Blood seeped from his thigh as he panicked, questioning himself. What is this? It can't be." Who glanced back at Ronald in shock. In such a short time, many of my subordinates lay lifeless on the blood-soaked ground. It is hard to believe that a mere human kid could take them all down. Right. He looked at who was horrified, and innocently spoke up. "Sorry. It seems your buddies are in pretty bad shape. I tried to help them restore their bodies, but they won't be whole again. So if you do not want to share their fate." Ronald flashed a bright smile, but his voice carried a threatening tone as he demanded, "So hand over the blood essence." Stunned, bowed his head and mumbled, "Damn it. What the hell happened?" Du raised his face, filled with rage, and yelled at him, "How could it come to this? You are the one who could save everyone."
Wow.
Ronald shot a look like he was losing it and asked, "What is going on? Are you crazy?" Suddenly, a man appeared behind him, coldly commenting, "Talking to yourself now." Ronald turned in shock, the man's eyes flashing red as he warned, "I won't repeat myself. Humans, back off." A powerful force surged, and he jumped to evade it. Ronald frowned, gritting his teeth, his gaze fixed on the man ahead. Pondering what he was thinking, he touched his chain, deep in thought. If he intended to kill, then perhaps. Ronald stood back and observed Ban Giok intently, while Zwei silently thought, "We are done for?" He anxiously looked up at the man, who was speaking darkly. "It is disappointing to suggest a deal with me, when you had the chance to make Jerodin your subordinate." Ban Gika's pupils glinted red, his cold gaze directed at Zwei. "Just pretending to be something you are not. How pathetic," answers Nathan. His cold, indifferent voice rang out, not only blinded by lofty ideals but now completely lost his reason. He opened his eyes wide, fearfully looking at him. "I did not." Ban Giok raised his hand, a dark red magic gathering in his palm, coldly stating, "The plan has failed. I will reclaim the blood essence." Ronald froze, his gaze full of confusion, thinking, "What?" The magic from Ban Geek surged forth, and the man screamed in pain, begging, "Wait, please." His body began to wither, hair falling out, his voice weakly pleading, "Just once more. Give me another chance." He remained unfazed, draining Zwei's essence despite the desperate pleas. As he begged, his hand still reached out, ready to absorb Zwei's essence. Ronald tightened his grip on the sword, forcing himself to stand, and shouted, "What is this? How dare you interrupt and steal from me?" Ban Giek turned back, his expression emotionless as he looked at him. "Yeah. You swung your sword at him," thoughtfully suggesting, "If you are the true master of the blood essence, then cooperate with me." Ronald's eyes became sharp, his voice full of threat. "If you want to survive." Ban Geek showed no fear even with the blade pointed at him, calmly responding, "Are you as arrogant as he is?" An enticing proposal, but his eyes rolled back, the red glow igniting. "What if we refuse?" Ronald narrowed his eyes, glaring directly at the opponent. His eyes sparkled as he advanced with his sword, exuding aggression. He growled, "Then I will just beat you." The opponent's body erupted in a bright red glow, causing Lewin to freeze. He maintained his fighting stance, his face stiff as the sound of the opponent's mocking voice rang out. "Your fangs are sharp."
Good.
A deep gash appeared on the opponent's palm, oozing blood, and he spoke with delight. "You can hurt me, even though my body is enhanced with Blood Clan magic." He closed his hand over his mouth, sneering, "Looks like you have some skill." Daring to impersonate him, blood dripped from the opponent's palm down to his wrist, his voice cold as he said, "I really want to know what else you can do. Is there anything more?" His face became fierce as he raised his hand, channeling a powerful magic directly at Ronald. "Show me." He bit his lip, gripping his sword tightly, raising it to shield himself. The opponent swung his fist straight at Ronald with brutal force. A magic bolt shot from his hand, aimed directly at him. Blood slash. Ronald suddenly lost his footing. Stumbling backward, he swung his sword up, straining to block the magic from the opponent. Ronald gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn." His sword sliced through the opponent's magic as he yelled angrily, "You bastard." The opponent laughed wickedly, continuing to attack Ronald. Blood bullet. He widened his eyes in shock. An image of someone using this technique flooded Ronald's mind, and he wondered in disbelief. What the hell is this? A massive wave of blood magic loomed before him, as if it wanted to swallow everything. He thought in confusion, is this the same type of magic? Rona furrowed his brows, raising his sword high and striking down decisively at the source of the magic. The source of the magic exploded powerfully, creating a deafening sound. The opponent smirked, his eyes filled with excitement as his magic slowly dissipated. It is the first time I have seen this kind of sword technique. Dust and smoke billowed up, engulfing the surroundings. He looked at Ronald, who held his sword pointed at the ground, and excitedly said, not only can you negate magic, but you can also slash through magical energy. Ronald looked up, his cold eyes fixed on the opponent. The opponent's gaze was locked onto him, and he smiled arrogantly. Though I did not expect much, you are just as interesting as he is. Rona frowned, unimpressed, saying, you sound like the leader of a bunch of mosquitoes, buzzing around obnoxiously. He tightened his grip on the sword, shouting, shut up. Ronald dashed toward the opponent like lightning, roaring, hand over the blood essence. He smirked disdainfully, then spoke. All right, that is the spirit. The opponent raised his hand high, swirling magic coalescing into his palm. To reward your performance, I will also show my respect. His source of magic gradually grew larger when suddenly a figure rushed in from afar. Ronald's eyes widened in shock as the person's voice called out to intervene, and both stopped. Ban Geek widened his eyes in surprise as a powerful surge of magic shot down, sending rocks flying. The pressure from the magic source knocked him back. His face was drenched in cold sweat as he spoke in confusion. This voice could not be. Ronald was taken aback when he saw the silhouette of a girl standing in front of him, and he asked, is it really you? Ophelia's cold face looked at him, and his voice rang out again. Ophelia. Bangika's surprised voice called out, Ophelia, is it really you? Ophelia stood in front, coldly looking at him and replied, it has been a while, Banjik. She frowned and spoke up, dissatisfied. Although I am not exactly happy to see you again. He saw Ophelia's eyes widen in shock. What is going on? Ophelia. I told you not to come here. Why did you? Ronald stammered. But more importantly, do you know the leader of those mosquitoes? Her voice dropped as she replied, clearly acknowledging it. Looking at Bangeek standing pensively in front of her, she spoke softly. Bangeek of Onwasawa, a pureblood lineage ruling the vampire world, is the most trusted right-hand man of that vampire duke. That is him. Banjik, with a mix of gloom and surprise, said, I never expected to see you here. In a place like this, we meet again. His face showed longing. I have wanted to see you. Ophelia. Ophelia's pupils glimmered red, and she frowned, listening to Bangiak ask, are you doing well? His voice continued, it is touching. It has been 83 years since we last met. Bangeek stepped closer to her, speaking as he walked. But why are you getting involved in this kid's matters? Those trivial questions do not matter, he continued, looking at Ophelia and asking, what matters is that I am here with you now. Before he could finish, she cut him off. Sorry. But she raised her hand to stop Bangeek from coming closer, coldly saying, don't he come any closer. He was taken aback, looking at Ophelia's hand as she spoke emotionlessly. For me. What happened that day? Bangeek helplessly closed his eyes halfway. The image of her sobbing while holding the body of a girl appeared. Her voice became colder. A nightmare that could not be forgotten. Ophelia's eyes were full of rage, filled with hatred. She looked up at Bangeek, who stood expressionless in front of her, his eyes red and sharp like a distant knife, staring at Ophelia. She lowered her head in contemplation as his mournful voice rose. Ophelia. It seems you need more time to forgive me. Ophelia closed her eyes and spoke softly. I know it is unavoidable. You just tried to stop my sister from harming the Grand Duke, with no other choice. A picture of a girl smiling brightly appeared in her mind, and she pondered. Moreover, at that time, my sister had completely lost control. Looking back, it could hardly be considered the actions of a normal person, as if someone was controlling her. Ophelia looked directly into Bangiakai's eyes and continued. But you know that the past cannot be changed. He replied thoughtfully. I understand your feelings. Do not worry. I have regretted it a lot already. Ronald sheathed his sword, feeling confused as he listened to the two talking, his thoughts drifting. Though I do not understand what is happening, it seems everything has been resolved. She asked curiously, by the way, why are you working with Bloodclaw? From what I know about you, you are not the type to associate with those losers. And you even lent them your blood essence. Ophelia, filled with suspicion. Could it be that you needed Ziradan stone for something? Bangiak's cold voice broke. If it were you, you would have guessed the reason by now. Right. Pupils flickered with a red glint of anticipation. I still have an unfinished duel with him. Memories flooded back for Banjik. The moment he charged at the foe before him suddenly resurfaced. That day. I happened to meet him at the western edge of the continent. Jirodon raised his hand to block his attack. We decided to duel as warriors. I have fought many strong opponents, but the number of worthy rivals can be counted on one hand. The sun began to set behind the mountains, painting the sky in a brilliant sunset, and Bangik spoke up with regret. If the sun had not set early that day, it would have been a legendary battle. He clenched his fist, his voice filled with confusion. After that, I searched for Jirodon, but he had vanished, disappearing so perfectly that even I could not find him. Remembering when Bangiok sat on the throne in despair, Sway approached, kneeling respectfully. I have suppressed my longing for a rematch all these years. Those losers came to my castle and proposed a deal. The man's face was full of confidence. He continued, they said they knew the whereabouts of Jirodon, and if I gave them one of my blood essences, they would not only bring Jirodon before me. Bangik pondered Z's proposal, thinking it would make him my subordinate, allowing me to enjoy endless battles. He smirked, fully aware of their intentions. But I did not care. After all, it was just child's play. As their blood dripped onto the ground, Bangik spoke with disdain. But as you can see, the outcome was... Behind him, heaps of corpses lay strewn across the ground. Stained red, he said coldly. Everything fell apart. Bangik glanced at Ronald, who was seriously listening with his arms crossed. Because of a human kid beside you, he thought indignantly. Clearly they were the ones who started it first. He looked at him in surprise, seeing him resting his chin on his hand, thinking even though I have restricted my power, how could he hold his ground against me? The icy gaze of Bangok reflected Ronald's figure within. He thought to himself, in just 10 years, or even less, he would definitely become an opponent capable of taking my life. He was intrigued by the strange magical aura surrounding the young man. Moreover, he possessed a unique energy that even I had never felt before. Bangik's hand gently emitted excited magic. Thinking this is really interesting, he let his hand drop, and the magical aura immediately dissipated. Pondering that now is not the time, Bangik looked up at Ophelia, deep in thought, determined in his heart, I won't make the same mistake again. I will never let her get hurt again. He threw the blood essence to Ronlin. Here. Take it. He reached out in shock to receive it. Bangik's voice echoed again. This is the blood essence you wanted. Ronald looked incredulously at the essence in his hand. What? He stared confusedly at his back as he waved goodbye. Surprised and puzzled. Did he really give this to me? This is extremely precious for a dragon. Is not, he replied from afar. That is right. Most dragons can't obtain it, even if it costs their lives. But I think it is worth it. This is a gift for my future prey. Bangik turned his head to look at Ophelia and continued. And as a friend I have made after 80 years, it is not entirely wasted. She stared wide-eyed at him, as Bangik raised his hand. Conjuring a wave of magic, he raised his hand, sending a surge of magic towards the other side, saying, look over there. A loud explosion rang out as it collided with Bangiok's magic. All three looked in that direction, and he added, it won't harm you, behind that wall. Ronald looked confused at the thick smoke before him, and he spoke again. The strange aura resembling a person was emerging there. Bangik smirked as he gradually vanished into the air. I am off. Next time we meet, I hope you are stronger so I can enjoy it more. He and Ophelia stood stunned. She remained silent. Ronald spoke helplessly. He was always so dramatic. Suddenly, he remembered Bangiok's words and looked over at the wall he had destroyed. Puzzled. What about that strange aura? Ronald's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Could the smoke behind the wall be dissipating in a magnificent tower? A voice from inside the tower suddenly spoke up. Girl, what is going on here? Jirodon looked in astonishment at the blood essence in front of him, incredulously speaking up. How did you get this blood essence? He looked at Ronan, uncertainly asking. No. More importantly, are you planning to give this to me? Ronald smiled brightly and replied. Of course. Does the professor know how hard I worked to get it? You will be surprised to hear. Before he could finish, Jirodon stepped forward, firmly grasping his hand sincerely. He knelt down, his voice full of gratitude, making Ronald feel flustered. Thank you, Ronald. The image of Jirodon kneeling before Sunya's transparent coffin flashed in his memory. He gratefully said, I truly thank you. Jirodon trembled as he held Ronald's hand, tears streaming down his face as he spoke choked up. I am very grateful. He exhaled with a smile. Looking at him gently, Ronald knelt down, placed a hand on his shoulder, and softly said, You do not give me a chance to take credit anymore. A powerful gust suddenly appeared outside the tower. That gust gradually formed Bangik. He stood outside, his eyes fixed on the inside of the tower. He smirked as he sensed someone approaching. Nothing is more boring than fighting someone who has lost the will to fight. I am here today just to check on my old rival. I have always been curious. Behind Bangik stood Ophelia silently. He half closed his eyes and casually said, So do not worry. Ophelia, I won't do anything more, she replied softly. I know you are not the kind of person to do such despicable things. Ophelia shot a sharp glance at Ban Giek and added, I am here just to say thank you, she sincerely spoke. Thank you, Ban Giek, for helping my friend. His face showed surprise. Ophelia continued. I mean, his lips curled into a smile. Then he teased. Only after 83 years have you made such great progress. Perhaps I should thank that kid Ronal instead. Ban Geek turned to look at her with a hint of regret in his voice, though I would love to stay here forever. Unfortunately, I cannot. I must leave. Images of those in the evil faction flashed in his mind, and he solemnly said, Recently, a dark force has emerged in the vampire world causing trouble. It seems they are also the ones pulling the strings of the Blood Claw. Ban Geek smiled at Ophelia, his gaze gradually becoming hazy, and he gently spoke, If you need my help, just contact me. I am always waiting for your call. She stood silently watching him slowly disappear. Ban Geek's gentle voice echoed in the air. Ophelia, my immortal rose. Jirodin trembled, gripping Ronald's hand tightly with both hands. His face bowed down, hiding it with tears streaming down. He hesitated to say, I am very grateful. Ronald smiled and sighed, kneeling on one knee, leaning down to speak to him. You do not give me a chance to take credit anymore. The scene shifts to a moment later. Then Professor Jirodin immediately used Saren's magic power and the essence of bloodline. Jirodin and Ronald stood in front of the chamber with a woman starting experiment number 144. He glanced at him, although he said it would take a long time. Due to the nature of the experiment, they had to wait for results. A smile appeared on Jirodin's face, which had not been cared for in a long time. He was staring intently at the person in front, but for him, that wait was a hope to keep living. Suddenly, Jirodin turned to him and remembered he had not asked earlier. Ronan, you seem different lately, he continued, looking at the streams of green energy surrounding Ronalin's body. The mysterious energy that was eroding the curse within him had grown much stronger. Jirodin wondered, Have you encountered some kind of fortune while fighting Blood Claw? Ronald scratched his head, unsure where to start, so he responded vaguely. Well, yep. It is a bit hard to explain. But basically, I got luck. He recalled the time he discovered a cave, chuckling as he leaned against the cave wall. Although this energy felt somewhat familiar, he never expected it to be real. In front of him was a stone glowing with green light. Unbelievable that such a thing could be here. It was a large stone, radiating a strong and strange green aura. But Ronald recognized it as a statue of Sunnen. He approached the statue, seemingly unaware that the Blood Claw did not know this place hid such a treasure. While observing this strange statue, he pondered. Surely it was a remnant of some ancient temple. Lost in thought, a blinding blue light flashed, forcing Ronald to shield his eyes. That light was the energy gradually pulling into his hands. Surprising Ronald, the energy from the statue was flowing into my body. The streams of energy converged in his palms, then vanished into his being. The large stone had lost its initial smoky glow. All of it had been unconsciously absorbed by Ronald. Back in the present, seeing him silently lost in thought, Jirodin took his hand and said, Even though he did not know what fate had brought them together, it was undoubtedly a great blessing. He frowned, assessing Ronald's condition. Thanks to this energy, your magical bloodline has also been expanded, although it still needs to be stabilized. Jirodin's next words startled him. But given the current state, he could control his magic to a certain extent. Seeing Ronald's expression, he understood that he had realized something. No need to explain further, as he could feel it too. Ronald looked at his hands, unsure but still said, It truly feels different from before. I think I understand it a bit now. He took his sword, gently drawing it from its sheath, thinking to himself, So now I can truly wield sword energy. Ronald looked at his reflection in the blade, no longer just imitating. 4 days later, the sky was blue with white clouds and golden sunlight. Incredibly peaceful. In the city at the entrance of the Ramara Mountains, Mavas, men were busy transporting crates full of belongings. A voice rang out. The townspeople were hurriedly evacuating. Nearby, there were fully armed individuals riding on horseback. The voice continued. The Imperial Army was also being deployed here. The sound of hooves stopped. Another voice continuously responded. You are right. Chel Fen, Ronald and Chili Fan appeared on horseback. He looked at the bustling scene and spoke up. It seems Wiven has truly appeared. Looking at the situation before him, Ronald slowly recalled the memories. The reason we unexpectedly came to the Ramara Mountains, my homeland, at that time. All three were sitting at the table talking to each other. The news that Chili Fan sent 4 days ago, just before Sister I moved away. Unbelievable news that could happen. He brought back significant news. Accordingly, the monsters around the Ramara Mountains were going berserk and attacking indiscriminately. Chili Fan turned to look at Ronlin, seriously saying, Luckily, Nimberton has not been affected yet. The Grancha family has also dispatched some knights here. But we must remain vigilant. This morning, they even spotted Weevan flying over the mountain range. The words he spoke made Ronald jump. Even Weevan. That creature looks like a dragon. It is a monster with superior flying abilities. Claws filled with venom, making even seasoned mercenary teams cautious. Chili Fan's expression was extremely serious. If they came in large numbers, there was no way to guarantee his sister's safety. Back to the present. For this reason, we decided to prepare. The three of them sat on horseback assessing the situation, planning to move their trip up. Chili Fan gritted his teeth. Furious, unable to forgive, Miss Aries' perfect moving plan was ruined so terribly. The tense atmosphere around him made Ronald want to take out a few people to vent his frustration. As long as we get Miss Aries to safety, we will definitely wipe out all the monsters on this mountain range. He turned back helplessly and said, "Wait. Stop mumbling. We are almost there. You go ahead. Command the knights dispatched here. Al and I will follow." Chili fast back. Confused. "Why should we do that?" He calmly replied. "I want to take a look around here. I have a bad feeling," Ronald irritably warned. Chili Fan. "Remember this. Do not pull any perverse tricks on my sister. If you do not want to die young," he gasped. Awkwardly retorting, "How dare you speak so rudely to a knight of Grania?" Although his heart was full of rosy thoughts, ready to bloom, under Ronald's murderous glare, Chili Fan boldly stated, "Well, if there is something to verify, then so be it. The longer we delay, the more danger Miss I will face. As a knight, I cannot allow that to happen." As soon as he finished speaking, he urged his horse to sprint ahead. "Then I will go first." Ronald shook his head in frustration. Al turned to ask, "What do you mean by having a bad feeling?" "Ronald, is something strange going on?" Ronald replied seriously, as the once gentle monsters suddenly turned aggressive, and massive creatures began to appear. This motive feels all too familiar, does not it? As he thought about it, images of monsters and sinister strangers flashed in Grar Cappadocia's mind. The Vian Mountains had been destroyed this way too. His words seemed to awaken Al, realizing the conspiracy behind them. Al gasped. So could it be that someone is behind this incident? He hesitated before saying, "Is it the Nebula class?" Ronald urged his horse forward, absent-mindedly replying, "Right now, it is just a suspicion. First, we need to investigate where the monsters appeared." He thought to himself that now, with the ceiling barrier broken, only he could trace the source. With a determined face, Ronald spurred his horse forward, channeling his unique magical power. The scene shifted to a dark forest, where monsters marched forward. Many goblins stood menacingly in the clearing, their mouths snarling threateningly. A red-haired man sat on the shoulder of a large monster, observing the goblin army obediently waiting ahead. "Seems I have subdued most of the monsters on the ground in this area." He rested his chin on his hand, smiling to himself. But unfortunately, if it were not for the Baron's orders, with a smug expression on his face, he would have punished the heretics here already. "Oh well, I guess I have to follow my superior's wishes." As soon as he finished speaking, a monster suddenly growled. The goblins began to panic, making the red-haired man confused about what was happening. He frowned in annoyance. "What is going on? Why are they acting like this?" Looking at the group, they seemed to be wary of something approaching. If they were not being controlled, they would have fled in fear of something. The red-haired man glanced into the forest ahead but saw no one. They are being controlled. They should not be able to feel those emotions. The atmosphere fell into silence, and a tall figure suddenly appeared. The newcomer was a monster exuding a terrifying aura. The red-haired man was so frightened he could not speak. "What?" He looked at the newcomer's weapon, thinking, "What is with that massive sword and that black fox?" Upon seeing the beastman that had just appeared, he could not accept the reality. "No way. What the hell is happening?" The newcomer glared at the red-haired man, slowly speaking under his terrified gaze. "Are you hiding here?" The red-haired man panicked, saying, "Why are you here?" But before he could finish, a massive hand suddenly appeared in front of him, cutting off his words. Nabila Glasser, using his clawed hand, he grabbed the red-haired man's head and slammed it down. A sound echoed in the shadows, and in an instant, the other held the severed head of the red-haired man, whose face still bore a look of horror. Unable to react, the large hand pressed down, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The newcomer stood tall, causing the goblin monsters behind him to recoil in shock. A single swing divided the two enemies. The goblin barely managed a cry of denial before collapsing, its body hitting the ground, leaving only that figure standing tall. In the silence, a voice rang out, the cowards too afraid to show themselves. The beastman, resembling a tiger, turned around. The hunt was just beginning. It was none other than the legendary swordsman Gaten. The sky was clear, sunlight illuminated everything. The wooden gate firmly shut, welcoming no one. Ronald sighed, watching the two beastmen blocking others, and whispered, "Is this road blocked off? What a hassle." Looking at the guards at the gate, Ronald felt utterly helpless, especially since they were the Holy Knight's army. A loud voice announced to everyone nearby. Everyone stopped. Today, this city gate is only for those on duty. Please take another route or wait here, without waiting for others to complain. He continued, Captain of the elite Imperial Army, currently on a mission to eliminate monsters. This is an order from Sir Japan Tun. This statement left both Ronald and Al stunned. He thought to himself, what could it be? A tiger-like face appeared in Ronald's mind. The captain of the Empire's elite army, who had defeated the instructor Navi Rose and became the strongest swordsman. The legendary swordsman. Al turned to Ronald, hesitating to speak. The legendary swordsman personally came here. Could the situation be that serious? Ronald stroked his chin, pondering. Could it really be that they mobilized the Empire's elite army just because of the monster uprising? His sharp eyes glinted, thinking to himself, it seems I was right. The image of those from that unit flashed in his mind. It must have been the wretched Nebula class that got involved. Ronald urged his horse and spoke to Al. Prepare to use telepathy. Assel. We will scale the city walls and search the nearby forest. He turned his horse around, ensuring he picked up their trail. Ronald rode straight ahead into the sunlight. The bright sun illuminated the forest. A Wu with a magical mark on its head flapped its wings. There were a few others around, also bearing similar magical marks. A green-haired woman rode one of them, frowning in annoyance, thinking, what is going on? I have lost contact with the team on the ground. I clearly instructed them to remain alert until receiving the attack order. A bad feeling suddenly washed over her. Could something have gone wrong? If so, action must be taken immediately. The green-haired woman shook her head. Self-hypnotizing. I can't. After all, the main objective of this plan is the woe. We can't waste energy on trivial matters. The figure of a certain person appeared in her mind. An entity that should not be provoked. If the plan gets delayed, Lord Z will never forgive me. She spoke up. Just follow the planned route. Our mission is to control the Wu creatures. We can't afford any more mistakes. Thus, the three Wien flew across the sky while Ronald and Azel looked up at them below. The image of the three are reflected in Ronald's golden eyes. Finally found them. He turned to Al and said, all right. Let us start. The Wu creature was unaware of what awaited it ahead, continuing to fly straight. Suddenly, it sensed something. Its eyes glanced down. A gigantic rock several times larger than it slammed into its body from below. The others quickly stopped. The Wu that got hit spat out a mouthful of saliva, knocked unconscious. It fell like a leaf from a branch. The woman with green hair watched in shock. What was that gigantic rock? Where did it come from? Obviously, no one answered her question. Al was the one who had controlled that rock. A stream of green energy wrapped around his two hands. Al's face was serious. He shut his eyes tightly. Exploding. Al shouted. Blow up. At his shout, the large rock cracked open. From within the stone, the energy burst forth, shattering it into fragments. Debris flew everywhere, falling along with the Wiv that had long been unconscious. Even in its fainted state, the debris hitting it made it cry out in pain. The large explosion affected it as well. The Wiv could only roar in the blast. All of this was captured in the eyes of the woman with green hair. Her expression was one of disbelief. Unable to believe that he could control such a heavy rock. It was hard to believe. She spoke without noticing another person approaching her. Could it be the top mage of the tower? How could it be? Suddenly, the woman with green hair widened her eyes. Ronald hovered above near the Wiv, praising him. Not bad. A red light enveloped his sword, perfect for testing real sword energy. Ronald grinned excitedly at his enemy. This was the chance he had been waiting for. The green light gave way to the red light. A blinding glow radiated. The Wu opened its eyes wide, staring into the red light without dodging. There was no saving it. Ronald's sword came down, severing its head from the body. The power pleased him. Stronger than I thought. The range and power exceeded when not channeling magic. One issue after another. The woman with green hair was speechless, horrified, watching Ronald test his strength. She screamed but could not stop the Wiv from being torn into uneven pieces. The woman with green hair could not believe her eyes. How could this be? She sat on the only remaining Wien, helplessly watching the others perish. What was happening? In the blink of an eye, Ronald appeared behind her. He slung his sword over his shoulder. In this air, those rocks were impossible to miss. Ronald flashed a bright smile. Because I am a local here. A bunch of cowardly fools. A handsome face. But those insulting words made her blood boil. That woman activated the magic circle, planning to attack him. Who are you to dare stand in our way? But before she could do anything, she suddenly let out a scream. Under Ronald's piercing gaze and her own shock, the woman's arm had been severed. Ronald grinned like a villain. Sorry, I'm a bit clumsy. I meant to just chop your hand off. His words stunned her as she realized her wound was gushing blood. Who would have thought it would end up like this? She widened her eyes. Lying in pain and screaming. Hot blood poured out. Her mouth began to utter nonsensical words. That bastard. The pain made her lose her sanity. She kept shouting. My hand. My hand. Ronald slowly stepped forward. A hint of disappointment in his voice. Taken down so easily. It seems you are just a small fry. Is the shadow of Ronald looming over you? The woman's eyes looked as if she saw a demon. With this ability. There is no way you could pull off something this big alone. Where are your companions? At his question, she blankly repeated. Yeah. It hurts. It hurts so much. Help me. Help me. Before her hesitant words could escape, the sword was already thrusting towards her without hesitation. The blade grazed beside her head. Ronald's voice turned menacing as he spoke sharply. Did he just step on her? Confused. She asked. You bastards have destroyed so many villages. And you are already crying out over this. Ronald remained unshaken by the woman. Seriously stating. Stop pretending. Spill it. He looked calm. But his face was filled with boundless rage as he stared at her. What exactly are you up to? When Ronald got angry, he could not control his weapons. She was in tears. Too scared to scream as the weapon pierced through her cloak. In her eyes was the image of him holding his sword ready to strike. But she seemed unafraid, like a ridiculous torch chosen by the stars, still able to loudly mock others. Her strength gradually returning. You think someone as lowly as you? Ronald was also taken aback by her sudden burst of terrifying energy that could ruin this important mission. The energy was strange, mixed with black smoke, leaving him momentarily confused about her actions, wondering what she was planning next. Just as Ronald was preparing to draw his sword, a dragon-like monster with wings was flying overhead. What is this? Not only did it have a special wing structure, but it also had a sharp spike on the edge of its wings. Despite its gigantic size, its speed was as fast as lightning. The monster was diving straight down. At that moment, Ronald was still dazed by her actions and did not notice what was happening behind him. It was not until he sensed the danger that he quickly turned around. Startled, it was roaring fiercely, as if trying to save its master. How could he spare her? Is that the giant? The monster's sharp fangs left Ronald in disbelief. His sword was ready to fight it. No way. He had hidden it above, a place where I could not sense the magic. She was immensely pleased with her wise decision. Just wait for him to be eliminated. Now it is too late. Without comparison, there is no pain. The beast Ronald was riding was not even half the year of the monster. It was crazily chasing after him. This is the strongest Wa among those I have caught. Just as she had said all along, it was indeed no ordinary creature. It had long regarded him as prey, capable of swallowing him in a single bite. But man plans, and heaven laughs. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged forth, splitting the monster before Ronald in an instant. She herself was bewildered by what was happening, her face frozen without any emotion. Moreover, he was stunned by the scene he had just witnessed. The monster's body was now cleaved in two. The image of the holy sword appeared in the blood-soaked space. Time seemed to stand still for a moment, with Jia floating majestically, weapon in hand, looking quite unfriendly. His eyes filled with rage. He had not even processed what just happened, and she was stammering in shock. How could this be? Wow. Even though her strength was too weak to sit up, she screamed in frustration. Why you, D? Hearing that, Ronald suddenly felt worried, unable to imagine meeting the real person, that guy. The battle seems about to start, and it is clear that the advantage leans towards him. So the sword sang Gia, but Jippa did not act immediately. Who knows what he was thinking? Remaining motionless, Ronald was still in shock, just standing there watching the monster split in half. His sharp claws were ready to strike. This time, Jippa poured a lot of energy into two simultaneous attacks, and the force of the claws shot towards the opponent like a gust of wind. In a passive state, he was also psychologically affected. Unsure of what to do, Ronald was stunned by his terrifying power, leaving him frozen for 5 seconds. Before he could react, Jeppa's attacks had already torn the monster apart into pieces. The monster that was cut in half was already lucky enough. Now, his beast had been divided into 5 relatively equal parts. He had to be wary of this formidable strength. Ronald felt tense facing Jia. This was insane. Just a swing of his hand could create such terrifying power. He still could not believe that his monster could be cut into pieces so easily by someone else. He was worried about this overwhelming power. Was he really that strong? Ronald's face showed fear. He had to grit his teeth because he could not remain calm. How could this be happening? His hand suddenly became enormous, quickly wanting to grab something. It was bright enough to see the white clouds floating in the sky. Yet a star appeared against the blue background. Zipa's landing was like a meteor crashing to Earth, making the forest engulfed in dust and debris fly everywhere. He gripped Ronald by the neck and lifted him up. Whether Jeppa did it accidentally or intentionally, he did not care about stepping on him. Ronald was in pain. his whole body trembling, his complexion changing, despite the volume that was like a wedding loudspeaker. Ronald tried to loosen his grip from his neck and replied clearly. The cat-like eye stared at him, and he spoke seriously. If you have anything to say, Jippa. Hurry up. I can see your veins popping. Who are you? He already knew Ronald had nothing to do with what he needed to find out. You are not like those blind fanatics. Ronald was about to reach his limit, finally managing to voice his thoughts. This damn cat. Are you siding with those filthy rats? Don't let my appearance fool you. I am not someone you can bully easily. You want to die. That is why even the sword Saint Gia had to stay silent before his aura. Power surged through the sword, and Ronald felt no fear as he shouted. He unleashed a move from his position. This sword strike immediately grazed his cheek. Let go me. Japa had just realized the boldness of Ronald as he widened his eyes. To counter him, Japa stepped back, launching a move that forced Ronald to jump to avoid it. After escaping his large hand, Ronald felt pain in his neck. Damn. Japa actually thought his strength was on par with his. Is the gap between us really that wide? I intentionally went easy because I thought you could handle it. I figured Ran would dodge. But who knew you would take it head-on like that? Knowing how terrifying Jay's power is, he clenched his teeth in anxiety. It seems he did not defeat Master Navirus by chance. Facing him head-on is a death sentence. As the force of Japa standing still is incredibly frightening. Ran knew he could not win without fighting. But he could not just stand still and wait to die. The theory he proposed is effective, but executing it under Jai's vigilant gaze is extremely difficult. He has to wait until the holy sword lets its guard down. Ran's angry expression reflected in his eyes. Hesitating like this is not a solution. Seeing him bravely face him with a sword, Jippa got straight to the point. Are you a warrior? Ran thought he might ask something strange. But instead, it surprised him with its simplicity. It seems Jay feels his words are not meaningless, silently waiting for his answer. His weapon gleamed so much that it reflected images on the surface. He could not understand what Zipa's intention was. What nonsense are you talking about? He was a relaxed guy, so he was not in a hurry at all. Let us greet each other properly. He lifted his foot, taking steps forward. Kicking up dust everywhere, Jai stood before him, looking somewhat intimidating with just his eyes like car headlights as he drew his sword. His words left Ran so stunned that he could not speak. Who knows what kind of crazy thing he plans to do now? Jai tightly gripped his weapon, still not understanding why he reviewed the technique he was about to use against him. Aiming straight ahead, each of his actions unfolded slowly in front of Ran, giving him a chance to brace for the vertical strike. Once Jeppa's move is unleashed, it can't be retracted. He wanted to see how Ran would respond. He had to brace himself for the attack right in front of him, without dodging or trying to fight back. The scream came from Rainon, who was not ready for this confrontation. His power was truly formidable, creating an explosion that shattered the ground and sent debris flying everywhere. After a blinding flash, the dust settled around the shaking ground. Ten appeared after the dust cloud cleared, looking down sharply. Though the force of his strike was still weak, Ronald was in a defensive stance against that giant blade, but his defensive technique was flawless. He assessed grimly. But from that last attack, your moves seem quite familiar. He narrowed his eyes and glared at him coldly. He thought to himself, are you a student of Navarro? Ronald sternly glared at him. I am Roland, a student of the Filian Academy. So what? Do you want to be his student too? The clash of swords echoed as Ronald boldly declared. Sorry, you are not worthy. Who dares to raise a sword against a student? Anyone who does will be eliminated by me. Ronald smirked provocatively. Did you hear that? The sword Saint-Quine frowned darkly. You insolent brat. Just a wolf cub among wolves. Unfazed by him, he calmly replied. If my greeting was inappropriate, I apologize. A duel means more than 1,000 words. There was a hint of sarcasm in Tun's words. It is a warrior's way. You understand what I mean, right? Ronald's face darkened with anger. Really? He began to move, shouting loudly. If so, Ronald charged at him. Furious. Accept my greeting. Suddenly, a noise came from the tree above just as he shouted. Damn cat. Ronald was shocked to sense the cold gaze of Brar and Betty descending behind him. He spun around, startled. Who are they? In front of him. Tadain coldly stared at him, two swords barely touching. Suddenly, Ronald was grabbed by the collar and pulled away. Betty lifted him off the ground in mid-air. Ronald was frozen, thinking, a beast warrior. Brar glanced over. Who is this kid, Captain? The Grey Wolf was puzzled and asked, is this kid also a member of the cult? This is Captain of Team 3. Part of the Hyena Beast Warrior unit, and the one next to him with the reddish-brown fur is Captain of Team 2. Part of the Bear Beast Warrior unit. Betty looked back at the captain. What are you asking? Just looking at him draw his sword is enough to know. What else is there? He exerted force with his hand, squeezing Ronald's neck tightly. Just let us handle this. Betty hurled Ronald away, and as he regained his composure, he glared back, grinding his teeth. With quick reflexes, He easily steadied himself. Ronald glared angrily at them. In front of him, when did Betty soar up and extend his claws? What is this? You fanatic. He slashed down with his claws, aiming where Ronald stood, but in a flash, he vanished. Betty widened his eyes in shock. Turning to see Donald's sword flying through the air, he dashed behind him, ready to strike. Betty glanced back, surprised, thinking, does he have my movement figured out? Ronald spun around, extremely angry. He was not someone easy to deal with. Quickly turning back, not just anyone. The sword was at Betty's throat. Still calm, he said. Interesting. Ronald also had his sword aimed at his throat when suddenly, someone stepped between them, two swords blocking both of them. Ronald looked at the sword in surprise. When did that voice come up? Daring to fight in front of me? Betty, sweating, looked at the person. Truly rude. Betty, griping the sword tightly, angrily turned. Do you want to be disciplined? The newcomer was Nemia, the vice captain of the Lion Beast Warrior unit. She also approached from afar to intervene. Stop it. Come on. This kid is not the enemy. He is just now explaining the reason. I am just accepting his greeting. Betty jumped in surprise, sweating profusely. Are you saying this kid took one of your hits? There are only a few in our team who can do that. He does not believe it and argues. How could a kid from 10 hold back? Alright then. He confirms he is indeed Navi Rose's student. Hearing this name, Betty jumped up and shouted, Navios. He recalled the time he was beaten to a pulp lying on the ground by the monster that defeated our whole team. A chilling, cold light flashed in her eyes. That former sword saint. Betty immediately trembled, feeling unwell. We all thought she was a dragon in human form. He turned 180 degrees, happily chatting with Ronald. Sorry kid. I am a bit hot-headed and sometimes act without thinking. Can you keep this a secret? He looked at his hand gripping tightly, thinking, is this idiot really getting messed up by the instructor? Standing nearby, turned to Nemia and said, Nemia, does your arrival mean everything is settled? She replied with her arms crossed. Yep. Captain, there are a lot of beastmen rushing from deeper in the forest. We have eliminated all the monsters causing havoc as per your orders. They even have a black-haired guy in white clothes. Face unclear, and are capturing suspects believed to be cult members. Above Ronald, shadows leaped out from all directions. The thud of landing echoed as different beasts with various appearances arrived one after another. In front of Team 10 were thousands of beastmen. Alright. Now he was shocked to hear his name. Ronald, let me officially introduce myself. 10 took a step forward. I am Jibba, the captain of the most elite beastman army of the Empire. You have been entrusted by the Emperor to eliminate Nebula Classy, the ones hiding in the Empire. His physique was muscular and strong, clearly a powerful being. I am the captain leading the charge. Tia spoke with imposing authority. The force is here to hunt down the cult. Ronald, panicking and astonished, repeated the words forced to hunt down the cult. The scene shifted somewhere under the clear blue sky. Meanwhile, in another part of the Ramara mountain range, the small town of Nimberton deep in the forest appeared. The sound of footsteps was heard. A few soldiers in armor were walking through the village, and the surrounding villagers murmured, what is going on? Who are they? Why is there a whole squad of knights in this remote countryside? A girl's voice rang out. I really do not understand what is happening. The silver-haired girl was wide-eyed and clutching her chest in excitement. Ronald's sister. Can someone explain this to me? Before her appeared a young man striding forward. Your friend Ronald. He said in a low voice. Sorry for startling you, Miss I. Those knights appeared all at once. We had to quickly gather the knights. Behind that guy is a group of armored knights, so I had to inform you ahead of time. He knelt down on one knee, asking for forgiveness for this oversight. The guy knelt before her and introduced himself. Knight Chilifin, on behalf of the Grania family. We would like to escort Miss I. Grania blushed and looked up at I. Let us start moving our things. Back with Ronald. He was still completely stunned, hesitating at the power before him. The group from 10 was shining impressively. Sweeping through the cult, Ronald was sweating, thinking to himself, there has never been a force like this before. The palace must have acted after we captured the nebula. In his eye, the Tan looked incredibly tall, powerful, and terrifying. But unexpectedly they even sent a holy sword master to lead. Ronald looked at those people and asked, but how can you find the rats hiding everywhere? From what I have heard, the ceiling barrier interrogation method no longer works on them. 10 rubbed his chin and said, you know quite a bit. Did Navi Rose tell you? Ronald seemed a bit hesitant. Suddenly, someone called out his name. Ronald. He heard this and turned towards the source of the voice. That voice. Al was being held up in the air by a beastman, looking extremely frightened. What are you doing here? Tears of joy streamed down his face. Help. Help me. Ronald Barr was the one holding him and glanced at me. I caught this kid when I saw him lurking around here. He was annoyed, lifting Al higher. Should I take care of him now? The captainess crying is giving me a headache. Al was pale with fright. I told you I was just looking for a friend. I did not mean anything by it. He exclaimed loudly in panic. Please do not eat me. Al turned to him and asked, Your friend? Ronald sighed in irritation. Something like that. So embarrassing. It was getting dark, and the moon illuminated the forest below where Ronald's group stood. Nemia reported. I would like to report what we gathered after eliminating the monsters around here. According to the information she has, they use controlled monsters to create chaos everywhere. But that was just a prelude. Their true target was the mountain center. Al crossed his arms and listened. Speaking up. The mountain center. So their true target is. Ronald's face darkened upon hearing this place. The trail on Ramara Mountain. According to sources, the trail on Ramara Mountain is one of the Empire's main transport routes, carrying a third of the Empire's goods. In another scenario, if this road were to break or become impassable, in other words, if this place were destroyed, it would be like losing a pillar of the Empire's economy. Ronald stared intently at the people being restrained. So it is no surprise those cowardly rats targeted this place. The green-haired woman among the cultists looked up in fear, thinking to herself, but he was frightening. Clutching the hilt of his sword right in front of her, she saw her reflection in that shining blade and trembled in fear. What are they planning? His voice rang out. This trail is crucial and is heavily guarded. Ronald continued to speak in silence. You can't destroy this place just by controlling a few dozen troublemaking monsters. Surely, everyone knows that if you want to live, you better spill it. He pointed the sword directly at her throat as a threat. Ronald was furious, glaring as he leaned in closer to her. What are you all hiding? She panicked, her face paling. A moment later, she tried to calm herself, closing her eyes to control her emotions. She smirked. You think we fear death? Suddenly, in her eyes and mouth, a blinding light emitted from that filthy cult. Ronald looked on in shock. What the hell is this? Before him, the cultists were glowing in unison, seemingly ready to self-destruct. Above them, a massive magic orb is appearing, gathering its power. Right.
Yep.
I just activated my strength while reciting the spell in my mind. Oh stars. Even though my abilities are limited and I cannot complete the task, I will dedicate my entire soul. That light is growing brighter. I seem no longer able to burn those filthy heretics. The Ronald group watched from a distance. She continued reciting the spell, daring to oppose the descent of the stars. A giant vortex of fire appeared around where they stood, ready to incinerate everything. Flames blazed brightly in the dark night. Time passed, and in some corner, the moonlight shone through. A few people in white robes resembling cult members appeared. The old man in the group looked up at the sky. Our brothers have chosen such a noble path. Baron opened his eyes wide with coldness. As if ordinary followers could not hinder the force of the lady, he remained solemn, revealing nothing. It is a pity for their great sacrifice. Two people followed behind.
Sir.
If we can't stop them any longer, should we retreat to strategize? Baron turned away and said, that would only give them more time to prepare. The peaceful night scene echoed his voice. And it would be even harder for us to fulfill this noble mission. He pulled out something resembling a sphere with a green gem in the center. We can't delay any longer. Although not at the center, Baron and his followers focused around the orb. But let us start from this Ramra Mountain's bone. He grinned mischievously at the orb. Let us punish those heretics. A magic circle appeared beneath their feet. It was an enormous formation. The gem placed in the middle of the orb seemed to no longer shine like before. The cult members introduced that this detonator is a masterpiece created by the great inventor Alibri, with 30 layers of magic inscribed upon it. After absorbing the Earth's magic, the 30 layers would amplify into explosive power, leveling everything around. Baron slowly stood up. We just need to protect this device until it absorbs enough magic from the Earth and avoid detection by the enemy. The two followers echoed, at your command. The black-haired man with a goatee was Even, the former captain of the Knights, and the younger brown-haired man was Brewer, the former head mage of the Sixth Tower. Even turned to Baron and said, Sir, I heard that after this mission, you will succeed Commander Bria's position. He asked curiously, so have you received the grace? He stroked his beard confidently and said,
Yep.
I have received it. Normally, grace is bestowed after taking office. They were so engrossed in conversation that they did not notice the orb behind them emitting flickering lights. But it seemed this mission required power to protect ourselves from the explosion, so the gracious Lord has granted me grace beforehand. Unbeknownst to where the wind brought a flowing mane, Baron continued speaking. Though my strength cannot compare to Lord Bria's, with this grace, a massive spiked foot appears. No matter what happens, we can handle it easily. The old man suddenly froze. Baron quickly turned to channel his energy, creating a shield to block the powerful beams of light coming at him. The beams pierced through the shield. The beams created a deep, long hole in the ground, forming a massive waterway. Truly astonishing, Baron remained calm, offering some praise. But while he could trace the ground to pinpoint their location, it became nearly impossible once it started absorbing mana. In front of them appeared a beastman radiating a powerful aura. The old man questioned, "How did you find us?" A majestic figure emerged, the Sword Saint. He looked at the old man and said solemnly, "Did you really think you could escape?" Dian's eyes glowed golden in the night, adding to the terrifying threat he posed to his enemies. "From the moment I set foot in Ramara, I knew your whereabouts." He pointed directly at them. "I was just waiting to see what tricks you were planning." He frowned in disdain, looking down on those filthy fools. Blinded by illusions and arrogance, Baron stood frozen, unable to say a word. Moments later, he smiled brightly, his left eye changing. "Struggle with all your might." The night was pitch black. The church's encounter with them, 10 minutes ago. Before Ronalan, 3 people were bound and kneeling on the ground, emitting scorching flames from their bodies, accumulating into a massive fireball above them. Jipo shielded his eyes from the blinding light of the fireball, murmuring, "Is this a self-destruct spell using mana as a catalyst?" His hand clenched tightly, commanding everyone to fall back.
Yep.
I will. Before he could finish, the person next to him acted, was Ronald. He jumped up toward the fireball with his sword. This left everyone in shock. They gasped, calling out to Ronalan. But he was already ready to swing his sword and attack, unleashing a barrage of slashing strikes. Finally, Ronald delivered the last strike, then landed back on the ground. The others stood wide-eyed, stunned by everything he had done. They could not believe their eyes. How could my last flames and those of my brothers be extinguished? This was also her last thought before her head rolled from her neck. Ronald swept past the bound figures. They all met the same fate, dying in shock and incomplete, before completely losing consciousness. The image of him and his cold voice still reflected in her eyes. "You are all such cunning devils. If you intend to play this game, then go die." The observer could not help but exclaim in shock. Incredible. What just happened was not just a simple collision to extinguish the magic. Watching Ronald sheath his sword, he noted that the kid had truly cut through the mana flow. Still surprised, Ronald voiced his thoughts to Jeppa. "The Holy Sword. You must have realized that since you fought them yourself. Right. These people might run away and plan for the future. But they never saw this coming. They must have some other plan since they caused such trouble." He moved closer to him, continuing, "There must still be those higher-ranking cult bastards, or at least enemies of this caliber, standing before Zeepa's massive form and overwhelming presence." He boldly asked, "I do not know who you are. But if you are part of the vanguard of the cult hunting unit, you must have a way to track them down. Right?" Ronald fixed a determined gaze on him and proposed, "Let us collaborate. I will help you gain the Emperor's support." In response to that seemingly arrogant statement, he remained silent. Currently, a then Baron and his subordinates were facing the observer. He glanced at the attack marks on the ground, thinking to himself that he had not sensed the mana until the moment of impact. In other words, this attack had no mana at all. The pressure was created solely by pure strength. The Holy Sword. He knew and had heard a lot about him. He was truly a monster. Putting those thoughts aside, a then spoke up to remind his subordinates, "It seems we have to welcome a very distinguished guest. Can you handle that?" Hearing this, the subordinates drew their weapons in a combat stance even though Jeppa had not made any move yet. "Of course," the two replied loudly. "If it is for the star mission, we are more than willing." They unleashed their pressure towards Jabe, but it had no effect. Brew gathered mana in his hands, while even had mana flowing up from the veins in his neck. The two radiated killing intent. Jippa did not react much either, just sneering. High-ranking knights and mages. Not bad. His gaze suddenly shifted, saying, "If you could bring the whole team along, these guys would be perfect opponents for training." As soon as he finished speaking, even accelerated towards him, he slashed down with his sword. But Jippo managed to block it. He executed a move and mockingly taunted, "Is this the guidance of the star?" A battle that put the honor of the Empire's #1 swordsman on the line. The energy of Even and Jeppa clashed violently. Even was both attacking and provoking. "Now show. How is the swordsmanship that is said to be the strongest? Let us see if I can defeat it." But it is still pretty tricky. All defense and no offense. Even unleashes a powerful slash, not forgetting to taunt. "I will be honored to stand beside you." The sword shatters with every word he utters. The guy is stunned by a punch that shatters Jay's sword. Looking at the broken blade, Even stutters out. Zeepa's calm yet sarcastic voice rings out. "You just called that an honor?"
Yeah.
His fist remains clenched. A person relying on that dark power spouting such words. A sword glides through, taking Even's head. And it turns out it was done by Jay. He coldly declares, "Don't you dare tarnish a warrior's honor." Brewer stands aside, still stunned, and after a moment, he hurriedly summons a mana shield, while Jay easily slices through him, leaving only Ethan safe within the protective barrier. Then, Jay raises his knee and strikes hard against that barrier, forcing Ethan to defend himself. A loud explosion rings out. The ground shakes, but the barriers remain intact. Jipa is the first to speak. I thought you looked familiar. But you have always been hiding in that fanatical cult. He recalls Ethan's identity. You are the one who fled for killing thousands in a village to the west. Named Ethan, with dark magic experiments decades ago before disappearing, the Slayer. Ethan Baron. Hearing this, the old man pretends to be honored. The Holy Sword still remembers my name. But I have long left the shame of the past behind. Now I am just a follower of the star. Nothing more. Hearing him ramble on, Jipa reaches out to the barrier, kicking hard enough to shatter it. He yells, I do not care. Ethan is shocked. Jai says, in the end, no matter which side you are on, the truth remains unchanged. As he reaches out to attack the old man, Jipa declares that he is the target that needs to be eliminated. Anne frowns. Then suddenly the old man breaks into a wicked smile. Blessing of the star. Ethan unleashes this move, forcing Jipa to retreat. He is somewhat surprised by Ethan's last move. Then the old man starts rambling again. The chosen followers I have brought can't stop you even a little. And I have just realized how high this holy sword barrier is. Ethan's gaze is filled with malice as he speaks. But even if it is you will never surpass the immense power bestowed by this star. And laughs joyfully, sarcastically. Jipa responds. You are just a mere mortal rolling beneath the stars. Meanwhile, Jipa looks at him like he is a joke. Ethan brandishes his hands and boasts. How does it feel now? What is it like to witness the greatness of the star for the first time? Let me know. As your follower, I am really curious. A voice exclaims. What a joke. Jai has taken out his spear, ready to fight. Disdainful of Ethan, the old man pauses at Jipa's words, still trapped in a hollow illusion. Even if it means throwing others' lives into the flames. He slowly approached Ethan, emphasizing each word. That is why I am here to take your life. Who is the delusional prey here? Zipa's blade gleamed with a blue hue as he forcefully swung it down. Ethan braced himself with both hands, thinking himself how terrifying it was. This was a straight downward sword strike. Only then would he understand the true meaning of the Empire's strongest swordsmanship. Ethan took the full brunt, causing the ground to tremble and dust to fly everywhere. Dust rose, forming a hazy curtain. The sharp tip of the spear, Jai swung the spear down forcefully, unleashing fierce sword energy that created a direct current towards Ethan. He glanced at the effects of Jai's sword energy and marveled inwardly. How astonishing, even as a sword saint. Just with sword energy, an entire area outside his barrier was swept away, creating a long indentation on the ground. How could such terrifying power be generated? Ethan, sweating nervously, could not help but compare. Indeed, this power was on par with theirs. But he maintained his faith. Sarcastically reflecting, what a pity. Even the sword energy of the great sword saint is merely child's play before the protective star. With that, Ethan thrust his hand out, a victorious look evident in his smile and eyes. A steel ball was unleashed in the energy-filled formation. After executing the technique, he taunted, so what are you going to do now? Come on. The steel ball absorbed the lightning from the formation, and it grew larger and larger. According to Ethan, at this moment, the magical bomb continued to absorb magic power. He grinned, looking at Jipa as if he wanted to drown him in the mud, suggesting, you should retreat and plan for later. If you are alone, you might escape the explosion. Jai's gaze remained unusually steadfast in response to the man's arrogant words. Of course, the other ordinary folks would be buried along with this mountain in their delusions. Jia observed, analyzing the old man's technique, realizing he could completely nullify the attack, just as that kid said. It was indeed a troublesome ability if one was not careful. Zay pondered for a moment, considering the future. He knew it would become a significant threat later on. Thinking this, Jai immediately acted. I will test how far that protective star can hold up. With that, he instantly took an attacking stance, an aura of lethal intent radiating around him. Standing within the barrier, Ethan still felt something unusual. The pressure was even greater than the previous attack. This was from the look in his eyes and the vicious technique that Jia was preparing to unleash. Did he guess the magic energy? Ethan was quite generous, offering a compliment. A beast truly is perfect. Magnificent. Jipa, I wish to express my respect for you. Thus, the earth and rocks were pulled up by some energy. Ethan urged him to attack. Use all your strength. The strongest on this earth, to strike me. Jipa, exuding malice, swung his spear sideways, his gaze flashing. Before the attack could be unleashed, he was interrupted by a loud shout. Are you out of your mind? It turned out to be Ronald. Who was behind the barrier? He tried to shout loudly to awaken this monster. Don't exaggerate. At this rate. Before the bomb even explodes. You will level the whole mountain range. I then was surprised to see him being stopped. Ronald reminded Jeep 3. Have you forgotten our purpose? He paused at that, turned around casually and asked. You have arrived. Even though he was sweating profusely. He still mocked. You are slower than I thought. Ronald panted as he countered his teasing words. That is the first time I have heard that. Don't you feel like you are as fast as a stupid fish? All right. You have verified the protective star. Now step it. No matter how strong you are. Ethan stood aside, watching with wide eyes. The old man continued to hear him doubting the Sword Saint's abilities. Yet he could not do anything to him at this moment. Ronald added one last line to persuade 3. The situation is urgent. Can you stop being so stubborn? He did not argue. Instead he was quite supportive. Smart decision. Ronald is more suitable right now. Ethan was both astonished and curious about his background as he listened to their conversation. What? How dare you talk back to the Sword Saint like that? Who is that kid? Ronald approached the old man and suddenly spoke politely. Hey. Old man. Thanks. Ronald's hand gripped the hilt of the sword. His words continued to flow provocatively. Thanks to your loud voice. I have grasped the situation. I just need to deal with you and disarm that magic bomb. He held the sword up in front of 3, boldly declaring that this farce would end. Additionally, Ronald did not forget to taunt the old man. By the way, old man, are you really the Sword Saint? Looking at that ridiculous grace. It seems so. But you look even weaker than Brya. The one I killed. You are not even a fraction of her. Hearing this, Athen was shaken, seemingly in disbelief. What? How do you know her name? The old man asked each word slowly. So Lord Brya was killed by a kid like you instead of Serenity. His cloak swayed with each word. How dare you use that filthy tongue to tarnish the honor of Lord Brya? Finally, a series of tentacles shot out, piercing through the cloak. The old man with tentacles sprouting from his back looked like a demon. Threatening Ronald. You want to be torn apart? Do not. Ethan recalled with admiration. Lord Brya was one of the most outstanding followers of the cult. A noble disciple who always relied on himself to grow. His tentacles stretched out towards him, powered by his true strength. A mediocre person like you with so little magic power, filled with rage. Ethan unleashed his tentacles, looking down on Ronald. How could someone so lowly harm a noble like that? He nearly lost control and shouted. Don't lie. Heretic. The fact that a non-believer like you knows her name proves you witnessed her death while continuously launching tentacles. Ethan ordered. Speak the truth. Those tentacles opened a mouth full of sharp thorns. A swarm rushed at him as if wanting to bite him whole. In such a situation, Ronald could only mock himself. The truth. If you want to know that much, I will let you know. The moment the words ended, Ronald transformed into a stream of red light rushing towards the old man. The terrifying speed prevented those grotesque tentacles from stopping him. Seeing Ronald land right in front of him, Athen struggled to utter any arrogant words. It was not entirely impossible to consider making you my subordinate. Even so, he did not forget to belittle him, claiming that there was no way she could be defeated by a kid like you. Even if you ambushed her, you could not touch her divine essence. Before his words were even complete, his body was shattered by Ronald's sharp blades. Athen barely had time to react. He could only exclaim that there was no mercy in his attack. Ronald agreed with him. That crazy woman had said the same thing. Then the abandoned iron ball began to crack, leaking the energy it had absorbed. After that, it fell heavily to the ground, and the formation faded away. Sheathing his sword and glancing down at Athen's body on the ground, Ronald coldly remarked, died a pitiful death, wiping his face. Ronald did not forget to ask him, have you satisfied your curiosity? And died before he could close his eyes. Athen's blood staining the ground, and his remaining consciousness spoke. Impossible. Aang could not believe the reality he had just experienced. How could the blade of a kid pierce the blessing of the stars and injure me? He glared as he realized the power exceeded natural laws, resembling that of a master. This raised doubts in Athen's mind about Ronald. Who was he really? Not allowing him to think any further, Ronald swiftly cleaved Athen's head in two. As he was sheathing his sword, Jai slowly approached and asked, did you kill him? Ronald calmly replied, I think that was the easy part. Explained his rationale. Ordinary followers are punished with death for mistakes, so someone like him must face something worse. Then Ronald warned Jay, stating they had taken extreme measures, and they needed to be more cautious now. He agreed, saying you are right. We can let our temporary successes cloud our vision. However, Athen's death still lingered. But unfortunately, I can directly counter the old man's blessing. If I were to fight him again, I would surely find a way to deal with it. Hearing him say that, Ronald scoffed openly. It is all just theory. Action would be different. But Ronald reminded Jai that his sword energy had caused the forest to turn out like this. demonstrating his overwhelming strength. Then he posed the question. Have you thought about how destructive the aura would be when used? Jippa sheathed his weapon, promising him, thanks to you, everything ended more smoothly. So we will leave it for next time. Ronan, if you need anything, just let me know. Hearing this, he was taken aback. Need anything? Why suddenly do I see Ronal like this? He then explained that the king told him to reward those who helped him deal with those heretics. Just say what you want. Hearing Zay's next words, I will give you anything within my power and the royal treasury. His face lit up with visible delight. Really? That is awesome. Just when I needed your help. A fully equipped cavalry is on the move. Chili Fan is riding at the front, leading this army. It won't be long now. Inside the carriage is Iroh, the most precious gem in the world. We will be in the capital soon. Night has fallen. The soldiers are talking to each other more quietly than I expected. It is because the young master told us to prepare thoroughly. I thought we were about to face a monster army or something. The person beside him replied. Me too. But at least we can continue safely. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, by the way, do you know who the lady in the carriage is? The other person wondered how noble she must be to require the Grania Knights for her escort. His teammate seemed just as clueless. I do not know. But this person is definitely very important to the young master. Because Chili Fan was riding alongside O. His face was red and he looked tense. He cleared his throat. Chili Fan asked, are you feeling uncomfortable during the ride? If you are, just let me know. I will have you switch carriages right away. As soon as he finished speaking, Iroh politely declined. No need. Chili Fan. This is even more comfortable than my home. She suddenly realized. Sir, you have been riding all day. Aren't you tired? Then she leaned out of the window, enthusiastically inviting him. If you want, you can ride in the carriage with me. Chili Fan chuckled and nodded in agreement. All right. After a moment of indecision, he reluctantly declined. I can't. I am on an important mission. Then, Chili Fan kindly reminded Iroh. As long as you feel comfortable, that is what matters. If you need to rest, just let me know, and I will find a place to stop. Suddenly, the horses got restless, becoming wild and leaving him no time to react. He assessed the situation, and Chili Fan noticed something approaching with an incredibly terrifying aura. Realizing the danger, he commanded the soldiers, get ready for battle and mount your horses. After that, Chili Fan charged ahead while reminding them to protect Lady Iroh at all costs. The sword at his hip was about to be drawn, with a resolute declaration for the honor of the Grania Knights. The morale of the soldiers surged as they shouted in unison for the honor of Grania. Chili Fan grit his teeth, unable to believe that this threat was not from Wien. It had just appeared. He charged into the thick smoke, already fearing such overwhelming power. A question that could not be avoided popped into his mind. What exactly is it? As Chili Fan rushed forward, he suddenly froze in surprise. Because Japan was swinging his giant spear straight toward Shilfin. The clash between the spear and sword created a wave of energy, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Amidst the swirling dust, a voice rang out. I have been amazed more times than I can count today. I have heard rumors about you, but they really underestimated you. Jaiba smiled with delight, not holding back his praise. Nice defense. Rising star of the kingdom. If the next generation sword saint is human, it has to be one of you too. Chili Fan clenched his teeth defensively, completely confused. In such a dire situation, he still managed to shout, how dare you point your sword at Grania's servant? The noble, in response to Chili Fan's question, just joked that it was merely a greeting. Don't worry. As a warrior, you should know, one clash of swords speaks louder than 1,000 empty words. Before Jai could finish, an angry voice interrupted. What the hell? I told you not to greet people the northern way. Only then did Chili Fan realize Jai was carrying someone on his back. He recognized that voice. The person landed on the ground. Chili Fan exclaimed. Ronal and he were enthusiastically greeting each other. Great job. We are here to help you. Ronal pointed behind him, saying, don't be mad about what just happened. We brought a lot of assistants with us. They are all beastmen. The soldiers of Grania were taken aback. Assistants? They are the beast warrior squad of Sir Jeppa. While Chili Fan was still bewildered, he suddenly recalled something. Oh right, Ronal asked him. Did you escort my sister properly? The next day, in the capital Valen, gasps of surprise erupted. Oh my. The palace was dazzlingly magnificent. I could not believe my eyes. I had to ask again. Really? Ronal, is this really where we will live? Seeing O's wide-eyed expression made Ronal start to chuckle. How many times have you asked? From now on, just live here, right in front of Phi. We can meet often. And the security is good. So living here is quite comfortable. Chili Fan, standing nearby, began to introduce. The room's interior was all done by my family's trusted craftsmen. I told them not to worry about money. So I hope you like it. Before he could finish, She eagerly took his hand to express her feelings. Of course I love it. It is like I am living in a fairy tale here. Thank you. Chili fan, you too. Ronald was overjoyed, seeing her happy. Chili fan felt just as delighted to hold her hand. She excitedly made an invitation. You two can't just go in on such a joyful day like this. If you have time, let us have a meal together. Iroh also chimed in. It may look like this, but I am actually a great cook. Team Chili fan was buzzing with excitement at the thought of dining with Miss Iroh, and he reminisced about how long it had been since he had home-cooked meals. Someone was slowly approaching the building. She gritted her teeth, provocatively explaining to that two-legged beast. Her shout echoed throughout the room where everyone stood. What are you doing here? Both Chili fan and he were taken aback. Ronald recognized that voice from the courtyard. The woman was radiating anger as she faced the sword Saint Zipa. Professor Navarro chuckled as the two stood facing each other, eyes wide in a stare-off. Jay was the first to speak. Sneering, long time no see. Navarro, your hot temper is just the same as ever. Jipa could not help but wonder. So how do you teach your students? Navios felt the heat rising and snapped back. What right do you have to interfere with my teaching methods? She coldly ordered him to leave. This is not a place for you. Get out of here. You two-legged creature. Hearing that, he fell silent. After a moment, Jay replied, your tongue is still as sharp as ever. He countered Navi Rose by bringing up the past. I am curious. Can your strength match your words? Upon hearing this, her eyes flared with resentment. Jai asked her fiercely, have you reflected on your defeat that day? The day you lost your title to me. The last two words shook Navi Rose. Sword Saint, the beastmen watching outside tensed up with the two of them. They were determined not to let this slide. Navios reached for the sword hilt. If you are curious. She drew the blade with a rush of killing intent. She indirectly declared war. And I will show you. The pressure from the two of them stunned the surrounding beastmen. They were bewildered, not understanding why. Why can't my body move? They began to dimly realize the sealing power encompassing them. Could it be that the glint in Navi Rose's eyes revealed her spirit was a massive green serpent? The gaze from it narrowed, staring at him like prey, looking at his trembling hands. He realized he might have underestimated his opponent. You have paralyzed me without even using your full strength. Has she grown stronger? Gripping his spear, Jeeper exclaimed. You are still as interesting as ever. The spear, infused with a torrent of mana, radiated destructive energy from Jeepa. He declared they would follow her lead. His true form was no less than Navios, a fierce tiger. Jip sprang up using the ground as a springboard. On the second floor, a foot stomped on the railing. A voice shouted, waking the two fighters from their fervor. Are you all crazy? The figures on the second floor yelled down at the two below. What kind of nonsense are you doing in front of someone else's house? They recognized it was Ronald along with Chili Fan, and who trying to intervene. Calm down. Ronald, he shouted angrily. Do you know whose house this is? If anything happens to my people, I will kill all of you. After a while, Ronalyn, Navi Rose, and Jeppa faced off in the yard. He tapped his foot impatiently on the ground while complaining. Seriously, Ronald scolded the other two, who were both sword saints, for acting like children. Do you realize your actions almost caused a disaster? Seeing their nonchalant expressions only made him more irritated, and he shouted louder. Aren't you ashamed? Jeepa spoke up first to apologize, admitting he had been a bit too emotional. I let my anger cloud my judgment. Just because of that snake's provocation, I apologize for my disrespect. Navios, provoked, turned to glare at him. This bastard. Jeepa wanted to withdraw first, but it seems the move is already complete. Our team asks to retreat. Ronald expressed his hopes for you. Next time we meet, I hope you will be a stronger warrior. All right then. After that, all the beastmen, including Jeepa, vanished in an instant. You stayed behind, grumbling, but finally breathed a sigh of relief. Truly, a holy sword is different. It is so noisy. Ronald suddenly remembered and asked Navi Rose, where has the professor been since early this morning? But received no answer and was instead interrogated. Ronald thought to himself, she has got a murderous glare. You explain. Meanwhile, Ronald remained confused. Navi, seeing this, yelled at him. Tell me everything. Ronald flinched, cursing under his breath. Damn it. The two went inside the building. Ronald and Navi Rose sat facing each other in the living room. The candlelight flickered. After hearing everything from him, she realized how it was all linked together. Navarro confirmed with Ronald. So to reward you for your contributions in Ramara. That guy helped you? Right. He scratched his head, answering, yeah. Kind of. This made Navi Rose suspicious. Was he really that nice to humans? It seems he values you. But she solemnly advised Ronald to stay away from him. That guy is very dangerous. You did not understand at all and asked, dangerous? What do you mean? Navi then started telling him everything she knew. 10 years ago, the large-scale invasion by the Beastmen devastated the north, led by the beastman leader Jay. This shocked you. Navarose gritted her teeth and continued. Although now, after signing a peace treaty, the beastmen have joined the Imperial Army, and he has become the Empire's sword. I still can't trust him. Back then, instead of fighting to the last with the Empire, Jipa negotiated on his own. He proposed to become a force of the Empire along with the Beast Warriors. In return, the Empire would not invade the Northern Territory. The Emperor, appreciating his strength, agreed to the proposal on the condition that he sign a blood pact. Most of the Empire's citizens were happy to have the strongest sword on the continent. But in my eyes, he was just temporarily hiding his claws to protect his kind. One day, when the blood pact is broken, he will become an even greater threat than the cult. That is Jippet. And you were left in shock. Ronald thought back. Now that he thought about it, Jaba did not appear in the battle with At either. Of course, it is possible he was eliminated by the cult like other strong ones. But another possibility can be ruled out. The two fell into deep thought after that story. Navios changed the subject to lighten the mood. I have been rambling too much. Now let us get to the main point. She sharply asked you, was what you said earlier true, that you can freely use sword energy? Ronald comfortably confirmed it.
Yep.
That is right. While it still can't compare to the terrifying sword energy of the professor, Navi Rose also used her sharp tongue to praise it. It seems that Jirodin, that useless guy, has some skill after all. She stood up and complimented him. Good. Then let us start the lesson. With the straw soldiers in front of them, Navios commanded Ronald, show me your progress in the fighting stance. At that moment, Chili Fan was happily enjoying the dish he had cooked himself. The taste of heaven. She was also glad to see him eating well. Thank goodness. At that moment, facing the difficult lesson ahead, Navi Rose suddenly spoke up. The way to see if you have improved is very simple. She crossed her arms, her serious expression demanding. You just need to show me your sword energy. Not stopping there, Navi Rose added. But what you need to focus on is not the physical attack, but the sword energy from your own mana. Upon hearing this, Ronald instantly tightened his grip on the sword, looking towards the challenge ahead. Confidently responding, I understand, madam. Just a moment later, Ronald began channeling mana into the sword in an unusual way, causing the sword to emit a deep red aura. Ronald showed no fear, firmly taking a combat stance, ready to attack at any moment. Then, a decisive slash was made, as if carrying a tremendous power, quickly launching to overwhelm the opponent. Strangely, what he thought could easily eliminate everything instead vanished into thin air. The straw dummies were not harmed at all. Not even a little bit. Witnessing this, Ronald could not help but exclaim in shock. What the heck? Why did it appear and then disappear like that? He skeptically looked at the sword. Questioning himself, no way. It was fine just a few days ago. Ronald did not give up, channeling mana into the sword once more, saying, I will try again. Madam, in response, Navi Rose coldly replied. No need. Just as I thought. She frowned while analyzing. You have made significant progress. But if you only channel mana into your sword, you have not reached the realm to call it sword energy. Navi Rose gently clenched her fist, then lightly stated, you have only added a bit of mana to your clumsy attack technique. Of course. That alone has helped you a lot already. After that, she recalled the life and death battle with the giant beast that Ronald faced and sighed. I discovered that when I heard you defeated the Wien even while still a first-year student. Finishing her words, Ronald looked up with a big question in mind. I still do not quite understand. How is it different? I do not think they are connected. You just need to combine mana with enhanced strength. Faced with that naive thought, Navi Rose closed her eyes in helplessness, firmly responding, that thought would be correct if you see sword energy as a dense bullet that can inflict damage on the enemy. Her silky white hair gently flowed with the breeze, accompanied by her words. Yet viewing mana merely as a tool to enhance strength is a narrow perspective. Navios, with a strict teacher's demeanor, was imparting knowledge to the boy. The true power of possessing mana is that it paves the way for you to reach another level. With a somewhat tense atmosphere, Navi Rose spoke clearly. That is why I want to see the sword energy in your thoughts. Understanding your current perception of mana is essential to find areas for improvement. The image of the intact scarecrows accompanied her words. You might not fully grasp what I am saying yet, but you won't always be lucky. Navi Rose's gaze grew serious, her facial muscles tightening with the current emotions. Then she added, one day, this difference will determine your fate. Faced with her serious attitude and metaphorical words, Ronald felt a bit confused. Instinctively responding to it, he fell into a contemplative state, suddenly remembering the three. Jipaten and Zerodin. Seeing him like this, she quietly watched without saying anything. Her next action was to gently place her hand on his shoulder, followed by words of encouragement. This is just the beginning. Gradually, you will improve your limitations. She walked slowly past him, which is why I am here to help you. She suddenly grabbed the sword in his hand and instructed him that now is the time to reinforce the basics. The gentle winds continued to rise. Navi Rose was commanding, squinting her eyes and holding his holy sword in front of her. Everything would naturally improve. Watching her radiant silhouette, Ronald exclaimed in surprise, "Professor, why are you holding my mana sword?" In the current scene, Navi's hand tightened, and streams of light began to emanate outward. Perhaps she was about to do something. Soon enough, the scene became more chaotic, the power being unleashed growing stronger, creating a massive aura that left Ronald in shock. Navi Rose's familiar voice rang out. "Watch closely, Ronald." Immediately, he widened his eyes to observe. This was the true form of Lama-machan. Behind her words was a concrete example with the image of Navi Rose at that moment. Surrounding her were swirling red and black lights, looking very mystical. Her striking green eyes in the darkness created an enchanting feeling. And then she continued. "Your sword." Watching everything unfold, Ronald's expression gradually changed. "Is that the true form of Lanachera, that furious red sword?" It proved that the words he spoke matched the image of Navi Rose holding it. "No longer a normal sword but one deep red like blood," she replied. "Yep. It is consistent with the mana I infused into the sword, revealing its hidden power. Not to mention, Mayuraso and the Lord of Ranger manifests as the image of two swords crossing in midair, wrapped in glowing green energy, creating a mysterious and powerful aura with introductions forged by the hands of a master craftsman. These renowned swords conceal their true power." Navi Rose moved the sword back, her mouth continuously imparting knowledge to Ronald. "The true value of a weapon is its ability to unlock hidden strengths." She swung down the sword with such precision that dust flew up. She continued, saying it held power many times greater than normal. And at that moment, contrary to Navos' calm demeanor, the scene before them turned chaotic as the ground shook from the immense force. Debris flying everywhere, thick smoke billowing across the vast space. She remained emotionless, gazing into the distance, saying, "I heard that the artisan Doron created a masterpiece. It is." Hearing that, Ronald did not just seem surprised. He exclaimed in shock, witnessing the desolation around him. All that remained were huge chunks of rock. The arena itself seemed to mock him, having been torn apart in an instant. This left Ronald feeling panicked, wondering how a single blow could have destroyed an arena reinforced with magic. He asked, "Did it change at all when I infused mana into it?" The sword was then returned to Ronald's hands. Navi Rose did not forget to explain to him why. "It is because your mana was too weak, so La Mancha could not fully merge. Still, it understands its master well." Even so, he could not help but mutter, "Why do I feel so looked down upon? It is infuriating." He frowned slightly, reflecting in his mind. "But thanks to that, I now have a clear goal." Deep in thought, he observed the sword in his hand. Ronald's feet began to move forward. He asked with a determined tone, "Where should I start?" "Madam, I really want to show this rude guy." He looked up boldly, and Ki-Hun continued, "What kind of person is its master?" Seeing Ronald's demeanor, Navi Rose felt quite excited about this student, praising him, thinking it is a great idea. Then she commanded, "Just practice mana for now. That is your biggest weakness at the moment." Ronald, still in a training stance, replied. "Yep." He began his first training routine. On the first day of practice, maintaining mana for 48 seconds, with Navi Rose standing aside observing him, holding a stopwatch. When he was most distracted, exhausted to the point of sweating profusely, the girl sternly reminded him to be careful and not lose focus. Following that, on the third day of training, he maintained mana for 1 minute and 32 seconds, and then time flew by. By the fifth day of training, he maintained mana for 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Now Ronald was seriously sitting in a training position, holding the sword in both hands. Then gradually the time increased to 2 minutes and 50 seconds, then to 3 minutes and 41 seconds, and finally to 5 minutes and 12 seconds. Later, as the night fell, the sky was painted with a mysterious shade of blue, with the moonlight filtering down below. The 14th day of training had finally arrived. The clock's hands ticked slowly. Navi Rose held it tightly in her hand and murmured, 13 minutes. I have long surpassed my goal. Meanwhile, she thought to herself, others might need years to reach this level. Next, her gaze moved to the boy in front of her. Navi Rose began to request, "Now show me your sword energy and maintain that state. I should not have to remind you what to focus on." "Right." Ronald calmly took the glowing sword and replied, "Of course." With that, he swung the sword powerfully through the air in that gloomy atmosphere. As the sword strike ended, dust began to rise in a thick cloud. Smoke mixed with debris continuously appeared in the sky. Ronald sheathed the sword, looking up to assess the situation. The moment the sword was placed back in its sheath marked a critical point, unleashing a dense force that overwhelmed the scarecrows in front of him one by one. They were struck down. In less than a second, they began to lose their original forms with just one swing of his sword. Each head was severed from its body, and he seemed to transform into a cold, masculine superhero. Then, Ronald excitedly turned to Navi Rose and said, "Someone's told you already." The head of a scarecrow flew close to her, drawing her attention. Then, Navi Rose smiled with satisfaction. "Impressive? Right. You understand a bit more now. Why you need to train." Ronald could not believe his eyes, extending his hands to examine it carefully, realizing the truth. "Yep. The more you train, the more you understand." His hand slowly emitted a red light. Ronald said to himself, "As long as I focus on maintaining it, I can feel my body becoming sharper." Strengthening it at the same time, he placed his hand on his chest, slowly feeling the power coursing through his body. Then exclaimed, revealing the true potential as a mysterious source of energy surrounded by bright white light, cloaked in red and black smoke, with some green streaks weaving through the haze. The dark backdrop emphasized the strength of the light, symbolizing an awakening of power that belonged to the mana he possessed. Navi Rose looked at him with a tender gaze, her face showing satisfaction as if to say she fully understood the foundational knowledge of mana. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out from a man who had been working overtime and was still bullying students at this hour. The man took steps towards them, his mouth still mocking, as if her passion for teaching was still alive. Behind him, Jirodin began to reveal himself. He wore a friendly smile. "Hello, kid." Then, noticing the surprise on their faces, he quickly got straight to the point. "Sorry to intrude while you two are busy, but could you spare a moment?" His expression changed rapidly, and his tone became more serious. "There is something I must tell you about the disciple you cherish." Ronald stared at him in surprise at this sudden appearance, wondering to himself, Professor Jirodin came all the way here. No way. Is it? Jirodin's serious face and demeanor made him wonder, why does he always look so healthy? At the scene with Navi Rose and the man in front of her, she started the conversation with a skeptical tone. "If it is about my student, could it be related to magic?" In response, Jirodin raised a hand to reply. "As you know, Ronald has a very special physique, so he needs to be checked regularly." Hearing this, Navi Rose's expression darkened as she firmly replied, "That is not an excuse for exploitation. Is it?" The next moment, she seemed to reach her limit, angrily reaching behind her to draw her sword, still speaking in that cold tone. If that is the case, facing her impending rage, Jirodin waved his hands in explanation. "Do not think that way. Calm down. This is not a mercenary group, so put your sword away. I am just here to keep my promise." Then, the image of Sunya appeared. The beautiful girl with long, flowing hair was lying motionless in a large cylindrical tank of water, her hands resting on her chest, accompanied by Jirodin's words, "Thanks to Ronald, after so many years, Suna finally made progress in the water tank." With bubbles rising, Sunya's eyes began to open slightly in a miracle that indicated a glimmer of hope. From his account, Navi Rose could not help but show a surprised expression. "What, Suna?" Jirodin smiled gently, saying, "There is still a long way to go, but it would be great if you could visit her sometime. Suna loves to hear about your adventures." Navi Rose listened in silence, not saying a word. He continued, "Also, the reason I am here right now is related to your assistant, not Ronald." After hearing this, she imagined he meant Adizan. Then, the image of Adizan appeared along with Jirodin's detailed explanation. "Yep. At Ronald's request, I started investigating Adizan some time ago." Meanwhile, Roland listened intently to every word he said. "While it is not enough to conclude, if my hypothesis is correct, that child is in danger." As he finished speaking, the atmosphere became increasingly heavy, with smoke filling the arena. Jirodin frowned slightly, lowering his voice. "There is a power that is difficult to control even for oneself. She must have realized that long ago. Right, the danger from that power." Until now, Navi Rose had remained silent. He did not stop there but continued speaking. That is why he kept her close to monitor. Navi Rose's arm tightened, filled with suppressed emotion. The man did not stop talking. "If anything happens, that girl could endanger all of us." She suddenly coldly interrupted. "Let us stop here. Jirodin, my assistant is not as weak as you think." Navi Rose seemed to be filled with rage, angrily shouting, "So do not arbitrarily decide the girl's future." Seeing the tense situation unfold, Jirodin felt a bit worried, frozen in place. At that moment, Ronald stood back, observing the conversation between the two. Knowing something big was about to happen, he spoke up. "If you say so, I understand. I will let the girl make her own choice." Ronald crossed his arms, glaring at him, his face changing color. Time quickly passed, Returning to the scarecrow soldiers, he skeptically raised his hand to his face. Looking at the cold back of Navi rose and muttered to himself, "The professor seems very angry." His doubtful gaze shifted towards Jirodin. Recalling something mentioned earlier about the mercenary group, "You two used to be mercenaries." At that question, he scratched the back of his head a few times, then calmly denied it. "That is right. Over 10 years ago, we were notorious in the southern region. Although it was not a pleasant first meeting, it was then that I first met Navios." Memories of their past encounter suddenly flooded back in the desolate wilderness. Jirodin recounted, "We were tasked to eliminate each other and faced off. The memory of that day is still vivid. At that time, Jirodin was just a young man injured, kneeling on the ground with a pained and desperate expression, dressed in dark robes, his arm covered in blood, surrounded by chaos." He continued the story. "At that time Navi truly embodied death. She was that person. In that life and death moment." Jirodin managed to muster a bit of strength to look up at her mighty silhouette standing before him. Accompanied by a sense of horror, Navi Rose's face appeared extremely ruthless, fierce, glaring at him. To this day, I still cannot describe it in words. Back to reality. Jirodin forced a smile as he stroked his chin. Compared to that day, she seemed more human now. The thought suddenly left him a bit confused. Is that really being more human? By the end of the story, the result was that I was utterly defeated and had almost stepped into the doorway of death. Once again, the past returned. The scene where Sunya appeared seemed like a flame of hope saving his life. If it were not for Suna, the locals who helped me would have surely lost their lives. The girl was tenderly caring for Jirodin, which touched his heart. Suna cared for me back then as if I were a lifeless shell, and from that, we naturally became husband and wife. The next image left us even more astonished when Sonia warmly waved to welcome Navi Rose as a family member. After going through the battle together, Navi Rose and I became like teammates. Surely Suna valued and cherished Navi Rose a lot. Jirodin remarked that the only reason we maintained that relationship was due to Sunya's innocence and purity. People often say that happy times want to last in the next chapter, and Navi Rose hating me was entirely my fault. At that moment, she was probably furious standing before Jirodin, who was collapsed on the ground. She was angry at my incompetence for not protecting Suna. Navarro clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she glared at him with a piercing look. And because of my foolishness, I still can't let go of Suna. Now, the silhouette of the girl appeared, taking strong and decisive steps. Watching her, Jirodin replied, "Still, Navi Rose keeps her secrets until the end. The treatment for Suna up to now is also thanks to her caring." He turned his pensive face in another direction. "So if Suna can recover, I believe Navi Rose will gradually let go of her resentment. Despite appearances, she is a very emotional person." As he spoke, Jirodin's eyes, filled with guilt, continued to follow the girl's footsteps. A while later, with bright rays of sunlight shining down on the tall building, the next day, at the truth of the main building, the magic department, inside the dark magic research room, the familiar figures of 3 people slowly entered. Surrounding the room were jade green chambers containing experimental creatures. He carefully observed the room and suddenly exclaimed, never expecting anywhere to be darker than the professor's research lab. Ronald still could not believe his eyes, asking, "Are we allowed to be here?" Jirodin stood on a step and hurriedly replied, "Even if it is dark, we have to come here, because this is the only place it can be used." He looked up, meticulously examining and muttering to himself, the expensive equipment needed for this. Jirodin's eyes glanced at the sphere behind him, a device that extracts magical energy from humans. A supreme tool capable of extracting the original magic hidden within living bodies. Suddenly he exclaimed, "Adizen, those who cannot understand their own magical energy like you would even spend their entire fortune to try this device." Jirodin finished speaking, pointing towards the center of the large star, and requested, "Now, step up there. It is time to face the secret of the hidden power within you." Adizen did not hesitate to follow along. Just as they were about to start the device, he cautiously asked about the girl's situation. "Have you mentally prepared yourself on the way here?" Adan was caught off guard and blurted out. He did not let her say anything more and quickly interjected, "All right, let us get started." Instantly, Jirodin's hand confidently placed itself on the blue sphere. Adizen's body began to change noticeably. Her shoulders emitted dark, eerie streams of energy. And soon, her entire body followed suit. Realizing something was off, the girl panicked and asked, "Professor, what is happening?" "Something black is emanating from my body." This energy started to grow stronger, moving towards the enclosed chambers. The beast inside seemed to awaken, letting out a loud growl. Ronald frowned in contemplation, thinking, "I have not even activated my power, and yet it is already affecting things." He suddenly remembered that this power had once helped my past general dominate the battlefield like a queen. "It is astonishing," The girl stared blankly at her hands, thinking to herself, the most powerful and terrifying strength in the history of the Empire. Still not free from doubt, she began to press the professor. What is this? Why does my mana have this color? Zerodin replied solemnly. That strange energy is undoubtedly, he declared loudly, the mana of darkness. This confirmation took Adan by surprise. The mana of darkness. She continued to ask, I have heard Ronal mention it before. But what is it? I have never heard of such a mana. Zerodin agreed with her numerous questions. After all, the mana of darkness is considered so secretive that it is hard to find anyone who knows about it, even here. At the same time, he turned back to Ronal and said, I do not understand how that guy knows. Hearing that, he quickly changed the subject to dispel Zerodin's suspicions. Let us not dwell on the details. The dark atmosphere gathered around his feet. Zerodin suddenly spoke up. Though it was not a secret, there was not much information to learn. His expression darkened as he revealed his knowledge. Dark mana often hides within the body. It could be for a brief few years or last for centuries. And even when its power erupts, most cannot withstand it and die. Upon hearing this, Adizan felt frozen. Meanwhile, Zerodin continued explaining. It is just a little that has escaped. But you can feel it already. Right, it is something entirely different. Not like the mana we use for this kind of power. With that, a sphere of deep, dark black appeared. It gave us a strangely unsettling feeling, accompanied by his powerful explanations that could be given to those who cannot control mana. A power on par with that of a swordsman, even turning the seemingly impossible into reality. That is the power of dark mana. At that moment inside the sphere, a dazzling white light shone at its center, surrounded by a mystical purple hue, surpassing reason and order. On the other hand, Zerodin also added about the dangers that dark mana brings. The issue is that this power erupts unexpectedly, not at the will of its owner. It causes immense pain to the bearer, who often cannot control it. Currently, a destructive energy would burst around them, encompassing a vast area. Zerodin continued, leading to the destruction of the area, turning it into a disaster. Looking at the savage imagery engulfed in pain, one can easily see the consequences it brings to its owner are indeed very significant. He stated that when the energy is exhausted, the owner ultimately self-immolates. He looked seriously at the girl and asked, so do you really want this power, Adizan? The girl widened her eyes upon hearing his choices. If you want, I can bind it to prevent the mana from erupting or find ways to remove dark mana completely, Zerodin firmly reminded Adizan. Think carefully. In history, those who possessed dark mana, whether they could control it or not, then came a series of gruesome execution methods. From being sent to the afterlife by a guillotine to bloodied bodies lying on an operating table, limbs tied, screaming in helplessness. Ultimately concluding that no one had a favorable ending, Zerodin showed no change in expression. She had already seemed ready to accept. Listening to every word he said, Adizan truly fell into a state of doubt, her mood gradually shifting to her unease. Worried for about 5 seconds, Zerodin coldly continued the interrogation. The dual-edged power of dark mana. Right. Zerodin's serious expression said, dark magic is a double-edged sword. Adizan radiated dark magic all over, and upon hearing his words, she broke out in a cold sweat. After she heard his question, unsure if she could withstand it, she quietly lowered her eyes and said nothing. In her mind, she recalled past events, her mother's face, her mother's silhouette, and even her mother's grave. The image of her crying alone in the world until Ronal's sunny smile appeared. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. Don't worry, I will help you. So let us give it our all. The commander, she slowly spoke up, and although her expression could not be seen, it gradually became resolute. To say she was not scared would definitely be a lie. She turned her back to them and continued. But someone has told me. Adizan seemed to be completely determined at this point. She turned her head and smiled, confidently repeating Ronal's words from memory. Don't worry and give it your all. Ronal unexpectedly looked up at her. She continued. So I think I can't give up so easily. Then she noticed Zerodin's surprised expression and said, Excuse me. Professor. Zerodin smiled at her with satisfaction. I like your perspective. Good. That is the spirit. He then touched a magical orb. The magic energy from him gradually flowed into it. Since we have reached an agreement, his whole body began to emit a soft light. Let us get started. Just as Zerodin finished speaking, the red magic energy like flames from Adizan surged out, catching her by surprise. She watched as it gradually formed into a sphere. The red magic sphere glowing brightly like a brilliant flame. She turned her head and asked, Professor, this familiar feeling, he calmly responded. I am extracting the magic energy you have accumulated until now. He squinted, evaluating what was in front of him, before explaining the reason. Let me guess what you have been through. Zerodin could see how she had spent her days in the past. The feeling of loneliness and inferiority when she was left behind. Just a guess. But you probably thought that mastering your magic was hopeless, because no matter how hard you tried, you could not keep up with your classmates. Adizen widened her eyes in shock and asked, "How did you know?" He chuckled softly and replied, "Why would not I know?" Jirodin looked up at her abundant magic energy and explained, "I told you, dark magic is a power that transcends worldly morality. There is no way something like this would sit idly by." He observed the black magic energy, which clashed fiercely against the red magic energy, and continued, "Your dark magic must have conflicted with the magic you have gathered and accumulated, causing it not to develop normally. But the truth is, you have gathered this much magic. A massive sphere of magical energy like this is truly unexpected. Still," he warned her, "your effort is commendable, but prepare to say goodbye to it." Aden, confused, asked back, "What do you mean?" "Teacher, you mean?" The two streams of red and black mana were growing larger, seemingly ready to clash. The solution is simple. If the issue is the conflict between these two energies, just choose one and discard the other. Let the red disappear, as long as the dark mana remains in the body. After he finished speaking, he turned to Ronal with a sigh. "You two students are quite interesting. One can accumulate mana, and the other can't utilize it." Hearing this, Ronal squinted and said, "Why does that feel oddly familiar?" He looked helplessly at him and asked, "Are you saying it will take 5 years to get used to that situation?" Jirodin did not deny it but teased him. "No wonder you are a rising star. You got it right." Then he turned back to the magical sphere in his hand. Once the mana settled in the body, it is hard to expel it. It seems this machine has extracted the mana within, but once it stops, it all goes back to how it was. Ronal calmly looked at him and asked, "Professor, if we cut out one type of mana from her body, would not there be side effects? Like injury?" Jirodin glanced at him and shook his head. "It will return to the state of having only one type of mana in the body. So why do you ask?" As soon as Ronal heard his answer, without waiting to hear the rest, he swung his sword down at Adisen's red mana sphere. She stared in shock, and even Zirodin could not help but voice his doubts. He could not believe it and asked, "Adisen's mana has disappeared." Ronal sheathed his sword slowly, responding with relief, "That was easy." He smiled confidently, saying, "Instead of waiting 5 years." Then he looked at the fierce dark mana rushing into Adisen's body with great anticipation. "I still need you for a lot of things." Adisen stood there, her hair blowing in the wind, thick dark mana swirling around her body. It gathered more and more, creating a truly spectacular sight. He looked at her, silently calling, "Commander." An ethereal image gradually emerged from the dense darkness. The scene before them became clearer, and both Ronal and Jirodin were watching. He asked, "You are awake?" He smiled happily, looking down at the person resting on his lap, and exclaimed, "Oh no." Adisen. She realized her current situation and blushed, shouting out loud, "Ronal, why am I sleeping on your lap?" Her voice echoed in the lab, filled with shock. "Did I faint?" A creature in the test tube growled angrily at the sound of her voice. "But why?" A roar erupted, catching Adisen's attention. She looked around in surprise, not understanding what was happening. Why were the test subjects that were supposed to be sleeping going wild like this? Ronal laughed and chatted as if nothing was wrong. "That is your creation." Jirodin looked at her seriously and explained, "Listen closely. Your raw magic has vanished. Dark magic will gradually take control. And this is the result." He observed her confused expression and gently added, "Congratulations. Putting aside the procedural issues, we have succeeded." Adisen felt a dense black orb in her heart, a strange sensation close to her core. Jirodin understood what she wanted to say and explained, "It is pure dark magic at the core. This is the new source of power you need to learn to use." Adisen felt it and stammered, "It is surprising, colder and heavier than regular magic." Zerodin replied, "It might feel intense right now due to the side effects after losing the raw magic." Then he looked at her and advised, "Take your time. Everything will be in your hands. But maybe you won't have any issues." Right. Jeroween turned to look at the creatures in his lab but offered advice from experience. "Take it slow, and you will discover your abilities when awakening dark magic." But now, the birds have landed. At that moment, Ronal approached, half kneeling beside Adesen, saying, "Wait, Professor, let Adisen try first." After speaking, he turned to her, urging her to follow his lead. "Adisen, can you tell the subjects to be quiet?" She did not understand and turned back to ask. He did not answer but continued, "In this state, it should be possible." Although she did not get it, Adisen still moved her lips to comply. Soon after, her command echoed throughout the quiet lab. Jirodin watched the mice in the test tubes fall asleep and exclaimed, "Just like Ronal said, even the big bears can escape. Is this mind manipulation?" He scratched his head, slightly concerned while looking at them. "Normally, brainwashing requires a lot of magic and tools. Yet you managed it with just one sentence. This power seems more dangerous than we thought. Both of them snapped back to reality upon hearing this. Ronald's eyes narrowed. Sharp with insight, he thought to himself that the newfound commanding power was mind control. This is real power. Images of countless people with soulless eyes like puppets flashed in his mind, allowing the user to force a living being to learn and obey their will. If it is just about absorbing will, this would be a good tool for maintaining order. But if the scope is a military unit, he recalls a past life where those people, indifferent to life and death, charged into Ost, becoming a chaotic bunch ready to sacrifice themselves. And the commander showed no hesitation in using them. They were like moths diving into a flame without a shred of rational thought. That day, the group stood on a rocky outcrop in the distance, watching the moths dive into Ost. Edison frowned coldly. Saying nothing, Ronald also fell silent, staring at her back. After a long moment, she resolutely turned away, refusing to look at the horrifying scene anymore. Ronald hesitantly asked, "Is this really the only way?" The commander, her eyes cold as ashes, seemed numb, showing no sign of response.
Yep.
She did not look at Ronald's desperate expression but continued, saying this was the only way to win, so he should give his all until the battle was over. This is Edison pausing for a moment before firmly stating, "The reason we fight is to survive." In that moment, Ronald lowered his gaze at Edison, silently thinking that in the past, she had to become a hard-hearted person. He clenched his fists, wondering what he could do if such a situation repeated itself. Then he looked at her pale face, wondering what the commander would decide. The laboratory suddenly fell silent. Once outside, the clear blue sky eased some of that atmosphere. Ronald and Edison walked through the academy, one after the other. He suddenly exclaimed, "Sister Edison, today really feels like hitting the jackpot." He looped his arms behind his head, smiling as he said, "Not only did I awaken new powers, but I also got to train under the professor personally." Meanwhile, she walked behind, her head down, unable to show her expression. Suddenly he turned back and asked, "What does it feel like to be the future general?" "I can't." But seeing her expression at that moment, he hesitated, correcting himself, realizing she was very confused. Hearing this, Edison lifted her face, her expression filled with confusion as she looked at the dark magic energy radiating from her hands. Suddenly, she spoke, "Ronald, if this power grows stronger, it will affect everyone around." She gazed at the thick strands of dark magic flowing over her hand, asking, "Is it okay to use this dangerous power?" She recalled the feeling from earlier. At first, she was very happy to have new powers because she felt she was getting closer to her dream. Then she remembered the reaction of the creatures in the test tube. Realizing the true nature of this power, her eyes were filled with confusion as she looked at the dark magic. The fear within her grew. The dark magic spread out, wrapping around the two of them. What if one day she used the excuse of the greater good to turn innocent people into puppets and sacrifice them as if it were a matter of course? She feared she might become that. She looked at Ronald's surprised face and exclaimed, "A monster willing to do anything to win." His gaze was filled with surprise as he thought to himself that she had recognized both sides of the power she held. The strategies of the general in his past life were always perfect. His excellent judgment saved countless lives and became a guiding light for them. No one knew that beneath the ships guided by the lighthouse were people slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. But hidden within that was the sacrifice of soldiers controlled by power. That was an undeniable truth. But she had no right to say that the general's path was wrong. Suddenly she called out to him, "Ronald, if that happens." She paused for a moment, looking at him as if needing a promise. "Can you stop me?" Ronald stood in shock, silently listening to her say, "I feel that if you are by my side." Then she smiled brightly like the sun. "I will have the strength to overcome." A gentle breeze blew, seemingly sweeping away the heaviness from before, leaving only her soft words mingling with the wind between them. Just like now. Ronald stood there in silence. After a moment, he gently turned his head, parting his lips to say those words. He lifted his head, turned, and walked straight ahead, as if shedding a part of his burden. "Don't regret it after you succeed. There will be many unforeseen difficulties ahead." Edison looked after his retreating figure in confusion. Is that really true? Since that day, Filion Academy has enjoyed peaceful days. Edison began practicing dark magic with Professor Girardin. At first, she struggled to bind a sparrow, but now, she can control 5 at once and will soon experiment on larger creatures. Brahm still trained diligently as usual. He was drenched in sweat, lifting a heavy barbell while laughing heartily. Today is indeed a good day. Ophelia seemed to have almost vanished during the day. She seemed to really enjoy teaching blood magic to Sita. At that moment, Sita shot a red magic beam, blasting straight toward the armored scarecrow in front and easily blowing it up. Ophelia watched in amazement as the head completely evaporated, exclaiming in awe, "Goodness." She succeeded in using blood bullets on her first try. Then she looked at Sita standing on her hand, praising her. Sita is truly a genius. Hearing this, Sita puffed up with pride. Ophelia joyfully tossed her up and spun around excitedly, wondering what to teach her next. Blood slash for combat or blood mist suitable for mass destruction. Sita responded politely. It seems like I might be a bit too enthusiastic in teaching, but that is all right. We also have peaceful days. At this moment, he was sparring with Chili Fan. He smirked arrogantly, saying, I think I am a bit faster now. You have been secretly training hard. Ah. Chili Fan taunted back. Your swordsmanship has improved too, getting special training from the master. Then his eyes flashed dangerously. But it was not enough. Ronal was not one to fall behind either, his eyes gleaming with a golden light. No matter how hard you try. Next, both separated and continued to exchange blows, neither holding back. I am still better. I am still stronger. Maria stood outside, arms crossed, watching the sword energy flying in the arena with disappointment. How long have those two been fighting? Don't they get tired? She sighed in frustration. If you like fighting, then go to the battlefield. I do not understand why they do it here. Standing next to her, could only chuckle in response. Really, even so. She looked at Ronal's excited expression and said, but that is what makes Ronal so captivating. She smiled calmly, then suddenly turned to ask Al, startling him. Right. Sweetheart. Al awkwardly avoided Maria's gaze, hesitatingly replying, yeah. Ronal is also strong and cool in the countryside. His two fingers fidgeted together, nervously asking, indeed, in Maria's eyes, is he like that too? Just thinking about this possibility made him feel deflated and insecure. Surely everyone likes a reliable person. Seeing this, Maria cheerfully laughed and teased. What is this? Don't tell me you are feeling jealous, cutie. Then she casually leaned her arm on his shoulder and said, anyway, it is really adorable. Don't you worry. No matter what, O will always be number one in my heart. Hearing that, Al panicked, his pupils swirling in confusion. Is that not the case? Maria did not bother with his nonsense anymore and pulled him to turn and leave. Let us continue our practice. Next time we fight Ronal, we have to teach him a lesson he won't forget. After saying this, she looked down at Al and asked, good idea. Right, cutie. Al was now blushing and shyly replied. On another day at the top of the tallest tower at the academy, someone was holding a cup of tea and asking, the professor suddenly called me over. I had a feeling something was up, and my intuition was right. The steam from the tea rose, reflecting the calm face of Ronal. He continued, just smelling this aroma wakens all my senses. Almost like what I enjoyed at the Serenta temple. Ronal looked up at the person in front of him and cautiously asked. He said he would not waste a single leaf until the husband succeeded. Yet now he is brewing tea. Has he finally done it? Professor Varan, he also held a steaming cup of tea, joyfully laughing and saying, it is all thanks to you, Ronalyn. The person in front of him was the professor he had not seen in a long time, Professor Varan Fanazia, advisor to the Special Adventure Club. He gently shook the teacup in his hand and continued, if it were not for the gift you received from Mayor Sarenti. He recalled the day when the young man brought him a whole bag of herbs. Astonished, during the recent adventure in the Vian Mountains, he had not even known of the existence of this herb, let alone how to use it. Sito and Marpet also curiously looked into the teacup. Varen's voice continued to resonate. Although it was very difficult, I successfully grew this herb. He was extremely satisfied at this moment, and was glad that it would help many people. Ronal, hearing this, did not hesitate to give him a round of applause. What great news. He reminisced about the events that had transpired since he entered the academy. From hiding behind Al, when causing trouble with chill fans on their first meeting, cleaning up goblins or defeating a two-headed orge, and even cooperating with Japan to fight against the church. All of it left Varen buried in a pile of tasks. Yet he was not the least bit embarrassed and instead spoke politely. I also want to find a way to repay the professor for helping our club deal with the aftermath of recent events. Ronal laughed cruelly and continued. With this, I can probably safely cause some more trouble. Varen heard that and lightly cleared his throat, sweating as he said, that is a bit tricky. He looked at the two little creatures playing on the table and continued. Anyway, the reason I called you here today is for something else. I have finally received a response. After he finished speaking, he handed you a scroll of paper. Everything you have been through, and the connection between Sarenti and that ring all leads to a place you want to go to discover your fate, the Dawn Tower. It is a grand and mysterious tower standing proud amidst the ocean. Ronal took the scroll from Varen's hand along with the good news that they had agreed to let him go there. He was so happy to hear this, exclaiming, awesome. He then eagerly looked at him and said continuously, this is great. I can wait to uncover the truth. But Varen cut through his excitement in a serious tone. Don't get too excited and be careful. He frowned, looking at him seriously. Due to the recent unfortunate events, the situation there is quite chaotic. Then, Varen suddenly shifted to another topic. And Ronalyn, you won't be going alone. The tour to the Dawn Tower is also organized for the elite students of the magic department at the same time. As he spoke, the scene shifted to the back of a girl. The words on the paper read, "Adezen loves." It mentioned that a classmate would accompany you. The face of the mischievous Ed appeared on the page, filled with lines of love. On a beautiful sunny day, with clear skies, a luxurious white ship adorned with golden patterns was floating. That spaceship was enormous. Headed toward the Dawn Tower in the west, Bet was sitting alone sipping tea inside the cabin when she looked up in surprise at the person who approached and asked, "What are you doing here?" She suspiciously called out his name. Ronald. He walked over, smiling politely to greet her. Professor Varen was right. It had been a while since they last met. Ib suddenly paused and began to tease with a smirk. "Oh no. I should call you R instead." "Right." Zeb felt embarrassed and annoyed. Snapping back, "Don't call me that. That nickname is only for Sister Adan." Then she realized and angrily changed the topic. "Wait. Answer my question first." Ronald naturally pulled out the chair opposite her and casually said, "What do you want to ask?" "The spaceship only has one destination." "Of course. We are going to the Dawn Tower to work." Zebet found it hard to believe and ask, "A guy from the swordsmanship department, like you, has business at the magic tower. Isn't TL always by your side?" He calmly looked at her and replied, "Well, you know my situation is a bit complicated. I intended to take Al along if the timing was right." He recalled the confused look on his face that day, both shy and evasive, and continued, "But he said he wanted to focus on training with Maria." He then looked at her and asked, "By the way, why are you sitting here all alone? The other first-year students are elsewhere." The professor said some students from the magic department would join. Ibi heard this and arrogantly scoffed in response. "Of course, I am going alone." She was thinking about the Dawn Tower with a fire phoenix and explained it. The Dawn Tower is famous for its fire magic, and only the top 10 students in the fire magic class get the chance to visit. She said this with a smug laugh, continuing, "That is a condition that other first-year students, except me, the top of the magic department, could never dream of, so I am enjoying my time reflecting alone." Ronald, hearing this, did not hesitate to expose her. "So you do not have any friends? Ah, that is why you are sitting alone." Then he smiled generously, saying, "Well then, come with me for some fun. I am also going alone, so I will make it special for you." Zibit's face turned purple with anger, her eyes wide as if they would burst. Immediately after, her scream of rage echoed throughout the spaceship. "Who would want to hang out with you?" But at that moment, it seemed something outside the spaceship was targeting them. Iba's scream rang out again. No need for that. The flag bearing the dog symbol was fluttering in the wind. The spaceship continued straight towards the Dawn Tower, while a sigh echoed inside. Truly helpless. Speaking of the scene where other students were gathering in the Grand Hall, that person complained about how they were about to set foot in the famous Dawn Tower yet were still casually chatting. Some even wondered out loud when they would arrive. Others were playing cards, spending their time thinking of a few less-known magic questions. Just looking at it was exhausting. Zebet lightly brushed her hair aside and disdainfully continued, "That is why I can't stand being around mediocre people." She slightly turned her head to look back at him and asked, "You think so too, Ronald?" He crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, "Oh no, I do not think so." Hearing this, Zeb got excited and turned back. "Of course you do. You are the only one I acknowledge in this academy." After thinking of Adan, she recalled the time he fought with Chili and felt delighted, noting his impressive achievements lately, like embarrassing that arrogant grandeur in front of everyone. Or even when he took down Athan and helped the Holy Sword in thwarting the terrorist plot of the Dark Path cult. It seems those accomplishments reached the royal family, so our Akalia family is very interested in you. She was excitedly recounting his exploits but suddenly remembered something. Iba recalled giving him a family emblem during their first meeting. She immediately shouted angrily, questioning him, "By the way, when are you finally going to respond to my invitation? Do you know how many months it has been? Don't tell me you are still considering joining Akalia." Then she continuously threw out more lines. "This is a golden opportunity. Just join our family, and you will be set immediately." Ronald listened, breaking into a cold sweat, thinking, why is she talking so much when I said I did not need a friend? While he could not directly say he was considering it, he decided to change the subject. He thought to act on it, clapped once, and smiled, saying, "By the way, since we are on that topic, can I ask you something? Why do you like Sister Aiden so much?" Zibet shivered and fell silent as soon as he asked. She stammered in confusion, "What? Why are you suddenly asking that?" Ronald replied, "I am really curious. Although Sister Adezen is very prominent now." He paused for a moment, recalling Adezen's gentle yet reserved expression. But by her standards, Sister Aiden during her repeat year was not even considered normal. let alone talented, yet you cherish her so much. So I think you must have seen something different in her. Zebet listened to him, remaining silent for a long time. As the gentle light from the window illuminated the boat, she slowly said, "Of course." Zeb lowered her head, her eyes now softer than ever. Sister Adison has always been different from everyone else. She began to reminisce about the past. The first time I met her was not long after I enrolled at Filion. I went to the library to find materials, but ended up wandering around with Lack and Lang. The first person to come and guide me was Sister Adison. At that time, she was leading Ebe while chatting. I had watched her performance during the entrance exam. Ebe showcased her powerful skills and subdued her opponent with her staff. It is unbelievable that she achieved such accomplishments as a first-year student. Adison smiled, slightly tilting her head as she looked. I was dumbfounded watching that. And she thought to herself, "Here we go again with these cliché compliments." Her eyes reflected deep thoughts. After those praises, they always added, "It is no surprise given the blood of the Akalusia clan. The innate talent is truly admirable." It sounds like a compliment, but underlying it is contempt. They belittle all my achievements, claiming it is just luck to justify their mundane lives. This girl is no different. Just as she thought that, Adison suddenly spoke. "That is truly admirable. I can't imagine how hard you must have worked to achieve that." She gently turned to look at her, smiling. "Those achievements at such a young age. I think you must have struggled a lot." Hearing those words really left me amazed. She lifted her head, staring at Adison without saying anything. Seeing this, she awkwardly explained, "Of course. Someone like me can fully understand your feelings. But if you ever feel too tired and want to talk to someone, just come find me. Although I can't help much. As a scene, I can listen to your thoughts." Ebe's face turned even redder as she listened. She said nothing, just gazed at Adison with sparkling eyes, listening to her kind words. Even now, thinking back to that day still brings her excitement. A cherished memory for her. I can't fully express the emotions from that day, but more importantly, "Sister Adan," Ebet exclaimed, covering her face. "So beautiful." Ronald, witnessing her reaction, was left speechless, falling back into the web of love while reminiscing about Adison. Her long black hair flowing like silk, tall and elegant. Who could possibly compare to her? The more she talked, the more excited she became. Just thinking about it made her happy. "I miss you so much, Adan." Ronald, hearing this, turned pale, thinking to himself, why are Chile fans and this girl such geniuses? He sighed and leaned back in his chair. But whatever. While he was still thinking how beneficial this relationship would be for Adan in the future, a breeze suddenly stirred outside the spaceship. Just as he thought that was enough, it felt like something was rushing toward the spaceship. Ronald seemed to sense it too. His eyes widened, cutting through his thoughts. Then he stood up and shouted, "Stop chatting. Get up." Pulling out her staff. Zebet was still daydreaming, not understanding what he was saying. What are you talking about?" However, he hurriedly urged. There was no time to explain. "Hurry up." He felt that thing was very close to the tip of the ship now. Something was approaching. Suddenly, a bright red beam shot out from inside the ship's cabin. Ronald quickly tucked her arm and stepped onto the bow of the ship, her voice filled with panic. Abet, frightened, almost cried out loudly. "How dare you be so rude? Don't treat me like a sack, Ronalyn. You need to be polite to women." Ronald did not react to her. He stared ahead and asked in a deep voice, "Can you use telekinesis to lift someone? It is coming. Get ready." They were standing at the bow of the ship. A red light was getting closer. Yet still unaware, Zebet asked in confusion, "What do you mean something is coming? I only see clouds." She complained, but then suddenly stopped, her eyes wide in shock at something. A gigantic fireball had completely obscured the sky in front of them. Zebet, still hanging on Ronald, stammered in disbelief. After regaining her senses, she screamed at the giant fireball. But now the fireball, several times larger than the spaceship, was just a few meters away. Zebet gasped, kneeling down, asking what magic could be used for aerial defense in war. Where did that come from? Ronald calmly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. "You know what to do without me saying it." He resolutely drew his sword. "Then I will count on you." He immediately shot up without hesitation, with Yvette's surprised voice calling his name from behind. But she was from a prominent family, and the top student of the first year in the magic department. So she quickly reacted, raising her staff, acting on her own, an invisible hand. A wave of purple magic instantly surrounded Ronald's body. A thick aura of magic enveloped his feet as well. He took a deep breath and leaped out of the spaceship, charging straight into the fireball. Facing it now felt like a grasshopper trying to kick a truck. Yet he remained determined, swinging his sword, a vibrant red magic radiating from him. His eyes filled with killing intent. The blade, infused with hellish magic, sliced through the air as he unleashed hundreds of strikes, covering the entire fireball. Each slash immediately shattered the fireball into hundreds of pieces. However, the fragments created hundreds of thousands of smaller fireballs. Ronald gritted his teeth in horror as he looked back. Damn it. More fragments than I expected. They are all headed straight for the spaceship at this rate. The spaceship? Just then, the falling fireballs seemed to be halted by something. Ronald sensed it too and gasped in surprise. What kind of power is that? From beneath the spaceship, its arrogant voice echoed, "Do you really think I can't handle these fragments?" She was surrounded by a dense array of missiles, powerful magic streaming from her. Her expression completely transformed. This is the head of the Illusia Magic Department. The falling fireballs were completely neutralized, restoring the clear blue sky. Ronald scoffed in admiration. Truly the lady of the Akalusia family. She is not just for show. He then excitedly waved in the air, cheering her on. Outstanding. Elizabeth. Hearing this, screamed in fury. I told you not to call me that. Even as he landed, he could still hear her chanting. But Ronald shrugged it off, thinking, somehow, we made it through. He lowered his eyes in contemplation. But for a welcoming ceremony, this felt excessive. The Dawn Tower gradually came into view, and he wondered, what on earth is happening? The spaceship finally reached the sky above the tower, in the Dawn Magic Tower. Just then, a magical circle appeared at the top of the tower, and a voice echoed through the air. Hello, can you hear me? As soon as it sensed the spaceship approaching, the voice excitedly shouted, Are you okay? We have confirmed that the spell that brought down an aerial vehicle was cast by the magic tower. Ronald looked down in astonishment, wondering, wide area communication magic inside the tower. A short-haired figure silently watched the spaceship through the window. Meanwhile, the apologetic voice continued to echo in the air. However, it was not intentional. It was just an unfortunate accident. The voice from the magical circle continued to explain. We took safety measures to the best of our ability, so please feel free to land. We want to apologize directly and explain what happened. The spaceship finally landed, and the students began to step outside. They were still in shock, discussing what had just happened. What was that fireball that flew towards us? Why did this happen at the Dawn Magic Tower? Another student asked. But who handled it? Is it alright if we keep going like this? Just then, Bet's voice suddenly rang out. It is so disappointing that one of the 5 most magnificent magic towers has caused such a strange accident. Without any explanation, she coldly tossed her hair and issued an ultimatum. I will have my family file a complaint. Ronald stood calmly beside her. I understand why you are angry, he said seriously, but let us hear them out first. I think I might have an idea of what happened. He recalled his conversation with Varen before coming here. Professor, what do you mean? The reason why the Dawn Magic Tower has not allowed anyone to visit until now. Is it because of those bastards? Varen nodded in affirmation. Then he mentioned Du Lan. You know more about this than I do. At that time, Chile Fan had come out to deal with him. After the attack on the academy and infiltrating the Granja family, the entire kingdom began searching for the church. Varen continued in a deep voice. In the meantime, the Dawn Magic Tower also conducted an internal investigation. We managed to identify 3 members of the church soon after. But things did not go as planned. The mages had surrounded those 3 church members before they could be captured. The church members made an extreme choice, causing their eyes, mouth, and nose to emit light as they used self-destruction magic. The mages there immediately created protective barriers. Thankfully, the mages reacted quickly, so there were no casualties. However, that explosion was truly horrific. The land near the magic tower was devastated. Varen looked at him and said, although it has stabilized now, you still need to be careful. Ronald, he frowned seriously and warned, we do not know why they infiltrated this place, but their plan has failed. The danger is still present. Standing before the grand door of the Dawn Tower, his mind still echoed with his last words. He reached out to grip the hilt of his sword, thinking this was just a guess. But it is highly likely the church is involved. He thought of that fireball. Too coincidental and sudden. It can't be just a coincidence. His fingers curled tightly. If I discover anything suspicious, I must. Just then, the large door swung open, cutting off his train of thought. A gust of wind rushed out from inside, accompanied by a coarse shout. Damn it. That person rushed out quickly, flustered, saying, sorry to have kept you waiting. As soon as they got out, that person immediately bowed deeply, loudly apologizing for the difficulties they had to endure. He sincerely continued, the master of the Dawn Magic Tower is not here, so a gun fella will represent the tower master. His expression was a shen, gritting his teeth in remorse, delivering a heartfelt apology. This person is a gunfi, the deputy master of the Dawn Magic Tower. Ronald was taken aback to see him, his eyes wide open staring at him. Is this person really here? He recalled that in his previous life, the most famous person in the kingdom for fire magic was the firebard Agun Fi. Now that he saw him here, did he come from the Dawn Tower? Ag was still earnestly apologizing. I have shared everything about the current situation. But shamefully, we still have not found anything inside the tower. Everyone is focused on the investigation. But one thing I am sure of is that we have obtained the mana signature we believe belongs to the culprit in the launch chamber. Based on the blue magical orb inside the tower, we are checking all the members of the magic tower, so the perpetrator will be caught soon. Then he bent down again. Of course, we will compensate for the losses you incurred during the repairs, and of course, we will strengthen internal security and ensure that there won't be any issues with our field chip plan. The students, seeing his sincerity, began to calm down. Let us ease the anger. If a gun fella says so, then it is fine. All right. Fair enough. Even the person who was just angry enough to threaten a lawsuit now looks astonished. Not believing that a mage like Aegon fella would personally apologize, she cleared her throat and awkwardly said, if he is that sincere, I guess trusting him once is okay. Ronald, standing next to her, did not say a word. He was still quietly observing Aegon. Is Aegon fella really trustworthy? He was on the battlefield during the fight against Os. Buying time for everyone, he was one of the frontline soldiers. In the battle against Os, when human lives hung by a thread, he burned his own body to save his comrades, until his own life turned to dust and vanished. He never hesitated even once. His hand slowly released the hilt of his sword. Right. There is no way he would side with them. I need to look elsewhere. Suddenly, Aegon's voice echoed towards them. Both of them having just prevented the fireball earlier. He placed his hand on his chest, bowing his head in gratitude. To the magic tower. We owe you both a lot. We never expected you two would still be students. He looked at their surprised faces and continued. On behalf of the Tower Master, I want to express my heartfelt thanks. Ron Albert, upon hearing his name from him, could not believe it and pointed at himself. You know me? It makes sense for being from the Akalusia clan. But why would he know me? Hearing this, chuckled and explained. No need to be surprised. I have heard your name from Filion. He then turned and led them inside. Please follow me. I want to show you a bit of my appreciation and talk a little. They followed him to a vast hall. As they walked, Egg said, I will give you a brief introduction to this place. The two of them, upon entering, could not help but stare in amazement. This is the center of the Dawn Magic Tower, where we research magic. He was very proud of what was here. Introducing the main hall of the Magic Research Tower. The mages were all busy running back and forth. Any results on the mana contrast from the guys in Zone C yet? They said it would be ready in about 30 minutes. Seeing the scene, smiled and said, it is beautiful, but given the current situation, it is a bit chaotic here. It is usually not like this. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed along with urgent shouts. Everyone, hurry up. We need to check the other magical artifacts. There, observing quietly, but suddenly exclaimed, after meeting them, I understand why the tower that represents law is one of the 5 top law towers. The mages here are all enveloped in powerful mana. I never expected them all to be level 4 mages or higher, ready for battle at any moment. Ronald noticed this too. Definitely not ordinary people. But he also sensed the distant gazes watching them from afar. The problem is, the atmosphere is not exactly welcoming. The mages he mentioned are quietly exchanging words in the shadows. Why is this happening? Isn't it because of the Tower Master? I wonder when we will be able to go home. All those eyes are glaring at them with hostility. Is it okay to let outsiders in right now? Someone just went missing. I can reveal that clue. If the information leaks, I am done. And Ronald could feel it too. Why does it feel like we have gotten into trouble? Then Aegon led them up a long spiral staircase. What he felt made him wonder if he could lift the curse here. The corner of the staircase. The silhouette of a short-haired person holding a rabbit whispered again. See now, her master murmured emotionlessly. At your command. I will light a fire for you. Sen's eyes shone dangerously at the two of them. Recalling Akaluxia's death, the sky outside the Dawn Tower was beautifully clear. Sunlight streamed through every window. Ronald and Ebet sat opposite Aegon in the office. He began discussing the fireball incident. The atmosphere here, coupled with what the deputy tower master said, clearly pointed to an accident. Zippet anxiously glanced at the speaker beside him. Still puzzled, why could not anyone handle that fireball? That statement felt like a direct challenge to a gun. He looked at the resigned expression on the man's face and continued. If it were the deputy tower master, you could have dealt with it before it got close to the spaceship. Aegon was silent for a moment, reluctantly admitting it. You are right. He leaned both hands on the table and said seriously, even if it was not me, the mages of the Dawn Tower could have dealt with it as soon as they detected it. If they could detect it. Ronald was astonished when he heard the last part. Feeling a chill run down his spine, he asked curiously, what do you mean? An also looked up seriously in the stunned gaze of the two. He revealed a shocking piece of information. No one in our mage tower noticed that fireball until it hit the spaceship. Zibet trembled and asked, "That is ridiculous. Did not anyone see such a powerful fireball?" Then she turned seriously to him and said, "Ronan, if this is true, it could be a more serious issue than we thought." He asked back, confused. What did she mean? Zibet thought of a possibility that even Aegon might have overlooked. The only explanation for deceiving everyone is that someone has used wide-reaching concealment magic here. She pondered, stroking her chin as she continued to analyze. Moreover, even a 7-circle mage like Agonfella could not detect it. It could only be the Empire's singular 9-circle Grand Mage. Ronal was stunned upon hearing this name, wondering what the soul could mean. The figure of the old man briefly flashed in his mind. The old man had sealed one of the 3 giants in his previous life. He rested his arms on his thighs, thinking quietly that since he was his teammate until the end, he surely was not the culprit behind this. But if the enemy possessed strength comparable to his, the more they considered such a possibility, the heavier the atmosphere around them became. Noticing this, awkwardly tried to reassure them, urging them to stay calm. He forced a smile to ease their emotions. We still do not have enough evidence. And it is also possible they used some other method rather than magic. However, then he narrowed his eyes, exuding a murderous intent as he said, "Moreover, if any threat to the mage tower is detected," a pair of blazing wings unfurled, revealing the silhouette of a fire phoenix behind on. He said in a deep voice, "I will personally incinerate them." Outside the mage tower, dozens of other fire phoenixes soared through the sky. Shortly after, Agun regained his composure and flashed a warm smile at the 2 of them. "Please do not worry," Ronal replied calmly. "If the Vice Tower Master has said so." Agun did not wait for him to finish, suddenly clapping his hands and continuing, "And besides, I also want to give you 2 a gift." Roland Ebet looked at him in surprise, and he asked, "A gift?" He continued, "I have prepared gifts based on what I have heard about you 2. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, conjuring a beautiful flame. "First, for you, the top student in this class, a gunfellow will personally guide you in fire magic." He looked at her beaming face and happily said, "I will teach you spells that are rarely seen even in Phil, hoping it will be of help to you." Then he handed a green scroll to Ronal. Says, "Ronal, I heard that you often go to dangerous places due to your club activities. So I have prepared something more practical." I began to explain about this. "This is a scroll containing high-level fire magic. It will assist you in critical situations." Ronal was delighted to hear this and responded happily, "Thank you, Vice Tower Master. I have been wanting something like this." After giving him the scroll, he looked at him and continued, "And I hear your purpose for coming here, Ronal, is to find books and ways to break curses." He proactively mentioned the library of the Dawn Tower. "The library of our mage tower is the largest in the Empire, so finding books won't be easy. Someone is currently inventorying the books. So to make it easier for you to find information, a blonde girl is floating in the library. I have instructed our librarian to assist you." The sky slowly began to darken, and the moonlight shone through the skylight. Ronal walks alone in the tower. He looks at Saranta's ring and murmurs, "The librarian. I wonder what kind of person they are." Sarant had specifically instructed him to find this person, suggesting they were quite close. He imagines the librarian's appearance and wonders, could they be serious and rigid? Well, if they are a friend of Sarant, they could be an elf. He stands in the empty grand hall and says, "But it seems like they are here," when suddenly a voice from behind interrupts. "Excuse me." The person speaks softly, inquiring about the Vice Tower Master. He hears the voice and turns around. "Are you Ronal?" The girl in front of him, with golden hair, hovers slightly in the air and bows her head, saying, "I will guide you today." She then lifts her face, smiling warmly as she introduces herself. "The librarian of the Dawn Library." He politely responds, pleased to meet her. After saying that, he falls silent and gazes at her waist. He forces a smile, thinking, it is impossible to predict this. After a moment, he finally asks, "May, is there another librarian here? Like, maybe an elf or a dying sorcerer?" He looks puzzled but replies, "I am the only librarian of the Dawn Library for a long time." Then she curiously asks, "Why do you ask?" At the same time, Ronal extends his fist. He lets see Saranta's ring glowing with blue mana in his palm. Does she recognize this ring? He looks at the ring in his hand and explains, "My friend, the owner of this ring, said that if it is a librarian here, they would recognize it immediately. Upon seeing it, is taken aback for a moment, then rushes closer, exclaiming loudly, 'Oh my god, this is Saranta's ring.'" Her eyes widen with excitement. How long has it been since she last saw this item? As Ronal observes her reaction, he thinks, no need to ask anything more. Right. It is clear she is thrilled to see the ring. Suddenly, he raises her head, frowning as she questions him. But how did he get it? He scratches his face, avoiding her gaze, hesitantly saying, Well, it is a long story, but he interrupts, her voice sharp. This ring is very precious to Saren. Her expression tightens, her eyes flashing dangerously, making it clear it is not something to be casually handed to others. Immediately, the atmosphere around he intensifies, directed at Ronald, catching him off guard. She glares once more, the killing intent radiating strongly, her voice incredibly imposing. You must tell the truth. With no other choice, Ronald reluctantly takes a defensive stance. What is this? Before him looms the shadow of a gigantic wolf behind E. The wolf's eyes blaze with fury alongside his voice. If the wolf bares its sharp teeth at him, he would be accused of harming her to steal the ring. The wolf lets out a terrifying howl, exuding a strong killing intent. He looks down at Ronald and yells, "Then you must pay the price." Ronald assessed the situation, squinting as he thought. I do not know the relationship between this librarian and Sar, but it seems complicated. He gradually relaxed his grip on the sword. But one thing was certain, seeing her angry face. This girl was very concerned about Sar. He seemed to have made a judgment and lowered his weapon, raising his hands in surrender, apologizing for making her misunderstand. He raised his empty hands, looked up at her, and spoke in a conciliatory tone. If it were me, when a stranger suddenly appears and presents something from an acquaintance, I would draw my sword right away too. He looked at her seriously with a sincere gaze. I will explain everything clearly. Can you listen to me? After a bit of back and forth explaining, she finally calmed down. You mean she summarized Ronald's account? While he was participating in the club's activities, he accidentally met Saranti, became close, collaborated, and defeated a church assassin together. Has someone recently been causing trouble for our magic tower? Ronald replied, that is right. She looked at the ring on her finger and continued speaking. Then it makes sense that he gave you this ring. If you had used force to take it, you would not know about my relationship with him. At this point, Ronald also smiled with relief. That is exactly what I wanted to say. Without this incident, how could I have gotten this precious ring? You know it is different from appearances. He is a very fierce elf. She suddenly recalled the image of Sarenton and could not argue back. It is... After everything, she finally bowed her head and apologized to Ronald. This is clearly my fault. I sincerely apologize to you. Ronald. I did not verify properly and showed disrespect to Sarenton's friend. Ronald hurriedly waved his hand to accept the apology. It is... Let us just move on. I also made a mistake by not explaining. He recalled her earlier excited expression and curiously asked, but how do you know Sarenty? It seems like your relationship with him is not simple at all. Your mana looks like a wolf. Saying this, he hesitated to probe further. Could it be you? At that moment, the wolf head appeared again. Are you a spirit? She did not deny it. That is right. It seems you figured it out right away. As for my relationship with Sarenty, you could say we are teacher and student. I have learned a lot from him. I remember meeting him a few hundred years ago. At that time, I was going through erratic emotions and dissatisfaction with everything in life. Back then, I was still in the form of a wolf. I wandered around and caused a lot of trouble. I deliberately sought out places with many people to stir up trouble, or to seize their lands for my territory. Back then, I was very naive and thought there was nothing wrong with my actions. After all, no one could stop me, until one day, a calm person walked up to her and said, "Oh my. I have heard there is a wolf that disturbs its neighbors." Sarenty smiled gently at her. So it was you. And that is when I met Sarent. At that time, she was bristling with vigilance, glaring at him. What, old man? Get lost. This is my territory. Sarenty summoned his magic and simply said, I. Immediately, a massive wave of magic surrounded him. It was so powerful that it shattered the surrounding earth and debris was swept away. Please, just come with me. He kept smiling gently, extending his hand, and softly said, if possible, I do not want to hurt you. At that moment, she was terrified, her eyes wide, nearly popping out as he urged. Could you cooperate with me a little? Eventually, she transformed into a trembling human form and grasped his hand. And so, I followed Sarenta to the Dawn Magic Tower, where he held the position of the top mage at that time. Ronald, hearing this, was astonished and asked back, wait, Sarenta was the top mage here. You cleared his throat. Proudly boasting, he was the only one who did not use fire magic yet became the top mage. That alone shows how powerful he was. She continued, bragging. Of course. Back then, I did not care how amazing he was. I just wanted to find a way to escape. At that time, Sarenti taught me the first steps to become a spirit magician. But he never gave up on guiding me and taught me many things. That gentle expression of his remained etched in Yo's mind. He taught me that those who only rely on strength to prove themselves will eventually meet someone stronger and be defeated. You always looked at him with admiration and respect. He taught me that to live an upright life, one must learn to harmonize with everything around and have a loving heart. The bond between the two of them was truly warm. Thanks to Sarenta's teachings, I could become who I am today. Since that day, I followed his guidance and became the librarian of this place, while also protecting it. Then, you smiled and happily said to him, "But Sarent must be very busy. That is why I have to hear about him from you." Ronald. Hearing this, gasped in surprise, he hesitated, speechless, making her look at him with confusion. About that, Ronald suddenly fell silent, lowering his gaze as if deep in thought. He remembered Sarent's last gentle appearance. If it were him, he would not want his loved ones to be saddened. Right. Finally, he decided to hide this matter and pretended to cheerfully say, "Yeah, that is right. You know it too. Right, that Sarent is very devoted to the god named Sen. So he told me to let you know that it might be hard to reach him for a while." You calmly replied, "He is still the same as before." She looked at the ring that was glowing and emanating a gentle magic. "But I am not sad. As long as he does not forget me, I am already very happy." Just as she finished speaking, the ring suddenly shone brightly. Ronald stared at it in amazement. This ring on Yo's hand has transformed into a beautiful bracelet adorned with green gemstones. The shape of the ring has changed. Through the gap in the bookshelf, only a blinding cluster of light can be seen. Ronald voiced his suspicion. "What is that?" A book with a strange eye on the shelf is staring at them. That gaze seemed fixated, as if it had seen something it could not tear its eyes away from. 3 days later, although the people in the magic tower were still busy, no further incidents occurred. Thanks to that, I could leisurely delve deeper into my curse. Ronald lamented while buried in books. "This is so frustrating." He sat biting his pen, reading while complaining. "These books really seem endless." You flew over to check on him. "Ronald, have you made any progress?" He looked up to greet her. He put the book down and turned to face her. "I still have not found any clues about the curse in my body, but I think I have learned more about related concepts." He recalled how strict you had been with him a few days ago, all thanks to her teaching him about the properties of curses tirelessly for 3 days. Ronald, now dazed, said with sunken cheeks, "But the more I learn, the more complicated everything gets. And I just want to give up." You could only smile gently in response, acknowledging the difficulties in studying curses. Then she asked, "Do you have any questions about the book you are reading?" "I actually have some spare time right now." Ronald blurted out, "Oh really?" Then he started flipping through the book on the table and said, "I do have something I want to ask, because something caught my attention earlier." You also looked at him expectantly. "Where is it?" However, the 3 words forbidden book made her eyes widen. Ronald continued. Bazura instantly made the room's atmosphere feel frozen. After a long pause without a response from you, he asked suspiciously, "Why are you so silent? Is there something even you do not know?" Suddenly, you interrupted him. "Ronald," she leaned in, grabbing his shoulder, her expression darkening as she coldly questioned, "How do you know that name? Have you secretly entered the forbidden book section?" Ronald was bewildered by the question. The forbidden book section. I did not even know such a place existed. He then explained to her that it had been mentioned several times in the books she brought him, which was why he asked, regaining her composure, glanced at the pile of books and muttered, "The books I brought you. How could that be?" She began channeling magic to examine each book, confidently stating that it could not be true. You flipped through all of them as if to prove her point. "The books I gave you would never mention that name. Not a single book." Ronald stood up in shock, hurriedly explaining, "Wait. What are you talking about? I only saw it mentioned on this one page. But when you opened it, it was just a blank sheet of paper. Has it disappeared?" She crossed her arms and frowned at him, coldly speculating, "Ronald, the reason Sarent wanted you here can't just be because I am the librarian of this place." Her eyes sparkled with a sharp glare at him. "The Dawn Magic Tower has more books on curses than anywhere else, and knowledge and curses have accumulated a lot here. But even in this vast library, you cannot carelessly mention the name Bazurara. I think of the book bound with chains, sealing away an eye. Bazura is the most forbidden and wicked book. It is said that a demon wrote it, under the purple torches. Those who touch the book will gain endless power along with a destructive instinct." A man with a silver-white beard appeared in the past, in the midst of a peaceful dynasty. It pushed a kingdom to the brink of destruction. The man is chained somewhere, or is the conclusion of the story. That is the book called The Destructive Bazura. Aegon coldly glanced at the man in front of him. His footsteps were very steady. "This is a necessary decision for the dawn of tomorrow." Then Aegon's expression darkened as he turned to leave. "Forget about the man in chains. I trust you will understand." The man bowed his head, unable to show his expression. The moment Aegon's last words echoed, the old man's face also darkened. Luxi Zane, master of the magic tower. The books were floating throughout the library due to his magic. She gently waved her finger, calmly explaining, "The forbidden section of the Dawn Library, used to seal Bazura along with many other forbidden books." The books followed her hand, stacking on Ronald's table. Saranta asked a spirit like me to take on the librarian role here, because he needed someone who would not be tempted by the power of the forbidden book to protect this place. You suddenly frowned in anger. But unexpectedly, Ronald uttered the name Bazura, one of the most notorious forbidden texts. She looked at him and continued, after the incident of Nebula's suicide. The disappearance that happened right after was also significant. All these strange situations finally made Ronald suddenly cut her off. Wait a minute. He looked at her darkened face, inquiring, are you saying the current disappearance happened right after they committed the act of terrorism? You bowed her head and replied, yep. It was a very significant event, so I remember it clearly. Images of other wizards laughing in the library began to appear in her mind, alongside all the missing people. She remembered the faces of those people very well, because they were all ones who had helped me with my librarian duties. As soon as the disappearance happened, I searched everywhere in the magic tower, but I could not find any trace of them anywhere. Ronald broke out in a cold sweat, looking at her in astonishment, as if they had all vanished into thin air. He fell into a deep silence, pondering whether disappearing without a trace here was truly feasible. It felt like waiting after a suicide. He thought of the church that had destroyed itself in this dawn tower. Perhaps that suicide was merely a ploy to deceive everyone. Night gradually descended, and through the thickening smoke, golden magical circles began to appear on the ground. Zbet stood with her staff on one of the circles that was emerging from the fog. She was incredibly excited about her achievement. The perpetrator had boldly utilized the power of mind manipulation beyond limits. Lord Agunfela's fire magic was in a completely different league. She looked down at the magic circle she created and said, just by applying that theory, the mana consumption has significantly decreased. I never expected to create such a beautiful spell formula. The circle gradually faded away. I truly wanted to invite Lord Akaluya to join, but that seems unlikely, does not it? Because that person had already bet everything on magic. Zeb sighed as she stretched her arms. Given the situation, during the remaining time of the semester, it seemed there was no choice but to learn as much as possible. Yet, in the empty arena, she suddenly uttered something perplexing, but her gaze was solemn, hiding and concealing herself silently. Just then, surge of magical energy wrapped around the neck of some hooded figure. Ibet raised her staff from a distance, grabbing the hidden figure in midair. Then, she coldly pulled that person in front of her and demanded, who are you? Her eyes glinted with murderous intent as she stared at him. Do you think you can spy on me by using invisibility magic to hide your tracks? No matter which assassin clan you come from, you won't escape my gaze. As Ibet spoke, her hand suddenly froze around the collar of that person. Wait! She pictured the missing persons, notices of the wizards in the Dawn Tower. The one she had seen on the Magic Tower's bulletin board. She remembered his youthful, radiant smiling face. But now he was like someone who had been lost for years. One of the missing. Just as she was pressing him, she asked, what are you doing here? A loud explosion suddenly rang out behind her and that guy. The blast created a whirlwind of fire that sent debris flying into the air. Dust filled the arena, and a hand emerged from the smoke. As the dust settled, it revealed three hooded figures resembling the one Zeb had grabbed. One of them had a cold, cruel gaze fixated on her. Immediately, something black and burning charged toward them from the opposite side. The leader of the three quickly raised his hand to create a magical barrier to block it. The black object crashed into the barrier and flew high. Then, black smoke fell right behind them. From his side, a figure slowly approached, mocking him. I thought you wanted to save your teammate, so I returned them. But she glanced at the charred figure lying on the ground, voice filled with regret. It does not seem very welcome. A hooded figure silently listened to her, instead carrying out such tense attacks. Zebet, with a murderous expression and staff in hand, had flickering flames lighting up behind her. You started this first. Suddenly, she squinted, staring intently at the person in front of her, deep in thought. First, let me ask a question. I completely do not understand what is going on here. She scrutinized the faces of the two hooded figures, all familiar faces she had seen on the bulletin board some time ago. I heard that no one knew why the predecessors of the Magic Tower disappeared without a trace. Zeb leaned his staff on his shoulder, casually asking, are you attacking me? Around her, a thin layer of magical power enveloped her. She looked at the hooded figure. Leading off, among all the things I can grasp, you are the most mysterious. Why are you in that group? The three sisters of the Granja family. That person was the short-haired one who had mysteriously observed them since its appearing in the sky of the Magic Tower. Sent Grania. Her eyes were now lifeless, like a puppet being controlled. Sen remained silent, not saying a word. Zebet continued, noticing that their reactions seemed difficult to respond to. Well, that is fine. She began channeling fire magic into her staff. I also want to try applying the formula learned from Aegon Fella in real combat. Immediately, dozens of magical circles, like those during practice, appeared all around her. There are so many applications I want to experiment with. Right, everyone. Please remember that Ebba's face right now is hidden in the flames, revealing a look of intense anticipation and excitement. Don't rush and get burnt too quickly. As she finished speaking, a massive fire tornado swept all the rocks and dirt towards them with terrifying force. However, the three of them stood firm, unflinching, ready to face her attack. The fire tornado was getting closer and closer. Two of them immediately knelt down, placing their hands on the ground together to create a shield. The ground in front of them was completely shattered by the power of the flames. The massive fire tornado was right in front of them. Moments later, both forces collided. The two who created the shield looked up in disbelief, witnessing the scene before them with astonishment. The notion that Akalusia would become a new function was not an exaggeration. The power surpassing level 4 of this magic circle could not last long. After saying this, he frowned and turned to look at the person behind him. Granger, are you ready? Let us ignite. After that long shout from him, Sen raised her hand, conjuring a powerful fire spear. Her eyes were wide and devoid of emotion. Sen shouted, "Once the fire spear is ready, launch it forward with all your strength." The ground below its path cracked under its force. The sharp tip of the spear pierced through the lingering flames from the previous impact. It shot toward Bet at an incredible speed. His expression was dark, showing no emotion, only a softly spoken remark full of disdain. "What is this?" As she finished speaking, the spear was right in front of her. Yet she remained calm, not even blinking. Zeb casually extended his hand, smiling as he accepted the spear, even mocking it with a few words. "Is this really not worth the firewood? The magic looks flashy at first glance. Is this really the outcome? What a disappointment." Hearing her words, as was in disbelief, her face frozen in shock. After she easily dispelled the attack, she used her staff to create a spear exactly like the purple flames. "Now, this is how I will retaliate." She gestured widely and said she would show them not just one spear. Under her control, a barrage of spears appeared in mid-air. She created more and more, coldly stating, becoming an enemy of Akalusia, but stood before a gigantic purple magic circle and waved his hand. What price would they pay as all the spears launched at once? Zeb waved his hand, and the spears shot towards the three of them at lightning speed. The other two continued to push their hands against the ground to maintain the shield. One of them gritted his teeth and looked up. The spear from Bet was coming. It pierced through their shield without any resistance. One spear after another pierced the shield, leaving it full of holes. There were so many that the shield was about to lose its original shape. One guy, coughing up blood, whispered, "If we just keep defending like this, we won't get anywhere." He turned to the guy next to him and shouted, "We need to get closer and deal with this. I will. You stay here and protect Granger," he said seriously, leaving instructions. "Don't forget. The main goal of our Master's S plan is the existence of Granger. Akalusia must die by Grania's hands." As he spoke, a purple spear shot through their fire shield, creating a large hole and striking the guy beside him. He froze in shock, turning to look. "What the hell is that?" The guy hit let out a painful groan, engulfed in purple flames, his eyes completely devoid of consciousness. He looked at his teammate's miserable state and thought, "The firewall we cast with all our strength from the fourth magic circle." Then he glanced at Ebeth through the huge hole, wondering, was it really that easy to break? The spears continued to fly toward them, turning the bright red around them into a deadly purple. Suddenly, he was engulfed in red flames, truly leaving behind his burning teammates as he charged forward maniacally. His eyes shone with a fierce determination. "But this was an opportunity for me." As you focused on attacking, Ebet's bewildered expression appeared before him. Forgetting all about defense, he roared, and Akalusia instinctively turned towards the sound of his voice. His entire body flared up like a fireball rushing towards Bet. He screamed in a frenzy. "Haven't you considered that the opponent might dodge your attack? Such arrogance in a life-or-death situation. Even if you are a genius, you still seem like a naive child." A flaming sword appeared in his hand, like a reaper demanding a life, and he swung the sword right in front of him, ready to strike down. The price for his immaturity would be incredibly brutal. His expression darkened as he swung his arm back, red flames swirling in his palm. However, just as he arrived, she coldly waved her hand. A series of purple spikes pierced his body all over. His eyes widened with bloodshot fury, teeth clenched, suppressing a scream that was about to escape. Next to Zabit's mocking voice rang out. "What a beautiful sight. Flying all the way here. A grand attack just because of the opening I purposely revealed, leaving you to face defeat. This is what you call a moment." Where he now clutched his chest, kneeling before her. Zebet had achieved her goal. She smiled faintly, looking at him like an ant, saying, a moth drawn to the flame without regard for life or death. His gaze at her was now filled with fear mixed with disbelief. He asked tremulously, "How? Surely you did not have time to cast the spell again." Zebit generously looked at him and replied, "Why should I bother casting it again?" Her finger flicked lightly, and the spikes that had aimed at the shield now pointed at him, when all I needed to do was change the trajectory of the magic I had already cast. As she finished her sentence, a spike pierced his body, then came 2 more. Then 3. Stabbing down. In the end, his body was like a thorny bush, riddled with holes. Meanwhile, Betet before him was like the Grim Reaper determining his fate with my remote control. The sound of his anguished scream tore through the air, then he collapsed, trembling and murmuring, "I thought you could control magic with 2 different elements at once. It is truly impossible." Zebet arrogantly tossed her hair and replied, "But precisely. You know, I can control up to 3 elements." She did not even glance at the guy who had been turned into a porcupine behind her, slowly being engulfed by the flames of the spikes. "Of course. You witnessed that. As it would be a bit too much just to take you down." The flames gradually flared up, forming a whirlwind shooting upwards. Elizabeth walked coldly. A moth diving into the fire meant its fate was already sealed. She continued straight ahead to observe. She was now the only one left on the battlefield. Her eyes sparkled with excitement mixed with danger. "Now, let us continue the conversation that was interrupted when those troublesome troublemakers left." She looked at her cold expression and emotionless eyes and called out the name Isekai. The corpse on the ground was charred and emitting black smoke. The one who had been burned on the other side was also motionless, but she calmly explained, "They may seem that way, but they won't die easily, because a fire mage's resistance to flames is not something to be underestimated. Of course, they will have to endure excruciating pain." She stepped closer to her voice low and warning, "Then you would better start talking. While I am also showing a bit of mercy. You may be young, but surely you are not that foolish." The 2 of them symbolized 2 great clans, like wolves and eagles facing off, Akaluya and Granja. As these powerful clans clash, she coldly looked at the person in front of her, and said there would be a bloodbath across the empire, and no matter who ultimately wins, what remains will just be a devastating disaster for both sides. This remained silent. "Based on everything that has happened so far, it is serious to analyze that this cowardly trick could not have been orchestrated by just some kid. Could this be your leader's plan?" But thinking it over, it might not be so. She looked at Sen, who kept silent, and continued to assess, because compared to the losses, there is nothing significant to gain from this conflict. And this scheme seems too weak to be considered an assassination. Looking at Snus, images of Joseph and even Shielfan flashed in her mind, although it pains me to admit, you Granger are not the type to devise such schemes. Right? If that were the case, you would not dare dream of being a Kaluzia's sole rival. A gentle breeze swept across the empty arena, and her voice continued, "After considering all aspects, there is probably only one reasonable conclusion." She looked at Sen's eerily calm expression, an arrogant one, wanting the 2 clans to go to war. She confidently asserted that she was manipulating Granja. Elizabeth coldly lowered her gaze to question, "Who are you?" His eyes remained completely emotionless, not responding. In that body, Sen suddenly wore a strange smile. A terrible dark magic surged within her, and a voice echoing like it came from hell rang out. To recognize it to this extent, "You are quite a clever girl. It is a pity to have to kill you just for knowing too much." Dense black magic crackled around her like lightning, surrounding Betet. She could not believe it, her mouth agape in shock, her pupils shrinking in surprise as cold sweat broke out. Immediately after, she felt something that made her body react intensely. She collapsed to the ground, letting out a painful cry. Her face turned pale, eyes wide as she looked down at the ground, her teeth clenched in disbelief. "No way. What is this immense energy?" Her empty hands on the ground trembled so much that her body could not react out of fear. A shadow crawled on the ground, slowly creeping toward her hand. Zbet looked up at in front of her, as if she had turned into a different person. "Who are you standing in front of me?" Right after that, the terrifying dark magic erupted once more in all directions. As the darkness was about to engulf this place, a sinister hand slowly reached out from a spatial rift, and a voice that sounded like it came from hell echoed again, "Akaluzia. O little sheep enamored with the weak powers you wish to possess." A familiar face with a beard appeared. He coldly parted his lips, urging her to look up in sheer terror. Her pupils trembled incessantly as she gazed at the figure before her, a figure with gigantic demonic wings spread wide, occupying all the space around. He continued, "Etch this into your mind. The name of the one who will become the master of this world." Under the horrifying pink-black light, he spread his wings high above, looking down, while Bet's shadow seemed to stretch endlessly on the ground. The eerie face of Lakdan with its blood-red eyes streaming tears of blood smiled, as it uttered a name. "Bajura. Ronan E. stand in Agon's office. He rests his chin on his hand, gravely asking Ronlin if what he said is true. He looks at him and continues. Bajura. Did you really find that forbidden name in a regular book? Ronal raises his hand to explain as if he has said it many times before. I told you. Otherwise, how would I know the name of that book? Agon sweats coldly and says. You are right. But how could that be possible? He frowns and adds. Could it be that the sealing power holding Bazura has weakened? Must check quickly. Ag shakes his head sadly, closing his eyes in denial. That can't be. I checked that seal with my own eyes yesterday, and it is still intact. He was taken aback and stared wide-eyed, asking, Did you directly check? Then she furrowed her brows angrily and shouted, Have you secretly entered the forbidden area? She stepped forward, slammed her hand on Agon's table, and shouted, You know very well that that area is only accessible with me or the Tower Master, due to the danger of the forbidden books, even if it is a gun fella. What if he gets tempted by the forbidden substance? Agon could only remain silent. Enduring Yo's scolding, she was still incredibly angry and shouting, I can't overlook this. As soon as the Tower Master returns, I will report it. Just then, Agon suddenly interrupted her. Yu's hands clenched on Agon's table. Trembling with tension, he apologetically said, I should not have deceived you. I should not have. Agon lowered his head, rubbing it anxiously. Tower Master. You camel. The one imprisoned back then was him, sealed along with Bazura. As soon as he finished speaking, the other two were shaken. Yirgo. On the day everyone thought the Tower Master had left to cultivate, he had not escaped the Demon Tower. Instead, he had entered the darkest place of this tower, to break the seal of the most terrible forbidden book, Bazura. He looked up at the cursed book floating in the air, and absorbed the ancient knowledge contained within it, causing the dark power to surge and be drawn into the book. You suddenly realized and quietly asked in shock. So that is why the Tower Master has not contacted us all this time. She grimaced and yelled angrily. I do not understand why he craves the knowledge of the cursed book. The old man could wield two different types of magic. Lac Dan had reached the pinnacle of illusion fire magic. Wow. That was the reason he thought he could control the three families. Sam continued to explain. He always regretted the potential of knowledge hidden within the forbidden books. He believed that these were merely accidents occurring due to knowledge falling into the hands of the wicked. He always said that even though it was dangerous power, if used correctly by someone virtuous, it could bring tremendous benefits to the world. Among them, the knowledge of Bazura, which was said to maximize the potential of its user, would surely be a blessing for this land. Ronald, hearing this, spoke up coldly. No need to hear more. I can guess. In the end, the Tower Master has failed. Ag admitted. From the very beginning, we underestimated that ancient power. It devoured a wizard standing at the pinnacle like a snack. It is an evil force that humanity can never control. Even Laren could only resist for a moment. The crystallization of extreme evil had invaded his body. At that moment, the Tower Master sensed he was about to become the host of Bazura, and immediately activated the emergency summoning paper to call me to the forbidden area. When Agon arrived, he was horrified by the sight before him. He trembled in disbelief and asked, Tower Master, are you really going to seal Bazura? At this point, Luxi Zane was almost completely devoured and gritted his teeth, saying, Deputy Tower Master, my foolishness has dragged you into this. Seal me while I still have some consciousness left. If we miss this opportunity, the world will be in danger. Agon trembled and frowned. He was stunned and unable to accept, saying, If I do that, the Tower Master won't be saved. How can I do such a thing? But Luxi Zane shouted bitterly, Now is not the time to worry about my safety. He glared at Agon with bloodshot eyes, loudly warning him, If the Demon Tower is tainted because of my arrogance, I would rather die. So I ask you to do this for the sake of our magic. Ag was placed in an extremely difficult position. His eyes were filled with confusion, and his pale face could not utter a sound. Finally, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. I understand. Tower Master, his hand ignited with flames. All for the dawn of tomorrow. Below, centered on Luffy Jine, a bright red magic circle appeared, and I sealed Bazura along with the Tower Master using the strongest magic, no less than the original seal, to reality. Agon's heavy voice echoed in the office. This is the truth I have hidden for so long. I should have announced it to everyone immediately. Agon gritted his teeth in reluctance. But as a seeker of knowledge, understanding the Tower Master's intentions, you have sacrificed for the world. I cannot destroy his reputation myself. In disbelief, stammered, How could this be? Ronald remained silent, clenching his fists, thinking to himself, Everything has become a mess. While it is regrettable for the Tower Master, now is not the time for lamentation. His eyes glinted with sharpness. Everything pointed to a single conclusion. The seal of Bazura has been broken. The image of Luxi Zane imprisoned appeared. Agila said he personally verified the seal, but he can't be completely trusted, even if it is him. If there is a power that can manipulate everyone's perception in the Demon Tower, then deceiving just Aegon Fee's senses while still trapped here is a tall order. The fact is he has completely vanished. Just using the illusion of the tower's master to turn you into a host can be easily done. Ronald silently analyzed in his mind the question of why Bazura, who had concealed the truth about the seal being broken, would reveal himself now. What could be the reason? Just then, a shimmering stardust began to appear on the floor. By the time Ronald noticed, the entire room was filled with stardust. He gritted his teeth in annoyance, thinking, what is this? Why is there Nebula-class magic? He glanced over at the waist, talking to Agon on the other side. It was not coming from either of them, nor was it nearby. He looked at the thick stardust that covered the entire place and silently felt fear. How could this powerful aura encompass the surrounding area, not even able to emit such strong star magic? Finally, the image of Bazura spreading his demonic wings appeared. Looking down from above under the eerie light, what is happening? Zebet knelt on the ground in disbelief, repeating that name in her mind. Bazura. Her whole body started shaking uncontrollably, engulfed in fear, even in Akayu. It is considered extremely dangerous information that cannot be investigated without the master's permission. A legendary forbidden book. She looked up again. Why would such an existence appear before me? Now there is something that confuses me even more, though it seems slightly different. Zebet scrutinized Bazura's terrifying face, but that expression definitely showed he was grinning widely, his red eyes oozing blood. The tower master of the demon. He lowered his eyes to her and said, looking at that gaze, it seems you know who I am. The Bazura descended to the ground, stepping in front of Ibet. Good. You have piqued my interest for a moment, so I will grant you a reward. He retracted his wings, staring at her with a frightening face. This body, as you predicted, belongs to the master of the Dawn Tower and is an elder of the magical realm, one of the leaders of humanity in the demon world. But now he looked at her silent face and continued, he is just a useless puppet, foolishly desiring my power. Then he grabbed her by the throat, lifting her face close to his, speaking with immense glee, only to have me take everything away. He looked at her tightening hand with satisfaction. Yep. Akalusia is just like you now. His large, sharp hand gripped her while she still managed to speak tremblingly. I did not expect a forbidden book sealed for so long to be this polite. But you really do not know how to talk to women. She narrowed her eyes, trying to silently reassure herself. Stay calm. If this entity is indeed the Bazura I know, then neither I nor anyone in this demon tower can win. But that is why something feels off. Zebet recalled the charred body on the ground. The one who had just tried to kill her, such a powerful entity, played tricks while having the ability to crush us directly. His failure to do so meant that Bet seemed to have figured something out. She smirked and said, I understand now. The image of Sen, full of murderous intent after being exposed by her, flashed in her mind. This dense killing intent, a puppet master revealed before a child like me. She looked up at Bazura, continuing to analyze and even planning an attack on the spaceship, a troublesome and labor-intensive action. Even though Ibet was currently in his hands, she remained confidently provocative. All of this, if she truly restored her power, you would not need to do. There is only one conclusion. She looked at Bazura's indifferent expression as if watching a show. Right now, you are in a dangerous and unstable condition, unable to act directly. Bazura, hearing this, bowed his head and laughed out loud. After a moment, he continued, you guessed half right, just as you said. Suddenly, a black thorn pierced through his body. Zebes, before she could react, was stabbed through the body by 2 or 3 sharp thorns made of dark mana. He smirked dangerously and said, I need more time. Zebet groaned in pain. Bazura frowned pitifully and sighed. Right now, this old man's consciousness is still resisting, making it difficult for me to fully merge with his body. He then let Bet go, allowing her to collapse to the ground. His arm suddenly flared up with fire. Just a slight opening, and he would crazily incinerate his own body. It was troublesome but could not be underestimated. His burning arm clenched slightly, the flames gradually fading. But this trouble was about to end. Bazura raised a finger to lift her chin, a dazzling vessel, far beyond the one he had sought himself. Zib asked shakily, implying what he meant by vessel. Suddenly a name escaped his lips, causing her to open her eyes wide in horror. Ronald Bazura recalled his appearance, satisfied as he said, that child will be my beginning and my completion. After that statement, the atmosphere fell into silence again. Bazura slowly retracted his finger. Ibet remained unafraid, saying in a deep voice, the beginning and end of all this are due to you. Could it be that you are? Bazura's face darkened as he replied, that lucky Zengai possesses an annoying stubborn will. Thus controlling his consciousness is indeed troublesome. But with a little time, I can settle it. He looked down at his ugly hand, feeling that expending such effort for this old, pathetic body was truly disheartening. Though it was unavoidable, he stood up, looking down from high above. But while I stripped him of his consciousness to alleviate the boredom and weight, I ignited a war as an alarm signal to the entire empire, and right on that airship, he looked up at the sky with a satisfied and excited smile. I discovered my destiny. He recalled the fierce expression on his face when he struck, causing that massive fireball to disintegrate. An overwhelming, fresh, and brilliant potential, far beyond the decay of this old body. His face reflected greed and desire. First, I could not believe my eyes, for looking back over the centuries, I had truly never seen a treasure that could compare. Images from the library flashed in his mind through the gap on the bookshelf. However, after a few days of careful observation, the results became clear. Ronalyn, that brilliant child. I wanted to grasp him in the palm of my hand, and I decided to grant him the honor of becoming my vessel. Zeb leaned on the floor, blood dripping continuously. Bazura continued. Thus, the conflict between the two clans is no longer a concern for anyone. Now it is just meaningless. But Ibet's remarkable display earlier caught his attention. However, through that, I see it as a meaningful process. Because of it, I found you. He looked down at her, pierced like a hedgehog, and praised her. Ibet Akaluzia, a vessel containing such tremendous potential. Bazura smiled, tightening his fist. Then he snapped his fingers. That is right. You are a rare talent. It would be a waste to kill you just to buy time. A hand emerged slowly from the dark magic. Instead, I will generously grant you an opportunity with my magnanimity. As he finished speaking, dozens of black hands reached out, wrapping around her and binding her. You will be loyal to me and become my servant. In her eyes appeared the face of. Was he really going to let Sen hold a dagger to Ibet's throat, forcing her to die by the hands of that Grangia woman? Would you become the spark that ignites a war to burn the empire? Or choose another path? Bazura's expression was a mix of smugness and delight as he forced others to make a choice. Decide now. Zibeta's shocked face was reflected on the gleaming dagger. Her whole body was tightly bound and trembling. She clenched her teeth, biting her lip in frustration. Finally, she relaxed, smirking with pride. Compared to the duration of existence, your insight is pathetic. Do you really think I would waver at such a trivial choice? At that moment, her face showed no fear, her eyes full of determination for her choice. Stop babbling and kill me. Are you afraid of death? Then you are not worthy of the name Akalia. The smile on Bazura's lips faded. Ep's taunting voice continued to echo. Do as you wish. Nothing will happen according to your plans anyway. The atmosphere around him began to grow heavy. The space fell into silence once more. His gaze reflected disgust and annoyance. What a boring woman. His finger flicked slightly. My interest has waned. He coldly ordered to raise the dagger. Now. The moment the dagger plunged down, a crack slowly spread. Reflected on the shiny blade, a loud noise erupted, and the surrounding space began to shatter into pieces. A figure burst in from outside. Ronald charged through the crack with his sword. His expression was filled with determination. One hand grabbed Sen's wrist holding the dagger, while the other was raising his sword. He looked at Ib's bewildered face and called out for R. Then he glanced at Sen's vacant expression and the familiar boy. As soon as his feet hit the ground, he said, You both owe me a favor. Understand? Bazura suddenly exclaimed. How is this possible? Ronald's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light as he decisively swung his sword, without hesitation slicing Bazura dozens of times, while also grabbing and rushing away. Bazura's head rolled on the ground, his blood gradually evaporating into magic. Bazura glared, thinking, You can see through the illusion of Lux Shine, which I have strengthened, and easily cut through that illusion, even if it was just a phantom. How could you simply destroy it? He watched Ronald's back and silently lamented. Sure enough, his eyes curved up, joyfully laughing. Wonderful. You are truly a valuable vessel for me. The illusion began to fade away. Agun and E looked around in confusion and said, The entire training area is blocked by perception hiding magic. It turns out what Lord Ronald said was true. He reached out to feel the residual magic flow. Moreover, this magical fluctuation is definitely what you sensed. Confirming it. That is right. Just like the Tower Master's woven magic. It seems the seal of Bazura has finally been broken. Vice Tower Master Agonfi frowned with worry and said, It can't be? Then he wanted to announce and find a plan, saying, We must immediately summon all the mages of the magic tower to figure out how to deal with this situation. Meanwhile, Ronald stood there with his arms crossed. Ibet and Sen lay unconscious on the ground. Zibet wiped his forehead, breathing heavily with a wry smile. I really look so pathetic right now that it is almost laughable. Dooku recalled the sensation of being pierced by Bazura's magic thorns, clearly still feeling the sharp pains throughout her body. But all of it turned out to be an illusion. She raised her hand high, trying to deceive her senses. Then she glanced at Ronald and warned him, looking utterly helpless and ridiculous. If Senior Adizen finds out about this, it won't be pleasant. Ronald mocked her with a laugh. In this situation, Still being like that, you are really tough. After saying that, he looked at and asked, by the way, is that really true? Was the person from back then your brother? Chilevin. Zeb replied, that is right. She looked at the unconscious S and continued. The third daughter of the Granja family, as Gia. I heard she had outstanding magical talent and was sent to study at the Magic Tower quite early. She turned to look at Ronald, but did not expect to encounter such a troublesome situation. Nevertheless, I have no intention of blaming her. Clearly, she was just exploited by Bazura. Ronald, upon hearing this, gave a thumbs up in praise. Indeed, the demeanor of the Akaluya family truly lives up to their reputation. Great. Right, Ibet immediately complained. Don't call me that anymore. That name is reserved for Senior Edison only. Ronald smirked at her, thinking to himself, although she looked tired, luckily there were no injuries. Then he glanced at the blackened bodies sprawled across the arena, and the charred remains over there seemed to be the missing persons. After the terror incident the congregation mentioned, things here still have room for improvement. In his eye, he saw the dust emanating from those lying on the ground. Even though he knew that Bazura's seal had been broken, the congregation's distinctive magic still lingered around, but he suspected that the missing people were actually spies of the congregation. He looked at another person who looked the same. No wonder when hearing about the people who helped you with the librarian work going missing, I found it suspicious. So was the congregation's target from the beginning the Forbidden Library area. Ronald recalled the stories of those who had been discovered and self-destructed. If that is true, then that day's terror was not just a simple infiltration battle but a diversion plan, meant to mislead everyone in the Magic Tower, including you and Agan Phi. A sudden gust of wind swept across the arena. Zebet trembled and said, Ronald, you need to get away now. She looked at him seriously, warning him. Bazura's target is you. Ronald was confused and turned to ask, what do you mean? She continued, I do not have time for a long explanation. Ronalyn, you know that well, do not you? Ibet recalled the name Bazura that he had just cut down. What you saw was just an illusion, not Bazura's true form. Her expression darkened, her pupils glinting with anger. It is shameful that even that illusion was powerful enough to overwhelm me, proving Bazura is an extraordinary entity. Zebet looked at his surprised face and continued, if that thing takes over your body to achieve true perfection, this dawn will inevitably lead to destruction. So you need to leave this place immediately. Hurry before it is too late. Just as she said this, Bazura closed the book in his hands, grinning widely, and a voice that seemed to come from hell echoed again, causing Ronald to turn pale. That won't do. The illusion began to spread and engulf everything around. He quickly looked down and shouted, what the hell is this? He called out to her loudly, but it seemed like time and space had frozen. He turned to a gun and you, calling out, Deputy Tower Master. You two, are they in the same situation? Ronald yelled into the air, bewildered. What the hell is happening? Bazura's calm voice echoed again. It is not just them. His illusion has engulfed this entire place. All the people in this demon tower, except for you. Their minds and bodies are now under my control. Ronald stood helplessly before the twisted illusion, unable to do anything. Bazura continued. So the long and boring wait has finally come to an end. He looked at Ronald's angry expression, deeply satisfied. Ronalyn, you will be honored to become one with me. The black magic gradually rose, swallowing this dawn tower. His voice echoed in the dark night. Come to me. The entire tower was shrouded in a thick, mysterious darkness, seemingly invading or even choking the tower with flashes of purple light. Witnessing this scene, Ronald could not help but grind his teeth in anger. Damn. That bastard. He erupted in fury, shouting, what have you done? Holding his sword, he crouched down, eyes blazing as he scanned the surroundings. Stop playing games. Come out. Seeing no response, Ronald shouted again. At the same time a familiar mysterious figure appeared. He sat majestically on the throne as if this were his game. It turned out to be Bazura, who was filled with rage from what Ronald had done. Sneering, you still dare to shout after witnessing my power? Then he extended his wrinkled old hand. But that place is too mundane for a historic meeting between you and me. Bazura just voiced his opinion. So let us change the location to somewhere more worthy. Meanwhile, the other pair of legs slowly took steps toward him. Ronald looked at her with suspicion. Standing opposite her, he was engulfed in confusion, thinking, that person is... Only when he saw her clearly did he realize she was the missing one. Suddenly, she broke the gloomy atmosphere with her voice. I will take you to meet the master. Follow me. Ronald, hearing this, he said nothing, quietly furrowing his brow as he looked at her. Then, Fiflu smirked, showing interest in his predicament. But in the next moment, the expression on Ronald's face suddenly tightened. He vaguely recalled. Yet the image of Edison from the past unconsciously surfaced in his mind. The conversation between Agan, Phila, Any earlier also gradually came to mind, leaving him a bit unsettled. He had no other choice. Then Ronald made a decision. All right, I will take matters into my own hands, he declared resolutely. If you won't show yourself, I will find you myself. Ronald looked at her with determination, loudly commanding, lead me to where Vajra is. Shortly after, the two arrived at their destination, which looked quite dark and eerie. Mysterious black lights continuously moved toward the large stone gate. They easily caught Ronald's attention. He wondered. This is the place. The hiding place of that deadly piece of paper appeared before them as a solid stone gate. It was slowly being opened by some force. The two exchanged glances into the inside of that place. Without waiting long, Ronald and she stepped inside. A desperate cry rang out. He frowned in confusion. Lufsizan appeared looking worn and wild. He pleaded desperately, please spare me. Show mercy. Vajra. He displayed a guilty face, stammering each word. I was too arrogant. A mere human like me dared to covet your power. Please have mercy. Hearing those words, Ronald was filled with rage, grinding his teeth. It seemed he was already familiar with that old trick. The fire of hatred within him erupted in an instant. Ronald swiftly drew his sword, delivering a deadly slash accompanied by a blinding light. At that moment, the old man's body split in half swiftly, revealing the truth. He hovered in the air, glaring at the old man with a bullet-like gaze, angrily shouting, "Stop the theatrics. Show yourself." Piece of paper. He shattered it into pieces, releasing streams of magical energy. After a long time, Bazura finally revealed himself, grinning wickedly, responding to him in a taunting tone. That was my welcome. You do not seem to find it very entertaining. And then he shouted, I will indulge your request. With that, a large dark purple streak shot up from the ground, carrying a terrifying force that made him unable to stand firm. Ronald fought back fiercely, launching a powerful punch. The guy suddenly raised his hand to his face and smirked. Meanwhile, Bazura appeared completely unfazed. Even laughing with delight, he rested his chin on his hand, enjoying the scene. Bazura spoke. Welcome, Ronald. His eyes revealed a sinister glint with strange purple irises. He continued, my glorious Fakid. In response to his disdainful words, Ronald's gaze was filled with resentment. Waves of ominous energy swirled around the room. Noticing the lack of response, Bazura continued talking to himself. Meeting face to face like this feels strangely different, allowing for a more private conversation. First, let us get rid of the nuisances. Moments later, he snapped his fingers and ordered her to take her own life. The command was uttered just as she ended her own life, leaving Lone bewildered. Blood dripped from the girl's face, oozing from her eyes. With her last bit of strength, she managed to say, Glory belongs to you. Vajra could not hold on much longer. As soon as she finished speaking, she collapsed behind Ronald, blood gushing out uncontrollably. He growled at Bazura. What trick are you pulling now? Aren't they your minions? Hearing this, Bazura replied. What are you talking about? He pointed at his face, laughing wickedly as he responded. These creatures are just like my former master. A bunch of foolish pests who dare covet my power. He furrowed his pristine white brows. I still remember vividly the arrogant words they said when they first arrived here. Memories flooded back, where he stood before imposing men, declaring, join our cause and be saved. The arrogant men reached out one by one, alongside his tail. That is the only path to survival. Looking into their eyes, I could easily see how deeply they carried this grudge. Mere pests ordering me around. He sat cross-legged on his throne, extending his hand in a pose of pride and authority, with an arrogant tone. He proclaimed, I could crush them any time, but I have shown them mercy, granting them the honor of serving me. Immediately, the image of that girl's death flashed before him. Bazura then shifted his gaze to Ronald and asked, do you have any more questions? Until now, Ronald had said nothing, only expressing his anger by gripping his sword tightly. Suddenly, a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Given your actions and words, it is clear you are not a minion of the cult. But why did that arrogant demeanor of yours suddenly appear in my thoughts? Alongside such powerful energy from Nebula, he stood there motionless, engulfed in doubt and questions. A few minutes later, Ronald suddenly sighed in relief. After all, there was only one conclusion. He regained his composure and replied to him. Yep. I have heard enough of your arrogant words. He firmly pointed the sword forward, coldly staring at him. Let me show you what you really need. Watching him, the guy not only felt no fear but grew even more arrogant. How? That is some strong spirit. Indeed. If you want to be my shield, you need to have that kind of courage. It seemed that Ronald's bravery and strength left him with a significant question. But are not you afraid? The power difference is too great. With just a snap of my fingers, I could take your life. Right after that, he actually did something. When did a huge light appear beside the girl? Ronald leaped from the air, gripping the sword tightly as he charged down to strike the guy fiercely. At that moment, his eyes blazed with resentment as he shouted, "If you were planning to do this, you should have done it a long time ago." Just as the sword was about to meet Bajira's face, the guy suddenly flashed a sly, mysterious smile. Interesting. Instantly, Ronald dove down, his eyes narrowing slightly. However, after that lethal strike, the guy showed no signs of injury at all. The old man had reached his breaking point, raising his hand to unleash his power. That arrogance needs to be corrected. Ronald was puzzled, suddenly opening his eyes wide in surprise. At the same time, a long, huge, terrifying black monster appeared, its mouth wide open, lunging towards him. Struggle, and then realize your own helplessness. The ferocious beast lunged to swallow him, and there was no way to avoid it. Ronald gradually fell into a state of panic, his face clearly showing his sense of helplessness. Suddenly, at that critical moment, something in his clothes erupted with a brilliant, blinding light. It turned out to be a dazzling gold ring, like a drop of dew glistening in the morning sun. The gem in the center radiated a pure emerald green, the light refracting through the facets of the stone, making it sparkle like stars. The ring was exquisitely crafted, elegantly embracing the gem. Ronald vaguely watched the chaotic aura swirling in the air from the ring. He frowned, suddenly realizing something. This energy, when did it come to envelop his fiery sword? Looking back at the monster, it seemed to crave him. Lunging forward, Ronald showed no fear and bravely stood his ground. In the next moment, its sharp teeth snapped shut with a loud bang, and he was nowhere to be seen. Moments later, one of its eyes suddenly widened, revealing deep eye sockets, inside of which was a bizarre purple darkness sparking with electricity. Along with that, the area around the eye was littered with numerous shards and large cracks. Suddenly, the familiar glowing sword slowly pried the jaws of the beast open, accompanied by curses. Not surprisingly, Ronald used his wits and strength to escape from the monster's mouth with the sword in hand. "How dare you open that full mouth near me?" he glared furiously, shouting, "Do you want to die?" The next moment, a massive beam of blue light shot straight down from its head. The long body of the monster was sliced into pieces quickly, like cutting meat, leaving rays of light weaving through its body. Ronald soared majestically through the air with his swordsmanship, sending it back to the afterlife in an instant. Behind all this was Bazura, who had been watching the whole time. He was not satisfied, darkening his face as he raised a finger, creating a source of ominous killing intent. Ronald instantly recognized his next move and glanced at that ugly monster, which was restored to its original state by his terrifying magic as if nothing had happened. It lunged at him fiercely, its mouth wide open, quickly bringing its sharp teeth toward him. Ronald seemed to anticipate its next move, readying himself for battle. The beast thrust its full 8-inch mouth in front of him. Suddenly, Ronald found himself blinded by a brilliant light. At that moment, a lethal attack came from him. His power was terrifying, radiating outward. With a blinding flash, he sent rocks flying in all directions. Ronald appeared to be floating in the air. Before him lay the monster, cleaved in two by a single, effortless strike that ended its life. Bazura had been carefully observing Ronald's every display with an amused smile, praising him. "Well done." Then, he suddenly looked at Ronald's bold and valiant stance, marveling that the move was somewhat simple but not bad at all. For a moment, Bazura could not take his eyes off him. He muttered to himself, "Now." After his ominous words, arms and legs resembling a human began to sprout from the creature. They gradually took shape, their bodies pale and grotesque. It lunged forward, decisively breaking free, then reached out its bony, thin hands toward his face. In Ronald's utter confusion, Bazura arrogantly said, "What will you do to escape this time?" Then not just one but many of them saw him as a juicy target and lunged at him. Among them, one had the audacity to grab his hair from behind, causing Ronald to grit his teeth in anger. The bald-headed ones kept multiplying, swarming around him like an army of ants. Ronald, in utter helpless rage, shouted, "Damn it." As more and more came, they completely overwhelmed him. From below, he shouted in despair, his ambitions still unquenched. Under Bazura's darkening magic, they multiplied to the point where he was nowhere to be seen. There, they formed a gigantic, towering mass. The villain's powerful hand curled into a fist. Through a small gap, Ronald could easily see outside. Seeing this, he frowned with a cold glare back at Bazura. He had formed a fist, his arm coiled with strength. Punching forward, the blow immediately had an effect, impacting the human-like sphere, creating a significant movement and resonance. After that, those beings seemed to absorb a massive energy, gradually tightening, intent on crushing him inside. Bazura quietly observed the monstrosity he had created. A blinding light erupted, revealing a cunning face beneath. pondering something from the elder. The scene shifted back to the sphere, seemingly secure in its victory. But no, cracks began to appear around it, accompanied by countless beams of light bursting forth. A white light revealed itself, slicing through the sphere effortlessly. Just like that, the sphere exploded like an atomic bomb, sending the bald-headed ones flying away. Witnessing such a horrifying scene, Bazura stood up, unable to hide his admiration. Well done, he smirked cunningly. Pulling out a large black bow and arrow, Bazura raised it high to the sky. At least you should be able to endure to this extent. Without hesitation, he shot the dark arrow straight at him. It flew away at the speed of light. At that moment, the arrow and his power circle met in a fateful clash, creating a massive explosion that shook the earth and sky. It carried such a powerful energy that he struggled to withstand it. In contrast, Bazura seemed utterly satisfied. He smiled widely, as if celebrating. This is great. Right now, he is enjoying the moment, arms wide open, relishing it. More, please. Bazura looks up, laughing maniacally, revealing his sharp teeth, shouting out loud, "Show me more. Ronalyn, show me your full potential. Don't hide anything." With that, a blazing red flame erupts into the air. From that place, the cradle of the awakened monster, emerges a majestic fire phoenix. It flaps its wings and soars forward. With its sudden appearance, Bazura's expression turns frantic. He thinks in shock. What is this? Bazura realizes this is a special magic of the Vice Tower Master, the Firebird. The phoenix swoops down, mouth wide open in front of him. And in that critical moment, he still has time to think. Surprising indeed. How can such a young kid use such a high-level spell? Not only is he not afraid, but he is also smirking from ear to ear. But you have forgotten one thing. Bazura points a finger, shouting arrogantly. The master of this old body has reached the highest level of fire magic. He unleashes a fierce surge of power toward Ronal's fire phoenix. For such a creature, it is nothing to me. Predicting the situation, with his long-standing magical power, he breaks through Ronal's defenses in one step. After that, Bazura leaves him with a mocking smile. How unfortunate, he continues to complain. This must be your trump card. But it was easily blocked. Even so, I must acknowledge your fighting spirit. As he finishes speaking, the cunning Bazura raises his hand, likely signaling another attack is coming. Now, what will your next move be? Before he finishes, he looks around and sees no sign of Ronal. When did he disappear completely? Bazura wonders to himself, did he really vanish? With years of experience, he quickly realizes the Firebird is not an attack. This old man is truly terrifying. Bazura squints, noticing how he hides himself using a large amount of mana. Indeed, Bazura has not guessed wrong. From behind, Ronal charges in at breakneck speed, sword in hand, ready to attack. In that moment, he realizes it is a smokescreen tactic. Ronal frowns, his steely gaze fixed on him. He shouts angrily. Hearing this, Bazura instinctively turns his head back. Now, Ronal has landed safely in a striking pose. At that moment, a line has appeared across Bazura's neck. It was so fast that Bazura did not even feel it. In that moment, fresh crimson blood begins to gush out like a waterfall. They rushed out from Bazura's throat. And just like that, Runen coldly glanced back one last time. Luxian's head hung to one side, mixed with blood. However, the blood on the ground began to flow back up. It gathered around the wound on the old man's neck, now claimed by Bazura. The people healed the neck that had just been slashed by him. During that healing process, he praised, "Though it is not complete, you managed to hurt me." Ronal turned to look at the scene, his eyes filled with tension and disgust. He turned back, taunting him with his healing ability. Finishing that half-spoken line is quite something. Mysterious portals opened in the sky, and bizarre, wrinkled tentacles appeared. From those portals, they all crawled out with grotesque mouths. Bazura mocked Ronal's abilities with those tentacles. "Show off whatever skills you have left." He spotted the anomaly from the sky and swung his sword, his gaze sharp. A series of aggressive tentacles lunged straight at Ronal. Luckily, he managed to dodge their attack just in time. Ronal gritted his teeth in anger. Clearly, he had struck the old man's body, yet it was still useless. He thought of another way to eliminate him. Should he directly take the forbidden book occupying the main tower? That plan seemed to be Ronal's limit, and he cursed out loud. Damn it. Ronal, furious, vented his anger with every sword strike against the tentacles. They screamed in agony, while he complained of a terrible headache. As he attacked them, he realized that the forbidden books Onila had given him were no longer effective. The Magic Tower Master was as strong as the instructor Navirus. He slashed down the tentacle's body and discovered the truth. Until now, these attacks and defenses were still effective because Bazura wanted his body. Otherwise, this battle would have ended long ago. If he faced him directly, there was no way to win. Then Bazura raised his hand to the sky, gathering a stream of black energy in his palm. That small stream of energy quickly transformed into a gigantic, dangerous arrow. He swung his hand down, signaling the fierce attack. Each arrow tore through the air, carrying a massive energy source straight towards him. Ronald braced himself against the shockwave it created. He quickly brainstormed, using another method. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly with both hands. Bazura seemed to notice something, his eyes widening. The dark arrow was charging towards Ronald, yet he stood still, not striking back or dodging. However, the arrow brushed right past his neck, then vanished into thin air. Watching the swirling dark energy, Ronald thought there was only one way. Bazura stood aside and shouted at Ronald. "What do you want to do?" He mocked him, calling him a foolish child. Then he yelled madly. "Do you know what almost happened? You dare to insult the glorious beginning of mine." The sword struck hard into the ground. Ronald retorted to the old man's arrogant words. "How shameful! Who would not think that my body was originally yours? Anyway, now I am. You have no intention of killing me at all." The old man paused when he heard Ronald openly state his purpose. Ronald picked up a sharp stone and pressed it against his wrist. He voiced his discovery. "If this continues, I will eventually fall into your hands. I will definitely lose this body. If so." Ronald stabbed the stone hard into his wrist, blood splattering, and let himself die. Inside the thorny magic tower, Bazura asked mockingly. He seemed ready to explode. "You dare to be arrogant." His gaze turned fierce. "That cheap trick won't fool me. It seems you have misunderstood the little mercy I granted as an opportunity, 'cause I want to be fully resurrected. Right. But as long as you harm yourself, I can heal you instantly with my power." Facing Bazura's aggressive aura, Ronald calmly provoked him. "Why does the forbidden book of the world speak so much? You have broken all the magic while this world is on the brink of destruction. Who can you still convince now? But you have limitations too. Right." His gaze at the old man was full of mockery. Like a dead body could not be used as a vessel. Seeing his secret revealed, the old man's temples bulged. Yet Bazura threw back his head and laughed loudly. "It seems you have forgotten. All the people in this magic tower are currently imprisoned by my spells." The old man, with his bony hands, revealed his plot. "Now it means I can kill them all at once. Am I wimp? You would better drop that threatening act if you do not want to turn your teammates into corpses." Ronald remained silent, still clutching the sharp stone in his hand. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "How long do you want to joke around?" It left the old man confused. Ronald mocked. "Old man, how foolish do you think others are? You think I have never encountered someone like you before? Just looking at your disgusting face and way of speaking, I can already guess whether I willingly offer this body or not." "You want to spare the others?" Bazura asked angrily. "What did you say?" And he challenged the old man. "Go ahead and try it. Then I am even more certain I can act on my instincts without hesitation." Ronald said while dragging the stone over his wound. "Even if I die," he said with a confident tone, teasing the old man in his own way. "Let us see if I am truly just boosting. I will show you what an unforgettable memory is." Bazura frowned. The old man was suddenly incredulous. "I thought you were just a lucky kid born with unimaginable talent. A child who can look at things that way." Interrupting Bazura's thoughts was Ronald's revelation. "How exactly did you do that? It seems you are still skeptical." He raised the shard of stone. "If so, I will show you clearly." Ronald proved this statement by gritting his teeth and plunging the stone straight into his neck. The old man watched the blood drip down, veins bulging on Bazura's forehead. The old man quickly moved closer to stop him. Bazura restrained him just before it was too late. "What are you trying to achieve when you are about to die?" The old man growled. Commanding, "Speak." "Ronald." Bazura nearly went mad and shouted, "Hurry up and say it." Seeing the old man react so strongly, he laughed strangely, finally able to talk. Facing each other, Ronald made a proposal. "Let us gamble." Decisively, he moved closer to Bazura, softly saying, "Let us bet on a head, in a life and death situation." Ronald remained calm as he laid out the terms. "Gamble with me." Each side betting their life. He leaned his face closer to Bazura, his eyes constantly provoking. "Let us make it hot." Bazura was somewhat surprised by Ronald's action. "Betting?" Ronald did not make him wait long, quickly replying, "That is right." Ronald stared at the book in front of him, scratching his head and mumbling as he chewed on his pen, saying that he had been pouring his efforts into researching the curse lately. "Does it have this content? The balance scale symbolizes equality. The curse of the pact, the battle will continue until it ends. The curse strictly forbids any acts of betrayal of the pact." On the ground, a few drops of dried blood remained. Ronald repeatedly mentioned the unspoken rules. The terrifying aspect of this curse is that the established content must be enforced, even if it means lives are at stake. The corner of his mouth curled slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face. "So let us determine victory and defeat through the curse of the pact. For you, that curse is simple. Bazura, in a pitiful state with dark eye sockets, continuously assessed Ronald, thinking that subduing this brat would not be too difficult. Fresh blood kept flowing from his eye sockets. But whether he could retrieve an intact body was uncertain. Bazura had witnessed Ronald being pierced through by sharp stakes. This kid could decide his own fate, but in an instant, that wound quickly healed, and the strange aura I sensed from him persisted. That immense power is said to originate from a ring, which is granting him bizarre strength. While it may not pose a threat, I can't afford any mistakes right now. At that time, Ronald showed no signs of pain, still holding the sharp stake that had been extracted from his body. This kid is a precious treasure that I have searched 1,000 years to obtain. Ronald smirked with contempt, his voice somewhat mocking, questioning how a valuable forbidden book could be so hesitant about the wager. He fixed his sharp gaze directly on his opponent. Are you not confident? Bazura raised his bony hand with sharp nails, gripping Ronald's hand, finally speaking up. All right. I agree. But Bazura's eyes suddenly turned purple, looking extremely eerie. I will decide the terms of victory and defeat. It seemed the demon within him had awakened, and the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly dangerous. Remember that my mercy ends here. This seems to align with Ronald's plan. He kept laughing sarcastically. Your horns have grown sturdy now. If you continue to act recklessly, it will be very dangerous. He clenched his bleeding hand tightly. After all, since I have been dragged into this, it is enough. No matter what happens from now on. The tall but thin shadow of him was imprinted on the ground. The result would remain unchanged. In an old room, Bazura adjusted the packed S scale. He kept asking Ronald, are you ready? Once the scale was completed, from now on, Ronald and Bazura stood on either side of the gigantic scale. Bazura's voice resonated continuously as he initiated the pact's curse. The content of the pact appeared as follows. The parties bound by the curse pledge not to engage in any acts contrary to the pact until the battle concludes. If Ronald loses, he will accept Bazura into his body. If Bazura loses, he will free the hostages and then be sealed away forever. Bazura stared directly at Ronald, his voice carrying a hint of arrogance. The terms of the contract are as you have seen. But the stakes of the match suddenly made Bazura's expression turn eerie, as he endured a spell of illusion that I conjured. Do you agree? Ronan with a serious expression, his voice firm and unwavering. What is there to ask? It is obvious. A satisfied smile suddenly appeared at the corners of Bazura's lips. Since I have agreed, let us proceed quickly. I do not have much time. Both of them focused entirely on the contract. Bazura's voice boomed as the scale on Ronald's side held a blue power, while Bazura's side glowed red. When the scale balanced, Bazura declared that the contract was established. He laughed heartily, mocking his opponent. Ronan, I hope you have sweet dreams. This will be the last memory of your life. Ronald merely smirked. He looked at the figure before him with disdain. How amusing. You are the one who needs to step outside for some fresh air. When the final game ends, a flash of light suddenly illuminated the dark room, causing everything to fade, leaving only Roland's voice echoing, regretting daring to target this body. Scene change. The sky is so clear today. A young man's voice continuously rang out. I mean, just catching one of them could change our fate. His words were immediately interrupted. Do you have any idea how valuable mythical creatures like dream birds or fairy fish are? Someone who can't even catch a bear. What makes you think you can catch them? Bilal shouted at his opponent to defend his point of view. It is really impossible to talk to you guys. Always hiding in your rural corner and not understanding the world. The long-haired young man felt angry at the insult, causing him to raise his voice. Ronald's bored. Sharp gaze finally brought the argument to a halt. Too noisy. Out for a play. Someone asked him a few questions upon seeing him. Just waking up, Ronald warily looked at his counterpart, surprised he was still in such a deep sleep. Did he have a beautiful dream or something? Ronald sat on a log, his expression contemplative. Commander Ronalyn. Captain Ronalyn, commander of the disciplinary team. He tiredly rubbed his eyes, his voice drowsy. Dreaming beautifully? Of course not. Stop talking nonsense. Go check the gear. Waking up just now, thinking about silly things. Suddenly, Ballas charged in from somewhere. He shouted as if threatening Ronald. Awake now. Let us talk a bit. Leader, how much longer do we have to endure this, with our status as disciplinary soldiers? It is clear that we will die in battle faster than the other troops. After that, he softened his tone a bit, suggesting that in the next battle, we could sneak away together. If the leader takes the lead, it should not be too hard. Right. And if we need money, one big hunt would cover everything. In the end, Ronald, bored, interrupted his wild ideas. Hey Ballas. I told you if you mention hunting or stuff like that again. His gaze gradually turned cold. I will cut your wrist. Why do you want to get chopped now? This made him back away in fear, hiding his hands, his voice a bit awkward. I refuse. Ronald rested his chin on his hand, his eyes never leaving Ballas. He spoke softly to reassure everyone. Shut up. Just hold on a little longer. Serve a few more months. And the general promised to forgive us. Boss was skeptical hearing what came from Ronald's mouth. Haven't we been living on that belief until now? We will have a fresh start. No more living like criminals. The atmosphere suddenly became unusually eager after Ronald's words. So stop talking nonsense. Just focus on keeping your lives. Got it. The others chimed in. Being the leader. They comforted each other with words that felt like lies. That is right. We just need to try a bit harder. Suddenly, a spirit appeared out of nowhere and hugged Ronald tightly. He could not stop teasing him. As long as he stuck with this guy, death definitely would not be an issue. He stared at Ronald playfully. Right. Leader Ronald. This made Ronald helplessly glare at his subordinate with sarcasm. You all take care of your own necks. And dare to sneak onto my back. He raised his hand to the sky, his voice growing louder. I do not know if my life is the most important. If you bother me, I will leave you behind. Figure it out yourselves. However, Ronald's heroic demeanor quickly faded under thoughts that only he understood. He did not say it out loud for fear they would become careless. But the general promised that if they succeeded in this mission, he would forgive them all. His gaze became more determined than ever. This mission was extremely dangerous. But it really was just a little further. In his heart, he was thinking of a girl named Iroh. They just had to endure a little longer. And they could return to where she was. He looked around the camp. He had to survive. Suddenly, a terrifying light appeared in the sky. It immediately destroyed the mountains and the camp. Belos looked at the scene, his face turning pale, his voice trembling. What just fell? Suddenly from the sky, a young man with black hair quickly regained his composure. He reassured himself. What the hell is that? It can't be the enemy's magic. Can it? The space suddenly became chaotic. Someone shouted loudly at Ronald. Leader Ronald, give the orders. Meanwhile, Ronald, with a pale face, sat still without reacting. It seems he has sensed something unusual. His hands suddenly stiffened, and his whole body felt like it was screaming. Ronald could only stare at the terrifying light in front of him. It was danger. A massive figure with long horns appeared. Blurry at first, a deep voice echoed. Look there. A horn became clearly visible. The diluted ones under the starlight. Countless magical circles appeared in the sky. Obeying his command, a towering figure with wings and horns emerged. I come to open this path. You shall accept your destined fate. With a ghastly face, he was it. Just the sound of his voice and the aura he emitted made the soldiers stand frozen in place. A soldier looked on in fear. What is that? He pointed ahead. Captain. Over there. Those countless magical circles just shot up huge beams of light aimed at us. Then there was a boom, and the lights exploded down like crazy. The soldiers could only stand in shock as the events unfolded before them, unable to move as the light approached dangerously close. One by one, the beam struck down, causing chaos. Rocks flying everywhere. The ground destroyed. A single arrow could finish a person off, leaving their bodies mangled. The soldiers were killed off brutally one by one. The light from the magical circle above continued to intensify, planning to sweep away all those who tried to flee. Ronald watched the scene unfold, unable to react, only able to mumble. What is that? A strange cylindrical object appeared. The people in white cloaks were continuously blowing their trumpets. Van Russ immediately recognized the meaning of the horn. A call to attack. Do they mean we should attack that monster? What nonsense is this? Are they all crazy? While he was shouting over here, the light was getting closer and closer. Ronald could no longer just stand by and watch. He rushed forward to take a hit for Ban Russ and opened the way for their counterattack. The soldiers were left dumbfounded. Captain. But he only shouted at them. Wait. You fools. Wake up. This is not the time to stand there whining. If you do not want to die painfully, then you better fight or run now. Before he could finish, countless beams of light targeted them. And before he could react, a loud explosion obliterated the group. He stood there, covered in his comrades' blood splattering on his face. A heavy daze settled over him. He stared blankly at the chunks of flesh before him, completely unaware that countless beams of light were attacking him. But fortunately, a foot rose from the dirt and charged straight up. The spirit pulled him away from the explosion. Then both of them collapsed onto the ground in a heap. The spirit sat up, shaking him and cursing him out. Ronald, wake up. We have to get out of here. We can confront them. We need to wait for reinforcements. Just as the ghost finished speaking, he was stabbed in the stomach and collapsed on the spot. Even Van Russ on the other side could not escape his fate. Ronald sat watching his subordinates being mercilessly pierced one by one over there. Ronald's mind was shattered. He let out a loud scream. The arrows of light continued to attack forward, heading towards some castle. Bazura and Ronald were still facing each other, surrounded by a purple aura. The figure extended his long, slender hand toward him. This illusion will invade your memories and replay your most painful and terrifying moments. An endless loop that traps you inside. Your mind will be destroyed, shattered into pieces. Until you wish for death. Forever. You will have to endure that forever to defeat Ronal. While Ronal was lost in the illusion, the figure kept smiling sinisterly in front of him. A mere human could never overcome that forever. I do not know what you were thinking when you made that offer. But the moment you let me choose the conditions of the bet, the outcome was already decided, so I am very curious. What kind of swamp are you struggling in? Ronal and the ghost looked at the corpse of their teammate in front of them. Perhaps he was desperate enough this time that he did not scream anymore. The blood-soaked corpse. He was dead. Then the others fled on horseback from the lurking Ost above. He turned back with astonished eyes. Another teammate lost. He was dead too. The rain poured down heavily, and he stared blankly at the pile of corpses in front of him. A familiar face among them. They were all dead. Ronal gasped as he witnessed everything. Now, he was surrounded by a forest of corpses. So many lives have sacrificed themselves to protect me. I can't even count them anymore. Is it over? Beneath my feet, it has turned into a pool of putrid blood. He was gradually sinking into that pool of blood. Does something called an ending even exist for this hell? I do not know. I only know that right now, even if just for a moment, I want to rest. Ronal looked at his wary face reflected in the pool of blood. The real Ronal suddenly murmured, "Stop. Just stop." Then he bowed his head, kneeling before Bajra. He begged the figure, "I will give you my body and everything, so please." The figure was silent for a moment, then broke into a characteristic twisted smile. His teeth as white as pearls. He opened his eyes wide and gleefully said, "Finally. Finally. Finally." The forbidden book Bazura tore apart the body of Luxshine and escaped outside. As soon as he got outside, he licked his lips. "Finally. You belong to me." Ronal, his black-purple tentacles reached out all around and gradually approached Ronal until they touched his face, seeping into every inch of Ronal's flesh, his face grotesque with one eye protruding from his body. Finally. It aimed directly at the boy, continually radiating dark magic. "You belong to me, Ronan." The shadowy darts shot towards their target. The monster wrapped Ronan in a massive whirlpool. He stood at the center of the magic, as chaos erupted around him, a smirk on his lips. Truly magnificent. Ronan swept his blood-stained hair back with his hand. Limitless potential. The monster that infested him caused black goo to pour out from his eyes, flooding his body. He lifted his head and whispered, "Ronan, before your consciousness fades completely, I will gift you one last present." He drew the sword from his hip. "Look, the blade is drawn. This is your true power." The parasitic monster swung its hand lightly, causing the room to shake with a tremor. That horizontal slash left a huge, long mark on the wall. He was extremely satisfied, opened up by my grace. The monster smiled deviously. "Did you not expect this? The despair I will unleash with this abundant power." He shifted his dark gaze. "But before that, on this momentous day, I should fire a celebratory round." And the direction he was looking was towards the wounded old man, struggling to get up, the one who wasted my precious time with meaningless struggles. Bazura stepped towards the old man. "You still have the will to move. That spirit deserves to be called a sage," he mocked. "What made you crave so much responsibility as the tower's master?" Perhaps. The old man clenched his teeth as he listened to every word, feeling guilty for bringing disaster to this land. No matter what. Bazura raised his sword. "Let us sink into despair together." His grip was ready for the forever thrust. Luxian sat still, bowing his head in acceptance. Suddenly, at that moment, the heartbeat of the body thudded violently. The blade hesitated, trembling as if obstructed. Bajura muttered, "What is this?" He tried to lower the sword again, but it merely shook back and forth. Bazura's gaze was gradually overtaken by another magical force. His vision transformed into a star-filled sky. The sword fell to the ground helplessly. Then Bazura also knelt down. This, beneath his feet. Distorted shapes of eyes forced him to clutch his head and scream. "What?" The black tendrils surged from behind. They seized Bazura's body. No way. His eyes widened in shock. How could this be in the body of an ordinary human? His limbs were tightly wrapped by those dark magical streams, containing supreme killing intent beyond even mine. Roman then spoke up. "Well, you truly live up to your name." He appeared behind him. A frail professor I knew. Just a touch to that magical source nearly sent him straight to the underworld. He praised him. "Yet you swallowed it all and even swung the sword. Can't help but acknowledge you now." He trembled. How could this be? Roman calmly faces Bazura, shocking him. "Are you still keeping your composure?" The young man reaches into his pocket to search for something. "Yeah. That illusion of yours is really disgusting." That is how the memories of that day come flooding back, so vividly that I just want to scream. Bazura listens in confusion as he recounts. Honestly saying, just a little deviation and there goes the whole plan. My awareness has shattered. If your hand is holding a glowing ring, without it, Everything goes back to when you were showing off the ring. The young man is stunned by the blinding light. What is happening? Could it be that he is asking about the true shape of the ring? She explains further.
Yep.
When infused with special magical energy, it reveals its true form. She confidently introduces it to him. And I think this is what he has prepared. Meant for Rollin. Cursed in suffering, a gentle power envelops the ring. A source of divine and powerful energy capable of resisting magic. He also slowly rises with that power. She extends her hand and hands it to the young man. Cherish this heart, Ronald. When you face an ordeal so harsh you can't escape, it will become. And at the moment your consciousness is trapped in that silent void, the ring hidden in your pocket emits pure magical waves. Ronald raises his hand to the sky. Another hand appears and reaches for it. They both move closer to each other. Finally, when they touch, a clash occurs, causing the surrounding waters to surge. A tremendous power aiding him. Ronald's face remains mysteriously dark, but then he just sighs. Having to again, Serenity smiles dreamily at him. Thank you, Serenity. He is lifted from the pool by that person. The evil is dispelled. He is still holding it in his hand. The light has faded significantly. Ronald grips the ring tightly. It is a good thing. I did not expect the curse on my body could be useful this way. Bloody memories flood back as he recalls that impromptu gamble. Then the young man asks Bazura. But it seems we have won. Right. The guy continues mumbling to himself. No way. No way. His frantic voice echoes in the dark space. In this world, everything gradually feels distant. How could there be an existence? Eyes open everywhere, staring at him. So absurd. Ronald calmly puts the item away. I have heard that too many times now. I am no longer surprised. He reaches for his sword. I have said it before. If you aim for this body, Bazura grits his teeth, growling weakly, and will regret it. He can't speak anymore. So he just moans in despair as the barrier pulls him in. His arm flails but is completely harmless. In the end, that greedy one is swallowed whole. No way. He suddenly lunges out and screams. No way. At this moment, he still would not stop rambling. I am the forbidden book of destruction. The embodiment of doom. The one who will become the master of this land. His face was gradually distorting. A being like me cannot end in a meaningless way in this place. No way. Blood suddenly splattered everywhere, causing him to freeze. Ronald had chopped off his outstretched arm. He sighed at him. This is too much trouble. In Bazura's eyes, there was only Ronald in front of him. Muttering enough already, he shot a glance at it. If you are out of luck, just disappear. The paper talisman. The dark tower gradually radiated electric sparks from the top. A bright crack appeared from within its nooks and crannies. With swift speed, it spread everywhere. The stone covering the tower shattered. The light of the sky was restored. Zibet jolted awake from a trance. The others also felt the distinct change in the sky. Dust rose thickly from the falling rocks. Ronald sat alone in the midst of that grand palace. He sighed with relief. The boy returned to the harmless appearance of a student. I almost died just now. What kind of bizarre book did I just go through? Moreover, Bazura lay still on the ground. Now everything has truly ended. Right. Because I can no longer feel that unpleasant fall energy. The mana flow around him still did not stop. But what troubled me was that book emitting a bright magical aura. The mana essence still had not disappeared, just as I thought. Is he connected to those bastards? A trembling voice rang in his ears. Truly the old man struggled to stand up with his frail body. I never expected you alone could push that Bazura back. He asked if the old man had woken up. The tower master shook his head. The old man was embarrassed, hastily covering his face. I truly apologize to you for making you go through such a story. I have nothing left to justify myself. The white smoke around the tower gradually dissipated. Perhaps this is the first time I have officially met you. But even when I lost consciousness, I could still feel it. The old man smiled and sincerely shared. I saw your admirable skills and incredible will when standing before Bazura. He kept praising. That scene was so astonishing that this is the first time I have witnessed it. He forced a smile in response. I must have eaten quite a few fruits too. His gaze slowly opened to examine the other person. By the way, are you okay? Your mana. The old man looked at his palm. Isn't returning this just a small price I have to pay, compared to the fact that I almost caused the Dawn Magic Tower to collapse and killed innocent people? The old man completely accepted the reality that losing all his mana was no big deal. The Tower Master expressed that on the contrary. I had the chance to survive and make amends for my mistakes. In my heart, I only felt immense gratitude. Ronald understands that determination well. The one who holds the title of Tower Master is indeed different. He also noticed the sound of the door opening outside. You must be steadfast and keep moving forward. The people in the tower quickly rushed over. Tower Master Rollin. Are you two okay? The young man continued speaking. At least it is for the people you want to protect. Agony looked worried, showing very anxious expressions, even more so than for themselves. He glanced down, seeing Ronald slowly leaning back. Now I can finally rest easy. The young man let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground. The radiant morning light illuminated the sky. Today truly feels like a long day. The morning sparkles, the gentle chirping of birds, and sunlight streaming through the window. Ronald vaguely opened his eyes, waking up in a comfortable bed. Beside him were the tower master and Agon keeping watch. He held his head and sat up. How long have I been asleep? Luxane replied. A whole day has passed. We did not want to wake you because you were sleeping so soundly. He felt a bit awkward. But seeing the two of them here meant the situation was resolved peacefully. The deputy tower master acknowledged it too. That is right. It is all thanks to you for pushing back Bazura. The people inside the tower are currently carrying out their tasks, and the spell has erased everyone's minds along with Bazura's death. We will need to keep monitoring the situation here. But luckily, it seems like no one is in life-threatening danger. Zbeth was busy directing everyone. Ebi has also safely finished her treatment and is now working hard to assist in restoring the damaged magic tower. Her story was also recounted. I had hoped she would just focus on resting and recovering her strength. But she resolutely refused. She said that during the chaos, guiding everyone was Lucia's duty. At that moment, the priestess was also there. And moreover, she had awakened. But there was something quite strange. The girl's eyes sparkled as if she saw an idol. Since opening her eyes, it is like a brilliant deity has been following her. Ronald vaguely guessed that he had feared this incident would lead to a severe conflict between the two clans. But it seems everything has been resolved well. He then spoke. But still, I feel quite relieved, so I can return with peace of mind. And I just wanted to give you a heads up, he reminded. But please do not think about organizing those awkward banquet parties. I really hate noisy and flashy things. Lasizane immediately agreed. Yeah. We knew you would say that, Ronald. The final version of the farewell party planning book has been hidden away. We won't be organizing any parties, so do not worry. But we can let our benefactor leave empty-handed. The wooden box was quickly presented. Although it is not much, we want to express our gratitude. The box slowly opened, revealing a dazzling light inside. 2 badges were neatly placed within the box. Through this high-level Magic Tower badge, representing the most distinguished guest of the Dawn Magic Tower, a gun further explained that with it, you would have the privilege to access not only the material wealth of the Dawn Magic but also special areas. For example, the specialized Hemian trading post is a place where only wizards are allowed, along with many other locations. You will enjoy benefits reserved for high-level wizards. The box was handed directly to him. And it is just like the spell scroll I gave you last time. I have engraved some useful spells on it. I hope they can assist you in times of danger. They emphasized their words once again. This is a symbol of the vow that our Dawn Magic Tower will forever be an ally of Ronald. Both of them bowed their heads in unison with him. We also want to express our gratitude to you, Ronald, for restoring our Dawn Magic Tower. He quickly waved his hand. Come on, do not do that. Why are you two bowing? It makes me feel heavy. He intended to leave, saying there was nothing to worry about, so he would be on his way. But Agon stopped him with a spell, and finally, the flames spread across the ceiling and opened a portal. The young man looked up in surprise. Still facing an urgent matter that needed discussion, the book was pulled out regarding how to resolve this forbidden book. Azura. The sky above the tower remained a clear, refreshing blue. As the sun set, Ira stood alone by the white beach. The girl's gaze was intently focused on the distant horizon. Ronald had just arrived, and she turned to him, her face brightening. Arona, you are awake. Are you okay? She asked with concern why he was planning to leave so soon. You should rest a bit more. Right, Ronald replied to her. I am feeling fine now. That bastard took such good care of my body that I hardly have any injuries. He turned away and hesitated to say, anyway, I need to return to Filion soon. But before that, I think I need to tell you this. You remained silent, listening as he struggled to find the words. About Sayre. The sea splashed against the sandy shore, making the atmosphere cooler. The young man startled at her call. Roniu just slightly frowned sadly. You do not need to tell me. Her gaze quietly looked down, recalling the moment she had infused power into the ring. The ghostly hand touched the girl's head, leaving her in shock. That person gradually faded away. Userna stood calmly before her. Yet, the smile on his lips remained bright. Forgive this foolish elf for saying goodbye to you like this. Thank you for always being there. You opened his eyes wide and gasped at him. It was a beautiful memory in my mundane life. The figure before her gradually turned into specks of light. I hope you will always find peace in the future, my dear friend. My stomach is in knots. Looking back now, Saranda truly is a peculiar person. He really is quite eccentric. Tears streamed from her eyes. But she was not sad anymore. Instead, she felt incredibly gentle and warm. The two of them were bathed in the glow of the sunset. The picturesque scene helped wash away those sorrows. A new day dawned, illuminating the patterns on the boat. The sail was raised high to let the large boat drift along the current. The tale of the Dawn Magic Tower had come to a close. Warm sunlight bathed the entire castle. The scene shifted to the training area filled with various equipment. There, Ronald stood on the field, holding a sword. It radiated a bright red light enveloping his whole body. He bowed his head and closed his eyes, slowly feeling something. He gently raised his hand, swung the sword a few times, and commented, "It was exactly like any other day." Holding the sword up in front of him, staring at it, Ronald assessed the feeling of the circulating magic power. The sharp sword aura emanating, it was all the same. Then he spoke again. There was just one problem. His hand gripped the sword that was radiating a mysterious glittering color. He wondered what this damn thing was. He frowned and said, "You do not even need to look closely to see it." Then suddenly, he held his head, grabbing his hair, and looked up, shouting in frustration, "Its magic is just like the kind those cults use." Ronald gritted his teeth, staring intently at his body, grinding his teeth as he said, "Bajura, that damn cursed paper." Inside his chest was a strange orb containing a purple power, and he wondered what he had done to his body. Flashing back to some time ago, in a closed space, Ronald spoke up, "Are you too serious?" Facing the vice chief of the Dawn Magic Tower and the Tower Master Randon, he questioned if this forbidden book Bazura was really being entrusted to him. He awkwardly said, "Actually, I was planning to learn more about this book." Then he asked, "But is it alright to just hand it over to me like this?" He worried. What if something happened? Phila reassured him. "Don't worry about that," he said. "We have confirmed that the dark magic in the book has been completely eradicated. Now it is just an ancient book containing knowledge from ancient times. Of course, if this gets out, the magic tower might face trouble." He smiled and said, "But right now, we feel it is necessary to entrust it to you, Ronald." Mentioning the reason being related to the thing inside you, as there are still remnants of Bazura in your body, Ronald was surprised. "What? Wait, what do you mean?" The Tower Master explained. "We suspect that Bazura has been absorbed into your body. Since it could not gain control of your body, it was completely suppressed. Otherwise, that dark intent would still exist in that book." He stared at the orb in Ronald's body and reassured him, "Don't be too pessimistic. This might be the only answer to controlling Bazura that we have been searching for." Thinking back to this, Ronald placed the sword on his shoulder, rubbed his head with one hand, and said, "What a ridiculous so-called only answer." Then suddenly said, "But it is true. My future seems clear." He felt fear thinking of the sword Saint Gifia. "If I keep this up and run into that old man, I will definitely get torn apart." He sighed in relief. At least this kind of magic could not be seen by others. "If I get misunderstood and dragged into something bad." Suddenly a voice rang out, getting caught up in something unpleasant. Nav appeared from behind him and asked, "What do you mean?" He jumped in shock, yelling and swinging his sword in that direction. "What the hell are you shouting about?" She blocked his sword and calmly said, "The depth of your sword has changed significantly. Have you had some kind of encounter recently?" Seeing the person in front of him, he was surprised it was Navios. Ronald quickly stepped back, stammering an explanation. "You know that, right? Professor, this is clearly your fault for suddenly radiating killing intent." She stepped closer to him, asking, "You got too close?" Navi rose coldly interrogated. "What exactly happened in the Dawn Magic Tower?" She continued. "How could you form a core?" He looked confused at that, pointing to himself and asking, "Is this thing inside me a core?" He innocently said, "Isn't it a tumor?" The instructor lost it upon hearing that. "Do you dare compare a sacred core to a tumor? Didn't I explain that clearly in the theory class?" She shouted. "Don't tell me you dozed off." Ronald quickly nodded. 90%. She sighed, resting her hands on her hips. "Honestly, even though I am angry, I still have to explain to you. The core is a blessing reserved for true swordsmen, those who have undergone countless training in magic and practical battles. Simply put, the heart goes through numerous cycles of magic, ultimately becoming a vessel capable of storing magic. This is a lifetime achievement for a martial artist, regarded as a milestone marking their before and after, because the magic stored in the core has a density completely different from natural magic, and is the only foundation to unlock sword energy. In other words, forming a core means you have stepped into a realm of swordsmen," Navio said seriously. "But a core takes decades of hard training to form." Observing his body, she remarked, "Yet it appears in the body of someone like you. Moreover, instead of being centered around the heart, it exists as something completely separate." She concluded. Theoretically, possessing two cores is not impossible. Ronald was surprised to hear that. Is this really that special? Suddenly, Navi Rose drew her sword, saying, "All right, let us put that aside. We will talk about what happened in the Dawn Magic Tower later." She proposed, "But for now, let us have a match." He fearfully waved his hands. Why are we suddenly changing the subject to that?" She smirked and replied, "Why do I have to explain? If you have gained new power, you need to test it. After all, I have a responsibility as a trainer." She raised her sword, showing a frightening smile. "And you learn more with your body than your head, right?" He was terrified. But his expression did not show any annoyance at all. Without saying much, she immediately attacked. He defended while shouting. Seriously, the two continued to clash, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. He stepped back into a balanced stance, gritting his teeth, wondering, what is a coach's responsibility? Clearly, she was filled with murderous intent as she charged at him. Navi Rose swung her sword down hard, and he blocked it, thinking to himself, this is a blatant massacre as the ground around them shattered. Ronald felt the overwhelming difference in strength. If he kept facing her head-on, he would surely be torn to shreds. He pushed her away and jumped back, keeping his distance. He clenched his teeth, calculating that just one time, if he could just trip her once, he could create an opportunity to attack. Then he suddenly recalled their previous fight, right? Just like that time. If only he had the power of that cowardly mouse Grania. Before he could finish his thought, the energy from his core began to surge. Threads of purple light appeared, bursting from him and heading toward her. They quickly wrapped tightly around her legs and locked her in place. Surprised that his wish had just come true, he was astonished. Ronald froze when he saw this. It looked just like the aura of that Doran guy. The beams of light intertwined like a web, ensnaring Navi Rose's legs. It seemed to want to completely imprison her. He was stunned that this could actually happen. Navi Rose glanced down, her sharp gaze slicing through the glowing threads. Was this a technique to restrict movement? I learned some interesting things from the Dawn Magic Tower. Then she smiled with excitement. Right. In battle, such variables can determine life or death. She gently lifted her foot, feeling the binding of the magical threads. If there is anything else, feel free to show it. As she spoke, she leaped off the ground, her sword raised, charging straight at him with eyes gleaming with thrill. I will give it my all, he shouted in panic. Ronald tightened his grip on the sword, screaming in despair. Professor, calm down. I do not know what this is. But at that moment, his legs suddenly wobbled, and a small purple orb spun right in front of his chest, emitting strange magical energy. A wave of dizziness hit him. He opened his mouth to say something, but his voice caught. I need to finish my sentence. My body has lost its balance. Navios, standing at a distance, immediately sensed something was off. But before she could react, Ronald collapsed right before her eyes. Ronald. The tower loomed under the sunlight, its magical patterns radiating an air of mystery and authority. Inside, behind the quiet window, a mocking voice rang out. After all, those swordsmen really are simple-minded. Zerodin leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, raising an eyebrow as he observed. This is not a battlefield. How has she treated her student? His gaze landed on Ronald, who was gasping for breath, as if drained of life force to the point of losing mana. Navios frowned, irritated, and snapped. Stop with the useless chatter. Explain quickly. You handled it well. Right. Zerodin scoffed mockingly. You are the one worrying for nothing. Did you forget? I am far more professional in this field than you. Despite feeling drained, Ronald struggled to lift the vial, the thick yellow liquid oozing down. Zerodin crossed his arms, watching as Ronald's body trembled from a sudden depletion of magical power. His gaze flicked over him. With mana water and prescribed medicine, recovery could be swift. Zerodin narrowed his eyes, indifferent, urging her not to linger here any longer and to hurry to the infirmary for her medicine, radiating such intense killing intent. Seeing Navi Rose still looking displeased, her gaze seemed to pierce through Ronald. He reminded her that it only hindered the patient's recovery. Navios clicked her tongue, her eyes clearly showing frustration. I have never taught in such a weak manner. With that, she turned back and asked briefly, what medicine do you need? Soon after, the door slammed shut decisively. Ronald sighed softly, rubbing his forehead. Thank you, Professor, for your help. Suddenly, his head spun, his strength drained. Do you have any idea how panicked I was? Zerodin rested his chin in thought. Ronald, let me tell you, he sighed and suggested. Every time you show up, I witness things that are rarely seen in a lifetime. You should at least consider me a crystallized mass of mana like nothing ever seen before. Zerodin paused, observing the faint purple aura emanating from Ronald's body curiously. Could that be Vera's power? Ronald was momentarily stunned. How did the professor know? He replied nonchalantly. Onilla and I often exchange information. Then he emphasized each word, leaving Ronald agape in astonishment. That friend had given me very detailed advice. He placed a hand on his chest, listening to every word of his, instructing me to keep an eye on Vera's power to prevent any harm. You hesitated, your voice trailing off. Professor Zerodin touched his finger to his chin, his expression calm but his words firm. If you ask whether it is dangerous, do not worry. He observed the magical sphere, his sharp eyes scanning the swirling lines of energy inside. The mana from the forbidden tome was stabilizing remarkably. If it were not for someone who had heard about Va, one might simply think the core's position was a bit special. Zerodin tilted his head, needing to check a little more. But if there truly were no issues, He predicted you could use it like a core to harness light. Ronald was stunned. Breath caught. He shot up reflexively. Eyes wide. Light. According to the tale, light is a unique world one can experience. The key to that world is tied to the most intense emotions in life, bursting forth brilliantly like deep red light. The desire for unattainable goals and fleeting inspirations flash by like fleeting lightning. Regret rooted deeply, forming a radiant golden sphere, accumulating all will and memories. Intense emotions crystallized. That person awakened a brilliant stream of spiritual energy. When this combined with the magical energy accumulated in the co-seed, a new great power would emerge. That is the aura. Ronald looked at his hand, his mind swirling with thoughts. Can I really use the aura like this? This is indeed an unexpected harvest. Then the memory of the recent battle suddenly flooded back, making him wonder what just happened. He furrowed his brow, a feeling of doubt encircling him. Clearly, Doran's aura had appeared. His gaze was contemplative as he looked down at his palm, replicating a unique power like the aura, something that should be impossible. Confusion swirled in his mind. Could Vera's core really do that? Before he could reach a conclusion, Gerardin spoke up. Also, you should consult Professor Secret. Gerardin observed Ronald, nodding as if he had anticipated it. It seems you really have the heavens watching over you. He blinked in surprise. Right. Is there more? He emphasized. I am talking about your cursed state. Gerardin referred to the chains binding Ronald. Of the 8 curses left, 2 had vanished. He was surprised. Vanished? But I did not do anything. Gerardin calmly replied. I understand you feel confused. He recalled the mysterious figure with wings on its back, a hypothesis flashing in his mind. This is a situation where vow and 2 curses merged into one. They swirled together in a way that should not have been possible. Of course. This was completely absurd. I have never heard of curses merging into one. Gerardin stroked his chin thoughtfully. For that to happen, the most essential thing, like intertwined logs, the nebula glah must share a common origin. Ronald closed his eyes and chuckled. There are more than just a few mysterious things about you. Gerardin raised an eyebrow in confusion. What? One day, you will understand. Under the bright sunlight covering the town, a figure strolled down the street, mouth holding a vial and hand clutching a book. Ronald mumbled. I suspected from the start that this thing was problematic. His gaze landed on Bazura, his voice filled with disdain. Even dead, it clings on disgustingly. Damn cursed book. What have you done to my body? Without hesitation, he threw the guy up high, ignoring everything. Walking away, his head aching, despite feeling a bit uncomfortable. The 2 damn curses disappearing was still a bargain. Looking at the guy suspended in mid-air, he thought to himself, to take down even one more member of the order, this is not the time to be picky or hesitant. Ronald reached out to catch Bazura as he fell, sighed, taking his time to figure things out. Then suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, causing him to glance back at Ronald. From afar, through the swirling dust, a figure was sprinting wildly. As the figure became clearer, he recognized Azel. Tears streaked and rushing towards him. He greeted her. Oh. Long time no see. He raised his hand excitedly. It has been a while. So you came to greet me. Good job. Good. How did you know I was here? Seeing you rush over. Ronald replied nonchalantly. You doing well? Before he could finish, a violent explosion erupted behind El, shaking the ground. He panicked, running while glancing back with a scream. Ronan. He froze, his face blank as he heard the next frantic shout. Help me. Ronald's eyes widened, his face pale. Instinctively shouting, the cloud of dust slowly cleared, revealing a vibrant pink hue behind it. He called out to Al as soon as he saw it. A giant monster emerged, its pink fur and gleaming fangs growling. The massive lion was hot on Al's heels. Ronald yelled in horror. What the hell are you bringing with you? A sudden tremor shook the ground beneath him, leaving Ronald a bit unsettled. Am I seeing this right? We just left the academy for the tower and now this happens. He saw Al desperately trying to escape from the lion-like monster in the distance. How could something like that be at school? No way to mistake it. Just as Al cried out in despair, about to be devoured by the monster, Ronald recognized it as Mantico. He started recalling the fierce appearance of the Mantico, a high-danger level monster from the treacherous northwest, known for its killing spree, with a body as muscular as steel. Its scorpion-like tail contained lethal paralytic venom, rated even higher than Ween. Al was still running away from Mantico over there, but it was not all bad. Ronald suddenly smirked, realizing he could test if Vajra's power could actually let him use someone else's aura. He took a deep breath and felt the source of power near his heart. Thinking of the power flowing through his heart, Ronald dismissed it as not being his heart. He continued moving toward the energy, like a black hole in his body, shifting to draw magic from the core of Vajra. The strength within Ronald began to surge slowly. Last time, when he thought of battling Navi Rose before facing the instructor, Ronald had startled her. He lost control of his magic and collapsed from exhaustion, but now, He could feel his own massive energy. This time, he had to fix that. Ronald began to lift his foot and step forward. The moment he placed a foot down, he started to notice, as Azel and Mantico were both rushing toward Ronald, he began to unleash and use the energy. He was taken aback when he saw the energy flying past him. This energy feels like it is binding Mantico's legs. Ronald was overjoyed to see that. This is amazing. Al beside him exclaimed. Impressed. They could see Mantico's legs completely bound, unable to move. It was actually working. The monster suddenly went berserk, trying to strike both of them with its legs. They could see the energy threads starting to fray. Ronald awkwardly commented something, but it seemed a bit weak. He focused on the energy within him that was fading in the space, the power seeming less than the original. Mantico immediately seized the opportunity and charged to attack. Ronald panicked and drew his sword as he saw its foot preparing to strike. Is it really going to be like this? Suddenly, a powerful force appeared before him, and in an instant, a massive pillar of light descended to obliterate Mantico. The immense power caused the ground around to crack, and debris flew far away. Mantico let out a painful, agonizing roar. Ronald and Al were equally astonished by what was happening before their eyes. All they saw was a pillar of light containing colossal power. In a moment, the pillar of light vanished. Someone standing on top of Mantico asked the two in front, "Are you two hurt anywhere?" Ronald immediately recognized the voice as Reincarnation, who was brazenly stepping on Mantico's head, looking down at them. Professor Baron. After a while, all that remained on the ground was a pile of wreckage. Everyone quickly called to each other and returned to work while Mantico was confined in a cage, waiting to be taken away. Reincarnation gently stroked Mantico's mane, apologizing for the pain caused. But if the situation worsened, the Empire would not tolerate it. He tried to reassure the creature in the cage, hoping it understood that this was the best choice. Ronald was somewhat astonished by the energy Reincarnation was radiating. Is this the Professor Baron's aura? It seems to belong to the physical enhancement system. He began to feel excited as he realized, yet, it could take down that fearsome Mantico in just one blow. Ronald silently assessed Reincarnation from afar, thinking he seemed so gentle, but in reality, he was quite terrifying. Reincarnation looked a bit sad as he watched Mantico being taken away, then awkwardly smiled and apologized profusely. Not expecting it to break out of the reinforced cage with magic, Reincarnation hurriedly bowed an apology. As the one responsible for organizing this beast sacrifice, I sincerely apologize once again. Ronald panicked and waved his hand, saying, "It is. Thanks to that I got to witness a rare sight, so it is enjoyable." Then he started to wonder, but what exactly is this beast sacrifice? Who was beside him? Understood immediately. Ronald just returned, so he does not know. Right. Lately, all of Filion has been busy preparing for that event. He began to explain. The beast sacrifice is exactly as the name suggests, a festival of Filion, showcasing rare beasts and mythical creatures within the Empire's territory. It is an event that the entire population of the Empire looks forward to, as they can see rare mythical creatures with their own eyes. Ronald was not too surprised. He remembered seeing it on the schedule. It seemed so special that he thought it would be very interesting to go and watch. Then he curiously asked, "But with this incident, will it be cancelled?" Reincarnation speculated that it probably would not. He suddenly appeared hesitant. The capital had high hopes, so just this incident should not be enough to stop it. Moreover, it would officially appear in this event the next day, at Ness where everyone gathers. Ronald, in the position of chairperson, spoke up. So everyone does not need to worry about the beast sacrifice. But there is one thing I do not understand. He could not help but remember the eager expressions of the students at school. Is the event that highly anticipated? Everyone's just talking about it. I think it will be interesting, but not to that extent. Hearing this, Mary X laughed and replied, "If it were just an ordinary beast sacrifice, that would make sense." She then pointed out, "But this time, there will be a special appearance of a couple, Doppelgans Alpha and Omega." Mary Sen also simply explained that Doppelganzer is a mythical beast capable of reading the emotions of the opposite person through their eyes and transforming into them. Alpha usually transforms in the person that the counterpart loves, while Omega transforms into the person that the counterpart dislikes. She added that to witness that miraculous scene, some people are willing to spend a huge sum of money, but due to the extremely limited number of Doppelgans, the chance to see them in person is very rare. Ronald listened intently to Mary Sen and said, "And now they are showcasing a couple for free. No wonder everyone is so excited." Then she asked, "What do you think?" Did Ronald feel more intrigued after hearing this? But he became lost in thought. A shape-shifting creature based on emotions. In his case, Alpha would be Ciseaux. Ronald started to remember the appearance of the giant Iater and made a guess. As for Omega, the more he thought about it, the angrier he felt. Ultimately, Ronald suggested that with this level of participation, The academy would attract all sorts of bizarre people. He also imagined the scene of people eagerly flocking to this place. Professor Baron must be getting really tired, but no one knew that in a certain alley, during such occasions, a group of people in strange cloaks was inside. Right when the uninvited guests were arriving in droves, one man in a black cloak received a scroll. The next order from above had been issued. He sternly commanded his subordinates, "Remember and carry it out seriously." One of them immediately acknowledged the order. "I will complete it without any mistakes."